Chapter 1. The Pain of a Non-Sorrowful Heart. Wang Yang sat in a daze before the mirror, where a child of 4 or 5 years, possessing a pair of cataract eyes and a blue symbol etched on his forehead, was reflected back at him. Despite Wang Yang feeling no sorrow, the tears streaming down his face resembled a deluge that could not be stemmed, no matter the effort. Through the memories he had recently acquired, Wang Yang understood that he was now inhabiting the identity of Hyuga Niji, and today marked the anniversary of Hyuga Niji's father's death. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking jolted Niji from his reverie, and he instinctively turned his gaze toward the door. Just then, the door swung open to reveal Hyuga Hizashi, prompting Niji to rise and bow respectfully. Lord Hizashi. Hyuga Hizashi crouched down before Niji, gently wiping away the tears from his face, a look of guilt etched upon his features. Niji, I heard you suddenly fainted. Are you feeling better now? Don't worry, I will take care of you from now on. Niji abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing into Hizashi's. In that fleeting moment, Hizashi felt as though he were confronting not a mere 4-year-old child, but an adult. Lord Hizashi, no, uncle, I wish to live independently from now on. Niji, you are still too young. If you refuse my care, I shall find you a nanny. For someone who has lost familial love, the affection of kin only deepens my sorrow. Thus, uncle, please allow me to live alone. Hizashi's eyes flickered as he regarded Niji for a long while, ultimately heaving a reluctant sigh. Very well, I shall send you a stipend every month. Should you have any other needs, you must inform me. I have matters to report to Lord Hiruzen, so I shall take my leave. Please rest well. With that, Hizashi rose and exited the room. Outside the door stood a man in his 30s, who, upon seeing Hizashi emerge, immediately bowed. Clan leader, how is Niji faring? Hizashi glanced back at the door, shaking his head slightly. Niji will be living alone from now on. Fujin, you will be responsible for protecting him from the shadows. The man addressed as Fujin's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, What? Clan leader, Niji is still so young. How can you? Before Fujin could finish, Hizashi cut in, shaking his head. Precisely because he is so young, I have entrusted you with this task. I own Niji too much already, and truly do not know how to refuse his request. So I beg of you. As Hizashi departed, Niji let out a long sigh of relief. He flipped over onto his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, murmuring to himself. So, I have truly become Niji, the earliest to perish among the 12 guardians? Sigh, even as an orphan, let me be Naruto instead, or Sasuke would suffice. Niji's mind was a tapestry of 3 distinct sets of memories. That of the 4-year-old Niji himself, a mere whisper in the grand narrative, overshadowed by the majority belonging to Wang Yang, a reclusive man from Earth who had perished in a conflagration. This should have been the entirety of Wang Yang's existence. Yet all his memories had now merged into Niji's consciousness, with but a scant fragment of unknown origin lingering. Touching the body of an unresisting person grants a card, the contents of which are randomly drawn from the abilities currently possessed by the target. Each target can only be drawn from once? Is such a thing truly possible? Niji murmured to himself. Following the guidance of his memories, he gently clenched his right hand before him, and specks of blue light began to coalesce in his palm, swiftly forming a card. The upper left corner of the card bore the inscription Ninjutsu card, 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Dominating the center was a circular taiji symbol, beneath which was a long note stating, upon playing the card, deliver 128 strikes within a 2 meter by 2 meter range of the target. The card shatters after use, requiring a 10-minute recovery period, which could be expedited with chakra. This card had been acquired when Hizashi wiped Niji's tears initially. Niji found the notion absurd, so even with such a memory, he had paid it no heed. Yet now, the card lay firmly in his grasp. Knock, knock, knock. Another round of knocking interrupted Niji's thoughts. He reflexively released the card, which vanished in a flash of light as it left his hand. After a brief wait, when no one pushed the door open as before, Niji grabbed a strap from his bedside and tied it around his forehead to obscure the caged bird symbol. He then rose and opened the door. Standing there was Hyuga Fujin, whose face immediately brightened with a gentle smile upon seeing Niji. Niji, are you feeling better? A friend has come to see you. A friend? Niji blinked in surprise, tilting his head to glance past Fujin, only to discover a girl of similar stature, clad in a kimono with her hair styled in a bun. It's TenTen. What brings you here? TenTen, startled by Niji's sudden inquiry, lowered her head, fidgeting slightly. I heard that Niji was ill and was a bit worried, so… I see. I'm fine now. Thank you. Niji offered what he thought was a bright smile. Yet TenTen suddenly bit her lip, disappointment clear in her eyes, leaving Niji bewildered. Fujin bent down, smiling as he patted Niji's head. So, Niji, would you like to go out with your friend? She seems quite concerned about you. Surely, you must be good friends? Fujin's smile grew even brighter as he produced a thick envelope from his pocket, placing it into Niji's hands. This is your living allowance for the month. Be sure to enjoy yourself with your friend. Before Niji could protest, Fujin suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving only Niji and TenTen, which made Niji, who was accustomed to solitude, feel a bit at a loss. Hey, TenTen, how about I treat you to Dango? I just received some money. TenTen's eyes sparkled at the suggestion, her disappointment forgotten as she eagerly nodded. Yes, then I'll treat Niji to grilled meat. My mother gave me 20 silver coins for spending money today. As they walked, Niji opened the envelope to find 5,000 coins inside, prompting him to marvel at the wealth of TenTen's family. Chapter 2. Understanding. As a member of a prestigious clan, Niji's monthly allowance amounted to 5,000 coins, which may sound substantial compared to TenTen's. Yet Niji's was merely for living expenses while TenTen's was pocket money, rendering any comparison moot. Niji recalled that the most expensive bowl of ramen cost only 90 coins. Bestowing 2,000 coins upon a 4-year-old girl as pocket money seemed extravagantly excessive. Niji purchased 4 skewers of dango, and as they ate and made their way toward the barbecue restaurant, they passed an open area where a group of children, roughly their age, were gathered, seemingly engaged in some form of mischief. As they approached, Niji discerned that the children were surrounding a fallen boy, kicking him. With his golden hair and blue eyes, Niji instantly recognized the boy as Naruto. TenTen, wait here. I'm going to see what's happening. Hey, stop it. Niji shouted at the group of children, who turned to face him. Upon seeing Niji's vacant gaze, their expressions faltered with uncertainty. Byakugan. Niji activated his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes swelling grotesquely. A monster! Run! A child screamed, and in an instant, the group scattered like birds startled from their perch, leaving Naruto curled up on the ground, still clutching his head. Niji deactivated his Byakugan and extended his hand toward Naruto. The latter blinked in surprise, lifting his gaze to Niji, momentarily lost in thought. Are you not afraid of me? They all say I'm a monster, that they despise me. They just call me a monster too. Are you afraid of me? Tears streamed down Naruto's cheeks, and Niji smiled gently, grasping Naruto's hand and helping him to his feet. Hey, Niji. TenTen's voice called from a distance, prompting Niji to wave her over. She approached quickly, though her steps slowed as she noticed Naruto. Niji, he is. What's wrong, TenTen? Nothing. It's just that my mother told me not to go near him. Upon hearing TenTen's words, Naruto's countenance fell. However, Niji smiled reassuringly and took a skewer of dango from TenTen, handing it to Naruto. Don't worry. I'm just like him, there's no problem. Come on, let's go eat grilled meat together. Niji took TenTen's hand, signaling for Naruto to follow, and continued toward the barbecue restaurant. But if we have one more person, they'll cover the cost. Idiot. It's not about the money. As evening fell, Niji returned to his humble abode, and as soon as he closed the door, a card materialized in his hand. Ninjutsu card. Small-tailed beast bomb. The design resembles a miniature-tailed beast bomb, with a remarkably straightforward notation. Upon activation, the card transforms into a small-tailed beast bomb that detonates upon impact, with a recovery time of 60 minutes, which can be hastened using chakra. While holding hands with TenTen, Niji discovered that even after more than 10 seconds of contact, TenTen bore no card. He could easily surmise the reason. TenTen was still too young to possess any abilities. Niji had assumed Naruto would be in a similar predicament, however. To his surprise, Naruto did indeed possess a card. With a spirit of inquiry, Niji decided to take the card from Naruto, hoping to acquire the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. To his astonishment, he found himself in possession of the Nine Tails ability. Niji's heart raced with excitement, although he had yet to test its power, and it was merely a small-tailed beast bomb. The mere mention of tailed beast bomb carried immense weight. Thus, the Jinchuriki is perceived as one with the tailed beast itself? A tailed beast bomb, once every hour. How intriguing, Niji thought, unable to suppress a gulp as he took a deep breath to steady his emotions. Unbeknownst to him, half a month slipped by. One morning, lying on the grass, Niji held 3 cards in his hand, his face marked with a frown. The cards were the 8 trigrams Air Palm, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, and Lightning Release, Body Flicker Technique. The 8 trigrams Air Palm was obtained from Hyuga Hizashi, while the Great Fireball and Body Flicker techniques were acquired from a ninja seated beside him while he treated Naruto to ramen. Ah, so it is you, Niji. A sudden voice startled Niji, causing him to release the cards and sit up abruptly. Turning around, he saw that it was Hyuga Hizashi, with Hyuga Hizashi standing beside him. Niji promptly rose and bowed respectfully to Hizashi. Lord Hizashi, have you summoned me? Hizashi's face, usually stern, softened with a hint of a smile as he gently shook his head. It is not I who seeks you, rather. Lord Third has requested to see you. Come along. Oh. Niji followed Hizashi toward the Hokage's office, pondering the reason for the third Hokage summons. If it concerns my father's death, it would not have taken this long. Could it be regarding Naruto? Before long, Niji entered the Hokage's office behind Hizashi. Hizashi awaited outside, while 2 EMBU operatives lingered within. Upon entering, Niji felt the weight of at least 6 or 7 gazes upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. Hokage-sama, Niji has arrived, Hizashi announced, bowing to the third, who immediately stood and approached Niji with a warm smile. Niji, how have you been lately? I hear you have been living alone. Yes, I spend my days with friends and am doing quite well. Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. Ha, that is good to hear. I understand you have a friend named Uzumaki Naruto. What are your thoughts on him? Though the third maintained his jovial demeanor, Niji's breath hitched. Despite having anticipated that the Hokage's inquiry would revolve around Naruto, the moment had arrived, and he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety, though he remained outwardly composed, nodding slightly. Indeed, we are very good friends. Yet, I have heard that Naruto is not well liked by other children. How is it that you became friends with him? Because, like him, I am also an orphan. The third's expression shifted subtly, casting a glance at Hizashi, whose face betrayed a flicker of guilt. The third gently ruffled Niji's hair, his smile returning. Is it because you share the same plight that you chose to befriend him? As soon as the third posed his question, he withdrew his hand, and Niji nearly cursed under his breath. He had been mere seconds away from acquiring a card from the so-called ninjutsu doctor, only to have it snatched away. Yet, Niji maintained an expression of nonchalance, raising his head to meet the third's gaze with his pale white eyes. Not quite. I became friends with him because I understand him. Oh, is it due to understanding? Indeed. The other children refuse to befriend Naruto because they do not comprehend him. Just as misunderstandings between nations can lead to war, those who fail to understand Naruto cast him aside. As a fellow orphan, it would be truly tragic if I could not empathize with him. The third's pupils dilated slightly, and even Hizashi appeared taken aback. However, before either could respond, the shadowy figure of Danzo slowly emerged, leaning on his cane. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of the Hyuga clan, well said. You shall undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja. Why not come to me, and I shall personally mentor you. Chapter 3, White and Zabuza. Niji instinctively turned towards the source of the voice. Upon laying eyes on Danzo, he felt an overwhelming pressure distinct from that of the third, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Nevertheless, Niji maintained his composure, feigning ignorance of Danzo's identity. A broad forehead. I never anticipated that this moniker would resurface. I had assumed that once I traversed here, the nickname associated with the original Haruno Sakura would fade into oblivion. Yet today, it was invoked again. And in that fleeting moment, Haruno Sakura felt an ominous wave of malice emanating from the cosmos itself, encircling her. Hey, broad forehead, are you even listening to me? Quickly bring that umbrella over here, and you can join our team. I'll protect you. The assertive little girl, hands on her hips, presented herself like a domineering older sister. Let me tell you, my brother is already a graduated genin. If you heed my words, I guarantee nobody will dare to bully you. Sakura gazed at her in silence, rolling her eyes inwardly at the absurdity. It was astonishing how such a young girl was already forming cliques. One could not help but remark on the precocious nature of the people in this world. What kind of expression is that, broad forehead? Do you look down on me? Having a ninja brother made Koizumi Ayami the envy of many children from ordinary families, yet Sakura's reaction today made her feel as if her dignity had been challenged. Your imagination runs wild, doesn't it? Sakura stood up from the grass and yanked the umbrella free. She was itching to strike, but considering her opponent was merely a child, she refrained from acting on her anger. Mindful that a moment of lost control could lead to unintended consequences. Hey, are you trying to escape? Upon seeing Sakura turn to leave with the umbrella, Koizumi Ayami grew frantic. You can leave, but leave the umbrella behind. Why are you so fixated on my umbrella? Sakura questioned, perplexed. Because I like it. Ayami crossed her arms. She had taken a liking to the umbrella the moment she laid eyes on it, accustomed to being the center of attention among her peers. She unabashedly attempted to seize it. Sakura cast a discerning glance at her. Indeed, a brazen child was simply looking to claim what she fancied. However, glancing up at the oil paper umbrella she had crafted, Sakura was not surprised that Ayami had immediately taken a liking to it. The umbrella surface was predominantly white, adorned with a ring of cherry blossom patterns, while the inner circle depicted 9 adorable chibi-style tailed beasts, a design sure to attract the affection of children. I'm sorry, but if you truly like it, you can have one custom-made at the shop. My umbrella isn't for giving away. Without hesitation, Sakura firmly rejected her. This umbrella was not merely for shelter from the elements. She had poured considerable effort into its creation. While it appeared unremarkable, its sturdiness rivaled that of steel, and she had plans to further enhance it, intending to wield it as her weapon once she graduated from the Ninja Academy. Broad forehead, you refuse to hand it over, do you? Then don't blame me for taking it by force. Ayami's face contorted with anger. I don't wish to fight with you. Don't push me. Sakura stood her ground, umbrella in hand, her expression unchanged. Though merely a 4-year-old child, she possessed the power of 6 infinity stones and was far from being easily bested by a few kids. Hey, how dare you bully someone? Be careful, or I'll tell your parents. Just as Sakura was about to subdue the group of children and find a quieter spot to rest, a petite girl with golden hair dashed forward, blocking her path. It's you again. We're leaving. Ayami glared at the girl obstructing Sakura, ultimately seething as she led her gang away. Her genin brother was not on the same level as the girl's family, and the precocious Ayami dared not provoke her further. Hey, are you all right? My name is Yamanaka Ino. What's yours? Ino turned to Sakura, her curiosity piqued. I saw everything. You're truly courageous. Is this what you would call courage? Sakura chuckled, bemused. They were just a few kids. What was there to fear? Indeed, facing a formidable adversary without flinching, you will undoubtedly become a powerful ninja in the future. Ino asserted earnestly that I'm Haruno Sakura. You can call me Sakura. Sakura beamed, feeling as if fate had orchestrated their meeting. Chapter 3 Sakura. How did you end up here all alone? Ino inquired, sitting beside her, filled with curiosity. Why Mom and Dad sent me out to find friends my age to play with, and left with no other options. I had to hide here, Sakura replied, her face etched with exasperation. I simply cannot relate to those childish kids. Childish? Ino's forehead twitched as she perceived a reflection of her own friend in Sakura. Are you referring to Nara Shikamaru from the Nara clan? Upon hearing Ino's mention of a resemblance to one of her friends, Sakura immediately realized whom she was referring to, the genius of the Nara clan, the future strategist of the 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, and the brother-in-law of the 5th Kazekage, Gaara. You know him too? Ino gazed at Sakura, astonished. I've heard of him. Sakura mused, recalling Shikamaru's character from the original narrative, and could not help but laugh. Perhaps it was his exceedingly high intelligence that contributed to his seemingly lethargic demeanor. Although he often appeared apathetic, Shikamaru was, in truth, a remarkably reliable individual. That guy always looks so laid back. Every time Aunt Yoshino tells him to go play with other kids, he claims they're too childish to engage with. Ino covered her mouth, giggling, though he's always forcibly sent out of the house by Aunt Yoshino. The two 4-year-old girls sat on the grass, engaging in conversation. Perhaps it was destiny. Despite this being their first encounter, their connection felt akin to that of long-lost friends. Yet Sakura did not feel any resistance to this bond. "Hey, what is that over there?" While they were chatting, Sakura suddenly turned her gaze toward the river, sensing a presence drifting toward them. This entity soul was undeniably not that of mere fish or shrimp. It seemed someone is floating down from upstream. Ino's eyes widened in alarm. "Are we about to encounter a corpse?" "It's not a corpse. I can feel that his soul is still alive." Sakura stood and dashed toward the riverbank. With the soul gem, she could manipulate and sense souls. Although her range was limited, she could distinctly perceive the presence drifting in the water. Upon reaching the riverbank and spotting the small, golden-haired figure floating in the water, Sakura lifted her right hand and a glimmer of crimson flashed in her emerald eyes as the power of the reality gem surged forth, an invisible force pulling the figure from the water. "Wait!" In that instant, an array of souls materialized around Sakura, leaving her bewildered. Among them, half radiated an aura of murderous intent, while the other half exuded a chilling stillness, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Uzumaki Naruto. However, as she placed the figure down and beheld his face, Sakura quickly comprehended the reason behind the surge of souls surrounding her. Are those the Umbu en route monitoring the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? The murderous souls likely belonged to the Umbu, under the command of the third Hokage, who executed various assassination missions, naturally harboring a deep-seated bloodlust. The others, steeped in an eerie stillness, must belong to Danzo's root, devoid of any emotional resonance. Yet, these individuals were truly going too far. While administering first aid to Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura couldn't help but shake her head in dismay, although she was perplexed as to how Naruto had ended up in such dire straits. It was utterly outrageous that none of the onlookers had come forth to assist him. The lack of compassion from the Root organization could be somewhat understood, but what of the Umbu? They, unlike Root, were not bound by such emotional detachment, yet they stood by, mere spectators, as Naruto teetered on the brink of drowning. This behavior was simply intolerable for Sakura, despite being the child of the fourth Hokage. The hero who sealed the tailed beast within himself, he was met with animosity from the very villagers he sought to protect. Growing up in such an environment, yet maintaining an unwaveringly bright spirit, it was no wonder that so many were moved by his words in the original narrative. Rather than attributing his persuasive powers solely to his eloquence, one could argue that it was his resolute heart that resonated with others. "Should we take him to the hospital?" Ino asked anxiously. "No need. It would be more effective for us to treat him ourselves," Sakura replied, shaking her head. Presently, the entire village of Konohagakure was labeling Naruto as a demon fox. And even if they were to transport him to the hospital, it was likely that the doctors and nurses would refuse to help him. "Why?" Ino inquired, baffled. However, upon Sakura pointing at Naruto's face, she quickly understood. As someone with a family legacy, Ino was not easily swayed by the superstitions surrounding the so-called demon fox transformation. If he were truly a demon fox, how could they stand there, unscathed, and accuse him? After a rather unprofessional attempt at resuscitation, complemented by Sakura discreetly utilizing the power of the reality stone, Naruto soon regained consciousness. "How do you feel?" Sakura asked, producing a handkerchief and offering it to him to wipe the water from his face. "Thank you for saving me," Naruto said softly as he accepted the handkerchief, lowering his head to dry his face, as if afraid of startling Sakura and Ino. "How did you end up in the river?" Ino queried, puzzled. "Well, I went to the riverbank to catch some fish, and one slip led to me being pulled into the water by a fish," Naruto explained, scratching his head sheepishly. The merchants of Konoha were reluctant to sell him food, leaving him no choice but to catch fish himself, but he never anticipated that it would nearly cost him his life. "What a fool," Sakura remarked, her heart aching as she observed Naruto's frail form. He was a boy, yet his physique was even more fragile than hers, revealing the harsh realities of his living conditions. If not for the powerful vitality of the Uzumaki clan, he might have succumbed long ago. "Ah, I'm sorry." Upon hearing Sakura's words, Naruto involuntarily shuddered, his once brilliant golden hair losing some of its luster. "Why apologize?" Sakura questioned, gently patting his damp hair. "I'm a demon fox. I must have frightened you." Naruto managed a strained smile, his azure eyes darting away, unable to meet Sakura's gaze. "You are no demon fox." Sakura reached out, lifting his chin to bring his gaze level with hers. "Look, those enchanting fox spirits are depicted as extremely alluring. If a fox spirit looked like you, it would surely be out of work." "Really? I'm not a demon fox?" Naruto asked hesitantly, his eyes glimmering with hope. "This is what a fox spirit looks like. Understand?" Sakura suddenly produced a piece of white paper adorned with numerous illustrations of characters with fox ears and tails. Each depiction was strikingly alluring and posed in captivating ways, their figures undeniably voluptuous. In that instant, Sakura sensed a significant shift in the emotions of the hidden umbu around them. Even those from Root exhibited signs of disturbance. "Indeed, I am nothing like that." Naruto, still innocent at his age, compared himself to the illustrations Sakura presented, his eyes lighting up with realization that he truly was not a demon fox. "Ah, Sakura, why do you carry such things?" Ino's face flushed as she, with a more mature mindset than Naruto's, found herself lost in thought upon seeing the illustrations. "Come on, Ino, they are just a few pictures. Is such a reaction really necessary?" Sakura feigned innocence. Most of the images were characters from anime or games she had seen in her past life. Although a few might have been from more risky genres, yet such a response seemed excessive. "But this," Ino stammered, her face still red. Cough. "In any case, Naruto, look, only those who truly embody the essence of a fox spirit can be called such. And you, lacking fox ears and a tail, cannot possibly be one." Sakura covered her mouth, clearing her throat, before tucking the paper away and discreetly using the reality stone to obliterate it, preferring that Naruto and Ino not dwell on it too much, lest they stray into inappropriate thoughts. "Is that so? Then I am not a demon fox. I am not a demon fox." Naruto suddenly embraced Sakura, tears streaming down his cheeks. As a child, he bore the weight of scorn and even personal attacks from the villagers of Konoha daily, leaving him feeling immensely repressed. However, Sakura's words shone like a beacon of light, illuminating his heart, marking this moment as one of the most memorable in his life. "Yes, you are Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha. Not a demon fox." Startled by the sudden embrace, Sakura was momentarily taken aback, but soon recovered and affectionately patted Naruto's head, saying, "From this day forth, I will be your friend. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sakura Haruno, but you may call me Sakura, and I am Ino Yamanaka. You can just call me Ino." Ino chimed in, also smiling as she introduced herself at "I am Naruto Uzumaki. You can call me Naruto." He wiped his tears, his face breaking into a radiant smile, akin to a small sun. Chapter 4. The legendary Akatsuki Ichiraku. As Naruto laughed joyously, his stomach betrayed him with an untimely growl. "Let's go. I'll treat you both." As a celebration of our newfound friendship, Sakura stood up, holding an umbrella. Though the Haruno family was not as affluent as the major clans, her parents owned a shop in Konoha, categorizing them as middle class. Due to Sakura's homebody tendencies, she had hardly ever touched her allowance, so treating Naruto and Ino to a meal was certainly feasible. "Minato, I am truly sorry." In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage puffed on a cigarette, watching the crystal ball that displayed the figures of Naruto and Sakura. Upon witnessing Naruto, smiling and introducing himself, the third couldn't help but sigh, the wrinkles on his forehead deepening. However, Naruto has made friends now with the daughter of the Yamanaka clan, and that girl named Sakura Haruno. In this regard, he resembles you quite a bit, reflecting on the once popular little son in the ninja academy. The third Hokage felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions. Minato Namikaze, his student, was also Jiraiya's apprentice, making him his grand student. Yet he lamented that he had failed to protect his student, and even more so, could not safeguard the only child of his beloved student. Sakura had a vague sense of the third Hokage's scrutiny. She was not surprised, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto was constantly monitored by a multitude of individuals, and any interactions he had would surely be reported promptly. She was aware of the crystal ball that allowed the third to surveil the entirety of Konoha, and she presumed that this vague sensation of being watched stemmed from that source. The Ichiraku Ramen Shop, as a frequently featured establishment in the world of Naruto, has been the subject of countless parodies by devoted fans, especially due to its owner with his squinty eyes, who has humorously been dubbed Tsutsuki Ichiraku. According to legend, Tsutsuki Ichiraku is the true mastermind behind the entire Naruto universe, wielding a mastery of noodle ninjutsu that rivals the yin-yang release of the Sage of Six Paths. Under the guise of a humble ramen shop owner, he remains close to the protagonists, delivering bowls of ramen infused with chakra to aid their training. It is said that during significant crises in Konoha, it is he who works behind the scenes to save the village from destruction. However, all of this is merely the whimsical fantasy of a group of Naruto enthusiasts. In reality, he is simply a ramen shop owner. As for why a mere mortal like him could survive the likes of Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan or Pain's almighty push, one might surmise that Ichiraku Ramen has invested in the Naruto production team. Uncle Ichiraku, I'm back. As soon as Naruto stepped through the door, he called out joyfully. Uncle Ichiraku and I were among the few in Konoha who did not harbor ill will towards him, and Naruto relished the opportunity to dine at Ichiraku Ramen. Although the prices were reasonable, Naruto, who primarily relied on his orphan stipend, could not afford to visit daily. Thus, he would come occasionally to indulge his taste buds, making each visit a source of great happiness. Uncle Ichiraku, what happened to your hand? Upon entering, the trio was met with the sight of Uncle Ichiraku's left hand meticulously wrapped in bandages. My father was experimenting with a new ramen flavor and accidentally cut himself while chopping vegetables. I am chided, casting a reproachful glance at Uncle Ichiraku. Honestly, at your age, you should know better than to push yourself with such speed. Resulting in this injury, I had a brief chat with Guy yesterday and got a bit carried away with his youthful fervor. Uncle Ichiraku replied sheepishly, admitting that he had been inspired by Guy's passionate slogans, leading him to slice vegetables at an unwarranted pace, ultimately injuring his hand. With your hand injured, does that mean there will be no ramen to eat? Naruto's expression instantly shifted to one of disappointment. Apologies, Naruto, but I'll need to wait until my hand heals to make ramen, Uncle Ichiraku said, a hint of regret in his voice. Uncle Ichiraku, may I borrow your kitchen for a moment? Sakura inquired, placing her oil paper umbrella by the door. Besides Ichiraku Ramen, the only other renowned dish in Konoha was grilled meat, which Sakura could not afford at the moment. Little girl, can you make ramen? Uncle Ichiraku asked in puzzlement. Finding it hard to believe that a 4-year-old could cook, that I can manage a bit, Sakura laughed, recalling her solitary past and her love for gourmet food, having not only tasted various delicacies, but also memorized numerous recipes. If it came to discussing food, she was confident that Chinese cuisine could hold its own against any other in the world. Dressed in a miniature chef's uniform specially retrieved by Uncle Ichiraku, complete with a chef's hat, Sakura felt like a professional chef. When it came to ramen, the most famous was undoubtedly Lanzhou ramen. Although she was unaware of the precise steps to make it, she was familiar with the basics of ordinary ramen preparation. With nimble hands, she pressed and kneaded the dough, skillfully pulling and slapping it as if crafting a work of art. The ramen gradually took shape. And thanks to the strength-enhancing gem, Sakura did not feel any strain. Her only challenge was the length of her arms, which made it difficult to produce enough ramen for a full bowl in one go. Here, let me make a little for you to try it out if you find it delicious. I'll continue. A bowl of ramen was placed before them as Sakura exhaled, her petite frame struggling to reach the counter. In the face of her 4-year-old stature, she had no choice but to utilize her reality gem to float up, reasoning that should any of the third Hokage's associates question her abilities, she could simply attribute it to a bloodline limit. Oh, okay. Uncle Ichiraku, taken aback by Sakura's series of actions, instinctively picked up his chopsticks and sampled a noodle. The springy texture and delightful chewiness were a revelation. Despite using Ichiraku ramen's ingredients, the unique preparation had yielded an entirely different flavor. While Ichiraka Ramen served noodles, the ramen they offered was more akin to instant noodles than the authentic Lantau ramen of Sakura's past life. Uncle Ichiraku, having dedicated his life to making ramen, could swear he had never tasted anything like this. How is it? How is it? Naruto watched Uncle Ichiraku with eager anticipation, salivating at the mere sight of the dish. And the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air only heightened his hunger. It's exquisite, entirely unlike any ramen I've ever encountered. Little girl, you've created a whole new type of ramen. Uncle Ichiraku's squinty eyes widened with excitement, fixating intently on Sakura. You have a remarkable talent. Why not learn to make ramen with me? Sakura shook her head decisively. While I love gourmet food, I don't wish to be a professional chef. It sounds exhausting. Oh, is that so? What a pity. Uncle Ichiraku lamented, his heart aching at the thought of losing such a promising culinary talent. However, while I don't want to be a dedicated chef, I would be happy to discuss culinary techniques with you in my spare time. Sakura's words reinvigorated Uncle Ichiraku's spirits. Really? As a lifelong connoisseur of food, Uncle Ichiraku felt a surge of excitement. Absolutely. I know many recipes for dishes that differ from what we currently eat. We could collaborate. One day, I want our restaurant to be renowned throughout the ninja world, Sakura declared passionately, aware that with her knowledge of recipes, Uncle Ichiraku could recreate them. And with her parents, and I am managing the shop, Uncle Ichiraku could focus on culinary research and training apprentices. One day, she aspired to spread the culinary delights of her past life across the world. Yes, one day, our cuisine will be celebrated throughout the ninja world. We shall be the ones to transform the culinary landscape. Uncle Ichiraku's eyes sparkled with ambition, for someone devoted to the pursuit of culinary excellence. This was nothing short of a supreme honor, I say. Weren't we here to eat? Why have we suddenly become so enthusiastic? Ino remarked, slightly embarrassed, covering her forehead with a pained expression. Chapter 5. The third Hokage's firm stance. Excuse me. May I have a portion of ramen? Just as Sakura finally finished preparing the ramen and set on the table, an aged voice echoed from outside Ichiraku Ramen. Lord Third? Uncle Ichiraku stood in astonishment, bewildered by the presence of the third Hokage in his humble establishment. Now that I'm here, can I really refuse? Sakura rolled her eyes, fully aware that the third had been watching them through his crystal ball. Yet she was taken aback that he would come over to mooch a meal at this moment. Aha! The third Hokage chuckled awkwardly, sensing Sakura's apparent disdain for him. How troublesome. Behind the third, a masked ninja with striking silver hair strode in unceremoniously, taking a seat at the table without a hint of politeness. Kakashi Hitaki. Upon catching her first glimpse of him, Sakura immediately recognized his identity. In the entirety of Konoha, the only individual with silver-white hair, a mask adorning his face, and his left eye obscured by a forehead protector, could only be Kakashi Hitaki. However, the aura emanating from Kakashi at that moment caused Sakura's brow to furrow. It was one of desolation and indifference, a profound darkness engulfing his spirit, reminiscent not of the third Hokage's Anbu, but rather akin to the oppressive presence of Danzo's root, reflecting on Kakashi's past. Sakura felt a sense of understanding at this juncture. Kakashi was still mired in the shadows cast by the demise of all his comrades and mentors. Particularly haunting was the memory of Obito, who had sacrificed himself to save Kakashi, while Rin, entrusted to his protection by Obito, had met her tragic end at his own hands. That it was a miracle he had not succumbed to despair. As Kakashi fixed her with his lifeless gaze, Sakura sighed in resignation and turned back to her task of preparing ramen. Was this a bloodline limit? Observing Sakura suspended in midair, the third Hokage felt a flicker of confusion. The ninja world was replete with bizarre bloodline limits, yet their activation invariably required chakra, and Sakura, being merely a 4-year-old child, had not yet undergone chakra training. How could she possibly manifest a bloodline limit? Nonetheless, this thought flitted through his mind and vanished. Sakura's parents were native residents of Konoha, eliminating the possibility of espionage. Perhaps this was merely an unconventional bloodline limit. Naruto eagerly devoured his ramen, and the third Hokage, seated beside him, felt a pang of melancholy as he thought of his 3 disciples. either defectors or those who had left Konoha, unwilling to return. The only descendant left by his students was living in such hardship. As the third Hokage reflected on his perceived inadequacies in his role, he suddenly posed a question to Naruto. So, Naruto, what is your dream? Huh. A dream. Naruto's eyes widened as he regarded the elderly man, who occasionally brought him food and orphan donations. After a moment's contemplation, he queried, "What is a dream?" "It's something you desperately wish to accomplish." The third Hokage replied, "Something I want to accomplish." Naruto paused, resting his chin on his hand thoughtfully. "I want to protect Sakura, Ino, Uncle Ichiraku, and Sister Ayam, and I want to have enough to eat every day. Also, I want everyone to acknowledge me and stop calling me the Nine-Tails, to protect his friends and seek recognition." In a fleeting moment, the third Hokage was reminded of Minato Namikaze, sharing similar golden hair, azure eyes, and a remarkably akin sunny smile. However, upon hearing Naruto's second wish, he felt a deep sorrow, reflecting on the untimely demise of Minato. A complex whirlwind of emotions surged within him. Then, "Naruto, do you aspire to become Hokage?" The third Hokage inquired. "What is Hokage?" Naruto asked, his confusion evident. "Hokage is the guardian of Konoha." The third Hokage smiled. "Every Hokage is greatly cherished by the villagers. If I become Hokage, will everyone acknowledge me?" Naruto asked with hopeful anticipation. "Yes. Then I must become Hokage," Naruto declared loudly, raising his hand. Having been disliked by those around him since childhood, he yearned desperately for acceptance. It was the deepest obsession within his heart. Becoming Hokage does not guarantee recognition, Sakura interjected, turning to face Naruto. "Only those who are acknowledged by everyone can become Hokage." "Huh. What's the difference?" Naruto's head was filled with questions. He was far from grasping the meaning of her words. Yet, the third Hokage's eyes sparkled with insight. That is the will of fire. After their meal, everyone returned to their homes. The third Hokage had just escorted Kakashi back to the Hokage office when he encountered a familiar figure approaching him. "Tuanzong, Rijan, I've heard that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has been in contact with strangers." Tuanzong leaned on his cane, his expression dark, as someone who advocated for turning Jinchuriki into emotionless weapons. He was deeply disinclined to see Naruto forge friendships. He would even relish the idea of Naruto going on a rampage in Konoha, providing him with a legitimate reason to pursue his agenda. "I have my own plans for this matter," the third Hokage replied, wishing to avoid further discourse with Tuanzong, whose outlook was excessively grim. Anyone who comes into contact with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki must be apprehended to prevent them from being swayed by foreign spies." Tuanzong huffed, a murderous intent glimmering in his lone visible eye. "Enough, Tuanzong, that I will handle this matter myself. You need not interfere with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." The third Hokage was resolute in ensuring that Tuanzong did not act against Naruto, especially when reminded of Naruto's smile, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Minato's. "Rijan, you are far too indecisive. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is a weapon of war that must be controlled," Tuanzong argued from the shadows. "I am the Hokage." The third Hokage interrupted Tuanzong decisively. "Tuanzong, focus on your responsibilities. Do not meddle in matters that do not concern you." Tuanzong huffed in frustration, ultimately turning to leave. However, the lingering murderous intent in his gaze betrayed his true feelings. "Minato, Kushina, rest assured that I will protect Naruto." The third Hokage stood by the window, gazing at the likeness of Minato carved in the Hokage rock. His aura seemingly rejuvenated, reminiscent of the days when he was hailed as the ninja hero. Chapter 6. The Hidden Cloud Village Kidnapping Incident. Speaking of which, why must I engage in such endeavors? This weather is far more suited for basking in the sun and napping. In the bustling Ichiraku ramen shop, a boy with a pineapple hairstyle wore a dejected expression, listlessly stating his grievances. Recently, the ramen shop had been thriving with customers. However, Uncle Ichiraku's newly trained apprentices were still novices in the culinary arts, leaving Uncle Ichiraku to shoulder the primary cooking responsibilities, with the influx of patrons overwhelming even the assistance of Ayam and Naruto. It was only natural for them to enlist help. Since you have nothing better to do, why not come and lend a hand? If you're not afraid of being scolded by Niji, you could sneak off to sunbathe. Ino chuckled quietly. Shikamaru, already exhibiting signs of the lethargy that would characterize his future, grumbled in reluctant compliance, realizing that he had little choice but to continue his duties as a server. Don't complain too much. Uncle Ichiraku offers us generous compensation, and we get to sample Sakura's culinary creations. What more could you want? Ino pointedly remarked, exasperated by his lackadaisical attitude. Indeed, Shikamaru, Uncle Ichiraku's remuneration is substantial. And most importantly, we get to indulge in delicious food, Chuji exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Recently, Ichiraku Ramen had introduced an array of new ramen dishes and various delicacies that had captivated the entire village, necessitating reservations well in advance. Now, they merely had to perform some server duties to enjoy complimentary tastings, a privilege that would incite envy among many. Absolutely. The dishes from Uncle Ichiraku's establishment are not only delightful to us, but also beloved by the ninja hounds. Ever since my mother took Akamaru to try them, he has been raving about it for days, Kiba stated, carrying a platter alongside the rather inconspicuous Shino. Speaking of which, Uncle Ichiraku, does this count as employing child labor? Sakura mused, floating gracefully in midair with a long sword beneath her feet. Finding mere levitation unsatisfactory, she conjured a sword from her reality gem, indulging in a display of sword flying reminiscent of the magical blade from her previous life's drama. Chinese Paladin 3, albeit scaled down to suit her current form. Well, weren't they all brought here by you, Sakura? Uncle Ichiraku replied with a smile, feigning innocence. Indeed, those with slanted eyes are truly remarkable. The seemingly unassuming Uncle Ichiraku displayed a mastery of deflection. And with such finesse, Sakura quietly began to voice her grievances in her heart. Ever since she had a discussion with Uncle Ichiraku about future developments a month ago, both parties had entered a state of busyness. Uncle Ichiraku managed to persuade his parents, who then took responsibility for expanding the Ichiraku ramen shop scale. Meanwhile, Sakura took on the role of a teacher, guiding Uncle Ichiraku in recreating the famous delicacies from her past life. It became evident that delicious food is universally beloved, as the newly reopened Ichiraku ramen shop now faced overwhelming patronage each day. Many customers had to make reservations in advance to secure a seat. Consequently, Uncle Ichiraku had begun preparations to open a branch, and the new apprentices he had taken in were meant to assist with this expansion. As for Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Inazuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Ino. They had been invited by Ino to experience life at the ramen shop while earning a little extra money. Except for Nara Shikamaru, who always appeared lethargic, the other children were particularly delighted to work at Ichiraku Ramen. For those hailing from prominent families, the amount of compensation was of little significance. The real joy stemmed from being a server and having the privilege to taste a variety of new culinary creations before any of the customers. Due to his unique status, Naruto had no choice but to remain in the kitchen, assisting Sakura in her culinary endeavors. After an entire day of toil, as the shop closed its doors, the children were thoroughly exhausted. However, after indulging in a delicious meal, their spirits were instantly revived. Each person returned home, but Sakura, having stayed behind to discuss the branch plans with Uncle Ichiraku and others, was the last to leave. Her father, Haruno Shoyuta, and her mother, Haruno Mabuki, had already returned home to prepare hot water, ensuring that Sakura could wash up and rest immediately upon her arrival. It seemed that nurturing chefs was an inevitable path. Sitting cross-legged upon her magic sword, Sakura rubbed her shoulders, not wishing to remain a mere chef for her entire life. It was far more appropriate to be a behind-the-scenes capitalist. Just then, a wave of malicious spiritual energy entered her perception. That direction seemed to belong to the Hyuga clan, didn't it? Furrowing her brow, Sakura felt as though she had forgotten something important, yet the malevolent spiritual energy made her hesitate about whether to investigate further. What could possibly be happening within the Hyuga clan at this moment? As she pondered, Sakura maneuvered her magic sword toward that location. Her curiosity was simply insatiable. It was only when the several strands of malicious spiritual energy began to shift that the realization struck her. The Hyuga clan, in the matter of Hinata's abduction, recalling the recent news of a delegation from the land of Lightning's Cloud Village arriving to sign a peace treaty, Sakura suddenly understood that the original narrative. Young Hinata had indeed been abducted by a delegation from Cloud Village, and when discovered, Cloud Village had turned the tables, compelling the third Hokage to yield under the guise of war. Subsequently, Hinata, his father, Hyuga Hizashi, chose to take his own life to protect his brother. Cloud Village, this time, I absolutely cannot allow you to succeed. Having lived in Konoha for 4 years, Sakura had naturally developed a deep affection for the place. Moreover, this incident could be considered the root of Hyuga Niji's tragedy, that if Hyuga Hizashi had not died, Niji likely would not have become the type of person who constantly spoke of fate. In Sakura's perception, those strands of malicious spiritual energy were rapidly making their way outside Konoha Village, and among them was a small, slumbering soul, imbued with kindness. This innocent spirit allowed Sakura to immediately confirm her suspicions. Chapter 7. The Cloud Village Abduction Incident. Quickening her pace, she thought, I must retrieve the target before the people of Konoha become aware of what is happening. The leader of the Cloud Village delegation, burdened with a cloth bag, spoke in a low voice, hastening his steps. If the Hyuga clan discovers their precious lady is missing, they would unleash their Byakugan, and escape would become impossible. Yes, 3 subordinates responded in unison, quickly keeping pace with their leader. They had prepared for sacrifice upon receiving this mission, but if they could survive, who would willingly seek death? Approaching. The Konoha barrier was now within sight. Once they stepped beyond it, Konoha would be unable to pursue them. Just as the leader, Izumi Saburo, envisioned returning to Cloud Village with the Hyuga clan's lady in tow, basking in the admiration of his villagers and the commendation of the Raikage, a voice suddenly plunged him into icy despair. That I say, if it's not too much trouble, would you kindly put the girl down? To think such a lovely little girl is being stuffed into a sack. You truly lack compassion. Sakura stood upon her magic sword, an oil paper umbrella in her left hand, observing the tightly bundled figures with an expressionless face. Upon sensing that Hinata was merely unconscious within the bag, she exhaled in relief. It was just a child. Izumi Saburo focused intently, feeling a surge of relief, yet his earlier fright gave rise to a wave of murderous intent. What a pity such a delightful little child should be tucked away in bed at night. Yet here she is wandering about. It is truly hard to bring myself to harm you. However, since you've stumbled upon us, I must regrettably ask you to die, fearing the delay would lead to discovery. Izumi Saburo tossed the bag to his subordinates and drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, dashing toward Sakura with the speed of lightning. A seasoned jonin, Izumi Saburo harbored no thoughts of mercy. After all, a child was merely a child. He had slain many, and killing one more posed no psychological burden. What a nuisance. Sakura sighed slightly in the face of Izumi Saburo's charge, with a thought. Her magic sword shot straight toward him, but her intention was not to engage directly. Rather, she aimed to rescue Hinata, first at a bloodline limit that allows flight, or perhaps one that manipulates metal. No matter. Die. Izumi Saburo's eyes gleamed with cruelty, and a perverse satisfaction welled up within him at the thought of Sakura meeting her demise at his hands. In that crucial moment, just before their collision, a flash of blue light abruptly appeared in Sakura's eyes, a fleeting brilliance unnoticed by anyone. Yet, Izumi Saburo's face was now filled with astonishment. She dodged. The kunai passed through Sakura's form. Years of combat experience told Izumi Saburo that he had not struck a real entity, but rather a mere afterimage. Quickly, take the target and leave. Her goal is to save that girl. Seeing Sakura soaring toward his back, Izumi Saburo instantly understood her intentions. He shouted his 3 subordinates while swiftly pivoting to charge at Sakura again. His kunai now enveloped in a layer of lightning chakra. Having learned from the previous encounter, he no longer underestimated her. The 3 subordinates who accompanied Izumi Saburo were all chunin. Upon hearing his command, they reacted swiftly. One grabbed the bag and attempted to flee, while the other 2 prepared to assist Izumi Saburo in eliminating Sakura. They had learned early on that vigilance against any enemy was paramount. Even if the opponent was merely a young girl, this lesson was etched in the blood of countless predecessors who had perished on the battlefields of the shinobi world. You truly are a nuisance. Noticing the 3 individuals encircling her in a triangular formation, Sakura furrowed her brow that if they managed to hold her back, Hinata would undoubtedly be taken away. The speed of a ninja was formidable. And considering they were on the outskirts of Konoha, it would only take a moment for the one carrying Hinata to escape the barrier's reach. However, while their plan was commendable, they had overlooked one crucial detail. Sakura suddenly smiled, her pink hair shining radiantly under the moonlight. That is, I can fly. Upon the utterance of Sakura's words, Izumi Saburo and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, ninjas are capable of feats that seem utterly inconceivable to ordinary individuals. However, when it comes to flight, there are hardly any within the ninja world, save for Inoki of the Iwagakure, who possess such an ability. Despair, a term that encapsulates the sentiments of Izumi Saburo and his team perfectly, felt akin to being on a battlefield armed with cold steel, where one side suddenly discards their weapons to wield a laser cannon against the enemy, in the face of such an extraordinary display. The only response left was to succumb to despair and perhaps mutter a few profanities in the depths of their hearts. Damn it, we must leave the confines of Konoha at full speed. As long as we escape the barrier, victory will be ours, Izumi Saburo shouted, aware that the crux of the matter hinged on whether his subordinates could swiftly transport the target beyond the barrier. If they could establish contact with their allies outside, their mission would be deemed a success. Still thinking of fleeing? You do not presume I can only fly, do you? Sakura arched an eyebrow, holding an umbrella in her left hand while extending her right towards the fleeing ninja from Kyomobikure. A crimson glow flickering in her pupils. In reality, the ground beneath the feet of the Kyomobikure ninja trembled, and a layer of rock erupted from the earth, securing their feet in place in the blink of an eye. Who the hell is this person? Izumi Saburo and the others rushed over, aligning themselves beside the Chunin, their eyes ablaze with fury. Their meticulously crafted plan lay in ruins, and it was only a matter of time before Konoha discovered that the heiress of the Hyuga clan had gone missing. Hand over the girl, and I may spare your lives. Otherwise, you shall all remain here. Sakura stepped forward, her verdant gaze betraying no hint of emotion. Yet it was precisely this lack of sentiment that instilled fear in the hearts of Izumi Saburo and his companions. Damn it, since the plan has failed, we shall proceed with plan B. Izumi Saburo's gaze sharpened as unrest began to stir within Konoha. It was evident their actions had been discovered, and with Sakura blocking their path. Escape was not an immediate option. A resolute determination flickered in their eyes as Izumi Saburo drew a kunai, aiming it towards the sack containing Hinata. The so-called plan B had been devised precisely for such situations. Should they fail to extract the target, they would resort to eliminating her. The death of the Hyuga heiress would certainly create turmoil for Konoha. You seek death, do you? Bagua, void palm. A voice filled with rage erupted. And the ensuing Bagua void palm struck Izumi Saburo with tremendous force, propelling him away and shattering the trees in his wake. Ugh! Izumi Saburo spat a mouthful of blood, despite Kyumogakure's proficiency in taijutsu and robust physical capabilities. Being caught off guard by a single Bagua void palm had left him grievously injured. How dare you abduct my daughter? Hyuga Hayashi, flanked by dozens of Hyuga ninjas, encircled Izumi Saburo and his group, his Byakugan ablaze with fury. While other ninja villages coveted the Byakugan, such an audacious assault on the Hyuga heiress within Konoha's territory had never been witnessed before. Release Hinata immediately, and I may grant you mercy. Lightning release. False darkness, Izumi Saburo retorted, his hands forming seals as lightning chakra surged towards Hyuga Hizashi. In a desperate struggle, Hayashi evaded the lightning strike, but Izumi Saburo's true intention was never to confront him with lightning release. It was merely a ruse to divert Hayashi's attention. Hinata, as Hayashi and the surrounding Hyuga clan members employed the body flicker technique to rescue Hinata, Izumi Saburo and his cohorts, driven by a resolve to face death. Pressed on in that critical moment, the three Chunin holding Hinata drew kunai to her throat. The body flicker technique, no matter how swift, required a fraction of a second for reaction, yet the kunai was perilously close to Hinata's neck. Leaving no time to spare, Hayashi's eyes widened in horror, longing to reach Hinata's side to shield her from the lethal blow. In the end, we prevail. Izumi Saburo laughed maniacally, believing that with a mere exertion of effort, his subordinates could claim the life of the Hyuga heiress. thus ensuring the success of their subsequent plans. However, in the next heartbeat, his laughter was abruptly silenced, and Hizashi and his comrades halted in their tracks. A small hand grasped the kunai poised to pierce Hinata, rendering the wielder powerless to continue their assault. The blade was but a hair's breadth from Hinata's throat, yet this minuscule distance now felt as insurmountable as the vast expanse of the ocean. Yield now! Sakura appeared beside Hinata, having teleported with the space stone to seize the kunai. A faint golden glow flickered in her eyes, and the kunai's owner, who had been struggling, abruptly collapsed to the ground. Unconscious. Lightning release. Earth walk, you shall all perish. Izumi Saburo's frantic cry echoed as a surge of electricity spread from beneath his feet, hurtling toward Sakura and Hinata, just when Hayashi's heart began to settle. It leaped into his throat once more. Desperate thrashing. Is it? Lightning release, have it back. Sakura retracted her oil paper umbrella, placing it atop her magic sword. With one hand supporting Hinata, she extended the other, a swirl of purple energy coiling within her palm. As Izumi Saburo's lightning neared her, it was immediately absorbed by the purple energy, which then surged forth, a combination of purple and blue lightning chakra, racing towards Izumi Saburo. Impossible! Izumi Saburo's eyes widened in disbelief. However, the enhanced lightning release had reached its peak velocity. As the thought of evasion crossed his mind, the blue-purple lightning was already before him. The reinforced lightning release struck Izumi Saburo, eliciting a pained scream. And as the lightning dissipated, the severely injured Izumi Saburo was met with yet another onslaught. Bagua. 2 palms for palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Witnessing his daughter face peril once more ignited a primal rage within Hyuga Hayashi. A relentless barrage of bagua palms sent Izumi Saburo into the air, his body suspended as he endured the full brunt of the attack. That be why the time Hayashi withdrew his palms, Izumi Saburo lay lifeless on the ground. Yet a perplexing smile of triumph lingered on his face. This is bad. I acted impulsively. Hayashi's expression shifted as regret washed over him. Izumi Saburo had been dispatched from Kumogakure to negotiate a peace treaty. Yet now he lay dead beneath the might of the Hyuga clan's bagua techniques. It was painfully clear that Kumogakure would seize this opportunity to incite trouble. Father! Awakening from the effects of the sedative, Hinata found herself in the forest, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Hinata hurt. You weren't frightened, were you? Father is here. You need not fear. Hayashi, who had maintained a stern countenance, transformed into a doting father in an instant. Rushing to Hinata's side, his hands clasped around hers as he began to inquire about her well-being. Daughter complex. The term flashed through Sakura's mind as she observed Hayashi's behavior. He now appeared to embody the very essence of a doting father, devoid of the disappointment depicted in the original narrative. Yet considering the circumstances, it was only natural. The current Hayashi had not yet faced the loss that would drive him to despair, and Hinata was merely 4 years old, uninvolved in training and thus untested by the harsh realities that would later befall her. Nevertheless, Hayashi's transformation into a devoted father left Sakura somewhat taken aback. In the dead of night, a gathering convened in the office of the third Hokage. The third Hokage, seated behind his desk, puffed on a cigarette as Hayashi, Sakura, and Hinata stood before him. It seems that Kumgakure's delegation has come not only for the peace treaty, but also for the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. The third Hokage remarked, his expression tinged with gravity. Present. The most troublesome issue is that they ostensibly came to sign a peace agreement, only to inexplicably perish beneath the gentle palm of the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams. Given the temperament of the cloud-hidden village, they are sure to seize this opportunity to incite trouble. Should a war erupt, the Hyuga clan would wholeheartedly support Lord Hokage. Hyuga Hayashi's face was cold as he contemplated the potential psychological scars that Hinata might endure. He could hardly suppress the urge to drag Izumi Saburo and his companions out and punish them. The Third Shinobi World War had only recently concluded, and the thought of another conflict filled the third Hokage with a profound headache, ultimately leading him to dismiss the matter for the time being. This issue shall remain as it is for now. Future developments will depend on the attitude of the cloud-hidden village. Well then, we shall take our leave. Third Hokage Sakura, seated upon the magic sword, dozed off intermittently, while beside her Hinata, equally perched on the magic sword, gazed in wonder at their flight. Sakura, you did remarkably well this time. Had you not discovered their intentions in time and detained them, they might have truly abducted someone. A smile graced the third Hokage's face. The bloodline limits hold great significance in every ninja village. And the Byakugan, being transplantable, is of even greater import. No one wishes for the enemy village to acquire such a powerful bloodline. Hizashi, you should return as well. I will convene the elders to discuss the subsequent matters and will inform you later. Understood, Hizashi Hyuga replied, turning to Hinata with a face full of affection. Hinata, let us return home together. Tomorrow, Father will take you to visit Sister Sakura. Shall we? Yes, goodbye, Sister Sakura. Hinata softly bid farewell to Sakura, who was then led away by Hizashi. Witnessing this, Sakura said her goodbyes to the third Hokage before controlling the magic sword to soar out the window. The sight drew a chuckle from the third Hokage, who couldn't help but recall Jiraiya, his pupil who had a penchant for leaping through windows. Chapter 9. Let us work and repay our debts, young man. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Ikaraku Ramen was bustling with patrons. Whether it was Ino and her friends or the newly hired waitstaff, everyone was busy to the point of exhaustion. When Hizashi Hyuga arrived with Hinata in tow, he was slightly taken aback. As the head of the Hyuga clan, he had countless responsibilities and had not kept abreast of the changes at Ikaraku Ramen. Sister Sakura, I have arrived. Just as Sakura, pulled out of the kitchen by Ino, stepped outside, she heard Hinata's cheerful call. Greetings, clan head Hizashi. Sakura first acknowledged Hizashi before taking Hinata by the hand and seating her beside her. I am truly grateful for what transpired yesterday. Hayashi's expression hardened as he observed Hinata's closeness to Sakura, feeling a jealousy that was nearly palpable. His own daughter had never shown him such affection. Why was Hinata so intimate with someone she had only met once? Clan head Hizashi, there is no need for such formality. We are all from Konoha, and it is my duty to assist. Sakura coughed lightly, finding Hayashi's sorrowful expression hard to bear as it struck her as rather incongruous. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude to Ms. Haruno for her timely assistance, should there be any need in the future. The Hyuga clan shall undoubtedly lend our full support. Hizashi made a solemn promise, his gaze shadowed by a hint of apprehension. Had Sakura not intervened promptly, there was a substantial possibility that Izumi Saburo and his companions would have successfully abducted Hinata. And even if they had not, her life would have been gravely endangered. Clan head Hizashi, there is no need to be so serious. Hinata and I are friends now. When a friend is in danger, it is only natural to help. Sakura placed the snacks that Ino had brought onto the table and offered a piece to Hinata that you've only met once. How can you be friends already? Moreover, why is Hinata so close to you? She hardly ever smiles at me. Hayashi's heart brimmed with jealousy as he watched Hinata blissfully savoring the treat Sakura had offered her. Are you curious about why Hinata and I have formed such a bond? Sakura lifted her teacup and sipped, striving not to meet Hayashi's envious gaze. Hizashi remained silent, yet his eyes unmistakably conveyed his thoughts. Sometimes, fate is a curious thing. Just as I became fast friends with Ino and Naruto upon our first meeting, so too did Shikamaru and the others become close friends despite being strangers beforehand. It is simply the wonder of destiny. Sakura smiled, then added, of course, aside from destiny, there's the matter of attitude. I am open-hearted and willing to befriend them, and they can sense that. However, clan head Hizashi, you are exceedingly stern. With your perpetually serious demeanor, how could Hinata possibly dare to jest and play with you? Am I truly that stern? Hizashi pondered, realizing that perhaps he indeed was the head of the Hyuga clan. He felt compelled to maintain a composed demeanor. He had become so accustomed to this expression when interacting with others in the clan that even when he felt joy in Hinata's presence, his face unconsciously bore a stern look. Moreover, the overall atmosphere of the Hyuga clan was quite formal, and he seldom engaged Hinata in light-hearted conversation or played it. Was no wonder that Hinata always appeared somewhat anxious around him. Clan head Hizashi, you might consider observing how other parents in Konoha interact with their children. Perhaps you will discover a solution, Sakura suggested, sensing Hayashi's affectionate feelings toward Hinata. However, Hayashi's serious countenance was too daunting for a young child to comfortably accept. I shall take that into consideration. Hayashi mused, contemplating a covert excursion to observe the interactions of other families. At that moment, an Umbu operative clad in a mask suddenly appeared, interrupting Hayashi's thoughts. Clan head Hizashi. Lord Hokage requests your presence. Having delivered his message, the Umbu vanished in an instant. He was merely a messenger, with no further involvement in the matter. Hayashi furrowed his brow, recognizing that they likely intended to discuss the events of the previous night. Miss Haruno, I leave Hinata in your care. I must make my way to the Hokage's office. Rest assured, clan head Hayashi, I will take good care of Hinata. Sakura was eager for Hayashi to depart, as conversing with such a stern individual placed considerable pressure on her. Once Hayashi had left, Sakura promptly led Hinata toward the kitchen. Hinata's somewhat introverted nature made her ill-suited for waitstaff duties. Instead, assisting in the kitchen with the preparation of pastries was a far better fit for her quiet demeanor. On the streets of Konoha, a young boy with a fan emblem on his back walked with a disgruntled expression. His brother had once again broken his promise to play with him, leaving him quite upset. Approaching Ikaraka Ramen, feeling a bit hungry, the young boy entered without a second thought. After glancing at the menu, he ordered a bowl of tomato egg noodles and continued to sulk in silence. Someone dining and dashing. And it's a child from the Uchiha clan no less. Upon receiving Ino's notification, Sakura was puzzled. The Uchiha clan was affluent. How could they possibly resort to such disgraceful behavior? Even the orphaned Obito Uchiha in the original story had never lacked for money. She could believe that ordinary people might attempt to dine and dash. But the Uchiha, with their prideful nature, would be unlikely to engage in such a shameful act. When Sakura emerged from the kitchen and spotted the young boy apprehended for skipping out on his bill, she nearly burst into laughter. Uchiha Sasuke? Reflecting on the original narrative, which depicted a solitary boy burdened by vengeance, and now witnessing this tomato-faced child, Sakura felt an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily. Was this a particularly embarrassing chapter in Sasuke's history? Why, you know me. Sasuke's face flushed in even deeper shade of red. The embarrassment of being caught dining and dashing was already overwhelming, but the realization that someone recognized him only added to his mortification, leaving him feeling as though his entire life had turned bleak. Perhaps Sakura observed the bustling figures of Shikamaru and others within the shop, suddenly struck by an excellent idea. Gathering their cohort of 9 to work together could be quite advantageous. Could you send someone with me to the Uchiha clan's compound? I need to retrieve some money. For reasons unknown, Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine, as though something ominous was on the horizon. There's no rush. Let us sit down and have a proper discussion first. Sakura's lips curled into a subtle smile. After much anticipation, she had finally encountered this opportunity. You collided into me, and now you wish to depart so easily? Chapter 10. Work to repay your debts, young man. In other words, you ran away in a fit of anger because your brother stood you up and eloped with Uchiha Shisui, yet you forgot to bring any money. Correct? After Sakura's persistent inquiries, Sasuke hesitantly revealed the truth of the matter. My brother did not elope with Shisui. Upon hearing Sakura utter the term elopement, Sasuke, who harbored intense brotherly devotion, instantly became irate. Then why did he abandon you? His brother, to leave with someone else? Sakura deftly shifted the narrative, attempting to alter Sasuke's perspective to further her own plans that if he weren't enticed by someone else, do you truly believe he would willingly forsake his adorable little brother? He simply has a mission, Sasuke stammered in defense. But as he recalled the increasing frequency with which his brother had stood him up lately, alarm bells rang in his mind. Could it be that his brother was genuinely seduced away by Shisui? However, as far as I know, ninjas must accept missions in advance, and your brother does not seem to belong to the Umbu or elite Jonin ranks. How could he consistently receive urgent assignments? Sakura diligently worked to steer Sasuke's thoughts. Thus, your brother has indeed been lured away by an outside vixen. If this persists, one day he will completely abandon you, no longer paying you any mind. Impossible! My brother would never ignore me. Sasuke's eyes brimmed with tears, his mind spiraling into a cycle of despair regarding his brother being taken away and not loving him. Don't panic. Do you wish to win your brother's heart back? Sakura lifted her teacup for a sip, yet inwardly, she chuckled, realizing her plan was on the verge of fruition. Is that truly possible? Sasuke's eyes sparkled, akin to a drowning person grasping a lifeline. That it's simple. As long as you follow my method, I assure you your brother will change his mind. Sakura's smile widened, yet for some reason, Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine. Put this on. You will first serve as a welcoming attendant in the store, not a mere greeter, but a charming host, and repay your debts. Sakura produced a pink cat ear accessory and handed it over, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Oh, I really have to wear this. Sasuke's expression was conflicted, despite his youth. He felt such adornments were more suited for girls. Exactly. What you just consumed was a specially made tomato egg noodle, the only one of its kind in the world, and quite expensive, so you certainly cannot work like everyone else to repay your debt. Sakura spoke the falsehood with a straight face. Your task is simply to don this cat ear accessory and stand at the entrance, greeting guests with a smile and a warm welcome at the end of the day. I will reveal to you how to win your brother back. All right, thoughts of his brother invigorated Sasuke, who eagerly accepted the cat ear accessory and dashed to the store entrance, commencing his duties. How utterly adorable. Ino's eyes sparkled with hearts as she gazed at Sasuke, blushing and wearing the cat ears, murmuring to herself. Click! The sound of a camera shutter was heard, and Sakura set down her camera with a smile. This photograph held significant sentimental value. The young Sasuke, untainted by the coldness and solitude that would follow the Uchiha massacre, appeared particularly bashful. With this picture, how could he possibly maintain his icy demeanor in the future? Naruto, come with me. Sakura called out to the summoned Naruto, sprinting away. She needed to create an outfit to execute her forthcoming plan to the clothing store in Konoha village. Sakura began sketching her desired garment, piquing the curiosity of the shop owner. Little girl, what you wish to create isn't cheap. The shop owner cautioned, noting that the materials described by Sakura were quite costly. Surely, 2 4-year-olds wouldn't have such funds. Worry not, shopkeeper. We have ample money, Sakura declared, placing a stack of cash on the table. With Ichiraka Ramen's booming business, this amount was trivial for her, as long as you can complete everything I want before sunset. I will pay double the wages. Very well. The shop owner agreed without hesitation, confident that the task could be completed before sunset with a little extra effort. The shop owner and staff began to bustle about, while Sakura and Naruto, as privileged clients, were invited to sit aside and wait. Naruto, have you encountered some trouble? Why do you look so glum? Noticing Naruto's downcast demeanor, Sakura inquired with concern. I'm fine. Naruto replied with a foolish grin and scratched his head, as if his earlier expression had been a mere facade. Your smile is too forced. Sakura bluntly exposed Naruto's feigned cheerfulness. Come now, confess the truth. Do not think you could deceive me. It's nothing really. I just feel that Sakura seems particularly concerned about that guy named Uchiha Sasuke. A hint of worry flickered in Naruto's eyes. Having struggled to make friends, he cherished his newfound camaraderie with Sakura and the others. But Sasuke's sudden appearance made him feel as though his friend's attention had shifted away from him. Do not fret. Sakura suddenly realized that Naruto was feeling a twinge of jealousy, coupled with the fear of losing the friendship he had fought so hard to attain. Regardless of how many new friends we may acquire in the future, you will always be you. There is only one Naruto Uzumaki, and that will never change, so do not wear such a sorrowful expression. Your place in my heart is irreplaceable. Really? Naruto asked, astonished. Of course. Be confident. You are Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura chuckled helplessly, playfully tapping Naruto's forehead. How to put it? The enmity between Indra and Ashura truly runs deep. When Shikamaru and the others appeared, Naruto had not felt any worry. Yet now, with Sasuke's mere presence, he was on the verge of a meltdown. Truly, it is a legendary romance entangled through 3 lifetimes. Naruto began to grin foolishly again. Since meeting Sakura, he felt as though the world had transformed into a brighter place. With peers who did not disdain him, and the amiable Tsuchi and others, he no longer worried about going hungry. Even while helping in the kitchen, the apprentice chefs did not exhibit any disdain towards him. All of this made him feel as if he were living in a dream. Chapter 11. Brothers or rival welcome. Today, nearly every patron visiting Ichiraku Ramen felt as though they were experiencing an illusion. The bashful little boy standing at the entrance, smiling shyly, seemed to belong to the Uchiha clan, didn't he? When did the proud Uchiha clan start working part-time? As time passed, the sun began to set, casting a golden-red hue over the world. Despite having spent the entire day as a charming host, Sasuke still felt a tinge of shyness. Unbeknownst to him, his bashful demeanor had attracted a multitude of female customers to Ichiraku Ramen, most of whom had come merely to catch a glimpse of the Uchiha clan's pure-hearted young boy. Finally, the workday came to an end. As the last of the customers trickled out, Ino and the others rubbed their shoulders and gathered around the table to relish the leisure time that followed a long day's work. "I'm so tired." Sasuke slumped in his seat, feeling as though his face might stiffen from all the smiling. "Well, thanks to Sasuke, we had far more customers today than usual." Ino giggled, covering her mouth. Moreover, most of them were female customers. "It appears Sasuke is quite popular." Sasuke's expression stiffened as he recalled the rather forward teasing from some of the female patrons, an experience akin to a nightmare. Teasish, those people truly lacked discernment. How could they be so enamored with Sasuke? Am I not handsome enough? Kiba expressed a hint of jealousy, wondering why. After working here for so many days, no one had recognized his charm. Perhaps it is simply that heaven is jealous of talents. "Because you are not nearly as cute as Sasuke." Shikamaru bluntly stated the truth. "Based on my observations, most mature women prefer adorable boys like Sasuke, who are easily embarrassed, while your lively personality simply cannot compete with Sasuke's charm." "I have returned." Sakura appeared before everyone, tugging at Naruto, who was cradling a backpack in his arms, containing the fruits of their labor from today. "What exactly were you up to?" Ino inquired with curiosity. "Well, that's a secret for now," Sakura responded mysteriously, before dragging Naruto and Sasuke towards the second floor of the shop. "Honestly, why does Sakura seem so unusual today?" Ino remarked, exasperated, in the lounge on the second floor. Sakura retrieved the backpack from Naruto and opened it, laying out several garments and accessories on the bed. "All right, this is it. You need to change into these clothes so I can see how they look. And I will also teach you the specifics of what to do," Sakura said, brimming with anticipation. After saying this, she promptly pushed Sasuke to the bedside and drew the curtain, allowing him to change in privacy. Sasuke appeared quite bashful. He felt that the outfit was somewhat off, yet thinking of his older brother gave him the resolve he needed. "Come on, no matter what, as long as it can win my brother back. It's worth it." After a few minutes, a blushing Sasuke shyly pulled back the curtain and stepped out, feeling incredibly embarrassed in the outfit. Sakura exclaimed, covering her nose and stepping back a few paces. The combination of youthful, bashful Sasuke and this attire was simply adorably scandalous. Perfect, just like that, and your expression is absolutely spot on. Now you just need to remember these 2 lines, taking a deep breath. Sakura began to arrange Sasuke's lines and the expressions he would need to use a few minutes later. After Sasuke nodded in understanding and demonstrated, Sakura was satisfied and allowed him to change back into his normal clothes. "Sasuke, what's wrong?" Sasuke turned back in confusion, his expression combined with the outfit creating an inexplicable cuteness. Click! Sakura lowered her camera, feeling immensely pleased with the moment she had captured. "It's fine. Go change." Sasuke, still puzzled about Sakura's intentions, could only comply with her request. After putting away her camera, Sakura turned to see Naruto, who was gazing at Sasuke with a dazed expression. "Naruto? Oh, what's wrong?" Sakura tapped his forehead, snapping him back to reality, his face reflecting bewilderment. "What were you daydreaming about?" Sakura asked. "Sakura, is he a boy or a girl?" Naruto managed to ask, his voice heavy with confusion after seeing Sasuke just moments ago. "Of course, he is a boy." Sakura chuckled, saying, "But that look just now was the epitome of a cross-dressing master. Female in appearance, but male in essence. That's so terrifying." Naruto shuddered, a chill running down his spine at the thought of Sasuke's earlier appearance being that of a boy. When Sasuke returned from changing, they found that Uncle Irika and the others had prepared dinner. To tea this moment, 9 of the future Konoha 12 had gathered for the first time. After dinner, everyone returned home, and Hinata was escorted away by the Hyuga clan's guards. Sasuke, feeling somewhat anxious, clutched his backpack as he made his way back to the Uchiha compound. "Honey, don't you think Sasuke seems a bit odd today?" Mikoto Uchiha remarked, observing Sasuke darting into the house. "He seems a bit tense. He's just a child. They always harbor their own little secrets." Fugaku Uchiha waved it off, adding, as long as he is not as mature as Itachi at this age. "I am fine." With that topic, both Fugaku and Mikoto fell silent, reminiscing about their eldest son Itachi, who was excessively mature, leaving them with little sense of accomplishment as parents. They only hoped Sasuke would not follow in his brother's footsteps. In his room, Sasuke clenched his fists, resolutely deciding to change his clothes at "I'm back." That night, under the moonlight, Itachi returned home and, upon noticing Sasuke's absence, wore a puzzled expression. "Where has Sasuke gone?" He asked in the bedroom. "He rushed in as soon as we got home, and hasn't he come out since?" Fugaku sighed slightly, gazing at his overly composed eldest son, regretting the heavy burdens he had placed upon him. "Itachi, go call Sasuke. Dinner is about to be served." Mikoto emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes, and instructed Itachi. "All right." Itachi nodded and headed toward Sasuke's room, intending to apologize for having stood him up today. Chapter 12. Brother's Descent Welcome Home. "Brother!" However, just as Itachi turned, he heard Sasuke's voice from outside the door. When he lifted his gaze, he was suddenly jolted, his eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, two black tomo swirling within. "Sasuke?" Sasuke appeared before everyone, holding a tray, and Mikoto, who was carrying dishes, froze in place, her long-unused Sharingan activated in shock. "Brother, would you like to eat first, take a bath, or shall I serve myself up?" Dressed in a cat-girl-made outfit, clad in white stockings, wearing cat paw gloves, and with a black cat tail swaying behind him, Sasuke tilted his head and recited the line Sakura had specially instructed him to say. Clatter. The chopsticks Fugaku had just picked up clattered to the ground, his eyes showing signs of evolving from Tomo to a kaleidoscope. Fortunately, being a man who had weathered many storms, he took a few deep breaths and managed to regain control over his Sharingan. "What on earth have you taught your brother?" Fugaku glared at Itachi through his Sharingan. Feeling disheartened, he had high hopes for Itachi to be as gifted as his elder brother. Yet now, this was the result. He had only wanted Itachi to impart more ninja knowledge to Sasuke. But what was this nonsense? However, seeing Sasuke in this outfit was undeniably cute, reminiscent of the daughter he and Mikoto had imagined. No, this was his son. How could he be dressed like this? Fugaku's mind raced with thoughts, while Itachi stood there, bewildered. How had Sasuke transformed into this in just one day? Yet, Sasuke looked truly adorable in this outfit, and he felt an urge to scoop him up and stroke his head. Shaking his head vigorously, Itachi pushed those thoughts away and prepared to ask Sasuke what was going on, only to see their mother rush over, beaming as she guided Sasuke to the table. "Mikoto, don't you think Sasuke looks incredibly cute like this?" Mikoto interrupted Fugaku, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Remember, you were so hopeful that Sasuke would be a girl." Fugaku fell silent, recalling that before Sasuke was born, he had wished for a daughter since they already had the exceptionally talented Itachi. When Sasuke was born, he felt a pang of disappointment. "Father, mother," Itachi attempted to interject amidst their conversation. "Sasuke, do you like how I look?" Sasuke tilted his head, wearing a gentle smile, mimicking the pose Sakura had taught him, his fluffy cat paw gloves adding to his cuteness that, yes, Itachi replied, momentarily dazed by Sasuke's smile, only to feel his usually stoic face flush crimson in embarrassment. "All right, there's no need to dwell on it. Since everyone likes it, let Sasuke dress like this that it doesn't affect anything." Uchiha Mikoto was overwhelmed with joy. Her heart longed for a sweet and obedient daughter. However, when her second child turned out to be another boy, she experienced a profound disappointment that lingered for quite some time. Yet, although her dream had not been realized, Sasuke's current demeanor could be seen as a fulfillment of her past wishes. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi remained silent on the matter. Itachi, the devoted brother, was particularly affected, still somewhat dazed by the sight of Sasuke dressed in a cat-made outfit, which had undoubtedly left a strong impression on him. As for Fugaku, he observed Sasuke's attire and began to secretly contemplate whether he should also purchase a similar outfit for Mikoto, envisioning her wearing it for his delight. The following day, upon arriving at the shop, Sakura eagerly pulled Sasuke aside. her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "How did your brother react?" "He seemed quite pleased. When I asked, he said he liked me wearing this." However, it appears that mother was the most delighted, and even father seemed to appreciate this attire. Sasuke recalled the reactions of Itachi and the others, feeling a sense of happiness swell within him. If his brother liked his outfit, perhaps it would soon capture Itachi's attention once more. Since they enjoyed it, he decided to continue this endeavor. Thus Sakura's lips curled into a mischievous smile, resembling a captivating little demon. "How about this? If you come and work at my shop, I'll make you several more outfits like this one, so you can win your brother's attention back sooner. What do you think?" "Absolutely. As long as it brings my brother's focus back to me, I would willingly sell my soul." "Excellent." Sakura beamed with joy, knowing that now that Sasuke had jumped in her trap, there would be no escape. She could easily convince him to model a few outfits for her under the pretense of wanting to see the results, and she was certain Sasuke would not refuse. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The response from the Hidden Cloud village regarding the recent events had just arrived, asserting their denial of any involvement in the kidnapping of the Hyuga clan leader's eldest daughter. They sharply questioned the assassination of their envoy leader and, ultimately, issued an ultimatum. Unless the intact body of Hizashi was delivered, they would wage war against Konoha. The third Hokage's expression grew grave. The Third Great Ninja War had only recently concluded, and all villages were still in recovery, particularly Konoha, which had suffered greatly during the conflict. The lower-ranked ninjas were severely depleted, and the upper echelons were no better off. The fourth Hokage, the legendary Minato Namikaze, had perished during the Nine-Tails incident 4 years prior, while the legendary Sannin had either defected or vanished. The village was now weaker than ever, and a war with the Hidden Cloud village seemed a daunting prospect. The audacity of the Hidden Cloud was infuriating. A battle was essential to teach them a lesson. Danzo, representing the more radical faction, was the first to advocate for immediate action, eager to demonstrate Konoha's strength. The third Hokage merely cast a sidelong glance at him. Remaining silent, he understood all too well that if Danzo's methods were followed, Konoha would no longer exist. "Sarutobi, what is that expression? The enemy has pushed us to this extent, and you still wish to compromise?" Danzo's frustration simmered just beneath the surface, and he was nearly ready to slam the table in outrage. Compromise was out of the question. The third Hokage took a drag from his pipe. The demand at hand was for the body of the Hyuga clan leader. If they acquiesced, Konoha would lose face, and even the Hyuga clan, affiliated with the Hokage, would turn against them if they refused to negotiate. Then they must prepare for war. After all, it was merely the Hidden Cloud village, a foe they had faced before. Danzo scoffed. Historically, Konoha had fought multiple enemies simultaneously, and now they faced only the Hidden Cloud. Surely, victory was within their grasp. However, the third Hokage reminded him that only a few years had passed since the Third Great Ninja War, and the village had yet to recover its strength. The shinobi, weary from recent battles, were not prepared for another conflict, and the upper ranks were severely lacking. After the third Hokage's final statement, Danzo fell silent, recognizing the grim reality in the battles between ninja villages. The lower and middle ranks often serve as fodder, while only the elite ninjas could be considered true combat power. The legendary figures of Konoha, such as the White Fang, the Sannin, and the fourth Hokage, were the ones who could sway the outcome of a war. Yet now, with the third Hokage aging and the legendary Sannin either gone or traitorous, and with the fourth Hokage having sacrificed himself, the village found itself in an unprecedentedly weakened state. "Must we truly concede?" Danzo lamented, feeling the weight of helplessness. "Very well. You may all leave for now. I shall contemplate our course of action." The third Hokage waved his hand, dismissing them, his brow furrowing with the increasing burden of worry. As Danzo and Hyuga departed, the latter's expression was dark and foreboding. The intentions of the Hidden Cloud were clear. They were targeting him. Based on the third Hokage's past behavior, it was likely that a half-hearted compromise would result in the delivery of a Hyuga clan member's corpse. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in the village grew increasingly tense. Almost everyone was aware of the Hidden Cloud's pressure on Konoha, and the fear of war loomed over the villagers. The streets became noticeably emptier, and the business at Ichiraku Ramen suffered greatly. Have you all heard about the situation in the village recently? The usually bustling Uchiha ramen was now eerily quiet. A few patrons gathered together to discuss the recent events. Ino, having learned some details from her father, wore a conspiratorial expression that I heard from my father that the Hidden Cloud village is preparing for war at the border. How outrageous! Inazuka Kiba exclaimed, crossing his arms in indignation. The Inazuka clan had historically close ties to the Hyuga clan, and he was well aware of the circumstances. The Hidden Cloud had attempted to kidnap Hinata, only to be thwarted by the clan leader's resistance, resulting in their demise. Their audacity to twist the narrative was infuriating. What? They were actually trying to kidnap Hinata. The others were equally shocked and outraged, as they all cherished the gentle and endearing Hinata. Even Sasuke, who harbored a dislike for the Hyuga clan due to familial ties, could not bring himself to harbor any ill will towards her. Don't worry. This war won't actually happen, Sakura sighed, recalling the unfolding events. The third Hokage would likely end up making a half-hearted compromise, and the tragic fate of Hinata's brother would soon follow. If only the Sannin and the fourth Hokage were still here. They would never allow such a thing. Shikamaru grumbled, having already analyzed the situation with his father. The Hidden Cloud's current boldness stemmed from their awareness of Konoha's weakened state. The group voiced their frustrations regarding the Hidden Cloud. A white-haired figure clad in umbu attire suddenly emerged. Haruno Sakura, the third Hokage wishes to see you. Following the umbu member, Kakashi led Sakura to the Hokage's office. She felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Why would the third Hokage seek her out at this moment? Was he intending to offer her up as a scapegoat for the assassination of the Hidden Cloud envoy leader? Sakura, I would like to ask you what your thoughts are on the recent situation with the Hidden Cloud village. The third Hokage wasted no time, his straightforwardness catching Sakura off guard. Why would you want to know my opinion, Lord Third? She questioned, puzzled. After all, she was merely a 4-year-old child. It seemed implausible that she would be consulted on such significant matters. Intuition, the third Hokage replied with a weary smile. I believe you may have a solution. Huh? Sakura's expression turned comically incredulous, her mind racing. That it was often said that women possessed a sixth sense, but what was an old man like him doing trying to get involved? My intuition is remarkably accurate. The third Hokage chuckled. In truth, he was merely feeling somewhat helpless and sought someone to converse with in order to alleviate his stress, which led him to think of Sakura, a girl possessing a mysterious bloodline limit. If I were to express my opinion, I would suggest a straightforward rebuttal. Sakura perched upon the demonic sword, soaring to the same altitude as the third Hokage. If they desired war, then let them have it. However, the situation is not so simple. The third Hokage shook his head, stating that Konoha could not withstand another war at this juncture. I understand. It is due to a lack of military strength. Sakura was acutely aware of Konoha's current predicament. Had it been a few years prior, the village hidden in the clouds would not have dared to resort to kidnapping. Indeed, should war break out between Konoha and the village hidden in the clouds, other villages would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to plunder, placing Konoha in jeopardy. The third Hokage nodded. Konoha's geographical position is indeed unparalleled, and the other ninja villages would relish the opportunity to annihilate Konoha and seize its territory. Chapter 14. Coping Strategies. Konoha is undeniably in a precarious state of insufficient high-level combat power. Yet, Lord Third, have you not considered the circumstances of the village hidden in the clouds? Sakura gently reminded him. The Third Shinobi World War has only recently concluded. While Konoha is indeed recuperating, does the village hidden in the clouds not require restoration as well? Konoha occupies the finest territory in the ninja world, flourishing and yet still not fully recovered. Thus, given the harsh conditions of the village hidden in the clouds, their recovery time should be even longer than ours. Are you suggesting that the village hidden in the clouds is merely holding on by a thread? The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. Indeed, Konoha occupies the most advantageous land and has yet to recover, while the environment of the village hidden in the clouds is infinitely more severe. Can they truly recover so swiftly? Perhaps. Sakura nodded. To be precise, the village hidden in the clouds has calculated your character, knowing that in the absence of extraordinary circumstances, you would never engage them in battle, which accounts for their unwavering stance. Is that so? The third Hokage remained somewhat hesitant. However, what if the village hidden in the clouds launches an all-out assault? The recently concluded Shinobi World War might very well reignite. I once heard a great person say, "Peace sought through war will result in peace, while peace sought through compromise will lead to its demise," Sakura stated earnestly, then proceeded to analyze the current situation for the third Hokage. In fact, given the present circumstances, a ninja world war is improbable. At most, the village hidden in the clouds may engage us in conflict. Why? The third Hokage inquired, perplexed in the recently concluded Third Shinobi World War. The Sand Village is a prime example. The war erupted due to the disappearance of the third Kazekage, and subsequently, the newly appointed fourth Kazekage, in an effort to alleviate pressure within his village, chose to cast blame upon Konoha, thus igniting the Third Shinobi World War. The Sand Village was already the weakest among the ninja villages, and their tensions with the Wind Country had left them unable to wage war again after such a conflict. Sakura began counting on her fingers. The third Tsuchikage of the Stone Village, Anoki, has grown old, and his inherently stubborn and conservative nature prevents him from engaging in ventures lacking certainty. Even if we were to go to war with the village hidden in the clouds, he would not involve himself without absolute assurance. As for the last village, the village hidden in the mist, they are nearly ruined by the antics of a certain lovesick man. The thought of the village hidden in the mist stirred a sense of sorrow within Sakura. Having lost Rin to the machinations of Uchiha Bido and nearly facing ruin at the hands of Uchiha Madara, their bloodline limits were almost entirely annihilated. The 7 ninja swordsmen had previously lost 4 members to Might Die, with only 3 heavily injured survivors fleeing, and subsequently, 2 of them defected, while the last perished shortly thereafter at the hands of Kisame Hoshiki. As for the subsequent wielders of the swords, their abilities pale in comparison. So, we only need to confront the village hidden in the clouds, correct? The third Hokage pondered, yet he appeared puzzled. But why do you possess such knowledge, Sakura? Such intelligence is confidential to each village and should not be disclosed. Moreover, you are merely a 4-year-old child. How could you know so much? Because I can see. Sakura raised her head to gaze at the third Hokage, her emerald green eyes shimmering like flawless jade. Time flows like a river, and I stand upon the shore, gazing into its depths. The third Hokage was left in a state of confusion. How did this suddenly become so dramatic? To put it simply, all that has transpired in the past is recorded by time, and I can perceive everything that has been documented. Sakura gazed at the third Hokage serenely, a faint smile gracing her lips as she continued. For instance, I am aware of the Ninetales incident, Naruto's lineage, the death of the second Hokage, the battle between the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, and even the origins of Konoha itself. This knowledge encompasses it all. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, and the third Hokage stood there, momentarily stunned. What Sakura had said was simply too incredible that if there truly exists someone capable of manipulating time, it would be an unfathomably terrifying prospect. If Lord Third does not believe me, then allow me to demonstrate. With a snap of her fingers, Sakura's emerald eyes deepened in hue, an unseen force emanating from her, enveloping the third Hokage. The third Hokage's pupils constricted. He was acutely aware of his own body, having suffered declining health due to overexertion in recent years. Yet, after Sakura snapped her fingers, he felt as though his body had reverted to its state from several years prior. Initially, he assumed it was an illusion, but as he sensed the overwhelming chakra surging within him like a river, he realized the truth of the matter. Why current capability can only barely restore your body to its condition from 5 years ago. While it may not be your peak state, it is certainly an improvement over your present condition. Sakura's voice resonated in the silent office, causing the concealed Umbu to exhibit uncontrollable fluctuations in their emotions. As the third Hokage's personal guards, they would harbor no ill intentions, their emotional turmoil stemming purely from shock. Though it was merely a 5-year difference, the disparity in strength was monumental during the Ninetales incident. The third Hokage could easily repel the beast, but during Naruto and the other Chunin exam, he could barely maintain his strength for a short duration, illustrating the significant impact of resuming his position as Hokage on his abilities. This was akin to Naruto in the original story. Before becoming Hokage, he was exuberant and full of energy, Yet once he assumed the role, he seemed to suffer from a lack of vitality. The village hidden in the clouds? If they wish to fight, then let them come forth. With his physical condition restored to 5 years ago, the third Hokage's mentality shifted significantly, as if he had returned to his youthful days, the era when he was revered as the ninja hero. Furthermore, Lord Third, you need not be overly anxious. Should war indeed break out, I could always venture to the village hidden in the clouds and summon a few meteorites from the heavens to obliterate the entire village. Sakura spoke with an unflinching demeanor. While she was currently unable to confront the village hidden in the clouds directly, annihilating them did not necessitate a head-on clash. With the power of the Infinity Stones, she could easily draw down several meteorites from space to obliterate the village. While she lacked the capability to manipulate planets like Thanos, summoning small meteors was well within her reach. Could Raikage fend off 1 or 2? Surely he could not withstand dozens. Chapter 15. Opposition from the Elder Council meteorites. The third Hokage nearly choked on his smoke. Historically, no ninja had ever been known to control meteorites, if such an ability truly existed. It would undoubtedly qualify as a strategic-level weapon. Indeed, while my power may not extend to larger bodies, I can certainly manage small meteorites. If one is insufficient, I can always send several more. Worst-case scenario, I could bombard the village hidden in the clouds daily. Even if I do not kill them, I would surely drive them to madness. Sakura's reasoning was rather straightforward. She wished to avert another shinobi world war. And as the potential instigator of conflict, the village hidden in the clouds would have to bear the brunt of her actions. If Lord Third does not believe me, I challenge you to a duel. To assuage the third Hokage's skepticism, Sakura proactively proposed a challenge, eager to test the extent of her newfound power. Are you certain? The third Hokage regarded her with surprise. Combat is fraught with danger. And at your age, you have likely had no exposure to chakra. Have you? I do not utilize chakra. Sakura shook her head, uncertain even about the true nature of chakra. As for her injuries, the third Hokage need not worry. I am quite formidable. Very well then, let this old man accompany you for some practice. Perhaps due to a newfound youthfulness, the third felt an impulse to engage in battle, and he immediately rose to his feet, leading Sakura towards the training grounds. Upon reaching the training area, the third removed the ceremonial robes of the Hokage, revealing his battle attire that showcased the essence of the once great ninja hero. Sakura, you may strike first. Allowing this old man to witness the future of Konohagakure, the third felt a surge of anticipation. Undoubtedly, Sakura and her peers are the pillars of the next generation. In Konoha, he pondered just how far they could grow. All right, Sakura replied, her feet stepping onto the enchanted sword, effortlessly ascending into the air under the watchful gaze of the third and a group of Umbu ninjas. She soared high into the sky, pausing only after reaching a considerable height of several dozen meters. Third Hokage, let us begin. The third gazed skyward in silence. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, only the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, possessed the ability to fly. Given Sakura's altitude, none of his jutsu could reach her. While the summoning of the Monkey King could transform into a golden staff, the flexibility required to strike someone airborne from the ground was simply unattainable. Enough with the jesting. Please be cautious, third Hokage. Sakura offered a sheepish smile, recognizing that her method was rather underhanded. Noticing the third's speechless expression, she promptly lowered her altitude, a crimson glimmer flashing in her eyes. In that instant, numerous shuriken, seemingly forged from red crystal, materialized beside Sakura, hurtling towards the third under her command. A fine approach, Doton. Tsuchi no Yuke. The third's gaze sharpened, his spirit ignited with battle fervor as he quickly formed hand seals, and a solid earthen wall rose from the ground, standing before him. Boom! 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 The shuriken collided violently with the earthen barrier, creating numerous craters upon impact. However, as the dust settled, the third Hokage was nowhere to be seen behind the wall. Behind her, Sakura immediately sensed the third's sudden appearance. Without hesitation, she invoked the power of the space gem, a brilliant azure light enveloping her. The third's hand, reaching for her shoulder, bizarrely passed through her form. Not corporeal. Is it an illusion? No, my chakra flows normally. The third's pupils constricted as he forcefully altered his trajectory, leaping away from Sakura. Kitan. Imbutsu. The third, perplexed by Sakura's earlier ability, resolved to probe her further. A torrent of crimson flames erupted forth. Once revered as the doctor of ninjutsu, the third excelled in all 5 elemental natures. A simple fireball unleashed by him bore tremendous power. Strength, Sakura murmured, the flames rushing towards her transforming into pure energy, which she grasped within her palm. She then thrust her hand forward, a violet energy intertwined with blue chakra surged forth like a bolt of lightning towards the third. Not good. Shadow clone technique. Suidun, Mizu no Yuke, Doton. Tsuchi no Yuke. The third's pupils dilated. Sensing the perilous aura from the lightning-like wave, he promptly created a shadow clone while summoning the water barrier with his main body. The combined earthen wall and water curtain rose simultaneously to shield him. The violet lightning, relentless, shattered both the earthen wall and water barrier, continuing unabated to pierce through the third's formed at third Hokage. No need to hide. I can see you. Sakura, seemingly unfazed by the third's apparent injury, cast a resigned glance towards the corner of the training ground. That was quite a powerful attack. The third emerged from the shadows. Pipe in mouth, a smile gracing his face. It was merely a surprise attack. Otherwise, I would not stand a chance against your Earth clone, Sakura sighed as she settled cross-legged on the ground. Direct confrontation was not her forte, especially as her body could not sustain the prolonged use of the Infinity Stone's power in battle. Otherwise, there were few who could contend with her. The ability to obliterate worlds was no trivial matter. Remarkable indeed. I never imagined anyone could possess such strength at the tender age of 4. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in the third's eyes. With the future of Konoha in your hands, I can rest easy. Even when I depart for the afterlife, I will face my mentors with pride. It seems you have made a resolute decision. Third Hokage, Sakura, discerned the determination in his words. My old bones may endure a few more years, sufficient to see you all grow into maturity. The third took a puff from his pipe, an aura of menace surrounding him. Before that time comes, I shall not permit anyone to disrupt the peace of Konoha. Though the village may not be at its zenith, I still possess the strength to contend with Kyumogakure. This is indeed the former ninja hero. Sakura couldn't help but exclaim. While the third Hokage often appeared to compromise in the original narrative, he still maintained his resolve when necessary. It was merely that, in the original storyline, he was too easily swayed by Danzo. Chapter 16. The opposition of the Elder Council regarding Sakura's situation. The third issued a gag order, and the Umbu who accompanied him that day were fiercely loyal, ensuring that aside from the third and the observing Umbu, no one else in Konoha was privy to Sakura's capabilities. Having witnessed Sakura's unique abilities that transcended those of a typical shinobi, the third resolved to confront the ongoing pressure from Kyumogakure. The following day, he convened a meeting with the Elder Council and the heads of several prominent clans to discuss the matter. My decision regarding Kyumogakure is thus. I invite everyone to vote and deliberate on whether we shall wage war or seek peace. The third subtly conveyed his readiness to confront the issue head-on, prompting a wave of astonishment among the gathered clansmen. That wasn't the third traditionally an advocate for peaceful resolutions, seeking compromise to maintain tranquility. Why had his stance shifted so dramatically? However, amidst the surprise, the more radical faction, led by Danzo, felt a surge of excitement. They had long desired a direct confrontation, yet the third had always hesitated to agree. To their delight, he had now taken the initiative to prepare for a forceful response, a welcome surprise for them. Moreover, many clan heads supported the third's decision, particularly Fugaku Uchiha and Hizashi Hyuga. The latter had a personal stake in the matter. As Kyumogakure had targeted his beloved daughter, if he possessed the strength, he would have eagerly marched to obliterate Kyumogakure. As for Fugaku, the Uchiha clan's inherent pride led them to harbor criticisms of the third's previous diplomatic approach. Thus, they felt invigorated to see him finally adopt a more assertive stance that, of course, for every ally, there were dissenters. The foremost opposition came from Mito Kazan and T. Kashikomo, 2 members of the Elder Council. As disciples of the second Hokage, they had neither inherited his political acumen nor Danzo's shadowy tactics. instead becoming indecisive and weak-willed figures, often causing the third minor troubles without any real purpose. Sarutobi, we cannot condone your approach. Mito Kazan voiced the first objection. Konoha cannot withstand another war. Your actions could plunge us into the abyss. Indeed, should we engage Kyomobikure, other villages will surely seize the opportunity to attack Konoha. We currently lack the strength to confront multiple foes. Tika Shikamaru added his voice of dissent. Their true motives for opposing the third were not rooted in concerns over Konoha's strength, but rather in their lack of personal gain from such a conflict. Historically, wars have been instigated by other villages, with Konoha often forced to respond defensively. Victorious outcomes yielded substantial reparations, and they never protested. However, if Konoha were to initiate a war, it would yield no benefits for them. Furthermore, should Konoha be besieged, defeat was all but assured, resulting in losses that would not be compensated, as clan members would be sent to the battlefield. A losing proposition indeed. I too oppose the declaration of war. Among the members of the Elder Council, an elderly man with white eyes spoke up. The elder Hyuga Hizashi looked at this old man in disbelief. If Konoha chose to compromise, it would inevitably mean sacrificing members of the Hyuga clan to quell the war. That, as the clan leader, he certainly would not choose death as demanded by the Cloud Village. Yet, the lives of his fellow clansmen were at stake. It was unthinkable to allow them to suffer such indignity. War was not an option. Since this matter originated from the Hyuga clan, it should be resolved by them. We still have a corpse to offer. The elder Hyuga remained unfazed, calmly stating, "This war might not even happen. I merely suggested how to respond to the demands of the Cloud Village. The Hyuga clan should not make such significant sacrifices. Konoha ninjas must never abandon their comrades. This is a principle passed down from Lord Hashirama. We cannot choose to sacrifice our fellows for the sake of fleeting peace." Sarutobi furrowed his brow, taken aback that the issue had arisen from the Hyuga clan, but if the Hyuga clan was resolute in their decision, he, as Hokage, would find it difficult to oppose. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, the Hyuga clan will certainly make its own decisions. The elder Hyuga, undeterred, spoke briefly to the third Hokage before leading Hizashi away. "Let's adjourn for now," sighed the third Hokage, feeling a headache coming on. Whenever he sought to compromise, a multitude opposed him. Yet when he aimed to take a hard stance, he faced just as much dissent, which was exceedingly vexing that if war truly breaks out, the Uchiha will undoubtedly lend their full support. Uchiha Fugaku stated calmly as he departed. That's the leader of the Uchiha clan. He yearned to mend the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha. However, the meddling of Danzo within the upper echelons of Konoha thwarted any opportunity for reconciliation. If time permitted, Fugaku could have Sasuke invite his young friends over for a visit. The third Hokage understood Fugaku's intentions and was eager to restore the village's relationship with the Uchiha. However, he found himself in a difficult position, as Danzo was a close ally, and he couldn't bring himself to criticize him. Sasuke, suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku recalled Sasuke's recent peculiar adornments, which seemed to make him appear increasingly effeminate. That girl named Sakura should be able to assist you. The third Hokage remarked with a smile, no longer viewing Sakura as merely a child. He was genuinely astonished by her insights. He believed she could devise a solution regarding the Uchiha and Konoha situation, and hoped she would. Well then, I shall take my leave for now. A thought crossed Fugaku's mind. Surely, the future of the Uchiha would not rest solely upon that girl named Sakura. Once everyone had departed, the third Hokage sat behind his desk, smoking, his face etched with worry. The elder Hyuga's opposition left him a loss for how to proceed. "You, please go to Ichiraka Ramen and summon Haruno Sakura." Ultimately, the troubled third Hokage decided to call Sakura over to hear her thoughts. Chapter 17. Saving Hyuga Hinata. So, you're telling me, Hokage-sama, that you've been troubled by this matter all along? Sakura gazed at the third Hokage in disbelief. Seriously, does this situation warrant such complications? You are the third Hokage. Must you consult the Elder Council on such trivial matters? Moreover, you actually listened to their opposition. What can that bunch of old fossils accomplish other than create chaos? Ahem, the third Hokage coughed, realizing that during the fourth Hokage's tenure, He too had belonged to that same elder council. You are the third Hokage. Regarding diplomatic affairs with other ninja villages, no matter how much they voice their opinions, the final decision rests with you. Does it not? Just because a few old geezers oppose you, you hesitate here. Do not forget, those who support your decision far outnumber the dissenters. Sakura held no fondness for the elder council members, such as Mito Gate and T-Kashimaru, as she understood from the original story that their actions contributed nothing but turmoil to Konoha. But Mito and Tika were my former classmates. The third Hokage still felt conflicted. He found it hard to be harsh with people like Shimura Danzo and Mito Gate, with whom he had studied under the second Hokage, just as in the original story when Danzo betrayed him and orchestrated the Uchiha massacre. The third Hokage ultimately said nothing, even when Danzo had dispatched assassins after him. Yet he merely smiled it off. If the second Hokage were in this situation, what would he do? Sakura suddenly inquired. The third Hokage fell silent. Lost in thought, he understood his master's character well. Had the Cloud Village dared to kidnap the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, he would have gathered an army to confront them without waiting for further threats. As for the others' opposition, given the second Hokage's temperament, it would have been fortunate if he had not disposed of the dissenters outright. I believe the purpose behind the establishment of the Elder Council by the second Hokage was merely to provide the prominent clans an opportunity to partake in the discussions of Konoha's governance. The council's role has always been to offer suggestions, not to interfere with decisions already made by the Hokage, Sakura stated matter-of-factly. The Elder Council of Cloud Village, for instance, is frequently cowed by their fourth Raikage temper. While the third Hokage treats his council with excessive leniency, resulting in their overreach, Tobarama-sensei, the third Hokage's gaze grew distant. Indeed, when did the Elder Council begin to change? It seemed to have started after his first concession to them. Since then, regardless of his decisions, the Elder Council had to intervene. Even during the selection of the fourth Hokage, had it not been for Jiraiya's explosive temperament and the fact that Minato's wife was Uzumaki Kushina, along with Minato's favorable relations with the Uchiha, the position of Hokage might have fallen into the hands of the Elder Council. Reflecting on this, the third Hokage silently set down his pipe. Perhaps he had indeed become too soft over the years. Yet he had once been known as the Ninja Hero, a title not solely due to his mastery of the 5 elemental ninjutsu, but also because of his resolute demeanor. You, please notify Kakashi to send a letter back to the Cloud Village, demanding a thorough explanation regarding their intention to kidnap the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. Additionally, instruct them to prepare compensation. Otherwise, they should await Konoha's declaration of war. The third Hokage's voice rang with unprecedented firmness that it is merely war. Konoha has faced numerous adversaries in the past. Now, it is just the Cloud Village. What is there to fear? I believe we should inform the Hyuga clan as well, Sakura suggested. If those stubborn old-timers from the Hyuga clan force Hyuga Hinata to her demise, what would all her efforts mean? Very well. The third Hokage nodded, aware of the stubborn reputation of the Hyuga clan. Moreover, this matter was intrinsically linked to them, necessitating their notification. Under Sakura's mischievous influence, the third Hokage found himself floating on a pink cloud. Sakura, why must you insist on having me float on a cloud? The third Hokage expressed his frustration. He would much prefer to soar upon a grand sword. How majestic it would be. Yet, Sakura insisted he ride the cloud and claimed that with the golden staff. A nimbus cloud was essential. What vexed him most was that the cloud was pink. An elderly man like him floating on a pink cloud was truly a disconcerting image. Only the nimbus cloud is worthy of the golden staff. Sakura stifled laughter, having crafted this pink nimbus cloud using reality gems. After all, the third Hokage was nicknamed Monkey, and his weapon was a golden staff transformed from the summoning beast, Inma. Sakura felt the world would be incomplete if he did not have a nimbus cloud to accompany him. Moreover, does Hokage-sama not feel that standing upon a cloud lends him an air of ethereal grace? Yet, why must the cloud be pink? The third Hokage felt a knot in his chest. If those familiar with him were to witness this, they would surely concoct all sorts of tales behind his back. The pink cloud signifies that Hokage-sama possesses a youthful and vibrant heart. Sakura beamed, her eyes narrowing into slits of mirth. Alas, the third Hokage sighed, feeling as though he were losing his dignity. However, having already stood upon the cloud, he had traversed half the distance, and the Umbu shinobi trailing behind had likely already witnessed his peculiar state. It would serve no purpose to descend now. That day, many Konoha ninjas looked up to witness a breathtaking spectacle, a long sword and a pink cloud soaring rapidly above Konoha, with a beautifully crafted young girl standing atop the sword. While the figure atop the pink cloud unmistakably resembled their revered third Hokage, the vision of ninjas is remarkably acute, particularly that of the Uchiha clan, whose Sharingan grants them an unparalleled dynamic sight, allowing them to perceive events with utmost clarity. This capability sowed the seeds of future calamities, as it enabled Danzo to orchestrate the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, with the third Hokage choosing to remain silent. Soon, the two individuals arrived at the residence of the Hyuga clan, lowering their magical sword and clouds to a distance of less than half a meter from the ground, gliding gracefully to the entrance of the Hyuga estate. How opulent! Sakura felt a pang in her heart. The grandeur of the Hyuga residence was truly astonishing, a testament to their immense wealth. Moreover, after Naruto wed Hinata, that house must surely have been part of Hinata's dowry. Otherwise, given Naruto's meager savings, how could he possibly afford such a standalone villa? One need only observe how Sakura, a high-ranking member of Konoha, began repaying her mortgage after marrying Sasuke. Even a formidable figure like her, a leader in the medical department, found herself overwhelmed by the burden of long-term debt. Chapter 18. The rescue of Hyuga Hizashi. How I wish to seize the wealth and redistribute it. The Hyuga clan is an ancient lineage, accumulated over many years. They are certainly not lacking in funds. Observing the expression of anguish on Sakura's face, the third Hokage couldn't help but chuckle. I have made a decision. Sakura clenched her fist that I must expand my business across the entire ninja realm. I cannot continue living a life burdened by mortgage payments. The arrival of the third Hokage made the Hyuga clan members act with urgency, hastily ushering him and Sakura inside. Though they informed him that Hizashi Hyuga was in a meeting and would not be available for some time, the third Hokage could only acquiesce, sitting quietly with Sakura as they awaited his arrival. Before long, Hizashi Hyuga made his entrance, yet Sakura couldn't help but notice that his Byakugan eyes appeared slightly reddened, as if he had recently been in tears. I apologize, Lord Third, for my tardiness. I had to attend to some matters. Hizashi forced a smile, recalling the events of the prior meeting, his fists clenched tightly, on the verge of tears. Hizashi, I have sent Kakashi to relay our response to the Hidden Cloud Village. The third Hokage had barely finished his sentence when the clan's elders stepped in. Lord Third, we have devised a solution to this predicament. There will be no war between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village. The third Hokage was taken aback. What new trouble was the Hyuga clan stirring? If the Hidden Cloud Village demands the corpse of the Hyuga clan leader, we shall provide them with an identical body. The elder declared solemnly, an identical body. The third Hokage initially struggled to comprehend, but then it dawned on him. Indeed, there was someone in the Hyuga family who bore an uncanny resemblance to Hizashi, his own younger brother. Hizashi, you cannot be suggesting? Just as the third Hokage suspected, Hizashi voluntarily chose to sacrifice himself to protect his brother. If we hand over Hizashi's corpse, the Hidden Cloud Village will surely have no grounds for complaint. The elder remarked, a hint of satisfaction crossing his face. For them, the Branch family was merely fodder for sacrifice. Hizashi sat silently, head bowed, but Sakura observed the tension in his clenched fists, veins bulging, his body trembling slightly. However, I must inform you that I have instructed Kakashi to demand an explanation from the Hidden Cloud Village regarding the abduction of the Hyuga clan's heiress, and to prepare compensation. Otherwise, Konoha will declare war. The third Hokage felt a surge of frustration. How could the Hyuga clan be so self-sabotaging? He had not suggested that the clan make sacrifices, yet they had hastily moved to endanger their own. What is the meaning of this? Hizashi suddenly raised his head, astonished. So, Hizashi does not need to sacrifice himself at all. Indeed, Sakura replied, we came here to convey this very message. Yet who would have thought that Hizashi's death was in vain? The third Hokage sighed heavily. Do not worry, Lord Third. If the Hidden Cloud Village is truly intent on war, Hizashi's corpse will indeed serve a purpose, the elder stated flatly, devoid of any sorrow for Hizashi's impending sacrifice. Uncle Hayashi, please bring Hizashi's body here. Konoha should not require such a futile offering. Sakura frowned at the elder's callousness. Do you possess a means to revive Hizashi? The third Hokage asked, bewildered. I have some confidence. I hope we're not too late, Sakura responded, unable to guarantee success. Yet if Hizashi had only recently passed, there might be a chance that is it truly possible. Hayashi exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Hizashi was his beloved younger brother. Driven to despair by the family's demands, his body was just returned home. I shall have someone fetch him immediately. Let us go directly. Sending someone to retrieve him will only waste precious time. Sakura stood, determined to act swiftly. Time was of the essence. Young lady, the affairs of the Hyuga clan do not require your interference. Hizashi willingly chose to sacrifice himself for Hayashi, dying with honor. Moreover, given the current ambiguous situation between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud village, Hizashi's body may yet be needed to quell the wrath of the Hidden Cloud. The elder was unwilling to see war break out. Once hostilities commenced, the Hyuga clan would also be required to send warriors into battle. If a branch family member's corpse could spare the main family from war, it was a deal worth making. Hizashi, not a member of the Hyuga clan, to trade one of your own for borrowed peace. Does your conscience not ache? Sakura's expression darkened. The elder's attitude was truly disheartening. To sacrifice oneself for the main family is the fate of the branch family, and it is their honor, the elder declared. With conviction, as the Hyuga clan had lived this way for generations, accustomed to such practices. Third Hokage, may I strike him? Sakura turned to the third Hokage, her expression icy, refraining from further debate with the obstinate elder. The third Hokage remained silent. The elder's demeanor irritated him as well. Very well. The third Hokage's tacit approval was evident, and Sakura's lips curled into a cold smile, a glint of red flashing in her eyes as dozens of kunai shot forth around her. Such poor upbringing, the elder scowled, dismissing the third Hokage's reaction, and launched a bagua palm to deflect the kunai. You are naive. The true power lies within. Sakura sneered as the chakra emanating from the elder's palm suddenly dissipated. What? 8 trigrams. Return heaven, the elder gasped, realizing too late that the kunai were upon him, and instinctively activated the Hyuga clan's secret technique. Return heaven, a pale blue chakra erupted from the elder's chakra points, spiraling rapidly to form a large sphere of chakra around him. How foolish to think you could use return heaven to block my attack. Do you not understand that art is an explosion? As the kunai collided with return heaven, a burst of purple energy danced across their surfaces, and before anyone could react, the kunai detonated. Chapter 19. The Rescue of Hyuga, Hizashi Boom. The explosion sent the elder flying. Though he emerged unscathed, his expression decidedly grim that in truth, the power of the kunai's explosion should not have been sufficient to propel him. But the elder had not exerted himself fully, and his hasty use of return heaven, compounded by the element of surprise, led to a significant miscalculation. Third Hokage, Uncle Hayashi, let us hurry and see if we can still save Hizashi. Ignoring the furious expression of the elder Hyuga, whose face resembled the bottom of a pot, Sakura floated upwards on the demon's sword, as her small hands and legs were too slow for her it would be much quicker to simply fly over. Neither the third Hokage nor Hyuga Hizashi paid any heed to the elder's impending explosion of rage. Hizashi waved away the other clan members attracted by the explosion, eagerly leading Sakura towards the branch family's residence, the Hyuga Hizashi's home. The young Niji looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why his father had perished after merely attending a meeting. Gazing at Hizashi's lifeless body, a wave of sorrow washed over Niji. Niji, where is your father's body? Hizashi suddenly jumped through the wall, his heart aching upon seeing Niji's dazed expression. Lord Hizashi, my father's body is inside. Niji replied. Though still young, he had begun to grasp the concepts of the main and branch families. Thus he maintained a respectful demeanor in front of his uncle. Ignoring Niji's attitude, Hizashi was solely focused on saving Hizashi. As the saying goes, one learns to cherish what they have only after experiencing loss. Following the death of Hizashi, The previously suppressed protective instincts of Hizashi had fully awakened. Sakura and the third Hokage also descended from a wall. And the pink clouds beneath the Hokage's feet left Niji momentarily dazed, causing him to regard the Hokage with an odd expression. Ahem, Sakura, let us hasten to save him. The third Hokage coughed lightly, deliberately ignoring Niji's gaze. Although the pink color was indeed somewhat garish, the thrill of flying without walking was undeniably exhilarating. Upon reaching the house alongside Hizashi, Sakura finally exhaled in relief. Fortunately, they had not arrived too late. Hizashi's soul had not yet fully departed for the underworld, and there was still a chance for salvation. Uncle Hizashi, please close the door to avoid attracting unwanted attention with our noise. After issuing her command, Sakura approached Hizashi's corpse. It was undeniable that Hizashi and Hizashi bore a striking resemblance, making it unsurprising that the elders of the Hyuga clan would concoct a plan to have Hizashi perish in place of Hizashi. The young Niji stood beside his mother, curiously observing Sakura, not understanding why they had come to see his father's body. Sakura, how is the situation? Is there still hope? The third Hokage inquired. Fortunately, his soul has not yet been completely claimed by the underworld. There is still a chance for recovery. Sakura took a deep breath, activating the time gem to restore Hizashi's body to its pristine condition before preparing to retrieve his soul. Soul? Sakura, can't you simply reverse time directly? Hizashi has only been dead for a short while. Can't you just rewind his time? The third Hokage asked, puzzled. With no one else present and trusting Hizashi's family, he felt no need to conceal anything. Most importantly, he wished to seize this opportunity to demonstrate the significance of Sakura to Hizashi, hoping that Hizashi would realize the importance of fostering relations between their families that it work. Sakura shook her head, explaining, the essence of life is not merely in the physical body, but in the harmony with the soul. Without the soul, the body is merely an empty shell if Uncle Hizashi's soul has already been drawn to the pure lands of the underworld. Even if I rewind his body's time, he still cannot be revived. As she spoke, an orange glow began to emanate from Sakura's eyes, starting as a mere glimmer until her entire pupils transformed into a vibrant orange, losing the previous emerald hue. The third Hokage and Hizashi instinctively stepped back, feeling their very souls tremble at the aura radiating from Sakura. Above Hizashi's body, an invisible mist, imperceptible to ordinary eyes, slowly dissipated. Just as it was about to vanish entirely, the power of the soul gem enveloped the mist, bestowing an unseen strength upon Hizashi's fading soul, resisting the pull of the underworld's pure lands. By harnessing the connection between the remaining essence of Hizashi's soul and the part already drawn away, the power of the space gem activated, opening a gray, fog-like spatial portal above Hizashi's corpse. A pale blue energy confined the portal within a fixed range. The gray portal swirled like mist, with specks of light emerging from within, representing the portion of Hizashi's soul that had been attracted away. With a flick of her hand, Sakura instantly closed the spatial portal, leaving only those dazzling orbs of light hovering above Hizashi's lifeless form. Congeal for me. The orange hue in Sakura's eyes intensified, resembling a radiant gemstone. The scattered lights gradually began to coalesce, ultimately forming a complete orb of light, which swiftly entered Hizashi's body under Sakura's guidance. It is time to awaken. Sakura snapped her fingers, firmly merging Hizashi's soul back into his body. Cough, cough, cough. Under the watchful eyes of Hizashi and the others, Hizashi's chest suddenly began to rise and fall. After a while, he emitted a series of coughs, slowly opening his eyes. Hizashi, you're all right, Hizashi exclaimed, embracing Hizashi and bursting into tears, leaving Hizashi in a state of utter confusion. What a display of brotherly affection, rather than marveling at the depth of their fraternal bond. Sakura's first thought was a subconscious recollection of the plots from the BL novels she had read in her past life concerning these two brothers. Chapter 20. Hizashi's heart of reform, what a calamity. Stealing a glance at Niji's mother, who remained in shock, Sakura suddenly noticed a faint green glow emanating from her hair tips. Speaking of which, was the bond between Hizashi and Hizashi akin to a German orthopedic connection? Although she had experienced it once, witnessing it again was still astonishing. The third Hokage exhaled a smoke ring, attempting to calm the shock within. Such a terrifying power to reverse life and death had not even been seen in the first Hokage. Known as the god of ninjas, Grandpa Third, could you extinguish that smoke? We have a recently revived patient here. Sakura wrinkled her nose in distaste. She had always detested the smell of smoke, and the third Hokage's pipe tobacco was far more pungent than modern cigarettes. All right, I forgot. The third Hokage awkwardly tucked away his pipe. Niji, having learned of the situation from his elder brother, embraced his wife, Ayako, and Neji, cherishing familial bonds more deeply after having faced death. Hizashi, your caged bird. Hizashi suddenly exclaimed, realizing only then that Hizashi's forehead was now smooth and unmarked. The cursed seal that had confined the branch family had vanished. What? Hizashi was initially puzzled, but upon noticing Hizashi's unwavering gaze on his forehead, he instinctively activated his Byakugan, eliciting a gasp of astonishment. The caged bird seal was a secret technique used by the main family to control the branch family, allowing them to dictate their life and death at will. Moreover, it restricted the Byakugan of the branch family, preventing them from achieving the same level of vision as the main family. However, upon activating his Byakugan, Hizashi discovered that not only had his observation range significantly increased, but the original visual blind spots had also disappeared, indicating that the caged bird seal was gone. Such a monstrous and inhumane thing should never exist. Sakura scoffed disdainfully at a device created by a bunch of dim-witted fools, claiming it was to prevent the branch family's Byakugan from being seized by enemies. If you truly wish to protect your Byakugan, you should strive to enhance your strength. The Byakugan, which shares lineage with the Sage of Six Paths, has been reduced to this state. Your ancestors must be rolling in their graves, wishing to rise at midnight to chastise you ungrateful descendants. As she spoke, Sakura abruptly halted. Although the ancestor of the Hyuga clan, Akatsuki Yumura, had perished, it seemed that his soul had not dissipated. Instead, a fragment of his power lingered, awaiting Hinata, the princess of the Byakugan, to claim it in order to vanquish the unworthy descendant, Akatsuki Shuren. While his state could not be compared to that of the Sage of Six Paths, this specter undeniably existed. Contemplating this, Sakura felt compelled to offer a few incense sticks to the Hyuga clan. For indeed, their forebear was watching over them. There is something I wonder if I could ask Miss Haruno Sakura to assist with. Hyuga Hayashi's expression was somewhat conflicted as his gaze fixed upon Niji's forehead. His eyes filled with bitterness. That I understand what you wish to convey, Uncle Hayashi. It's merely a small favor. Sakura snapped her fingers, a flash of red light illuminating the space. TOU, erasing the caged bird seal, may seem unrealistic. But to me, it is a tangible reality. Ah, my head no longer aches. Niji, still unaware of the events that had transpired, simply felt a sudden alleviation of the persistent headache that had plagued him since the caged bird seal had been inscribed upon him. His wife, Hyuga Yasuko, wore a look of astonishment, soon followed by tears of joy. She too had witnessed the smooth expanse of Hayashi's forehead and understood the significance of this revelation. Upon hearing Hayashi's plea to Sakura, her heart brimmed with anticipation, and as the oppressive feelings stemming from the caged bird seal dissipated, her elation overflowed into tears, and one wishes to have their freedom and fate dictated by another. After all, life is precious, and love even more so. For the sake of freedom, one might forsake both. Hayashi, do not disclose the news of the caged bird seal's removal just yet. Hyuga Hizashi, observing the joyous expressions on his brother's family, felt a stirring in his heart, and his resolve solidified. We shall reveal it when the time is ripe. Elder brother, what do you intend to do? Hayashi furrowed his brow, a sudden apprehension coursing through him as he regarded Hizashi's expression. The ancient system of the Hyuga clan is due for reform, Hizashi declared solemnly, deeply moved by Hayashi's earlier joy. The numerous branches of the Hyuga clan had long endured the tragedy of this oppressive system. But elder brother, with our current power, Hayashi lamented, it is impossible to abolish the caged bird system. Every branch family member bears the seal, and once it is placed, their lives are held in the hands of the main family, leaving no room for resistance. Though I'm the clan leader, I am still overshadowed by the council of aging elders, Hizashi. If you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to call upon this old man. I still possess a modicum of strength to assist." The third Hokage chuckled, wholeheartedly supporting the abolition of the branch family system, recognizing that the cage bird had caused the demise of countless prodigies and hampered the overall strength of Konoha. "Indeed, Uncle Hizashi, if you require my assistance, simply say the word. Such inhumane practices as the caged bird seal should not exist," Sakura chimed in, expressing her dismay at how brothers who should be loving each other had been turned into adversaries by a decaying system. "Whenever you are ready, just let me know, and I shall help you lift the caged bird seal." Hizashi and Hizashi expressed their gratitude to the third Hokage and Miss Haruno Sakura for their assistance. "If Uncle Hizashi wishes to thank me, let Niji come to my shop to lend a hand. It would also provide an opportunity for him to make a new friend." Sakura had set her sights on Niji, a character she had found rather regretful in her previous life, particularly with his striking long black hair that would require no wig for cross-dressing. Chapter 21. The Cloud Village with muscles in their heads. "Hey, why must I wear these clothes?" Niji exclaimed, holding a maid outfit, his anger causing veins to bulge at his temples, as if he were activating his Byakugan. "Because you are to be the welcoming boy. You must look appealing to garner favor." Sakura gestured toward Sasuke. "Look, even Sasuke is wearing one. What makes you exempt? The Hyuga clan would never don such garments," Niji argued vehemently. Although Sakura had saved his father and lifted the caged bird seal from their family, he absolutely refused to wear such humiliating attire. But Sasuke is the biological son of the Uchiha clan leader, and he wears it too, Sakura retorted dismissively. "He belongs to the foremost clan in Konoha, while your Hyuga clan is merely second. If the first can wear it, why should you, the second, be afraid?" "Enough of this foolishness," Sasuke remarked coldly. He too wished to tear the outfit off and stomp on it. But Sakura had warned him that failure to comply would result in her printing photos of him in a catgirl-made outfit and disseminating them throughout Konoha. The mere thought of the entire village discovering his cross-dressing left him in utter despair. He could only blame his past naivety for being so thoroughly deceived. However, the joy of others is often built upon the suffering of others. If he could drag a member of the Hyuga, the clan, down with him, it would be all the more delightful. Then, he would not be the sole subject of ridicule. Just wear it obediently. A glint of mischief sparkled in Sakura's eyes as she discreetly activated the power of the soul gem, subtly influencing Niji's mind. When Niji regained his senses, he found Sakura standing before him with a camera, capturing his image clad in the maid outfit. Sasuke, who had maintained a cold demeanor for days, finally displayed a smile. After being deceived for so long, learning of his plight had left him in a state of relief, knowing that someone else was now sharing in his suffering. "Be a good boy." Sakura shook the camera playfully, her smile wickedly gleeful. "Otherwise, I won't hesitate to let everyone in the ninja world see the photos of Hyuga Niji in a maid outfit. I will comply," Niji replied with a sense of humiliation, tears glistening in his Byakugan eyes. "Don't be so downcast. As they say, there are only 0 or countless instances of cross-dressing. Once you adapt, you may even come to love the experience," Sakura reassured him, fearing that if this continued, Niji's blood vessels might burst from the pressure. "Absolutely impossible." Niji's Byakugan remained fixed on Sakura with unwavering intensity. "Mark my words, one day, I shall defeat you and restore the dignity trampled upon within the Hyuga clan." Had she once again tarnished the innocent heart of the youth, Sakura silently condemned her actions as she gazed upon the two in feminine attire, a sense of satisfaction swelling within her. Art, after all, is for the sake of art. Today, patrons visiting the ramen shop found themselves greeted by an unexpectedly charming young girl, her eyes suggesting a connection to the prestigious Hyuga clan. For a moment, those dining and passing by couldn't help but cast lingering glances at Niji, for the Hyuga clan was renowned in Konoha, and witnessing one of their members working was indeed a rarity. Niji's smile was on the verge of twisting into despair. He was consumed by the notion that the centuries-old reputation of the Hyuga clan would be tarnished by his actions. Not overthink it. You'll soon grow accustomed to it. We mere mortals have no hope of resisting the reign of demons. Sasuke comfortingly patted his comrade's shoulder, resigned to his fate. That girl with the bright green eyes was undoubtedly a demon, and as mortals, they could only comply. Impossible. I will never accept this fate. One day, I will make her experience this humiliation. Niji gritted his teeth, determination burning in his eyes. Are you mad? She is a girl. Isn't it perfectly normal for her to wear feminine attire? Sasuke chuckled. For them, wearing such clothing was a disgrace, but for her, it was simply a matter of identity. Then let her wear male clothing. Niji hissed under his breath, vowing vengeance. He would not rest until he avenged this affront. That what's the point? If she wore male attire, people would only praise her for a gallant appearance. Besides, do you think we could ever defeat her? Sasuke replied impassively, recalling his futile attempts to resist, only to awaken clad in women's garments, posing for photos with Sakura. After enduring this for several days, he had come to terms with his fate. Is this truly destiny? Niji clenched his fists, his eyes filled with fury and despair. Unbeknownst to Niji and Sasuke, Sakura was currently in the Hokage's office, her expression one of astonishment. Has the Cloud Village gone mad? What gives them the audacity to truly wage war against us? The ninjas from Hokage have already begun to assemble along the border. The third Hokage took a drag from a cigarette, genuinely feeling a headache at the thoughtless and headstrong nature of Kumoge. It seems that the fourth Raikage believes that with the death of the fourth Hokage, there is no one in Konoha capable of restraining him. Sakura, of course, was well aware of the experiences of the fourth Raikage and his brother, Killer Bee. When they had battled Minato Namikaze, they had been brimming with confidence, only to be thoroughly outclassed. It is likely that now, realizing the fourth Hokage is deceased, they feel emboldened, believing there is no one in Konoha who can stand against them. The taijutsu of Hokage is renowned, particularly that of the Raikage. Each generation of Raikage excels in taijutsu, and their secret technique, the lightning release chakra mode, significantly enhances their physical capabilities, especially their speed. Currently in Konoha, aside from the late second Hokage and Minato, there is no one who can keep up. The third remarked that Kumogakure's methods of attack primarily rely on taijutsu, with individuals possessing physiques so formidable they're almost grotesque, much like the third Raikage, who single-handedly held off thousands of Iwagakure ninjas, ultimately exhausting his chakra and perishing. That battle resulted in devastating losses for Iwagakure. Not necessarily. Sakura shook her head, asserting that while the fourth Raikage is indeed swift, the Uchiha clan, when utilizing the Manjiki Sharingan, is capable of keeping pace. However, the physical prowess of the Uchiha cannot be compared to theirs, according to Sakura's knowledge, although there appears to be no one in the Uchiha clan openly wielding the Manjiki. Fugaku Uchiha had actually awakened it long ago. Even Itachi, who also possessed the Manjiki in the original story, lacked confidence in defeating him. Had it not been for his voluntary demise for the sake of Itachi and Sasuke, Danzo's plans for the Uchiha clan's extermination would not have proceeded so smoothly. Chapter 22. A visit to the Uchiha clan. How about this? Third Hokage. Shall we make a deal? Sakura suddenly proposed. I shall go to the border and deliver a bloody lesson to Kumogakure's forces, and upon my return, I would like to peruse the Book of Seals. What do you say? That is quite a proposition. The Book of Seals contains numerous forbidden techniques and is not to be viewed casually. The third took a puff of a cigarette, explaining that the book was created by the first Hokage and encompasses a series of forbidden techniques from the second Hokage and others. Generally speaking, it is strictly forbidden for anyone other than the Hokage to view it, but I am not asking to view it casually. I intend to find some suitable jutsu for Naruto to train with. After all, we will soon be entering the Ninja Academy, so it would be prudent to prepare for the future. Among my companions, whether it be Sasuke, Niji, or Ino, all hail from prominent clans and practice their respective clan's secret arts. Only Naruto, whose parents passed away early, has no one to support him, let alone practice jutsu. Sakura aims to seek out a few suitable jutsu for Naruto within the Book of Seals to prevent him from being in a position where he only truly encounters jutsu upon graduating from the Ninja Academy. As depicted in the original story. Naruto, you say? The third remained silent for a moment before responding. Very well. If you can successfully resolve the situation at the border, I will entrust the Book of Seals to you upon your return. However, you may only read it here and cannot take it outside. No problem, Sakura readily agreed, as she had no intention of absconding with the Book of Seals, With her current memory, committing the entire book to memory would be a trivial matter. I will arrange for someone to escort you to the border. Do you have any specific requests? The third inquired. Can I choose the personnel myself? Sakura's eyes sparkled. The individuals accompanying her could not be chosen haphazardly. She needed to select a few formidable allies. Which ones do you wish to choose? The third asked curiously, now particularly attentive to Sakura's every word and action since discovering her ability to see into the past and future. I only need 3. Sakura counted on her fingers. Kakashi Hatake is one, Uchiha Shisui is another, and the last one should be Might Guy. Guy. The third was perplexed. Kakashi Hatake is a strong and capable member of his team. So he felt reassured. Uchiha Shisui, being the descendant of his old friend Uchiha Kagami, was also powerful, known as the Shunshin Shisui. He could understand both of those choices, but what was the deal with Guy? Do not underestimate him. Third Hokage, Sakura insisted. Although he may appear somewhat eccentric, his strength is undeniable. Sakura was aware that the current Might Guy was not the peak version seen during the Fourth Great Ninja War. And because no one had witnessed the true lethality of the 8 gates, Guy was often regarded as an outlier. However, who could have imagined that this very eccentric individual could nearly defeat a 6 paths level Uchiha Madara with a single desperate kick? In fact, had his father not perished, I would have preferred him to lead the team. Sakura felt a sense of regret. Might Die, in a bid to protect Guy and the others, had opened the 8th gate, the Death Gate, and after defeating 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, he ultimately succumbed due to exhaustion. Yet, despite such a feat, he was labeled as a perpetual genin and ridiculed within the village. Might Die, you say? Can you share more about him? The third recalled what Guy had said upon returning, but no one believed that the perennial genin could defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen. I could see now appear that the reality was different from what he had understood. There is not much to say. Might Die opened the final gate of the 8 gates to protect Guy and the others, taking down 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, but he also perished from the toll it took on his life. Sakura succinctly recounted Might Die's glorious achievements, then added, actually, the 8 gates Dai utilized was not even at its pinnacle. It was merely a prototype that enhanced his physical capabilities across the board, lacking the completion of its true techniques. Had Might Die employed the techniques that later became Guy's, the 7 ninja swordsmen would have been wiped out entirely, as neither Suigetsu nor Kisame could withstand them. What is the true extent of the 8 gates' power? The third inquired, already contemplating the formation of a brigade skilled in the 8 gates, if this so-called perennial genin could take down 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Who would dare provoke Konoha with a few more such warriors? To put it simply, in a life-or-death scenario, fully opening the 8 gates could pin down the Kage of all 5 shinobi villages, leaving them utterly defenseless. However, the side effects are monumental. It is genuinely a last-ditch effort. Seeing the third's expression, Sakura understood his thoughts. You may as well abandon the idea of cultivating a brigade skilled in the 8 gates. Very few can withstand the training required, and that combat style is not easily replicated. I understand. The third nodded, but he still could not shake off this notion. Kakashi and Guy, I can arrange. But Uchiha Shisui will require you to liaise with the Uchiha clan directly. Understood. As long as you arrange for Kakashi and Guy, I will handle matters with the Uchiha clan. Sakura was confident and believed she could persuade Fugaku Uchiha. After all, she was Sasuke's go-to stylist, having crafted numerous appealing looks for him, which had helped strengthen the bond between the brothers. Most importantly, if she recalled correctly, Sasuke's mother, Uchiha Mikoto, was close friends with Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki. She planned to leverage this connection to persuade Fugaku, confident that he would not resist the influence of such a close friendship. That in the evening, Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke walked along the path, with Sasuke's expression as dark as a pot's bottom. What are you following me for? And why bring this idiot along? I already told you I have matters to discuss with your father, and as for Naruto, he can be of assistance in this endeavor. So he must come along, Sakura asserted confidently, adding that she needed to assess the interests of his family and brother to better tailor her assistance in creating appropriate feminine attire for him. Don't mention that. Sasuke seethed, his frustration palpable. Being forced to dress in feminine attire at the ramen shop was one thing, but returning home to find his mother insisting the same was pushing him to the brink. Why not? I think Sasuke looks great dressed like that. Naruto chimed in, stifling laughter. Shut up, you fool! Sasuke's furious shout startled the birds in the nearby trees. As the sun set, the trio's silhouettes appeared unexpectedly harmonious. Chapter 23. A visit to the Uchiha clan. Good day, young Master Sasuke. You have returned early today. Upon entering the territory of the Uchiha clan, nearly everyone they encountered greeted Sasuke with warm smiles. Is this your friend, young Master Sasuke? What an adorable little girl. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression stiffened, and the little voice within him was ready to flip the table. Adorable, my foot. This is nothing short of a demon. The actions of the third Hokage and others are truly excessive, Sakura lamented, noting how the Uchiha clan had been completely marginalized to the outskirts of the village. Not only were they stationed in the most remote area, but they were also surrounded by other clans that it is no wonder that the Uchiha clan contemplated rebellion. Uchiha co-founded Konoha alongside Senju Hashirama, yet apart from Hashirama, everyone in Konoha avoided him like the plague. After Uchiha executed his plan to fake his death, the Uchiha clan's standing in Konoha became precarious. Later, the only one who remembered the Uchiha, Senju Hashirama, passed away prematurely, and upon the ascension of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, the Uchiha were awkwardly assigned to the Konoha police force. What is the Konoha police force responsible for? Maintaining the village's order, which sounds impressive, yet in reality, this role is inherently antagonistic. Enforcing the law inevitably offends certain individuals. And these individuals are not isolated without kin or friends. Over time, every punishment meted out to a member of the Uchiha clan resulted in the alienation of a multitude. Gradually, the entire village began to harbor grievances against the Uchiha clan. The crux of the matter lies in the Uchiha's proud disposition. For them, those they acknowledge are worth protecting with their lives, and even in death, they would harbor no regrets. Conversely, those they do not recognize would receive nothing more than a stoic visage upon their approach. The Uchiha's love is fervent and extreme. Once it is established, it becomes eternal. Even Senju Tobirama remarked on the profound depth of the Uchiha's affection, noting that should they lose that cherished love within them, they could descend into madness. Uchiha Obito serves as a prime example. Initially, he was a model student, cheerful and amiable. However, after witnessing Rin's tragic death at the hands of Kakashi's Chidori, he underwent a complete transformation. His Sharingan evolved from the Tsutomu state directly to the Mangekyou Sharingan, turning him from a sunny youth into a heartless antagonist. Under Madara's manipulation, he even attacked Konoha and unleashed the Nine Tails. Who could have imagined that the masked man who fought so fiercely against the fourth Hokage was none other than the underachieving Uchiha Obito? Just as in the present, the Uchiha clan members regard Sakura and Naruto as Sasuke's good friends, and thus they greet them with smiles. Yet, if it were anyone else, regardless of their strength, they would not even spare a glance. Despite the egregious ostracism from Konoha, they still extend warm welcomes to their kin. Truly, one extreme family. Sakura greatly appreciates the Uchiha's passionate nature. Whether it be love or hate, at least dealing with them does not require any subterfuge. I have returned. After a considerable journey, the three finally arrived at Sasuke's home. Throughout the way, Naruto's smile had not faltered in other parts of Konoha. The villagers regarded him with disdain, or at best, indifference. Yet in the Uchiha clan, nearly everyone greeted him with warmth, a sensation he had never experienced before. Sasuke is home early today, Uchiha Mikoto remarked with curiosity. Ever since Sasuke began working at Ichiraka Ramen, he usually returned much later to. Is this Sasuke's friend? Hello, Aunt Mikoto. I am Haruno Sakura. Sakura greeted cheerfully. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto added, somewhat shyly, as he had never had such interactions with elders before. Uzumaki. Uchiha Mikoto paused for a moment, the surname evoking memories of her dear friend, who had been taken too soon if her child were still alive. They would be around Sasuke's age. Does Aunt Mikoto find this surname quite nostalgic? Sakura observed the sorrow in Mikoto's eyes and continued, by the way, don't you think Naruto looks familiar? The same golden hair. The same blue eyes, and when he smiles, it's like the sun. Most importantly, he has the same peculiar catchphrase. Kushina. Uchiha Makoto gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Initially, she was puzzled by Sakura's words, but the last statement struck a chord. Her dear friend also had a similar catchphrase, and the age matched perfectly. Naruto is indeed the child of Kushina-senpai, Sakura confirmed. Wonderful! Wonderful! Uchiha Makoto exclaimed, embracing Naruto tightly, tears streaming down her face, when the fourth Hokage and Kushina met their tragic fate. She had just given birth to Sasuke. At that time, the Uchiha clan had no way to approach the battlefield, and they were completely unaware that Kushina had already delivered her child. They believed that the Nine Tails had broken free from its seal during childbirth, resulting in the demise of both the fourth Hokage and their child. What's going on? Naruto looked helplessly at Sakura, bewildered as to why this gentle-looking aunt suddenly held him and wept. Furthermore, what did Sakura mean when she said he was Kushina's child? Aunt Makoto is your mother's close friend. They shared a very deep bond. In fact, when they were both pregnant, they discussed what would happen if they had daughters. They would become sworn sisters. If they had sons, they would become good brothers. If it were one of each, they would become in-laws, Sakura explained with a smile, recalling the original story. Although they weren't brothers, their bond was akin to that of siblings. They had become the best of friends. Sakura, do you know who my parents are? Naruto inquired anxiously. Having grown up as an orphan, he often envied other children who had their parents by their side. Your parents are great heroes. If it weren't for them, Konoha would have perished long ago. Sakura raised a finger, continuing, at present, I cannot disclose everything to you, as it would put you in great danger. However, when your strength reaches a sufficient level, I will reveal everything, and you will have the chance to meet them again. Really? Although Naruto felt a tinge of disappointment, he quickly regained his resolve. Don't worry. I will work hard to become stronger. Meet them again. Does that mean Kushina and Uchiha Makoto pondered in surprise? Could it be that the fourth Hokage and his wife had not perished? Chakra ceiling. Sakura pointed to Naruto's abdomen, and Uchiha Makoto immediately understood. The Uzumaki clan was renowned for their sealing techniques. It appeared that the fourth Hokage and his wife had sealed their chakra within Naruto's body before their demise. Chapter 24. The key to solving the problem. Are we expecting guests? Uchiha Fugaku entered from outside, his expression slightly puzzled upon seeing Naruto. Husband, come quickly. This is Kushina's child. Uchiha Makoto stood up and took Naruto's hand. Watergate and Kushina's child? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes reflected understanding, nostalgia, and a hint of guilt. If I had not been concerned about the Elder Council back then, Watergate and the others would not have. Naruto looked to Sakura with a pleading expression, wondering why this newcomer was regarding him with such a strange gaze. Fugaku-senpai, won't you invite us in for a seat? Sakura broke the melancholic atmosphere, suggesting that they could not leave Uchiha Fugaku standing there reminiscing as dusk approached. The group moved inside and took their seats. Uchiha Makoto headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Naruto and Sasuke were sent by Sakura to his sister. In the living room, only Uchiha Fugaku remained, seated across from Sakura. You did not come today merely to inform us that Watergate's child is still alive, did you? Uchiha Fugaku, not one to be easily deceived, understood that Sakura's sudden visit to the Uchiha clan could not simply be a social call. Fugaku-senpai knows me. Sakura found it strange, as she had not met Uchiha Fugaku before. The third Hokage mentioned you and informed me that you might possess a means to mend the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku did not conceal anything, directly revealing the third Hokage's name. There is indeed a method to ease the relationship. I wonder if Fugaku-senpai seeks a temporary resolution or a complete reversal of the situation. Sakura nodded, realizing that the third Hokage was indeed a crafty old man. If possible, I naturally wish for a complete turnaround. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Sakura's demeanor was anything but that of a mere child. However, I would like to hear both methods. If Fugaku-senpai aims for a temporary integration of the Uchiha clan into Konoha, it is not an insurmountable task. A few adjustments would suffice, Sakura, without any preamble. Stated directly, the first point concerns attire. The Uchiha clan has a penchant for donning their own distinctive garments, seldom embracing the traditional vests issued to the Leaf Village ninjas. This choice inadvertently positions the Uchiha clan as outsiders to Konoha. Regardless of your accomplishments, the villagers will perceive them solely as the Uchiha's achievements, rather than the endeavors of Konoha's Uchiha. Consequently, this breeds a significant lack of recognition among the villagers, who view your contributions as those of outsiders rather than sacrifices made by their own kin. To alter this perception, a change in attire is imperative. All Uchiha ninjas should adopt the vest provided by Konoha. The second point pertains to character. The Uchiha's pride often inhibits you from lowering your guard to engage with others. Even when your intentions are altruistic, your haughty demeanor can sabotage your efforts. Take, for instance, your designated living quarters. Konoha has relegated the Uchiha to the most secluded corner of the village, yet you have remained silent in your grievances, allowing resentment to fester in silence. This approach yields no positive outcome and only exacerbates the situation. Therefore, it is vital for the Uchiha clan to initiate a change in attitude and proactively engage with the villagers of Konoha. Start small, perhaps by establishing essential shops in the village. Over time, as the villagers grow accustomed to the presence of the Uchiha, their apprehension will naturally dissipate. The third issue is the matter of image. The members of the Uchiha clan exude an air of excessive seriousness. You ought to smile more often, allowing the villagers to perceive your gentleness rather than cold indifference. Despite the passion that burns within you, your tendency to maintain a stoic facade often leads to isolation. This behavior must change. Lastly, we arrive at the issue of the security force. Frankly speaking, this is the most pressing concern. Although the Konoha security force appears prestigious, it often alienates many. Maintaining order in Konoha inevitably incurs the ire of numerous individuals, whose relatives and friends will develop negative sentiments towards the Uchiha as a result. In the end, despite your substantial contributions to Konoha's security, you receive no gratitude, only disdain from the masses. In light of this, I propose, Faike-senpai, that you consider delegating some authority within the security force to enable ninjas from other clans and even civilian ninjas to participate. It is crucial to delineate the Uchiha from the security force, for while this may superficially diminish the Uchiha's influence within Konoha, it allows other clans and ninjas to share the burden. Even if the villagers harbor animosity, it will be directed towards the security force rather than the Uchiha clan. In summary, Faike-senpai, moving forward, it is essential for the Uchiha ninjas to don the attire of Konoha, to venture out with smiles, and for non-ninja Uchiha members to actively engage with the villagers. This will help normalize the presence of the Uchiha in everyday life. Furthermore, integrating members from other clans into the security force will clarify to the villagers that the security force does not represent the Uchiha. By implementing these strategies, the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha can gradually improve, albeit temporarily. Sakura lifted her teacup and took a sip of hot tea, her throat nearly aflame from the lengthy discourse. Is it really that simple? Faike furrowed his brow. Merely changing our attire and smiling enough? Or is there more to it? The villagers' unfavorable attitude towards the Uchiha stems from a fundamental misunderstanding. The Uchiha clan often isolates itself, akin to reclusive hermits, and the rumors generated by the security force only serve to deepen this misapprehension. Sakura could not help but roll her eyes. The Uchiha clan is exceedingly reclusive. Take Ichiraku Ramen, for example, a beloved establishment in Konoha frequented by members of every clan, yet the Uchiha remain conspicuously absent, with hardly any of them seen wandering the streets. The Uchiha are inherently kind-hearted, yet their fatal flaw lies in their inability to express themselves. They may yearn to extend warmth, but instead, they adopt a cold and aloof demeanor if one does not actively communicate their thoughts. How can others discern their intentions? By showcasing a more amiable and passionate side, the Uchiha can convey their true sentiments, fostering a more harmonious relationship. Moreover, given that the Uchiha are predominantly composed of strikingly handsome individuals, their attractiveness is not an issue that a few smiles could undoubtedly win over many villagers' hearts. Faike's lips twitched slightly, as if the suggestion implied that the Uchiha should resort to selling smiles. What about the second method? He inquired at to fundamentally alter the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha. We must pinpoint the crux of the issue, Sakura replied. And no matter how commendable your efforts, they could be undermined by those who sow discord. Shinobi Danzo is a name familiar to Fayek, who recognizes him as a figure consistently at odds with the Uchiha. However, Danzo's influence as a member of the Konoha Elder Council and his long-standing friendship with the third Hokage, coupled with his control over the Root organization, renders him untouchable. Indeed, Danzo embodies a paradoxical character, convinced that he is upholding the will of the second Hokage, believing his actions to be in the best interest of Konoha. Yet, in truth, it is merely a self-deceptive delusion. Danzo's actions, often met with widespread disapproval, have led to numerous tragedies, from the demise of Uchiha Shisui to the forced massacre of Uchiha Itachi's clan, as well as his collusion with Hanzo of the Salamander to orchestrate Yahiko's death. Each of Danzo's deeds has birthed a multitude of misfortunes. That it has been said that when one encounters a tragedy in the world of Naruto, yet cannot ascertain the perpetrator, it is invariably Danzo's doing. His notorious reputation is well earned. Despite his many misdeeds, Danzo remains oblivious to his faults, steadfastly convinced of his righteousness. In essence, he is a quintessential example of self-deception. The more one lies, the more one comes to accept those lies as truth. While the reasons for his animosity towards the Uchiha elude me, it is undeniable that as long as Danzo lives, the Uchiha clan will never know peace. Sakura sipped her tea and continued. Hence, if we wish to resolve the awkwardness between us and Konoha, Danzo's fate is pivotal. However, as a member of the Konoha Elder Council, eliminating him is no simple task, Fayek lamented, though he would relish the opportunity to rid himself of the persistent thorn that is Danzo. His standing as an elder and former classmate of the third Hokage, under the latter's protection, renders him untouchable. Otherwise, given Danzo's track record, he would have long been the target of vengeance from countless adversaries. I am well aware of this, Sakura responded, but to remove Danzo, one must not only seize the right moment, but also occupy the moral high ground. We must ensure that everyone perceives the Uchiha as the oppressed party, victimized by Danzo's machinations, and thus forced to rise in resistance. Once we establish this narrative, we can eliminate Danzo and subsequently disseminate information regarding his past misdeeds that I believe the villagers will not be inclined to sympathize with him. We have amassed a wealth of incriminating evidence against Danzo. We can produce it when necessary. However, the timing of his removal is crucial, Fayek mused, furrowing his brow. Danzo is not only formidable, but also remains hidden within the Root's stronghold, making his assassination a daunting task. When to eliminate him can be discussed later. The immediate focus is on the critical steps leading up to that point, Sakura asserted, raising her index finger for emphasis. First, the Uchiha clan must follow my earlier suggestions to mend relations with the villagers of Konoha, striving to shift public perception. Second, we must wait. Wait for Danzo to instigate trouble with the Uchiha. Fayek, not lacking in intelligence, comprehended Sakura's intent. If Danzo were to make the first move, the Uchiha could then feign weakness, portraying themselves as the victims. In such a scenario, the Uchiha's subsequent reluctant retaliation would garner no criticism. Precisely. Given Danzo's temperament, he will surely be alarmed by the Uchiha's sudden transformation. For what I know, his true aim has never been to merely stifle the Uchiha's progress. Rather, he seeks their complete annihilation. Sakura's words left Fayek in contemplative silence. To be candid, he found it difficult to fully believe her assertion. Even the second Hokage, known for his disdain towards the Uchiha, had never entertained the notion of their extermination. I understand your skepticism, but time will vindicate my claims. Danzo has awaited the opportune moment for far too long that if all goes according to plan, he will likely act within the next few years. With Sasuke now 4 years old, only 3 years remain until the Uchiha's tragic downfall as depicted in the original narrative. He cannot possibly be that deranged, can he? Even though Danzo harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha clan. The annihilation of the entire Uchiha lineage would undoubtedly provoke widespread opposition. Even the third Hokage would not condone such an action. Uchiha Fugaku hesitantly remarked. Under normal circumstances, he would indeed be powerless to act. But what if the Uchiha clan sought to incite a rebellion? Sakura interjected. If they had that justification, then no one would dare voice an objection to his extermination of the Uchiha. Rebellion. Fugaku's grip on his teacup tightened suddenly, his expression fluctuating between worry and uncertainty. In recent years, discontent within the clan towards Konoha has been on the rise. Not long ago, the elders approached him, discussing their desire to see the Uchiha ascend to positions of power within Konoha. If Danzo were to use this as an excuse, then after exterminating the Uchiha, no one would be able to object. The Uchiha clan is not a monolith. Aside from you, Uncle Fugaku, as the clan leader, the elders wield considerable influence. While you earnestly wish to foster peace between Konoha and the Uchiha, their aspirations extend far beyond that. In the original narrative, after Shisui's death, several Uchiha members brazenly confronted Itachi, questioning him with an audacity that was quite shocking, knowing full well that Itachi was the son of the clan leader. Their boldness indicated that they were backed by powerful allies, and the only ones capable of challenging the clan leader were the elders. However, this also presents an opportunity. Sakura suddenly shifted her tone, declaring, "It is high time for the Uchiha clan to embrace change. Those stubborn traditionalists clinging to the past will only become a liability. If they desire rebellion, let them rebel. It will provide Danzo with the perfect pretext to act, and you, Uncle Fugaku, can seize this chance to cleanse the Uchiha of its dissenters, preserving only the peace-loving elite. Those wishing to rebel can engage in their quarrels with Danzo. What do you intend to do?" Fugaku inquired solemnly. The power of the elders within the clan has grown too formidable, and, as the clan leader, he often finds himself at a disadvantage. Just as Sakura suggested, he could indeed leverage this opportunity to rid the Uchiha of its disobedient elements. Chapter 26. Finalizing the plan first. Have those loyal to you implement the changes I previously suggested to improve the Uchiha clan's external image. Then, discreetly contact the faction that remains faithful to you, revealing just enough of the plan as you see fit. Lastly, keep a watchful eye on the faction within the clan that seeks to rebel. Once their cries for rebellion reach a crescendo, Danzo will likely take action. Sakura contemplated that the foremost priority is to alter the Uchiha clan's image in the eyes of the villagers of Konoha, as this is a crucial aspect of the subsequent plan. Moreover, you must prepare a sufficient number of corpses corresponding to the number of subordinates willing to follow you. When Danzo makes his move, I will disguise those corpses to resemble the Uchiha clansmen who departed with you, allowing you to successfully retreat into the shadows and await the opportune moment to re-enter Konoha. Sakura also harbored a vague notion of when to reinstate the Uchiha into the fray. Tomorrow, I will convene with my subordinates to discuss and disseminate the plan. Fugaku did not voice any objections, but after a moment of silence, he inquired, somewhat perplexed, "Why do you wish to assist the Uchiha?" "As far as I know, the Uchiha's reputation within the village has not been particularly favorable. Because Sasuke is my friend, the thought of Sasuke's fate in the original narrative caused Sakura to sigh deeply. Is this truly the life Sasuke desires? One steeped in deception and hatred? At just 7 years old, he bore the burden of his clan's massacre, and tragically, the perpetrator was none other than his beloved brother. In his quest for power to exact revenge, he severed ties with Team 7 and sought out Orochimaru, only to learn, after finally killing his brother, that it had all been an elaborate deception. Throughout the first half of his life, Sasuke lived consumed by the hatred of his clan's slaughter. In the latter half, he was haunted by the regret of having killed his brother. Even when he was eventually brought back by Naruto, was that truly a satisfactory conclusion? The Uchiha clan was annihilated, his brother was dead, and yet the true instigators, the elders of Konoha, suffered no consequences. Save for Danzo's demise, Sasuke became a one-armed hero, tirelessly toiling away, to the point where he no longer recognized his own daughter. As a friend, I cannot bear to witness his suffering. Friends, Fugaku's serious demeanor finally softened into a warm smile. It is indeed Sasuke's fortune to have friends like you. Naruto, Sasuke, do take care not to fall. In the kitchen, Uchiha Makoto watched with a hint of exasperation as the two children engaged in a playful rivalry. They seemed like natural adversaries, possessing a strong bond, yet always eager to compete with one another. Reflecting on the Nine-Tails rampage for years ago, she mused that had she disregarded the Elder's orders, perhaps Minato and the others might have survived. Casting a glance at the kitchen, listening to the commotion created by Naruto and Sasuke, Fugaku felt a surge of guilt. This situation is not your fault. Even if you had arrived on the battlefield, it would have made little difference. The mastermind behind the scenes would not have been so easily deterred. And even if you had managed to control the Nine-Tails with your Mangekyo, it would have only intensified the Elder's wariness of the Uchiha clan. Sakura refrained from commenting that Obito's body bore the curse mark left by Madara, and with Black Zetsu monitoring him, he was incapable of halting his actions. Otherwise, he would not have wished for the fourth Hokage to recognize him. He likely hoped that the fourth would acknowledge him and thwart his intentions. But alas, fate did not align with his desires. Fugaku's pupils constricted. The Mangekyo Sharingan was his greatest secret, one he had kept hidden for so long that even the fourth Hokage was largely unaware of it. The fact that Sakura knew of his Mangekyo sent a jolt of alarm through him. There is no need for you to look at me in that manner, Uncle Fugaku. I will not divulge this information. Sakura replied with a nonchalant smile. The Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed formidable, particularly in the realm of Genjutsu. Yet with the soul gem in her possession, Sakura was immune to its effects. Sakura conversed with Fugaku about Konoha's past. The contrast between the middle-aged man and the 4-year-old girl seemed non-existent, as they sat across from each other without any sense of incongruity. Upon pushing the door open, Uchiha Itachi was greeted by this peculiar scene. "Father, have we received guests? This is your younger brother's good friend." Fugaku introduced Sakura. "She has come to discuss important matters with us. You may listen in." Fugaku felt quite satisfied with his son, Itachi. He possessed remarkable talent and a mature disposition. Though Fugaku occasionally wished for him to exhibit a touch more playfulness, like his younger brother, Sasuke. Speaking of which, I almost forgot. Sakura quickly interrupted Fugaku before he could continue, realizing that if Itachi learned of their plan now, Danzo might come knocking at their door by morning. "That I have come at the behest of the third Hokage to summon Uchiha Shisui." "Shisui? Is there a mission for him?" Fugaku inquired. Uchiha Shisui was part of the third Hokage's umbu, but he had been training Itachi at home recently, which is why the third had sent Sakura to speak with Fugaku. "Yes, I'm heading to the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning and wish for him to accompany me for protection." Sakura did not conceal this information, as it would likely soon reach the ears of the heads of various clans. There was no need to keep it hidden. This related to the recent provocations from the Cloud Village? Itachi suddenly asked. "Yes, to prevent the outbreak of war, I must go to the border and mediate." Sakura nodded, adopting a sympathetic demeanor. If Konoha and the Cloud Village were to go to war, the ensuing casualties would be catastrophic, and that is certainly not a sight I wish to witness. War? Itachi lowered his gaze, remaining silent. He harbored a deep-seated aversion to warfare. Otherwise, he would not have taken such drastic measures to eradicate his own clan for the sake of Konoha's peace. "How could the third Hokage allow you to go? You are merely a 4-year-old child." Fugaku frowned, finding it implausible that a child would be entrusted with such a significant task between two ninja villages. "Because I possess the power to reduce the Cloud Village to rubble." Sakura replied with a sweet smile, "Why appropriately demonstrating my strength, I can intimidate the Cloud Village into submission, thereby preventing war from ever arising." "Wait, weren't we supposed to mediate? Shouldn't mediation involve both parties sitting down and discussing matters? Why has it suddenly turned into a show of strength?" Itachi's forehead was adorned with question marks. Chapter 27. The Proud Azure Beast of Konoha. Outside the great gates of Konohagakure, the exuberant Might Guy, clad in a vibrant green spandex suit reminiscent of a frog, with a hairdo akin to that of a kappa, was animatedly engaging the indifferent Kakashi Hitaki. As an elite member of the Umbu, Kakashi rarely had the luxury of wandering outside, and in the absence of Kakashi as a rival, Might Guy felt an incompleteness in his youth. "Kakashi, let us engage in a spirited duel of youth. The early morning heralds a new beginning. We must embrace it with vigor and enthusiasm. Do not be so listless." Guy bounded about energetically, yet Kakashi remained unresponsive, still reeling from the emotional toll of losing his teacher and teammates. Were it not for the fact that this individual was his childhood friend Might Guy, anyone else would have already been intimidated by Sharingan. "Be quiet." This mission is no trifling matter. Conserve your strength in case of unforeseen circumstances. Reflecting on the third Hokage's instructions, Kakashi offered a rare word of caution to Guy. Huh, aren't we just escorting someone to the border? The route is within the land of fire. How much danger could there possibly be? With his limited intellect, Guy could scarcely fathom any potential threats, for no foolish ninja village would dare provoke Konohagakure within its borders. That is not certain. Kakashi replied, a shadow of gravity crossing his visible eye. The third Hokage had specifically instructed him that should they encounter peril, they must do everything possible to ensure the safe return of the girl named Sakura, indicating that this escort mission would not be tranquil. By the way, aside from our protected charge, is it just the two of us on this mission? Guy inquired curiously, as typically, missions comprised at least a three-man cell, or at least an upper-ranked ninja accompanied by lower-ranked ones. Rarely did missions involve merely two individuals that know. There's one more. Kakashi paused contemplatively before saying, Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui. The prodigy of the Uchiha clan? Guy had heard of Shisui's reputation, for he was renowned across the 5 great shinobi countries. Ah. Kakashi affirmed with a nod, leaning against the wall in silence. I have decided. I shall challenge Uchiha Shisui. Guy suddenly clenched his fists and gazed resolutely into the distance. Youth can only grow stronger through constant challenges. Kakashi, with his usual deadpan expression, displayed no enthusiasm. Hey, Kakashi, did you hear what I said? I'm going to challenge Uchiha Shisui, and you will be our judge. Guy was dissatisfied with the melancholic aura emanating from Kakashi. He wished for his old friend to emerge from the shadows rather than remain mired in sorrow. However, he was not adept at offering comfort, so he sought to distract Kakashi instead, though this approach seemed ineffective at present. Before long, 2 figures, one large and one small, emerged from the village, followed by a group of small children and a few adults. Hey Dad, Mom, Uncle Irika, Sister Ayam, Naruto, Ino, and everyone else, you don't need to see me off. I'm only going on a special mission, not to my demise. There's no need to worry about me, due to the prolonged absence necessitated by this mission. Sakura had informed her parents and friends, and though she had successfully persuaded them with her eloquent arguments, the result was that they had risen early to prepare a plethora of items for her. Had it not been for Shisui's timely arrival, who sealed the items into storage scrolls, Sakura would have likely been burdened with a massive backpack. Sakura, be sure to prioritize your safety while you're out there. Eat on time, don't catch a cold, and take care of yourself. Return safely. Her mother, Mizuki Haruno, fought back tears, reiterating her concerns, knowing she could not convince Sakura to stay behind. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely return safely. Shisui is a well-renowned ninja throughout the shinobi world and possesses immense strength. There is no need for concern regarding safety. Sakura nodded earnestly, determined to return safely for her parents and friends. Come back soon, and don't make your mother too worried. Even the usually cheerful Karu Haruno fell silent, ultimately managing only this one statement, his furrowed brow revealing his underlying anxiety. Yes, I understand, Sakura replied. Turning to Naruto. Naruto, you need to take care while I'm gone. Don't get into any trouble. I will. Naruto wiped his eyes and said, it won't be long before I can enroll in the Ninja Academy. I will train hard and become a powerful ninja. When danger arises, I'll protect you. All right, Sakura smiled and addressed Uncle Irika. Uncle Irika, Sister Ayam, I leave Naruto in your hands that if anything happens, just go to the Uchiha compound and seek Uncle Fugaku as assistance. Sakura whispered that last part to Irika, ensuring only Shisui could hear. I will. Irika nodded. I'm currently developing new culinary delights. When you return, I'll prepare a grand feast for you. I'll be looking forward to that. Sakura glanced at the time, waved goodbye to Ino and the others, and said, it's getting late. I must set off. While I'm gone, you all must behave, and when I return, I'll bring you a surprise. Well, as long as you return safely. The surprise isn't a concern. I certainly don't want the beautiful cherry blossoms to wither before they bloom. Ino feigned nonchalance that I want wither prematurely. Besides, even if I do, it doesn't signify an end. The fallen petals will nourish new green leaves, and when spring arrives, the rebirth of nature will signify the pinnacle of youth, the moment when it burns the brightest. Sakura recalled a statement Guy had made to Uchiha Madara during the Fourth Shinobi World War and inadvertently voiced it aloud. Well said. That is indeed youth. As soon as Sakura finished speaking, a green-skinned frog jumped forth, sporting a kappa-like watermelon hairstyle, thick eyebrows, and glimmering teeth, sending a shiver down Sakura's spine. Chapter 28. The Proud Azure Beast of Konoha. Might Guy, who proudly deemed himself the proud Azure Beast of Konoha, was in truth known by those who truly understood him as a rather eccentric and whimsical creature. Though Might Guy lacked proficiency in ninjutsu, he was an unparalleled master of taijutsu, particularly renowned for the forbidden technique of the Eight Gates, which granted him extraordinary power in the state of the Seventh Gate. Guy possessed strength on par with that of Hokage, and upon opening the Eighth Gate, sacrificing his life force, he wielded strength akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths, albeit for a fleeting duration and at the cost of his own life. Despite his eccentricities, Might Guy's character was resolute and unwavering, often regarded alongside Kisame Hoshigaki as one of the two true men of the world of shinobi. In his youth, due to his lackluster ninjutsu skills, he was often ridiculed as a fool and a failure. However, instead of succumbing to the taunts, Might Guy dedicated himself to rigorous physical training, ultimately gaining notoriety after mastering the Eight Gates technique taught to him by his father. Might Due. Though Might Guy's prowess was formidable, the majority of Konoha's populace remained unaware until after the Fourth Shinobi World War, when Kakashi, having witnessed the might of the Eight Gates, began to train a cadre of watermelon-headed youths. Might Guy regarded Kakashi as his lifelong rival. After Kakashi joined the Umbu, he even submitted a request to the third Hokage expressing his desire to join the Umbu, but was declined, not due to a lack of ability, but rather because his exuberant personality was ill-suited for the shadowy operations of the Umbu, upon seeing the frog-like attire of the individual before her. Sakura felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of her eye, wishing to instantly blind herself from the bizarre aesthetic that was utterly beyond her comprehension. Young lady, I never expected to find someone in Konoha who understands youth as profoundly as you do. I, Might Guy, gladly accept you as my dear friend. In celebration of our blossoming youth, let us perform 20 laps around Konoha while walking on our hands. Guy beamed his signature smile, his teeth glistening in the sunlight, sending shivers down the spines of Naruto, Sasuke, and the others. And oh thanks, I'm still just a child. Excessive high-intensity exercise could hinder my physical development. Sakura, without a moment's hesitation, firmly declined. The thought of being asked to walk upside down around Konoha, like Guy, was simply unacceptable to her. Aside from the question of whether she could even manage it, she certainly did not wish to be the subject of peculiar stares. Oh, what a pity! Guy's face was painted with regret, but in the next instant, he revealed a mysteriously enigmatic smile. Young lady, I possess a marvelous outfit that I don't need it. Before Guy could finish his sentence, a cold sweat broke out on Sakura's brow as she swiftly rejected his offer. She knew all too well that the so-called marvelous outfit was none other than that green frog suit. Wearing that, she would rather engage in a fierce battle with Uchiha Obito right then and there. My dear girl, even though you have turned down my generous gift, I can still perceive the vibrant essence of youth radiating from you. Come, let us embark on a spirited run around Konoha. With a thumb raised and his pearly white teeth gleaming dazzlingly, he caused Sakura and the others to instinctively shield their eyes. In truth, you are the true Konoha white fan, Sakura remarked sarcastically, bemused by the brightness of his smile. What a waste it would be if he didn't star in a toothpaste commercial. Beside the grinning Guy, Uchiha Shisui's smile froze in place. Upon encountering Guy's bizarre appearance, he felt a profound sense of disillusionment regarding the legendary Konoha white fan. It's getting late. We should set off promptly, Kakashi interjected, realizing that the situation had strayed into the territory of his father and feeling compelled to intervene. Kakashi-senpai, Uchiha Shisui politely greeted him, well aware of Kakashi's esteemed reputation in Konoha, amplified by Sharingan. Depart. But what about the person we are supposed to escort? They haven't arrived yet. Guy scratched his head. Puzzled, I am the target you are to escort. Sakura's lips twitched. Was this a case of natural cluelessness or just plain ignorance? Guy was momentarily taken aback before he finally grasped the situation. They were to escort a mere child, and to a perilous location at that. Kakashi Ajisen, may I give him a good thrashing? Sakura's temples throbbed with veins, feeling that the calm demeanor she had cultivated over this time was about to be shattered by Guy. As long as you don't injure him, it's fine. Kakashi's lips twitched beneath his mask. Was he really that old? After all, he had just reached adulthood this year. That's a relief. A faint smile graced Sakura's lips as she propped her oil paper umbrella with her left hand and gently moved her right, sending Guy soaring into the air without warning. What on earth is happening? Guy flailed helplessly in the air, unable to muster any strength, his whole body trembling. Could this be some sort of supernatural occurrence? After a considerable commotion, the group finally prepared to set out. With a wave of her hand to her parents and Naruto and Sasuke, Sakura proceeded towards the border under the protection of Kakashi and the others. Once the mission officially commenced, both Kakashi and Shisui entered a focused state, and even Guy became taciturn, diligently on guard against enemy ambushes. Kakashi Ajisen, Shisui, and Guy Ajisen, if you don't mind, you can all sit on my sword. There's no need to walk so laboriously on foot. With a thought, Sakura's magical sword rapidly expanded, accommodating all four of them without feeling cramped. This sensation of flying is truly delightful, Guy exclaimed, reveling in the experience. Although the sword moved at great speed, Sakura enveloped it in an invisible shield, blocking most of the fierce winds, so they merely enjoyed a gentle breeze on their cheeks. Indeed, it is quite pleasant. Kakashi retrieved a gift from Jiraiya that he had received on his coming-of-age day from his ninja tool pouch. It was his first experience of flight, and he found it rather agreeable. Soaring through the sky like a bird, free and unrestrained, Shisui's eyes gleamed with a yearning as he slightly opened his arms, as if trying to grasp something intangible. You greatly cherished peace. Shisui, Sakura inquired suddenly during their journey. Of course. Shisui nodded without hesitation. Without war, without slaughter, without senseless death, everyone could coexist peacefully, and the world would be spared much tragedy. Chapter 29. The Konoha Strategist at the Border. Part 1. Seeing the glimmer of hope in Shisui's eyes as he spoke of peace. Sakura felt an urge to retort. Was it truly worth it, resulting in your untimely demise at the hands of Danzo in the name of that so-called peace? Hearing Shisui's final words, a shadow of sorrow crossed Kakashi's right eye. If it weren't for the war, perhaps Obito and Rin would still be alive. Guy also wholeheartedly agreed with Shisui's sentiments. Had it not been for the war, he wouldn't have been thrust in a battle at such a tender age. Nor would his father have perished protecting him. With a common topic at hand, the atmosphere among them lightened considerably. All three had personally experienced the ravages of war, which fueled their fervent desire for peace. While Sakura, having lived in an era of tranquility, naturally yearned to avoid the horrors of conflict, Kakashi felt himself slipping into complacency. As an elite of the Umbu, he should have been meticulous in executing missions. Yet here he was, soaring on a magical sword. Unperturbed by the threat of enemy attacks, Shisui's storage scroll was filled with provisions, leaving them with little to do aside from feasting and enjoying their leisurely flight. He felt as though his years of disciplined ninja demeanor were vanishing. However, this languid existence was undeniably enjoyable. For the first time in years of suffering, Kakashi found himself contemplating a life of idleness. If the third Hokage were to learn that his later personality was shaped by this mission, he would surely regret sending him on it. As for Shisui, he greatly appreciated this peaceful journey. Devoid of bloodshed or the need for constant vigilance against ambushes, his spirit felt remarkably lightened, especially with Sakura, a companion who also cherished peace, allowing them to converse freely about a life devoid of war. Everything felt so blissful. The only one not entirely content was Guy. As a creature pledged to keep the spirit of youth alive, his daily regimen of intense training had become a necessity. Yet these days spent floating in the air, with only a peculiar sword beneath him, stifled his exuberance. Despite Sakura's repeated assurances that remaining on the sword was entirely safe, his heart remained uneasy, and the peacefulness of their journey rendered him somewhat listless. After several days of travel, they finally reached the border. As soon as they landed, Guy collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. At last, they had arrived at their destination, and thankfully, his youth had not been entirely squandered. upon receiving word of 4 peculiar individuals descending from the sky. Shikaku, acting as the strategist, immediately recalled the 3rd Hokage's prior notification and hurriedly exited his tent. Shikaku's lips twitched as he gazed at the sobbing guy on the ground, his head spinning with confusion. "I'm still lamenting the loss of my own youth," Kakashi remarked, as he and Shikaku were relatively familiar with one another. "You must be Sakura. Lord Third has briefed me on the situation." Shikaku's gaze toward Sakura was filled with curiosity, not only because of the intel entrusted to him by the 3rd Hokage, but also because this Sakura was a close friend of his son, who had transformed his previously lackadaisical demeanor. An astonishing feat in Shikaku's eyes. "Hello, Uncle Shikaku." Sakura greeted him with a smile. Shikaku was renowned for his high intellect in the world of shinobi, only to meet his end at the hands of the 10 Tails. However, his son ultimately followed in his footsteps as the Hokage's strategist, a legacy for the Nara clan. "Hello, Shikaku-senpai." Shisui also greeted him, holding a deep respect for the elder Nara. "Oh, Shikaku-senpai, how are you?" Guy exclaimed, leaping up, remnants of tears still evident on his face. After flashing a toothy grin at Shikaku, he began running around the camp on all fours, much to everyone's bewilderment. "Oh, youth, reignite your flame. If I can't manage to run 200 laps upside down, then I shall punish myself with 3,000 push-ups." Guy bellowed as he dashed away, leaving the ninjas in the camp utterly perplexed. "Shikaku-senpai, the current situation seems rather grim," Kakashi inquired. The atmosphere within the camp was notably tense. Throughout their journey, not a single smile graced the faces of the ninjas. It appears that the Hidden Cloud Village is resolutely intent on waging war against us. They have not only assembled a substantial number of ninjas, but have also dispatched the 2 Tails Jinchuriki from their village. Nara Shikaku solemnly remarked. That fleeting figure we glimpsed in the opposing camp yesterday was indeed the 2 Tails Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud Village. The fact that they have even sent out a Jinchuriki indicates their serious intent to engage in battle. "Is the 2 Tails coming on a journey?" Sakura pondered for a moment. The 2 Tails Jinchuriki, a creature from the Hidden Cloud Village, was captured by Kakuzu and Haiden in the original story, possessing considerable strength. Most importantly, the Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud Village can perfectly control the tailed beasts. Lord Third told me you have a way to compel them to retreat. Despite Narashikaku's intelligence, he found it difficult to comprehend how a mere 4-year-old child could possibly convince the Hidden Cloud Village to withdraw, known as they were for their warlike nature. "This is quite simple. We merely need to invite them to witness a meteor shower." Sakura said with a smile that a meteor shower is indeed a rare spectacle. And surely the Hidden Cloud Village would comply and retreat upon such an invitation. Not a meteor shower? Several individuals raised their eyebrows in confusion. Could simply watching a meteor shower lead to the retreat of the Hidden Cloud Village? Ultimately, unable to contain his curiosity, Akimichi Choza posed the question. Just watching a meteor shower certainly wouldn't induce them to retreat, but what if we facilitated a close encounter with the meteor shower? Sakura replied with a gentle smile. However, whether it was Narashikaku or Kakashi and Shisui, their eyes widened in astonishment. They were not foolish and understood Sakura's implication. What are meteors? They are falling stones. And a close encounter with such would undoubtedly result in fatal consequences. Is it truly feasible? Narashikaku couldn't help but inquired that if someone could manipulate meteors, it would pose a lethal threat to any ninja village or nation. "No problem. I can manage a small meteor shower." Sakura gestured no sign, then, with a hint of regret, added, "It's just a pity that my current strength is too limited. Otherwise, I could directly pull down a small asteroid to surprise them." Narashikaku chuckled dryly. Surprise? More like fright. Besides, an asteroid of that size descending from the sky would obliterate not just the Hidden Cloud Village, but likely leave none of the 5 great nations standing. The entire ninja world would be doomed. Chapter 30. Secret Technique. Spiritual pollution technique. As the few individuals discussed within the tent, a cacophony of curses erupted from outside, a mix of expletives from both the Leaf and the opposing camp. "What is happening?" Sakura queried, bewildered by the commotion outside. Is there now a cursing segment in ninja warfare? Recently, the ninjas tasked with guarding the border had been under immense stress. leading to the emergence of this peculiar activity. Daily, they would stand at the dividing line and hurl insults at one another, a means to alleviate the tension before the impending conflict. Narashikaku chuckled lightly. The ninjas along the border experienced tremendous pressure, constantly guarding against incursions while also ensuring that none of their own defected. Thus, he had grown accustomed to this behavior of exchanging insults across their respective territories. "I want to take a look," Sakura exclaimed, her interest piqued. In her earlier days, she had engaged in a verbal battle against numerous trolls online, a scene that still lingered in her memory. Witnessing a similar spectacle now made her heart race with excitement. The group made their way to the front lines, where several ninjas clad in leaf vests stood with hands on their hips, vociferously berating their opponents. In contrast, the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village mirrored this stance, engaged in a similar exchange of insults. The familiar sight nearly led Sakura to believe she had stumbled into a domestic dispute scene, particularly with the burly, muscular men from the Hidden Cloud Village. Hands on their hips, hurling insults, a sight that struck Sakura as comically incongruous. Ha 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 ha. The border was an expansive area, and Sakura's laughter echoed far and wide. Her mirth momentarily silenced the heated exchange, leaving both sides devoid of their combative spirit. "Hey, you damned leaf ninjas. What are you laughing at?" The individuals from the Hidden Cloud Village, though initially surprised by Sakura's age, quickly regained composure, recognizing that children had appeared on battlefields before. However, the sight of Sakura doubled over with laughter infuriated them. "Nothing much. I just find her demeanor rather amusing, that a group of such robust men squabbling like girls. Don't you think that's quite incongruous?" Sakura managed to stifle her laughter, yet a smile lingered on her face. She had never expected to witness such a pastoral scene in the midst of a ninja conflict. "Who are you calling a girl?" The Hidden Cloud ninjas were incensed. To be labeled as women was a blatant affront to their pride as formidable warriors. "I'm referring to all of you. Just observe your behavior. Where is the resolve befitting men? Not only are you arguing, but you also flaunt your hands on your hips and strike delicate poses while doing so. With such conduct, what kind of ninjas are you? You should don women's attire and become cross-dressers instead," Sakura quipped, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Narashikaku to issue a few directives. "Is this truly advisable? They may be our adversaries, but they're still ninjas." Narashikaku expressed his reluctance. Should this plan come to fruition, it would likely escalate hostilities with the Hidden Cloud Village. They are our enemies now. Why show them any mercy? This will surely vex them and lighten our spirits, Sakura asserted, snapping a few photos. "Let us proceed with this plan. Execute it as swiftly as possible." "Very well." Narashikaku cast a sympathetic glance at the opposing camp before returning to the tent to commence preparations. Before long, the items Sakura requested were ready. Narashikaku, with a conflicted expression, handed them over as curious ninjas from their camp gathered around. As Sakura had specifically requested that everyone witness the ensuing spectacle. Upon noticing the influx of leaf ninjas, the Hidden Cloud Village swiftly summoned their own. Both sides stood facing each other across a thin, dividing line, as if on the brink of an all-out brawl. "Uncle Shikaku, have the participants been gathered?" Sakura waved her hands, conjuring several small speakers to the forefront, connecting a player to ensure the sound would reach the opposing camp. Satisfied after testing the audio, she nodded approvingly. "They have been assembled." Narashikaku's voice was heavy with concern. He had just witnessed a trial of what Sakura had proposed, leaving him with a lingering discomfort in his eyes. Several ninjas, their expressions somewhat awkward, stepped forward, feeling a deep sense of embarrassment at having to perform such antics in front of an audience. While the prospect was undeniably daunting, they understood it was all for the greater good of their village. "Your sacrifices will be reported to Lord Third Hokage. You will all be hailed as heroes of the leaf," Sakura stated with a serious demeanor. Meanwhile, Narashikaku covered his face, contemplating that if the heroes of the leaf were of such caliber, even the first Hokage might rise from his grave to chastise them all. Are we truly heroes? All for the village. The expressions of the group solidified. It was merely a matter of making a small sacrifice, one that did not necessitate bloodshed. Their teachers had ingrained in them the ethos of ninjas sacrificing for their village. It was merely a matter of image and reputation. Why fear it? Transform. The group simultaneously utilized their transformation technique. morphing into the very figures they had been bickering with across the divide, with two of them directly taking on the appearances of the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee. You foolish leaf ninjas. Do you think that transforming into the likeness of the fourth Raikage can deceive us? The ninjas from the hidden cloud village began to jeer, especially as they saw the transformed ninjas scurrying into the woods. Their mirth escalating even further. They were so frightened they ran off to hide in the forest. The leaf ninjas are truly cowardly. Those softlings from a leaf, how could they possibly compare to the might of the hidden cloud village? Is this what defines a ninja from the leaf? Clearly occupying the most advantageous position, yet the outcome is a display of utter timidity and ineffectiveness that I suspect that the reputation of the first hidden village is merely inflated. Nara instead of expressing anger, simply stood there, casting a sympathetic glance across the way, as if hoping that their audacity would persist. Chapter 31. Secret Technique. The Art of Mental Pollution, Part 3. While the inhabitants of Yunin village were vociferously hurling insults, the shinobi of Konoha were equally incensed, each one burning with the desire to confront Yunin village head-on. After a prolonged wait, as the spirits of Konoha's warriors soared, several figures finally stirred within the woods. Sakura, noticing this, smiled gently and pressed the play button on her nearby device, causing music to erupt into the air. Come now, move quickly. After all, there's plenty of time ahead. The melody reverberated in the ears of the crowd, and the Yunin villagers, caught in the fervor of their insults, resembled ducks with their necks grasped, their faces flushed with indignation. Although they could not comprehend the lyrics, the melody itself bore an unmistakable air of suggestiveness. Accompanying the music, those who had slipped into the woods to change emerged, revealing themselves to the onlookers. What on earth is this? My eyes, how utterly revolting! A wave of nausea swept over the crowd as they turned green, some even retching uncontrollably. Before them stood a group of dark-skinned, muscular men, clad in risku suspenders and fishnet stockings, complete with bunny ear headpieces and high heels. Had this attire been donned by stunning women, it could have been deemed enticing. Yet, on these burly men, particularly those from Yunin village, it bore no semblance to allure, only a blinding discomfort. The moment these individuals made their entrance. Shisui shut his eyes tightly, fearing that his Sharingan might be irrevocably damaged by the horrific sight. Even Kakashi, who typically maintained a stoic demeanor, shivered involuntarily, feeling as if the contents of his stomach were on the verge of eruption. While Konoha's shinobi were struck with shock, the Yunin villagers stood utterly bewildered, particularly upon gazing at the two figures in the center of the spectacle. They widened their eyes, their minds reeling as if struck by a sledgehammer. The transformed individuals formed a line, with the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee at the forefront, one hand on their hips and the other gesturing a kiss, their faces adorned with a coy expression. The moment the kiss was blown, many from Konoha could no longer contain themselves and vomited, including Sakura, who felt her stomach churn in protest. Everyone, jump up and dance, suppressing her own nausea. Sakura snapped her fingers. And the transformed group, with tears in their eyes, began to sway to the music. Despite their altered appearance, the embarrassment of wearing such revealing attire and moving in such a provocative manner was palpable. Even to themselves, they began to dance. The weapons of the Yunin ninjas fell from their hands, their familiar faces now a source of horror. The sight of their esteemed fourth Raikage and Killer Bee engaging in such disgraceful antics was enough to shatter their composure, prompting an overwhelming urge to weep blood. Click, click, Sakura, camera in hand, circled the group, focusing intently on the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee, while Kakashi, at her behest, begrudgingly recorded the scene, stifling his own urge to retch. Initially hesitant, the group gradually became engrossed in their performance. After all, they reasoned, it was not their true selves on display. Surely no one could shame them for dancing so flamboyantly. With this thought, they leaned into the rhythm, while behind them, the Konoha shinobi had all collapsed in a fit of vomiting, and Nara and Uchiha Shisui turned their backs, unwilling to confront the spectacle. Kakashi contemplated joining them, but decided to continue filming. The Yunin villagers transitioned from shock to revulsion, and now, they were on the brink of despair, especially as they watched the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee dance with unabashed enthusiasm. What is happening? Why is everyone gathered here? Is Konoha planning something substantial? Yujito's voice called from behind. She had been conversing with the Two Tails when the raucous noise drew her attention. Rushing over, she was met with the sight of her comrades in utter disarray. Upon looking up at the source of the music, she was immediately struck dumb. The fourth Raikage and Killer Bee. Yujito shrieked, a crimson cloak of tailed beast chakra enveloping her before dissipating just as quickly. Her exclamation had prompted the Two Tails to instinctively release chakra for protection, only to be met with the unsettlingly ridiculous scene through their shared vision, causing her to falter, her chakra faltering as well. Is this some sort of youthful ritual? Guy, running upside down, inquired with bewilderment, blissfully unaware of the absurdity unfolding. Indeed, Senior Guy, they're engaged in a youthful dance competition. Would you care to join? Sakura's eyes sparkled with mischief as she devised a plan to escalate the chaos and demonstrate the power of mental pollution. Oh, a youthful dance competition? I absolutely must participate. Please tell me what to do. The mere mention of youth ignited a fervor in Guy, who found companionship in this pursuit. Unbeknownst to him, Sakura pointed, positioning Guy between the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee. Senior Guy, simply mimic their movements and remember to showcase your exuberant smile. Chapter 32. A Night Under the Meteor Shower. Part 4. Guy. I am truly sorry. At that moment, Kakashi was overwhelmed with guilt, watching his dear friend unwittingly join this farcical display while he did nothing to intervene. He could only hope that Guy would not hold him accountable once the truth was revealed. Guy's participation was akin to a sledgehammer, shattering the psychological defenses of the Yunin villagers in an instant. They all succumbed to nausea. Even Yujito, the host of the Two Tails, could not withstand the onslaught, retching uncontrollably as the chaotic chakra surged within her, reflecting her turmoil. All right, we can stop now. As the music drew to a close, Sakura immediately called for a halt. She too felt unwell, having managed to endure the earlier dance of the muscular figures. But Guy's froggy appearance, combined with his incessant, toothy grins, was an assault on her senses. What? Is it over so soon? Guy expressed disappointment, feeling the fervor of his youth coursing through him. Shall we not continue for just a bit longer? No, that won't do. Youth should thrive through exercise. A dance now and then suffices. Sakura clamped her mouth shut, her mind replaying Guy's dance, causing her stomach to churn once more. Indeed, and Guy, you did not adhere to your own plan, so now it is time for self-punishment. Kakashi hastily shifted the topic. Allowing Akai to speak once more, he felt ready to meet with Obito, Rin, and their teacher. Oh, very well. My youth certainly does not permit even a moment of laxity. Next up, 3,000 push-ups. If I cannot manage that, then I shall perform 1,000 catches with dumbbells using only my hands. The fire of determination blazed fiercely in Akai's eyes, but before departing, he added, if there is another such competition in the future, please be sure to inform me. All right. I definitely will. Finally managing to send Akai on his way, Sakura let out a sigh of relief. Then, with a mischievous grin, she wielded the power of the Reality Stone to replicate thousands of photos of the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee in their dance and toss them towards the people of Kyomobikure. Since I've just arrived, I have little to offer, so here are a few photos for your keepsake. These are exclusive snapshots of your illustrious fourth Raikage and Killer Bee, one of a kind in this world. So be sure to cherish them and not misplace them. Ugh. Prompted by Sakura's reminder and seeing the flushed expressions on the faces of the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee in the photos, a group of Kyomobikure ninjas began to retch once more. See, my method works wonders. Not only did it strike at their spirits, but also thoroughly tormented their bodies. Just look at their current wretched state. If we were to launch an attack now, they would undoubtedly be defeated, Sakura boasted to Nara Shikaku. Yet upon hearing this, Shikaku could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Indeed, not only had they tormented their opponent's body, but they had also struck at their spirit. However, the crucial point was that this tactic was indiscriminate. While the enemy lacked the capacity for resistance, they too were rendered incapable of offense. Well, that was a miscalculation. A pure oversight, Sakura chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging the indiscriminate nature of her strategy, capable of inflicting damage on the opponent, yet equally capable of backfiring on herself, akin to a scattershot technique. Damn leaf ninjas. How dare you tarnish the reputation of Lord Raikage? The Jinchuriki of the Two Tails turned to glare at Sakura's group, her body enveloped in a crimson cloak of tailed beast chakra, emanating an ominous aura. So, you are the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails? Quite impressive, but little kitty should behave to remain adorable, Sakura replied nonchalantly, uttering words that incensed the Two Tails further. Who are you calling a little kitty? A low, seething voice emanated from the Jinchuriki, laced with fury. This was the consciousness of the Two Tails. The people of Kumogakure displayed expressions of dread. Although the Jinchuriki had gained wide recognition within the village, there remained an instinctive fear of tailed beasts deep within their hearts. Did I say something wrong? Your true form is that of a little kitty. After all, a rather rare blue-black one at that, Sakura remarked without a trace of fear. Tailed beasts were indeed terrifying. But that was only for ordinary ninjas. The Uchiha clan Sharingan possessed a formidable counter against tailed beasts, with Uchiha Shisui, who wielded the Manjikyu Sharingan, present. Even if the Two Tails were to go berserk and fully transform, it would merely be a matter of Shisui casting a glance. Even if Shisui wished to withhold the full extent of his Manjikyu Sharingan, Sakura's own soul gem possessed the ability to control minds, rendering it a lethal weapon against tailed beasts, who are vulnerable to mental attacks. You have provoked my ire. The Two Tails' voice brimmed with fury. No one had ever dared to call her a little kitty before. You're merely a pet left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. Do you truly consider yourself formidable? Sakura scoffed, uttering words that incited both anger and confusion in Waijur. A single Sharingan can render you utterly powerless. Tell me, if you're not a pet of the Sage of Six Paths, then what on earth are you? Waijur. The final two syllables were not voiced aloud by Sakura, but silently acknowledged. Yet this unspoken name caused a drastic change in the expression of the Jinchuriki. Waijur. How does she even know your name? Mu's face paled in shock. According to what the Two Tails had told her, names held special significance for tailed beasts. Only those recognized by them would know their names, while others would merely refer to them by their tails. What? While engulfed in contemplation over Sakura's words, Waijur, now doubting the Sage of Six Paths, was startled. She had just silently uttered your name. Although she did not vocalize it, based on my knowledge of lip reading, she was undoubtedly stating your name. Mu, as a Janine, had indeed studied lip reading. While she was not exceptionally proficient, she could certainly recognize a simple name. Impossible. She has never interacted with me. There is no way she could know my name. Waijur declared solemnly. The names of tailed beasts were never widely declared, much like Mu and Killer Bee. Despite knowing the name of the beast within them, they would never disclose it to others. Chapter 33. A Journey to Witness the Meteor Shower. First update. Hey little girl, why do you know that name? After much contemplation, Waijur decided to directly inquire. It's strange to know this. I possess a wealth of knowledge. Sakura shrugged nonchalantly. For instance, I know all of your names, the name of that old man, your origins, and the prophecy entrusted to you by that old man. Who exactly are you? Waijur's eyes widened in disbelief. While she could comprehend knowing the names of the remaining tailed beasts, perhaps gleaned from some ancient texts, the mention of the old man sent her into a frenzy. Her intuition told her that the old man Sakura referred to was none other than the Sage of Six Paths, Akatsuki Hagoromo, and the last statement left her utterly flustered. As for me, I am merely an ordinary child, perhaps just a tad more knowledgeable. Sakura did not elaborate further. She was aware of most of the so-called secrets in this world, including the matters concerning the Sage of Six Paths, Akatsuki Hagoromo. Could it be that at this moment, Waijur experienced a spark of realization? She recalled the prophecy spoken by the Sage of Six Paths, a boy with azure eyes who calls upon the names of the 9 beasts and frolics with them. Could it be that you are the one the old man spoke of? What are you thinking? Sakura rolled her eyes in exasperation. Look closely. I am a girl, a genuine girl, not some boy. Waijur felt a tinge of disappointment. They had waited for over a millennium for the prophecy's child. Just when they saw a glimmer of hope, it was dashed once more. You need not be too disheartened. I know who that old man spoke of. Sakura's words reignited hope in Waijur's heart. Quickly tell me where he is. Waijur inquired eagerly. for according to the old man's words, the appearance of the prophecy's child would signal the reunion of the nine-tailed beasts and the old man. I cannot disclose that yet. This world is far from peaceful, Sakura alluded, extending her right hand towards Waijur. You should understand, right? After a moment of contemplation, Waijur ultimately decided to channel her chakra towards Sakura. Be careful. Witnessing this, both Nara Shikaku and Kakashi, along with Shisui, stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively behind Sakura. Rest assured, I would not undertake anything without certainty, and she would not harm me, Sakura reassured them, then took a step forward, reaching out to touch the chakra extending from YJUR.I in an instant. A peculiar chakra surged into her body. Within the dim confines of the ceiling space, Waijur watched Sakura with anticipation, while Waimu maintained a cold demeanor, feeling deeply wounded by the earlier incident involving the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee. She was at a loss for how to face those two upon her return. Can you tell me now? There are no outsiders here to overhear. Once again, Wairi eagerly inquired, for the Sage of Six Paths was akin to a father figure for them, the tailed beasts. They had endured a millennium of longing, all for the chance to behold the sage once more. The prophesied child mentioned by the sage, Tsutsuki Yui, is none other than Uzumaki Naruto, the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. The sage's second son, Sakura succinctly articulated this, showing no concern for the eavesdropping Waimurin, as Wairi's seriousness regarding the matter would surely prevent Waimurin from divulging anything to others. Ashura? Wairi felt a wave of relief wash over it. Ashura was known to them, and due to his amiable nature, their relationship was quite amicable. Furthermore, there is something else I must inform you. Sakura recalled the event in the original story where Waimurin was captured by the Akatsuki and said, currently, there exists an organization in the ninja world that is preparing to target the tailed beasts. Their leader has already summoned the Geto Mazo. You should exercise caution. The Geto Mazo. Wairi trembled, as the memories of being dominated by the Geto Mazo were indelibly etched in their minds. If the Sage of Six Paths was their father, then the Geto Mazo was their mother, an entity that held unparalleled dominion over all tailed beasts. You need not worry excessively. They are unlikely to act in the near future. By the time they are prepared to strike, we may have grown strong enough to resist, Sakura reassured them, noting that the Akatsuki would not move against the tailed beasts at this time. Given that the key members had yet to return, and it would be impossible for Pain, under Nagato's control, to confront the 5 great ninja villages alone, that if they wished to engage Wairi, they must first contend with me. Waimurin scoffed. Although she only partially grasped the conversation between Wairi and Sakura, she clearly understood that someone intended to capture the tailed beasts. The relationship between the current Jinchuriki of Kumogakure and the tailed beasts was exceptionally strong, unlike that of other ninja villages, making Waimurin's concern for Wairi entirely understandable. That I believe in you, Wairi said with a smile, causing Sakura to shiver slightly. Was this the rhythm of a Beauty and the Beast romance? Yet that didn't seem quite right, considering Wairi was a female-tailed beast. In any case, that is the gist of the matter. Suddenly, Sakura snapped her fingers, and the space transformed rapidly, becoming an endless expanse of grassland. However, this time, only Sakura and Wairi remained in this realm, with no trace of Waimurin. This is my created mental space. You can leave a portion of her chakra here, making future communications more convenient. However, do not disclose the existence of this place to your Jinchuriki. Why? Wairi reclined on the grass, finding the environment quite soothing. Although Waimurin is your Jinchuriki and you share a strong bond, she is also a ninja of Kumogakure, and there are certain matters that are not suitable to discuss with her, Sakura explained, as this space was meant to serve as a secret base for the future, one that would eventually host many individuals. Thus, it was imperative to keep Waimurin uninformed for the time being. Of course, once you feel that Waimurin is entirely trustworthy, let me know. And you can bring her chakra here as well. All right, I understand, Wairi nodded. Although her relationship with Waimurin was quite good, it was still merely decent, as for the less secretive matters discussed earlier. There was no harm in Waimurin knowing. However, certain confidential issues must remain undisclosed for now. Once Wairi had deposited a portion of her chakra, The two returned their consciousness to the beast ceiling within Wymurin. "Where have you been?" Wymurin inquired, a sense of inexplicable panic swelling within her, as though something precious had been taken from her. Chapter 34. Taking you to witness the meteor shower. Second update, we didn't go anywhere. "We merely shared some personal secrets," Sakura said, feigning an air of mystery, as if she and Ri had discussed something unspeakable. You too." Wymurin's chest heaved in frustration, though she had initially harbored some disdain towards the Two Tails upon becoming a Jinchuriki. Over the years, the Two Tails had transformed into a significant friend in her heart. Yet, the fact that Ri had spoken with Sakura behind her back left her feeling deeply unsettled, her gaze toward Sakura filled with animosity. "Enough, Wymurin. Do not heed her nonsense. There are matters that cannot yet be shared with you, as they may pose a danger." Ri fabricated an excuse, as she could sense Wymurin's current emotional state. Finding Sakura's mischievousness somewhat exasperating, "that I will strive to become stronger." Wymurin gritted her teeth, casting an indignant glance at Sakura. Currently, as a young girl, her strength was merely that of an upper jonin, and that was including the strength of the Two Tails. "Well then, let us connect again when necessary. We are still in a state of conflict." Sakura waved her hand. The ability for Ri, Sakura, and Wymurin to converse calmly here did not signify the resolution of the disputes between Konoha and Kimobikure. "Do not think that just because Ri favors you, I will let you off easily. This time, Konoha should best concede, for I will show no mercy." Wymurin crossed her arms defiantly, huffing proudly. "A tsundere indeed. It seems Wymurin has inherited the cat-like pride characteristic of those who share a bond with Ri," Sakura whispered. Although Wymurin's words were fierce, Sakura sensed no malice or hostility emanating from her, but rather a tinge of jealousy. Sakura understood Wymurin's feelings. The bond between a tailed beast and its Jinchuriki was uniquely special, especially for those who had achieved a deep connection. Transitioning from initial disdain to mutual understanding, in this process, both had forged profound ties, making each other the most singular and special entity in their lives. However, the fact that Sakura had conversed with Ri behind Wymurin's back triggered a sense of loss in Wymurin, as if something precious she had worked tirelessly to attain was being taken away by Sakura's few casual words. "What did you say? Who is being tsundere?" Wymurin's temper flared immediately. Her youthful demeanor lacked the composure of her future self, and Sakura's remarks stirred her emotions that, "It's nothing. You must have misheard." Sakura waved her hand dismissively, adding meaningfully, "Regarding this war, I advise you to retreat. Otherwise, total annihilation would be rather unfortunate." "Do you think your Konoha possesses the strength to bring about our total defeat?" Wymurin scoffed repeatedly. "This time, victory will undoubtedly be ours." "Is that so? We shall see," Sakura warned her. "There will be a meteor shower tonight. Remember to come out and make a wish upon the falling stars." What meteor shower?" Wymurin was thoroughly puzzled, wondering how the conversation had veered towards meteor showers. The exchange within the mental space occurred in an instant. To the onlookers, such as Naruto, it merely appeared as if Sakura's right hand had brushed against the chakra of the Two Tails before parting, unaware that they had not only communicated, but that the Two Tails had also left a portion of her chakra with Sakura. "Are you unhurt?" Shizum glanced at Sakura with concern, knowing that the chakra of a tailed beast possessed terrifying corrosive properties, capable of burning an ordinary ninja upon contact, let alone a child. "Rest assured, I am fine," Sakura smiled, turning to Naruto, saying, "Uncle Shikaku, let us head back for now. We shall return tonight to deliver gifts." Indeed, Naruto was utterly perplexed by the actions of Sakura and the Two Tails, and could only nod in acknowledgement as he ushered everyone back to the camp. Meanwhile, Yuki's leader also directed her team to return to the encampment. The day's turmoil had left her both mentally and physically drained, especially on a spiritual level. She had first endured Sakura's mental intrusion, only to be further shaken by the revelation of the presence of others outside. Now, all she yearned for was a moment of solitude to regain her composure. The members of Cloud Village, akin to their Konoha counterparts, trudged back to their camp, their legs feeling like jelly. Although the Konoha ninjas felt nauseous, a sense of joy lingered in their hearts, for it was their adversaries who had brought about their own embarrassment. In stark contrast, the Cloud Village ninjas were far from pleased, grumbling and cursing under their breath. Yet compelled to comply with Yuki's orders, which left them feeling utterly constrained, as night fell. Both camps were aglow with the flickering flames of bonfires, casting a warm light into the enveloping darkness. The evening sky was adorned with a sparse scattering of stars, the moon shining brightly above. Sakura, Narashiku, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Ino, Hatake Kakashi, and Uchiha Shisui gathered at the border demarcation, while Might Guy remained behind in the camp, fervently training to reclaim the youth he had lost in recent days. This is it. Any further, and we will trespass. Narashikako halted, that if they crossed the line, any ensuing conflict would be their responsibility. The night was perfect for stargazing and wishing upon shooting stars. Sakura took a deep breath, her right hand enveloped in a swirling mass of purple and red energy. Yes, she raised her hand gently. Kakashi and the others tensed, sensing an imminent threat. A few seconds later, a glimmer of determination flashed in Sakura's eyes. She clenched her fist and forcefully swung it downward. Shikaku and the others looked skyward, eager to witness the outcome, and were soon rewarded as several dazzling streaks of light appeared in the heavens. The sheer volume of meteors descending could obliterate a radius of several hundred miles. They needed to prepare for an escape. Shikaku's expression turned to one of horror. A single meteor posed little threat, but the multitude falling simultaneously would undoubtedly affect Konoha as well. Worry not, Uncle Shikaku. I'm fully prepared. These meteors will significantly reduce in size due to friction, and I have also limited the destructive force upon their impact. You need not fear for Konoha, Sakura reassured him, waving her hand dismissively before calling out to the Cloud Village camp. Yuki, come quickly and make a wish upon the shooting stars. You might just find your ideal partner sooner than you think. You fool! Who wishes for a partner? Yuki's furious voice echoed from the Cloud Village camp, clearly exasperated by the suggestion. Chapter 35. The Cloud Village bows down in the sky. The brilliance intensified as the fiery trails of meteors captured everyone's attention. This is bad. Meteors are descending towards us. The camp of Cloud Village erupted into chaos. Initially, the crowd believed the fleeting lights to be mere shooting stars, but as the moments ticked by, the meteors grew larger and more luminous. Revealing a chilling truth, they were hurtling directly towards them. Damn it, how could there be meteors falling so suddenly? Yuki's face turned a shade of pale. If all these small meteors struck, every ninja gathered near the border would perish. Prepare yourselves. I will use the mini-tailed beast bomb to attempt to shatter the meteors before they land, and then the other ninjas can obliterate the fragments to minimize the damage. Yuki, too, felt the weight of urgency. While the tailed beast could indeed resurrect, the sensation of death was all too real. She had no desire to experience that sensation for the sake of curiosity. All right. After issuing a few commands, Yuki transformed into her tailed beast form. A colossal beast, predominantly blue with swirling black flames, emerged within the Cloud Village camp, its two tails thrashing restlessly, stirring up gusts of wind. With Yuki in tailed beast form, the other Cloud ninjas quickly took their positions, ready to spring into action. Here they come, Yuki shouted as the meteors descended to a critical altitude. A vast amount of chakra began to coalesce in her mouth, forming a small black chakra sphere, the scaled-down version of the tailed beast bomb. Although its power was inferior to a fully charged bomb, it required less energy and could be used repeatedly. The black-tailed beast bomb shot forth, soaring straight towards the falling meteors. Upon contact, an explosive force erupted, shattering the diminutive meteors into countless pieces. The shockwave from the blast was palpable even to Sakura and her group. Yuki continued to generate more miniature-tailed beast bombs, rapidly targeting the meteors. However, despite Yuki's ability to perform a complete tailed beast transformation with the two tails, her chakra reserves were finite, after conjuring several bombs. Her energy was nearly depleted. Most of the meteors had been obliterated, but one remained, still plummeting towards the earth. Yuki, I'm sorry, but I can no longer gather tailed beast bombs. Yuki's voice was tinged with exhaustion. Though tailed beasts possessed abundant chakra that regenerated faster than humans, the rapid creation of so many bombs took its toll. That it's fine. We should be able to handle this remaining meteor. Yuki gasped. Her breathing quickening. The extensive chakra expenditure had left its mark on her. Gazing up at the rapidly descending meteor, Yuki's expression darkened. While the Cloud Village excelled in lightning techniques, most of the ninjas specialized in close combat, making it challenging to shatter a meteor plummeting at such velocity. Given the relatively low strength of the frontline ninjas, the task was daunting. Wait, the landing site of that meteor is not within the camp. Yuki suddenly exclaimed. Yuki, quickly instruct everyone to use Earth Release to shield the camp. The meteor's impact point is beside the encampment. As long as we block the shockwave, we will be safe. Yuki's eyes lit up with realization. She quickly summoned all the ninjas proficient in Earth Release, and soon, a circle of earthen walls rose to encircle the Cloud Village camp. However, due to their lack of expertise in Earth Release, the walls were rather haphazard, unevenly constructed and pieced together. With a resounding boom akin to thunder, the small meteor finally struck the ground, unleashing a violent explosion that sent shockwaves radiating outward. Nearby flora and fauna were instantly torn asunder. And when the dust settled, a massive crater had formed at the impact site. Cracks spidered across the earthen walls surrounding the Cloud Village camp. Fortunately, the meteor had fallen some distance away from the camp. Resulting in minimal impact on the ninjas' safety, we survived. Thankfully, that meteor didn't come our way. Relief washed over the faces of the Cloud Village ninjas, smiles blooming as they realized they had escaped what they thought would be certain doom. It must have been that little brat's doing. Yuki recalled Sakura's earlier invitation to witness the meteor shower, and suddenly everything fell into place. I'll go ask her, Yuki declared, promptly diving into the private mental chat room created by Sakura. I knew you would come back to ask. Sakura awaited her arrival. Please tell Yuki that if Cloud Village persists in war, the next meteor will fall directly within their territory. Did I understand? Regarding Yunin Village, there is no emotional attachment to it, so when discussing it, there is no fluctuation of feelings. By the way, if she inquires about how the meteorites were obtained, simply state that they are a powerful ninja tool left behind by the first Hokage. As she saw you turning to leave, Sakura hurriedly added a remark. She did not wish to invite trouble upon herself so soon. After all, the first Hokage is already deceased, and no one is aware of whether he left behind anything valuable to protect Konoha, making him the perfect scapegoat. I understand. Upon hearing Sakura mention the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, you involuntarily shuddered. That man, with his godly combat prowess, is utterly terrifying. Tailed beasts are no more than pets to him. When you returned and conveyed Sakura's message to Yumu, he fell silent, and after a considerable pause, he sighed, reluctantly ordering the camp to be withdrawn, and everyone returned to the border outpost. Chapter 36. The Distressed Danzo. Fourth update. So, has this matter been resolved? Narashikaka gazed at the retreating Yunin Village ninjas, still somewhat dazed. Given Yunin Village's usual aggressive demeanor, it was astonishing that they retreated so easily. Could there be some hidden agenda at play? Otherwise, Sakura retorted, then revealed the truth. If it were merely a few falling meteorites, they certainly wouldn't be frightened off, but I just relayed a message to them. If they continue to be obstinate, I shall rain meteorites down upon Yunin Village. Ah, I see. Narashikaku suddenly understood. No wonder Yunin Village decided to withdraw. If she truly unleashed a few meteorites over Yunin Village, the entire place would be doomed. In reality, Sakura had already held back. The meteorites she summoned were particularly small. Had she been ruthless enough to call down a large meteorite akin to those summoned by Uchiha Madara during the Fourth Shinobi World War, none of the Yunin ninjas would have survived. However, Sakura's intention was to intimidate rather than kill, and these smaller meteorites perfectly suited her purpose. Contemplating for a moment, Sakura extended her right hand toward the spot where the last meteorite had fallen and beckoned. A basketball-sized piece of or soared from the crater, flying directly before her. What is this? All present gazed at Sakura's actions with puzzled expressions. Celestial iron. Sakura pointed at the ore glimmering with a metallic sheen. Pleasantly surprised by this unexpected gain this truly celestial iron is said to be particularly sought after in the land of iron, Kakashi remarked, examining it. However, this piece of iron requires repeated forging. Only the essence left after that can be incorporated into weaponry, as it still contains too many impurities. Kakashi's father, Hatake Sakomo, was renowned throughout the ninja world for his white fan techniques, instilling dread in countless foes. And he was one of the few individuals granted the order that encountering the white fang of Konoha during a mission can lead to task abandonment without penalty. Although Kakashi is now famed for his ninjutsu, he had some understanding of what materials could enhance the quality of blades from the time, spent training in swordsmanship under his father during his youth that I understand, but I lacked the knowledge to forge. Sakura pondered for a moment, then snapped her fingers decisively, manifesting a flame with the reality stone to envelop the celestial iron, allowing it to float beside her in a blaze. Strangely, everyone around felt no heat from the flames. This prolonged smelting should suffice to remove impurities, right? The Ten Clan of Konoha is the largest weapon merchant in the Land of Fire and also Konoha's prime supplier. Once you return to the village, you can have him assist in crafting a weapon from the celestial iron, Narashikaku suggested. Celestial iron is a rare material, and even if the blacksmith's forging ninja tools do not charge any fees and even provide materials out of pocket, they would eagerly undertake the task, as creating a formidable ninja tool is the aspiration of all blacksmiths. The Ten Clan, you say? I understand. Sakura instantly thought of the character from the original story known as the wealthy TenTen, whose combat style was dubbed the second Conan, in every battle. While others expended chakra, she lavishly threw out explosive tags as if they were free, her opulence capable of bringing tears to Kakuzu's eyes. While Sakura's endeavors proceeded smoothly, on the other side in Konoha, there were those who were far from pleased. In the dimly lit root base, Danzo sat in a chair, his figure obscured by shadows, and the entire base exuded a morbid atmosphere, as if its inhabitants were devoid of life. What on earth has transpired with the Uchiha clan in recent days? Danzo inquired, his voice brimming with fury. As someone determined to fulfill the second Hokage's legacy by utterly eradicating the Uchiha clan, Danzo had been reveling in the growing tension between the Uchiha and Konoha under his machinations, to the extent that he could devour several bowls of rice in delight. Yet, in the past few days, the Uchiha clan's conduct had abruptly shifted, which left Danzo feeling vexed, wishing he could immediately execute a complete extermination of the Uchiha. Report, Lord Danzo. According to intel from our informant within the Uchiha clan, a few days ago, Uchiha Fugaku secretly convened a meeting with those loyal to the clan leader. The next day, the Uchiha clan transformed into their current state. However, since there were no informants among those loyal to the Uchiha clan leader, we are unaware of the specifics discussed during that meeting. A root ninja reported, his voice devoid of emotion, revealing only lifeless eyes through his mask. Hurry and investigate this matter thoroughly. We must never let our guard down against the nefarious Uchiha clan. Danzo, agitated, rapped his cane against the ground. The recent shift in the village's stance toward the Uchiha only heightened his anxiety. Yes, Lord Danzo. The reporting ninja hesitated before continuing. There is something I suspect may be related to the Uchiha clan's transformation. Speak. Danzo perked up, realizing he must swiftly uncover the cause and address it. He could not allow the Uchiha to continue unchallenged. The night before Uchiha Fugaku held the family meeting, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and another young girl accompanied Uchiha Sasuke to the Uchiha compound. According to intelligence, that young girl has frequently visited the third Hokage's office. Moreover, when the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan leader was kidnapped, it was that same girl who intervened to thwart the ninjas from Yunin village. Furthermore, it was after this girl and the third Hokage visited the Hyuga clan that the Hyuga clan's stance shifted from opposition to support against Yunin's provocations. That girl, I believe her name, is Haruno Sakura. Correct? Upon hearing the report, Danzo recalled the name. He had heard it when the incident regarding Yunin village kidnapping the Hyuga clan leader's daughter arose. Initially, he had taken note of Sakura due to her peculiar bloodline limit. However, as she spent her days in the kitchen and the Yunin incident kept him busy, Danzo had neglected to keep track of Sakura's movements, never anticipating that the Uchiha clan's matters would somehow be linked to her. Where is she now? Danzo inquired, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. According to intel, she departed the village with Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, and Uchiha Shisui, heading toward the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. Send more personnel. Depart immediately and eliminate her. Danzo's expression turned frigid. Although he had yet to ascertain whether Sakura was truly involved, his long-standing habit was to err on the side of caution. Better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one escape. In battle, do not engage in prolonged conflict with Hitaki Kakashi and the others. Prioritize the assassination of Haruno Sakura. Additionally, if the opportunity arises, retrieve Uchiha Shisui's eyes along with Kakashi's left eye in Danzo's eyes. A glimmer of greed sparkled. The Sharingan had long been an object of his covetous desire, particularly that of Uchiha Shisui. Chapter 37. An interception midway in recent days, the villagers of Konohagakure felt as though they were experiencing a vivid illusion. The notoriously haughty Uchiha clan had surprisingly adopted a demeanor of warmth and friendliness. The streets of Konoha bustled with activity, where, amidst the vendors and pedestrians, the presence of the village's law enforcement was ever apparent. Previously, the entirety of the police force was composed of Uchiha ninjas, their distinctive attire easily recognizable among the crowd. The Uchiha were known for their perpetually stoic expressions, as if the world owed them a debt, rendering them quite disconnected from the surrounding populace. However, in the past few days, nearly every vendor and passerby had noticed a striking transformation within the Uchiha clan. The patrolling Uchiha ninjas had donned the village's standard ninja vests, and their once impassive faces now bore softer expressions, occasionally graced with smiles. The Uchiha clan, known for their striking appearances, had previously alienated others with their aloofness, but their newfound gentleness attracted a host of admirers, with some even receiving flowers from young women while on patrol. Initially, the clan members were perplexed and somewhat discontented with Uchiha Fugaku's orders. Yet, as they began to notice the shift in how others regarded them, no longer with hostility, but rather with cheerful greetings, they found their discontent dissipating swiftly. Humans are inherently social beings. Previously, under the deliberate malignment by Danzo and his cohorts, the villagers had grown accustomed to viewing the Uchiha with disdain. The Uchiha, with their prideful nature, had deemed it beneath them to respond to the slander, leading to a deepening rift between the two parties. Now, as the Uchiha actively sought to amend their ways, the villagers of Konoha were both astonished and pleased. Visual creatures by nature, the Uchiha's striking features, coupled with their newfound amiability, had significantly enhanced their reputation within the village in just a matter of days. Among the higher-ups in Konoha, with the exception of Danzo and his faction, the rest were elated by this change, particularly as the Uchiha relinquished control of the police force. Much to the satisfaction of the benefiting clans, the third Hokage, standing by the office window, felt a sense of relief. The relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha was gradually thawing. He had just received urgent news that the forces from the Cloud Village were beginning to withdraw, and amidst this double joy, he excitedly retrieved his crystal ball, seeking to soothe his restless spirit. Meanwhile, Sakura and her companions remained oblivious to the changes in Konoha, and after several days of waiting for the ceasefire agreement from the Cloud Village, they finally began to pack their belongings in preparation for their return. Please ensure that Shikamaru is well disciplined. It would be best if he could adopt a more industrious attitude, Narashikaku said with a smile, as he needed to attend to some matters and could not return with Sakura and the others. That might prove to be quite a challenge, Sakura replied, wanting to express her disbelief regarding Shikamaru's character, which remained unchanged even while working as a cashier in a ramen shop. The saying a leopard cannot change its spots seemed fitting. Expecting him to become industrious was akin to asking Kaguya Otsutsuki to abandon her resurrection plans. Also, please keep a close eye on Ino. Make sure no peculiar boys get too close to her. Yamanaka, Inoichi said, concern etched across his brow. He wondered if any strange boys might approach his adorable daughter during his absence from Konoha. Ino is only 4 years old, Sakura exclaimed, her forehead creased in disbelief. What kind of nonsense is this? At 4, how could anyone have ill intentions toward her? What if they're a psychopath? Yamanaka Inoichi sighed, wishing he could indulge in a smoke like a soma, but he knew his daughter would surely disapprove. Haha, Inoichi, there's no need for such worries. The village remains quite safe. Akimichi Choza chuckled, patting his ample belly. I'm not concerned about my little one. He eats and drinks without a care in the world. Well, time is of the essence. We should be on our way. After exchanging a few more words, Sakura and Kakashi prepared to depart, Yes, soon as they were out of Nara Shikaka's line of sight. Kakashi and his companions transformed their demeanor entirely. Shisui pulled out an assortment of sweets. Might Guy began exercising with 2 dumbbells, while Kakashi retrieved his beloved Ica Paradise, settling down to read. The tranquil journey continued until noon the following day at the Team Might Guy's insistence. They landed on the ground and strolled leisurely, no longer pressed for time. Kakashi, come engage in a spirited contest with me, Guy exclaimed, bouncing energetically beside Kakashi, who appeared rather lackluster. Not a chance, Kakashi replied, his focus unwavering as he immersed himself in his book. That you're wasting your youth on such literature. You should be as passionate and exuberant as I am. Before Guy could finish, Kakashi interrupted, his demeanor shifting from lethargy to alertness. He had just warned his comrades, and now, muscles tensed, he assumed a defensive posture. There are many of them. Proceed with caution. In Shisui's eyes, his 3-tomo began to rotate slowly as he unsheathed the short blade at his back, forming a protective triangle around Sakura, with Kakashi and GUY.my youthful spirit is ablaze, Guy proclaimed. Though his expression was serious, he might have a carefree personality, but he was not naive enough to underestimate their opponents. From the depths of the forest, figures clad in black cloaks emerged, their faces obscured by masks, rendering their expressions unreadable. Yet, the chilling malice emanating from their eyes was unmistakable. These are root ninjas. Sakura's brow furrowed as she sensed the familiar, cold aura. This eerie feeling of lifelessness was characteristic of the root, and she could clearly discern their hostility directed towards her. If she were to hazard a guess, it was likely Danzo who had set his sights on her, with the Uchiha clan being the probable reason behind it. Shisui, your body flicker technique is the most adept. I will hold them off with Guy while you escort Sakura to safety, Kakashi declared, his eyes filled with gravity. The presence of so many root ninjas indicated that Danzo was intent on keeping them here. Chapter 38. Kakashi's transition from frugality to extravagance. There's no need to be so tense. Have you forgotten? I can fly, Sakura reminded them, considering the possibility of evasion, regardless of whether they could defeat their foes. If they could simply ascend into the sky, who could possibly capture them? Kakashi suddenly recalled this detail. Given their past missions, he had seldom encountered anyone capable of flight, and his habitual thinking had led him into a mental trap. Kakashi, may I inquire, if you were to continuously bombard them with various jutsu, how long could you sustain such an assault? Sakura asked, eager to test a new technique she had recently developed. Perhaps a few seconds. Kakashi replied without much thought. His chakra reserves were not particularly low, yet the incessant drain caused by Sharingan left him with little chakra for jutsu, allowing only a handful of techniques before he would be depleted. Extend your hand. Kakashi complied silently, extending his right hand. Sakura pressed her fingertip against his wrist, imbuing it with a green glow that formed strange runic patterns on his arm. Kakashi, from here on out, you simply need to unleash your ninjutsu upon them. Asked the copy ninja. You surely possess a wealth of techniques, don't you? While he indeed had an abundance of jutsu, the chakra to execute them was another matter entirely. Kakashi studied the verdant rune for a while, yet could not discern its purpose, prompting him to speak plainly. You need not worry about your chakra. The rune I inscribed on your wrist is specifically designed to resolve this issue. Once activated, it will revert your body to the state it was in prior to the release of jutsu, every few seconds, and likewise, your chakra will return to that moment in time. Unless I choose to deactivate it, Uncle Kakashi, your body will continuously oscillate within this brief temporal segment. In a sense, it grants you a form of infinite chakra. This skill was conceived by Sakura, inspired by Doctor Strange's method of confronting Dormammu in the Marvel Universe, and it should suit Kakashi, a heavy chakra user, quite well. However, Sakura offered a word of caution. Even though, Kakashi-sensei, you will return to your initial state following the activation of the time rune, the sensations of pain will not be forgotten, and the continuous temporal regression may exert some strain on your mind that I hope you can endure it. The rune created by Sakura could only rewind the time of Kakashi's body, not that of his soul. Therefore, upon activation, while his physical state would revert to the beginning, his memories would remain unaffected. The memories from the interval prior to the time regression would resurface in his mind. And though infrequent occurrences would pose no issue, excessive repetitions could lead to mental disarray. This phenomenon was indeed quite extraordinary. Kakashi remarked on its marvel, but was profoundly astonished within. What did time regression signify? It implied that as long as Sakura wished it, even a mortally wounded individual could instantaneously regain their prime state and potentially achieve immortality. Uncle Guy, Brother Shisui, extend your hands. I shall bestow one upon you too. Sakura had also inscribed a rune on Might Guy and Shisui, though she had discreetly made adjustments to the one on Shisui in preparation for any future life-threatening crises. Kill her. The leading Umbu glanced at Kakashi and the others, confirming their targets before swiftly drawing a short blade and charging forward. Although Sakura was merely a child, to those accustomed to slaughter, her age held little significance. Completing Danzo's task was all that mattered. Shisui, protect Sakura. Guy, let us advance together. Show no mercy. Despite the fact that the root was also an entity of Konoha, with the opposing force intent on taking their lives, Kakashi could not afford to show leniency. He promptly pushed up his forehead protector, revealing the concealed three-tomo Sharingan. Understood, my youth teaches me to give my all. Guy inhaled deeply, activating the 8 gates. Third gate, open. The veins on Might Guy's forehead bulged as he lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the face of a root ninja. Konoha Whirlwind. Lightning Release. Lightning Blade. Trusting in Sakura, Kakashi immediately unleashed his signature technique. Although his proficiency with the lightning blade at this moment was far from his later mastery and lacked the versatility he would develop, it remained his most adept maneuver at present. There were over 20 root ninjas assigned to eliminate them, and driven by his animosity towards the Uchiha, Danzo was prepared to risk everything if these 20-plus root operatives were to fall here. It would severely cripple Danzo's organization, which required extensive resources to cultivate. Might Guy, not skilled in ninjutsu, relied solely on his physical techniques. After opening the 8 gates, he evaded the enemy's ninjutsu and engaged them head-on. While some root ninjas attempted to ensnare Guy with jinjutsu, it proved ineffective. Typical illusions failed to affect him. Jinjutsu generally relied on disrupting the target's chakra to create illusions, but only a select few could inflict mental harm. Breaking free from Jinjutsu was straightforward. Simply having someone nearby disrupt the caster chakra flow would nullify the illusion. However, Guy had activated the 8 gates, causing his chakra to surge violently, rendering the Jinjutsu employed by the root ninjas ineffective. Faced with such a multitude of root ninjas, Guy remained vigilant. Having already opened the 5th gate, his chakra erupted violently, causing his skin to redden. Meanwhile, Kakashi, with the predictive ability of his Sharingan, effortlessly evaded attacks. Discerning the enemy's strategies in close combat, he concentrated his lightning blade, engaging opponents directly, but when distance permitted, he seized the lightning blade, forming hand seals and unleashing an array of ninjutsu he had copied during missions. Abandoning his usual frugal combat style for a more ferocious approach. Chapter 39. The transition from frugality to extravagance in Kakashi. On Sakura's side, aside from those desperately held at bay by Guy and Kakashi, several root ninjas advanced towards her. However, Shisui was no slouch. He engaged the attackers without any evasion, effortlessly restraining them with a short blade, having yet to employ a single jutsu. Amidst the fray, Shisui suddenly shifted, forcing several opponents back with a swift strike, and then, with his left hand, he retrieved a kunai and hurled it toward Sakura. The kunai grazed Sakura's hair, directly striking down a root ninja who had just emerged from the ground behind her. Attempting a sneak attack, Brother Shisui, do not worry about me. They cannot harm me. Observing Shisui's steadfast defense rather than proactive engagement, Sakura sighed in exasperation that I believe you should eliminate them directly. A prolonged defense invites failure, and you risk injury. They target you. I must ensure your absolute safety. Shisui remained resolute, his mission being to protect Sakura rather than eliminate foes. Regardless of Sakura's entreaties, he would not abandon his post. While Shisui maintained an impenetrable defense around Sakura, on the other side, having dealt with several opponents, Guy had opened the 6th gate. The Azure Chakra enveloping his form propelled his speed to a new level, allowing him to dispatch 2 enemies in the blink of an eye. their necks twisted beyond recovery upon impact with the ground, and no longer needing to worry about collateral damage to Sakura. He decided to finish the remaining foes with a single strike. Secret technique. Morning Peacock. Guy leapt high into the air, unleashing a flurry of punches within mere seconds, delivering over 100 strikes. The rapid succession of punches, accompanied by flames generated from the friction with air, created a shockwave that enveloped the ground before him, ensnaring the root ninjas in its wake. The speed of Guy's assault rendered evasion nearly impossible. Water release. Water barrier, with no option for retreat. The remaining ninjas hastily formed seals, expelling a torrent of water that shaped into a wall-like barrier, shielding them from the impending onslaught. The fiery shockwaves relentlessly battered against the water barrier, causing it to tremble, yet it held firm against the onslaught of Morning Peacock. The sixth gate insufficient to resolve this at once. This could pose a problem. Upon landing, Guy panted heavily. At his youth, he lacked the formidable strength he would later possess. The toll of the sixth gate was beginning to overwhelm him, as the 8 gates, while immensely powerful, placed considerable strain on the user's body. Currently, having activated the sixth gate, Guy's physique was under immense duress, and if he did not cease using the 8 gates promptly, he risked enduring lasting internal injuries or even death. I have no choice. Even if it means enduring lasting damage. So be it. Guy gritted his teeth, accepting the possibility of irreversible harm to his body, that if he were to deactivate the 8 gates now, the root ninjas would surely claim his life. Just as he prepared to continue the fight, his right wrist was suddenly illuminated by the vibrant green rune. Had his body reached its limit and automatically reverted from that heightened state? Upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of the azure chakra aura enveloping Guy, a few root ninjas collectively exhaled in relief. The previous state had indeed been perilously intense. However, it now appeared to be a transient, explosive technique, one that could not be sustained indefinitely. Yet, contrary to this, Guy wore a countenance of astonishment as he realized that his body had inexplicably reverted to the condition it had been in at the onset of battle. The muscle strains and other complications incurred from utilizing the 8 gates had vanished entirely. In other words, he was now entirely capable of unleashing the 6th gate once more. Nevertheless, a sudden influx of memories caused Guy to furrow his brow. These were recollections of his recent skirmish, forcibly implanted into his mind, leading to an uncomfortable overlap of memories. However, this sensation was fleeting and did not bear any lasting impact, so this was what Sakura had meant earlier. There was no need to worry about injuries. No matter how much energy was expended, he would recover instantaneously. The roar of youth was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Guy's eyes brimmed with determination. The most significant drawback of the 8 gates was the self-inflicted damage it caused. Yet, with the runes bestowed upon him by Sakura, there was no cause for concern regarding this matter anymore. And no matter how severe the injuries sustained, he could recuperate in an instant. With that in mind, he resolved to attempt a breakthrough into a new realm. The 8 gates. Guy crossed his arms over his chest, and chakra surged violently within him. The 7th gate? Open. How is this possible? He has unleashed an even greater force than before. The root ninjas gasped in astonishment, having initially thought Guy was devoid of any combat capability. Yet to their disbelief, in the next moment, he unleashed a power surpassing what he had displayed previously. This must be an explosive technique. We need to hold him back. Do not engage him directly. As long as we can delay him until he can no longer endure, victory will be ours. Before the root ninja could finish his statement, Guy, engulfed in a blue aura, had already teleported into their midst. The ferocious chakra radiating from him, combined with the sweat evaporating from his body, created an immense pressure that weighed heavily upon the group. Secret technique. Day Tiger. His hands formed an unusual seal, and the air around him was instantaneously compressed before erupting violently. An air cannon, shaped like the head of tiger, enveloped the surrounding root ninjas. Is that the Day Tiger? Uncle Guy is truly reckless. Upon recognizing the familiar tiger-headed air cannon, Sakura couldn't help but critique, as the strain of the 8 gates on the body was immense, given Guy's current strength. If he failed to eliminate his enemies with a single strike, his opening of the 7th gate would likely lead to his own demise. Fortunately, with her time reversal technique applied to him, Any damage he incurred would vanish after the time reversal. Alleviating her concerns. Chapter 40. Kakashi from modesty to extravagance in the center of the massive crater. Guy lay sprawled, utterly motionless. Had it not been for the rise and fall of his chest and the glimmer in his eyes, anyone who beheld him might have mistaken him for a corpse. Although the injuries sustained from opening the seventh gate had been erased through time reversal, Guy's mental state was far from well. The time reversal forcibly crammed the memories and sensations experienced during its duration into his present recollections that in simpler terms. After using the 8 gates, the pain felt post-time reversal was doubled, with this excruciating sensation compounding instantaneously. Were it not for Guy's formidable willpower, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness by now. While Guy lay recovering in the pit, Kakashi was growing increasingly invigorated by the battle. Shadow clone technique. 2 shadow clones appeared beside Kakashi, and all 3 began to form seals with remarkable speed, simultaneously unleashing wind release, fire release, and lightning release techniques. How foolish! How long can you sustain such a massive chakra expenditure, concealed behind a wall of earth? The leader of the Root Assassination Squad smirked with disdain that Kakashi's limited chakra was no secret among the Umbu and Root organizations. Had he chosen to engage them, as he usually did, relying on his combat experience, the squad leader might have found the encounter troublesome. However, Kakashi's choice to abandon his advantage in favor of this chakra-draining assault left him unimpressed. It seemed the tales circulating within the organization about Hatake Kakashi were mere fabrications. Unbeknownst to him, each time Kakashi depleted his chakra reserves, a faint green light would emanate from his right wrist, rejuvenating him and restoring his vigor despite the extensive chakra drain. More than a minute passed, and Kakashi continued his relentless barrage of ninjutsu. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, yet he showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, the speed at which he formed seals increased, allowing him to unleash a technique every few seconds. The continuous onslaught of ninjutsu infuriated the Root ninjas, who couldn't help but curse. Wasn't Hatake Kakashi supposed to be low on chakra? What on earth was happening? Such a level of chakra expenditure would be untenable even for a Hokage. The sensation of not worrying about chakra depletion feels absolutely exhilarating. Kakashi's mood, previously weighed down for years, lightened significantly. Reflecting on his past experiences, ever since obtaining Obito's Sharingan, he had never faced a situation where his chakra was ample. Each mission required meticulous management of chakra, ensuring not a single ounce was wasted in combat. He relied on strategy and taijutsu to exploit weaknesses before delivering a decisive blow with Raikiri or Chidori. The sheer audacity of releasing techniques so recklessly as he was doing today had previously been a mere figment of his imagination. Regrettably, the burden on his psyche was considerable. Otherwise, he would relish this chakra-abundant existence a bit longer. Sighing, Kakashi acknowledged that, while this feeling was delightful, the mission remained paramount. He dispatched 2 shadow clones to continue the bombardment while his original self sank beneath the earth with the earth release. Damn it, I can't afford to be distracted by this guy any longer. I must eliminate the target swiftly. You have no chance. A glint of determination flashed in the eyes of the leader of the assassination squad, hidden behind the earthen wall. The mission from Danzo was of utmost importance. He was preparing to signal the other Root members to provide cover while he stealthily approached Sakura when a flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the area beside him. Hatake Kakashi. When did he? The leader of the assassination squad's pupils constricted in shock, realizing he noticed when Kakashi had stealthily approached him. Lightning release. Lightning cutter, with a hand crackling with lightning. Kakashi thrust it through the heart of the assassination squad leader, blood splattering as he fell lifelessly. 2 minutes later, the battlefield where Kakashi stood fell silent. All Root ninjas lay lifeless on the ground, most with fatal wounds pierced through their hearts, evidently having perished at the hands of Kakashi's lightning cutter. Phew, perhaps I overdid it. It's been a long time since I've felt this carefree. Kakashi leaned against a large tree, pulling his forehead protector down to shield his left eye. His head throbbed painfully. The side effects of time reversal combined with the mental strain of the Sharingan had left him in a state akin to Guy's earlier condition, forcing him to sit and recover gradually. Meanwhile, Sensing the absence of sound from both battlefields, Sakura and Shisui surmised the outcome. The remaining root ninjas grew increasingly frantic in their assaults, and for a moment, Shisui struggled to keep up. Brother Shisui, as an output-type ninja, why are you taking on a defensive role? Sakura's eyes twinkled with mischief as she said, Brother Shisui, use fire release directly in front of you now. All right. Shisui stepped back and rapidly formed seals, expelling a fireball several meters in diameter from his mouth. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Space. Transfer. Sakura snapped her fingers, and a spatial portal swiftly materialized in front of the great fireball, consuming it. Huh. What just happened? The root ninjas exchanged puzzled glances, but before they could ponder further, a searing heat enveloped them from behind. A spatial portal silently opened behind them, and the previously expelled great fireball re-emerged through it. Caught completely off guard, the group was scorched by the flames, and, as the fire dissipated, they lay on the ground, smoking, utterly lifeless. Brother Shisui, how did I do as your support? Sakura, brimming with pride, inquired. The space gem can wield the power of space itself. She created a connected spatial passage in front of the massive fireball unleashed by Shisui and behind several root ninjas. The fireball was engulfed at one end, only to be expelled from the other, an attack method capable of catching opponents completely off guard. What an impressive ability, Shisui remarked, his eyes filled with admiration, that he then suggested, let us proceed to see how Kakashi-senpai and Gai-senpai are faring. Upon finding the two, both Shisui and Sakura were taken aback. Their expressions were indicative of severe fatigue, but more alarming was the devastation of their battleground. Gai's area had been blasted into a massive crater by the daytime tiger, with the bodies of root ninjas strewn about in a gruesome display. The scene was exceedingly bloody, causing Sakura to nearly retch. As for Kakashi, while the bodies were not numerous, the ground was ravaged as if plowed. Trees toppled, rocks shattered, and the earth marred by fiery scorch marks. Kakashi, what on earth have you done? Sakura exclaimed, her mind racing. To cause such extensive destruction, what jutsu had Kakashi employed? Chapter 41. The intense resentment from Sasuke. I did mention that your bodies could reverse time, and that you need not fear injuries. But I also recall stating that time reversal could severely impact your mental state, did I not? Observing Kakashi and Gai sitting back to back, Sakura felt exasperated. One had recklessly unleashed the seventh gate of the 8 gates, nearly obliterating himself, while the other had frantically employed jutsu, his continuous time reversals almost breaking his spirit. This is primarily my first experience without the worry of chakra. I momentarily lost control. Kakashi squinted and chuckled. Despite the torment in his head, his spirits unexpectedly high at my youth has been fulfilled. Gai gave Sakura a thumbs up, acknowledging the arduous training required for the 8 gates, particularly in terms of experience. Opening the gates inflicts damage upon oneself. So Gai had merely ensured he could unlock them, never having truly explored their profound mysteries until today, when time reversal allowed him to genuinely experience the power of the 7th gate without the fear of physical harm. The sole downside was a slight mental strain, leaving him feeling somewhat drained. As the only two unscathed individuals, Sakura and Shisui took it upon themselves to care for the two bedraggled warriors until they returned to Konoha. At the village gates, Kakashi and Gai supported each other, slowly making their way forward, both clearly fatigued yet stubbornly refusing to take the magic sword into the village. As Sakura stepped through the gates, a voice filled with surprise reached her ears. Naruto, what are you doing here? Standing at the entrance was a beaming Naruto. Well, I just happened to pass by here, he stammered, scratching his head and grinning foolishly. You would be waiting here every day, would you? Sakura surmised, noting the lack of surprise from the gatekeepers at Naruto's appearance. Not really. I just come by in the mornings and evenings when I have some free time. Naruto replied, his smile radiant. I need to help out at Ichiraku, and since I wasn't sure when you'd return, I thought I'd take a chance. You really are a fool, Sakura sighed, though her heart brimmed with joy. Having someone think of you while away felt splendid. Hey, Sakura, hurry and check in with your friends. I can handle the mission report to Hokage-sama, Kakashi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Naruto. A flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes, he leaned closer to Sakura. whispering conspiratorially. You must respond promptly to the affections of a lovesick young man. You cannot afford to miss your chance at love. Kakashi-sensei, what business do you have meddling? You, a perennial singleton, should be tending to your own affairs. Sakura rolled her eyes at him. Considering you're holed up at home, engrossed in those questionable novels, you should be more concerned about your own lifelong prospects. You might end up never marrying. Perennial singleton? Kakashi felt a pang of awkwardness. He had only just barely reached adulthood, so how could he be labeled as such? After all, he had been quite popular in the ninja academy, with countless admirers. How could he possibly remain unmarried? Holding dubious novels while surrounded by a plethora of summoning beasts, the narrative of a solitary existence hardly needed elaboration. Sakura and Naruto headed toward Ichiraku Ramen, while Kakashi, seemingly wounded deeply, was left in the cold breeze, his silhouette looking particularly forlorn. Kakashi-senpai, I'll be heading back. Shisui bid farewell before turning away, leaving behind a despondent Kakashi and a bewildered Guy. Guy, there must be many girls in Konoha who like me, right? Kakashi queried quietly, the notion of being forever alone weighing heavily on his youthful heart. Well, I suppose so, Guy replied uncertainly, having never paid much attention to such matters. However, given Kakashi's previous popularity, it was reasonable to assume he had many secret admirers. Kakashi's aura of melancholy deepened, had his years in Umbu led to his obscurity. Yet, he recalled a recent visit to Ichiraku Ramen when the owner's daughter had eagerly engaged him in conversation, which he had somewhat brushed off at the time. Lost in thought, he and Guy leaned on each other as they made their way to the Hokage Tower, garnering considerable attention due to their unsteady gait. Within the Hokage's office, after listening to Kakashi's report, the third Hokage took a drag from his pipe, a bittersweet smile gracing his features. Danzo has begun to take action against Konoha's comrades. Has he? Kakashi remained silent. This matter was one that could only be addressed by the third Hokage himself. Kakashi, you may take your leave and rest. I shall demand an explanation from Danzo. Amidst the swirling smoke, the wrinkles on the third's brow deepened. Ichiraku Ramen. Ino and her friends joyfully surrounded Sakura, bombarding her with questions. With the recent opening of a new branch in the village, the customer load had lessened. And thanks to Uncle Ichiraku hiring several new staff members, Ino and her companions found themselves with ample leisure time. Throughout the chatter, Sasuke remained silent, his head bowed, exuding a palpable aura of resentment. How can my brother take that strange woman to the dumpling shop? This is truly unacceptable. Sakura, having just sipped her tea, sputtered as it sprayed forth that, oh, all this fuss is because your brother took Uzumaki Izumi out for dumplings? Is that what's bothering you? First, there was the water-stopping elder brother, and now another Uchiha. Izumi Sasuke has arrived, rambling incessantly. Eye in his eyes, anyone who dares approach his brother is deemed a villain, merely seeking to snatch his brother away. As for Sasuke's extreme case of brotherly obsession, Sakura finds herself at a loss for words. She recalls having seen Uchiha Izumi in her previous life while watching anime. They were childhood friends with Itachi, and had circumstances not unfolded as they did, there was a significant chance they could have ended up together. Alas, fate took a tragic turn, and such a kind-hearted girl, who seemed well-suited to Itachi, was lost. Truly, Danzo deserves to be subjected to 1,000 tortures for this. Silently adding another note to her mental list against Danzo, Sakura gazes at Sasuke, who is brimming with resentment, unsure of how to console him. I believe you needn't harbor such bitterness. Your brother is grown up, and it is indeed time for him to take a wife. Surely, you cannot wish for him to remain single for a lifetime. The ones who divert my brother's attention are nothing but vixens. Sasuke continues to grumble indignantly. Sakura longs to interject, but the real vixen is Naruto, right beside you. How about this? Tomorrow, I plan to host a picnic. You should invite Itachi and your sister-in-law to join us. I also have matters to discuss with you all. Sakura glanced at the few individuals gathered around the table. It was indeed time to set her plan into motion. She's not my sister-in-law. My brother is mine. Sasuke snorted, casting a wary glance at Sakura. You just refer to my brother as Big Brother. Does that mean you are plotting to steal him from me? I now understand. Among the Uchiha clan, any pair of brothers is afflicted with a severe case of brotherly obsession. Sakura gritted her teeth, nearly unable to restrain herself from hurling her teacup at Sasuke's face. Humph, you wouldn't understand since you don't have a brother. Let me tell you, my brother is remarkable. With that, Sasuke rambled on, and the others exchanged exasperated glances. This brotherly fixation of his is truly beyond salvation. Due to Sakura's previous prank of making him wear women's clothing, Sasuke had retreated into a cold and aloof demeanor, rarely speaking or smiling. Yet whenever Itachi was mentioned, he would become animated, talking for what seemed like hours. I tell you, my brother is simply the best. Now, everyone should disperse and prepare for the picnic tomorrow. I need to head to the third Hokage to collect my mission reward, like a siren's song. Sasuke's voice drove everyone away, and Ino and the others returned to prepare their picnic supplies, while Sakura dashed toward the Hokage's office. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was embroiled in a heated argument with Danzo. Danzo, why did you send someone to assassinate Sakura and Kakashi? The third Hokage demanded. According to my intel, ever since that girl, Haruno Sakura, visited the Uchiha clan, they have begun to change. This is a sign of their rebellion, and it is highly likely that Sakura is behind it. We must take precautions, Danzo argued vehemently. Failing to see any fault in his actions, they have now begun to openly court other families in the village. We cannot simply stand by and watch. We must impose further restrictions on the Uchiha clan. Enough, Danzo. It is a good thing that the Uchiha clan wishes to engage in dialogue and reconciliation with the village. Do not slander them so carelessly. The third Hokage admonished sternly. Should the Uchiha hear this, the fragile peace they had worked to achieve would surely shatter. I am not slandering them. I have informants within the Uchiha clan who have relayed information back to me. The elders are plotting to overthrow Konoha. We must take any signs of unrest among the Uchiha clan seriously. Danzo's voice was laced with menace. They are undoubtedly reaching out to other families to bolster their rebellion. Sarutobi, you cannot afford to be indecisive. The Uchiha, a restless clan, must not be allowed to remain. Enough. Danzo, I trust the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage said, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, before sighing. More importantly, I believe in Kakashi. Kakashi, Danzo tightened his grip on his cane, the name evoking a mix of emotions that should not be spoken so lightly. Furthermore, root ninjas are never permitted to act against their comrades in Konoha. That is my bottom line. The weariness in the third Hokage's voice was palpable as he waved Danzo away. Humph, Sarutobi, mark my words. One day, I will prove that I am right. Danzo huffed indignantly as he exited the Hokage's office. Sighing, the third Hokage turned his gaze toward the window. You must have seen everything, haven't you? Observing the entire scene, Sakura flew in through the window, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. Why can't you tolerate his reckless behavior? The Uchiha are a vital force for Konoha. If Danzo wipes them out, the village's strength will diminish significantly. Sakura's words were not unfounded. Although the Uchiha clan's relationship with Konoha was strained, they would never stand idly by in times of crisis. Without the Uchiha, Konoha's combat capability would indeed suffer greatly. Danzo is my friend, the third Hokage replied with a wry smile, understanding the complexity of their relationship, that it was a truth he could not deny. Yet he could not truly take action against Danzo. Friend? More like best buddy, Sakura muttered under breath, reflecting on the deep camaraderie the third Hokage shared with Danzo that in the original story, despite Danzo's numerous misdeeds, including attempts on the third Hokage's life. The latter always seemed to dismiss it with a smile. This bond was truly beyond comprehension. There's something you need. The third Hokage wished to avoid delving further into such troubling matters. Grandpa Third, you still haven't given me my reward. I averted a war crisis. Sakura secretly rolled her eyes, wondering if the third Hokage intended to renege on his promise. Chapter 43. The Sealing Scroll in Hand. Part 3. Come on. The Sealing Scroll, ISNT here. The third Hokage rose, leading Sakura outside. Upon arriving at the room housing the sealing scroll, a glimmer of realization crossed Sakura's eyes. Indeed, as suspected, Naruto's acquisition of the sealing scroll in the original story was orchestrated by the third Hokage. Furthermore, that so-called sealing scroll was likely a decoy. Just outside the room, Sakura sensed dozens of spiritual fluctuations, indicating that numerous individuals were stationed around, clearly guarding the sealing scroll, with such a heavy guard. It was implausible for Naruto, who had just graduated from the ninja academy and hadn't even mastered the basic shadow clone technique, to obtain the scroll. Moreover, only the Hokage and the guards knew the scroll's location. How could a mere chunin from the ninja academy know where it was stored? Most importantly, in the original story, when Naruto opened the sealing scroll, the first technique he encountered was the shadow clone technique, which seemed far too coincidental. The scroll contained countless techniques, secret arts, and forbidden jutsu. How could it be that he just so happened to stumble upon the one most suitable for someone with an overabundance of chakra, like Naruto? Moreover, Sakura doubted that such a crucial item as the sealing scroll would lack any security measures. Danzo was already aware of the necessity for precautions. Standing before the door, the third Hokage quickly formed a series of hand seals and slapped his palm against the center of the door. A series of small, tadpole-like symbols radiated from his palm, and once they faded, he pushed open the door. This is the sealing scroll. The third Hokage led Sakura into the room, revealing nothing but a massive scroll resting on a pedestal in the center. So many sealing techniques? Is one scroll really necessary? Sakura's lips twitched slightly as she surveyed the room. The walls, ceiling, and floor were inscribed with runes resembling tadpoles. She carefully attuned her senses, detecting the faint energy fluctuations emanating from these symbols. Although the multitude of runes appeared haphazardly scattered, they actually formed a cohesive whole. Triggering one would activate all. The specifics of their effects, however, remained elusive to her. This was no ordinary scroll. It was a tome of seals crafted since the time of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Within its pages were recorded nearly all of Konoha's jutsu, secret arts, forbidden techniques, and sealing methods that, in principle, only the Hokage was permitted to view it freely. Had it not been for the resolution of the conflict with the Hidden Cloud Village, she would never have had the chance to lay eyes on it. The third Hokage spoke with a smile, continuously forming intricate hand seals, each complex gesture leaving Sakura feeling dizzy. She ultimately turned her head away to avoid the spectacle. Even with the third's remarkable speed, it took him several long seconds to complete the seals. As he placed his hands upon the wooden stand housing the tome, all the runes began to shift and contract, swiftly vanishing into the stand. This was a bookshelf specially designed by Hashirama to hold the sealing tome. Unless specific hand seals were employed to dispel the seals, any intruder would trigger deadly defenses that would eliminate them instantaneously. Noticing Sakura's curiosity, the third offered an explanation. In a wonder, Sakura nodded in understanding. It seemed the wooden shelf was indeed crafted from wood release by Hashirama Senju, while the room's protective seals likely originated from the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, or Hashirama's wife, Mito Uzumaki. Well, if you wish to take a look, you may do so, but it must remain here. Such a tome cannot be removed, he added, further solidifying Sakura's belief that the sealing tome Naruto obtained in the original story was a mere imitation. Approaching the tome, Sakura concentrated and manipulated it to open. The scroll was immense, far larger than her own body. As it unfurled, she skimmed through the contents, absorbing the information without the need for immediate comprehension. Her intention was simply to document everything for future study. Hours slipped by as she perused the tome, and upon finishing, she returned it to its stand, rubbing her temples. The effort to memorize so much in such a brief time had left her head feeling heavy. Were it not for the soul gem nurturing her essence, she would not have been able to achieve such remarkable recall. Have you found what you were seeking? The third inquired. That I've committed it to memory. Sakura replied, tapping her temple. Next, I would like to borrow 3 individuals for a while. The third raised an eyebrow. Uncle Kakashi and the others, Sakura smiled. Kakashi is known as the copy ninja, highly skilled in various jutsu. Although Uncle Guy's personality is a bit eccentric, his mastery of taijutsu is unparalleled in Konoha.as for sure sway. His jinjutsu is formidable. With these 3 by my side, Naruto and the others will have no trouble learning whatever they desire. Very well, the third agreed. Kakashi and Guy are currently recuperating and unable to undertake missions, so they shall be tasked with imparting knowledge to you. As for Shursway. Simply speak with him yourself. The third supported Sakura's desire to gather Naruto and his friends for training, wishing for Naruto to forge deeper bonds in Konoha for future peace of mind. Entrusting Kakashi with their education was fortuitous, as he was a steadfast member of the Hokage faction, and the third had long envisioned Kakashi as a candidate for fifth Hokage. Given that Ino, Shikamaru, and the others were all heirs to their respective clans, this mentor-student relationship would undoubtedly ease Kakashi's path to leadership. However, be cautious with the forbidden techniques within the sealing tome. They must not be disseminated carelessly, the third cautioned. The tome contained a multitude of forbidden arts, such as the reanimation jutsu, which was strictly prohibited in Konoha. Should such knowledge escape, it would spell disaster. Rest assured, Grandpa Third, I understand, Sakura replied confidently. Even without the third's warning, she had no intention of recklessly sharing what she had learned. Her goal in documenting the tome was to identify techniques suitable for Naruto and his friends. With each individual possessing a unique style, indiscriminately learning techniques unsuited to them would never lead to mastery. In Chapter 44, Gathering of Fate, after the third restored the protective seals surrounding the tome. The two departed the chamber, but on their way, Sakura produced 2 photographs and handed them over. Grandpa Third, this is for you. If the Hidden Cloud Village seeks trouble again, show this to the fourth Raikage. What is this? The third asked, puzzled, as he accepted the photographs. One glance left him nearly blinded. Is this the fourth Raikage? And who is the other? The fourth Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. This is a transformation jutsu. Sakura explained. Unless the fourth Raikage wants everyone in the ninja world to know how flamboyant he looks, he will undoubtedly think twice before attacking Konoha again. Very clever. The third chuckled as he tucked the photographs away. Should the fourth Raikage attempt to provoke Konoha again, he would have quite the amusing response ready. Early the next morning, Sakura roused the fatigued Kakashi and Guy, then fetched Shisui, and together, the 4 made their way to the gathering place. Upon arrival, Ino and the others had already set up their provisions. Sakura, who are these people? Ino inquired, eyeing the 3 men accompanying her. This is Kakashi Hitaki, a jonin of Konoha, and a former prodigy, graduating from the Ninja Academy at 5, becoming a chunin at 6, and a jonin by 12 that, however, he has since grown disheveled, now a delinquent with a penchant for adult literature. Sakura's introduction initially pleased Kakashi, but the latter part left him bewildered. What did she mean by delinquent with a penchant for adult literature? Ignoring Kakashi's discontented glare, Sakura pointed to Guy. This is Might Guy, a master of taijutsu in Konoha, exceptionally skilled in physical combat, capable of holding his own against even the Hokage in a life-or-death match. At this point, Guy had already reached the 7th gate, but sustaining it for long was a challenge in a dire situation. He might only match the 3rd Hokage, and if he could maintain the 7th gate, he could potentially defeat the current 3rd. Lastly, this is Shisui Uchiha. Sakura beamed as she introduced Shisui, who wore a friendly smile. A genius of the Uchiha clan, a jonin of Konoha, revered in the ninja world as the Shunshin Shisui, a master of Jinjutsu and body flicker technique. Wait, Uchiha? Is he related to Sasuke? Naruto interjected, staring intently at Shisui before voicing his confusion. Why do I feel like he bears no resemblance to that arrogant Sasuke? Shisui and Sasuke are both Uchiha, but not direct relatives. It would be odd for them to look alike, Sakura retorted before glancing around. Has Sasuke not arrived yet? I'm here. Sasuke's disgruntled voice emerged from behind her just as she finished speaking. Sakura turned to see Sasuke, visibly annoyed, tugging on Itachi's hand, his gaze filled with hostility directed at a long-haired girl standing beside Itachi. Excuse me, I'm Izumi Uchiha, a friend of Itachi's. The girl introduced, her smile gentle, but Sasuke's resentment only deepened. Clearly, Itachi's heart had been stolen away, and now she was addressing him so intimately. Sakura and Ino exchanged glances, and in unison, they bowed to Itachi and Izumi. Greetings, Itachi-san and Izumi-san. Eh? Izumi's face flushed crimson. While she did harbor feelings for Itachi, it was merely unrequited admiration. The term san felt overly intimate that, I'm not Itachi's girlfriend. We're just friends. Don't all romantic relationships begin as friendships? Sakura remarked with a knowing expression that if you like someone, pursue them boldly and confess. Don't let shyness cause you to miss the opportunity. Aw no, Uchiha Izumi's cheeks reddened like a ripe tomato. The very notion of actively pursuing a confession is utterly mortifying. Should Izumi-san not be averse, I could assist by administering a potion, ensuring he is engulfed by desire. That point, dear Izumi, you could effortlessly take the initiative. Given his character, he would undoubtedly never resort to the ignoble act of denying his identity after such an encounter. Sakura, stroking her chin, her eyes sparkling with excitement, recalled that in the original narrative, Uchiha Itachi remained single until his demise, while this potential candidate for Itachi's affection, Uchiha Izumi, met her end under the moon reading technique, experiencing a blissful life alongside Itachi within its confines in the anime. However, she perished at the hands of Obito to prevent Uchiha Itachi from a lifetime of solitude. Sakura resolved to play matchmaker for these two. No, that won't be necessary. Uchiha Izumi waved away Sakura's suggestion, though the proposal did stir something within her. Compared to me, you seem more like a delinquent girl, capable of concocting such unscrupulous schemes. Kakashi, having not forgotten Sakura's earlier assessment, seized the moment to tease. What do you know? I am merely assisting Brother Itachi in finding companionship. In this day and age, encountering someone who wholeheartedly cherishes you is a rarity. Sakura cast a disdainful glance at Kakashi. Moreover, while my methods may lack decorum, who knows, perhaps Brother Itachi secretly relishes such treatment. Men often feign indifference while desperately craving affection. And Kakashi, do you truly believe everyone shares your penchant for solitude and dog ownership? You are merely cursing yourself with that single dog label. Children should refrain from making such jokes. Uchiha Itachi felt on the verge of cracking as he pondered the nature of Sasuke's friends. How could they even contemplate such dubious actions? Yet, considering this girl had previously tricked Sasuke into wearing women's clothing, it was not beyond belief that she might resort to such extremes. If you truly have feelings, then confess. Do not always wait for the girl to take the initiative. Shisui approached with a smile, patting Itachi's shoulder and casting him a suggestive glance. Shisui, even you? Uchiha Itachi felt genuinely exasperated. How could even Shisui join in this revelry? Sasuke, overhearing the discussions about matchmaking his brother with Uchiha Izumi, felt his temper nearing a boiling point. His brother belonged to him. How could anyone dare to claim him? Chapter 45, The Gathering of Fate, Part 1. What? Do you feel unhappy? Sakura pulled Sasuke aside. Embarking on her persuasive journey. You are actually aiding others in stealing my brother. The young Sasuke suddenly experienced the sensation of a revolutionary friendship being betrayed. That is not how one should phrase it. Sakura replied meaningfully. Think about it. Your brother is incredibly handsome, possesses a commendable character, and boasts formidable strength. He must be exceedingly popular. Humph. My brother is so wonderful. He must have many admirers, but he is mine alone. No one shall take him away. Although Sasuke beamed at Sakura's praise of his brother, he remained steadfast in his unwavering claim over Uchiha Itachi. All right, your brother is yours. Sakura secretly rolled her eyes at this die-hard brother complex. He truly was beyond help. But have you considered another issue? Your brother's excellence means numerous individuals will attempt to steal him away. With so many rivals, how do you intend to handle it? No one is allowed to take my brother. I will watch over him closely to ensure he is not snatched away by any vixen. Sasuke felt a twinge of insecurity. Indeed, what could he do to prevent others from claiming his brother? To eliminate the threat of rivals, one must make it clear that his brother is already taken. Realizing she had successfully ensnared Sasuke in her scheme, Sakura mentally gave herself a victory sign. What should I do? Sasuke's passive demeanor had activated. When it came to his brother, his intellect plummeted dramatically. That is quite simple. Help your brother find a sister-in-law. Before Sasuke could protest, Sakura continued. You see, being Itachi's brother means those who wish to pursue him will not only harass him, but will also seek ways to get to you. Soon, you will find you have little time to spend with your brother. However, if you help him find a sister-in-law, it will be evident to everyone that he is already taken, and they will cease their pursuit. You will have more time to be with him. Really? Sasuke's mind wavered. Did this not mean sharing his brother with someone else? Of course, Sakura nodded resolutely. Moreover, didn't you mention that your brother often leaves you hanging due to missions? As long as you have a sister-in-law and maintain a good relationship with her, allowing her to develop a fondness for you, she could subtly encourage your brother to take fewer missions, ensuring he has more time to spend with you. Are you sure this will work? Sasuke felt a flicker of hope. If it could indeed provide him with more time with his brother, perhaps finding a sister-in-law was not such a bad idea after all. Absolutely. As a girl, I understand just how low a man's resistance to subtle persuasion is. This tactic is foolproof. Although she had never experienced romance herself, she had observed others, and she was well aware of the power of subtlety. More critically, she must not reveal any uncertainty. She needed Sasuke to believe in the efficacy of this plan. Then, I will do my utmost to help my brother find a sister-in-law. Sasuke clenched his fists, determined to ensure his brother had ample time to spend with him and no need for you to search. A suitable candidate is right here. Sakura discreetly pointed to Uchiha Izumi. Look, Izumi-san and your brother have known each other since their time at the Ninja Academy. They're childhood friends. Her gentle demeanor and kindness towards you make her an ideal candidate. If you assist her in getting together with your brother, she will surely feel gratitude towards you. And when you request her help with your brother, she would undoubtedly oblige. It would be a win-win situation. All right, what should I do? Gritting his teeth, Sasuke's eyes shone with determination. Everything for his brother. He would not allow anyone else to target him. It's simple. You just need to frequently speak highly of Izumi-san to your brother. Create opportunities for them to interact, and casually mention to Fugaku-san and Mikoto-san that Izumi has feelings for your brother. Having achieved her objective, Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Being a matchmaker was indeed a challenging endeavor, and bearing the responsibility of their lifelong happiness felt like a heavy burden. Okay, Sasuke pondered. This posed no real loss to him, so he readily agreed. Just as Sakura and Sasuke were returning, they spotted Niji approaching with two similarly sized children. What conspiracy were you two just discussing? Niji crossed his arms, having sensed something clandestine between Sakura and Sasuke beneath the tree. What do you mean by conspiracy? Sakura retorted. Then, noticing the two familiar figures behind Niji, she asked, Who are they? My classmates, Rock Lee and TenTen. Niji's introduction caused Sakura to smack her forehead. Indeed, the girl with the dual buns was none other than TenTen, Niji's teammate who had remained single her entire life after his passing, running a struggling weapon shop while reminiscing about him at AS for the other. With his round eyes, thick eyebrows, and watermelon hairstyle, he resembled the character many speculated to be Might Guy's illegitimate child, Rock Lee. Hey, what is that look in your eyes? Niji's forehead twitched as he noticed Sakura's gaze, which seemed to convey pity. Indeed, it was reminiscent of the sorrowful glances reserved for the deceased. No, nothing. Sakura felt a pang of guilt, nearly exclaiming, Niji, your death was truly tragic. Hello, I'm TenTen, a friend of Niji's. TenTen enthusiastically greeted Sakura, though her cheeks flushed slightly upon mentioning Niji. Good for you, young man. You've quickly settled your lifelong affairs, Sakura squinted and said. Now that Niji is alive thanks to Hinata, and with the loss of the caged bird, his personality has undergone a significant transformation compared to the original story. At the very least, he has learned the value of friendship. What nonsense are you spouting? Niji replied, lifting his chin, unwilling to engage with Sakura. Hello, my name is Rock Lee. May I ask if your name is Sakura? I like you, Lee stammered, a hint of a suspicious blush gracing his cheeks. Please, I have no affection for styles like that of Uncle Guy. Sakura's face turned pale. In this day and age, are the children of the ninja world really so mature? Confessing at the age of 5. Chapter 46. The Gathering of Fate, second update. Was I rejected? Lee's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears, as if he had suffered a tremendous blow. Don't be so sad. Being turned down is a common occurrence. Sakura remarked, feeling a pang of guilt, sensing that the innocent heart of a young boy had been hurt by her words. After some contemplation, she decided to leave Lee in Uncle Guy's care. Let me introduce you to someone. You two should get along splendidly. Whew. Lee lifted his head, his sorrow somewhat alleviated. Sakura was right. Rejection is a normal part of life, and he would strive harder next time. Uncle Guy, could you come over here? I have someone to introduce to you, Sakura called out to Guy, who is currently entangled with Kakashi. Huh? Guy turned his head in bewilderment. Introduce a son. What is this about? The others also looked confused, quickly spotting Lee beside Niji, and their expressions shifted dramatically. Guy, you actually have such a grown son? Kakashi's right, I nearly popped out. Wasn't Guy supposed to be a single man like him? Why had such a large son suddenly appeared? A wave of betrayal washed over him. This is Lee's father. No wonder they looked so alike. Niji and TenTen were equally stunned. They had only known Lee as an orphan. But now it seemed there was more to the story. Could it be that Lee is an abandoned child? What a cruel father! TenTen's imagination ran wild, instantly placing the image of a heartless father on a Guy. As for Guy, well, he was just as baffled, wondering when he had acquired a son, he clearly didn't even have a girlfriend. Had he accidentally gotten drunk and left a child behind? But that couldn't be right. Considering Lee's age, he would have been just a mere child himself at that time, incapable of drinking. Yet, how could one explain this resemblance? Guy, you have gone too far, Kakashi exclaimed in disappointment. That I know you are devoted to your training. But you can't just neglect a child. Just look at how much hardship a little one must endure to grow this big. And no, Kakashi, I am not. Guy waved his hands, desperate to clarify, but before he could finish, TenTen interrupted, and oh wonderly works so hard at the Ninja Academy. It's all to find you, this scoundrel of a father. TenTen's disdainful expression struck Guy like a blow, leaving him utterly bewildered. Naruto and Ino approached, glaring at Guy, initially thinking this robust fellow was a good person, only to discover he was a scoundrel who had abandoned his wife and child. Hinata delivered a particularly crushing blow. If Uncle Guy had to abandon his child due to financial difficulties, I can ask my father to provide some child support, just so he can have a complete family. I'm really not his father. Guy's tears flowed freely, unsure of how to explain himself. Was his life truly about a plunge into a midlife crisis before his youth even began? Enough about Uncle Guy. This is all a misunderstanding. Lee is truly not Uncle Guy's child. As for the resemblance, it must simply be a coincidence. Sakura chuckled sheepishly, determined to prevent Guy from becoming an accidental father. Thank you for believing in me. Sakura, Guy rushed over and embraced her, tears streaming down his face like a river. In fact, I was planning to have Lee apprentice under Uncle Guy to train in taijutsu and the 8 gates. Sakura admitted, a bit embarrassed. Due to his issues with chakra control, Lee was unable to utilize ninjutsu or jinjutsu, making taijutsu the only path suited for him. Moreover, Lee's character mirrored that of Uncle Guy's. So, with Lee around, Guy wouldn't have to worry about the legacy of his youth being extinguished. That's so. Guy praised Lee for a moment before suddenly standing up and patting him on the shoulder with a serious expression. Joining me in training is no problem, but you must be prepared to endure hardships. The training of taijutsu requires relentless perseverance and unyielding youth. Taijutsu, I will certainly give it my all, Lee declared resolutely. As he couldn't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, he had already faced ridicule from many students at the academy. Now, with hope presenting itself, he was determined to seize it. Although the situation had been clarified, Kakashi and the others still regarded Guy with skepticism. Given the resemblance and personality, attributing it to mere coincidence seemed a stretch out on the grass. Everyone gathered around tablecloth, exuding an air of ease and comfort. The reason for gathering everyone here today was to discuss an important matter. Sakura clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. Niji, TenTen, and Lee are now students of the Ninja Academy, and I, along with Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, will also be entering the academy next year. Therefore, I want us to build a solid foundation before the school year begins and start training ahead of time. I have already discussed this with the 3rd Hokage. Uncle Kakashi will be responsible for teaching us the basics of ninjutsu. Uncle Guy will teach taijutsu. And as for Itachi, he will teach jinjutsu. Itachi and Izumi can impart the secret techniques of the Uchiha clan to Sasuke. Sakura, among so many people, most have their family-esque secret techniques, right? Kakashi inquired. I only know the basic 5 elemental ninjutsu. I can't teach their family-esque secret techniques. Your role is to teach everyone the foundational knowledge of ninjutsu. So we have a proper understanding, and the secret techniques don't need to be your concern. Sakura pointed at Naruto and TenTen, saying, Naruto and Lee will focus on taijutsu under Uncle Guy. while TenTen and I will primarily study ninjutsu and learn genjutsu from Itachi. Additionally, Sasuke needs to learn lightning release from you, and as for Ino and the others, they'll focus on chakra refinement. Chakra refinement? What is there to learn about that? Kakashi frowned slightly. And isn't Sasuke too young to learn lightning release? Of course, he won't start immediately. Lightning release will be taught gradually once he has gained some strength. This is a long-term plan. Sakura hadn't intended to rush things as for chakra refinement. It wasn't just for Ino and the others. Kakashi, Uncle Guy, Itachi, and Izumi would all be involved. I have an idea. And if it works, everyone can rapidly enhance their abilities. Chapter 47. Reaching Consensus. Third update. Well, fine, there aren't many tasks to undertake lately. Kakashi pondered before agreeing, as the third Hokage had granted him a lengthy leave of absence. Since he had nothing to do, if this could genuinely enhance their abilities, it would be worthwhile. After all, his own growth had been agonizingly slow over the years. The others also agreed. If successful, they could enhance their skills. And if not, there was nothing to lose. Excellent. Then let us start with chakra refinement. Uncle Kakashi, you'll be responsible for explaining this. Sakura nodded, entrusting Kakashi with the task of teaching chakra refinement methods. Fine, Kakashi sighed. He longed to lounge idly beneath a tree, but the hopeful gazes of so many people prevented him from doing so. Kakashi explained with great seriousness, and the others listened intently. Given Kakashi's exceptional skill, his explanations were simple and comprehensible. Even Sakura, who had previously been clueless about chakra, quickly grasped his meaning. By noon, Kakashi concluded his lecture, parched and weary, and after sharing a meal with the famished students, they finally regained their spirits. Now you may attempt chakra refinement. Kakashi sat to one side, his right eye resembling that of a dead fish, exuding an aura of utter despondency. Teaching is truly exhausting. Uncle Kakashi, come join us, Sakura beckoned, urging Kakashi to join the gathering. That a group of them formed a large circle, interlocking hands, seated cross-legged on the ground as they began to refine their chakra. Perhaps due to the power of the Infinity Stone, which governs all forms of energy, it wasn't long before Sakura felt a wondrous energy manifest within her. Compared to the energy of the Infinity Stones, this power appeared relatively feeble, yet possessed a rather peculiar effect. At that moment, Sakura distinctly sensed several different chakra signatures surrounding her, each varying in strength. The unique sensations emitted by these diverse chakras were equally distinctive. Kakashi's chakra radiated a furious tempest of lightning, intertwined with an inexplicable sorrow. In contrast, the chakra of Itachi, Shisui, Izumi, and Sasuke from the Uchiha clan exuded a chilling aura, with Shisui's being the most potent, followed by Itachi, then Izumi, while Sasuke's chakra, still nascent in refinement, conveyed the least chill, yet was remarkably pure. Sakura pondered briefly and surmised that this chilling sensation likely stemmed from the Sharingan, for Sasuke's chakra being the least, yet exceptionally pure. It was probably a result of Indra's chakra. As an ancestor of the Uchiha, the chakra of Indra, son of the Sage of Six Paths, must indeed be more refined and powerful than that of his descendants. Yet, each Uchiha's chakra, aside from the coldness induced by the Sharingan, also reflected their individual mental states, revealing varying sentiments. Shisui's chakra exuded an all-encompassing kindness. Itachi's a warmth akin to flames, Izumi's a gentler essence, while Sasuke's conveyed a sense of benevolence and tranquility, in stark contrast to the chilling essence of the Uchiha quartet. The chakra emanating from Naruto, seated to Sakura's right, radiated a warmth akin to the sun, vibrant and full of life. The only peculiarity was that amidst this vitality, there resided a volatile essence, stemming from the nine tails sealed within Naruto, recalling the Sage of Six Paths statement that chakra is the binding force connecting souls. Sakura began to comprehend why each individual's chakra exuded a distinct sensation. Each chakra was intimately linked to its owner's spirit. Kakashi's affinity for lightning manifested in his chakra's tempestuous aura, while the sorrow likely arose from the memories of Obito and Rin. Not dwelling too deeply on these reflections, Sakura continued to refine her chakra while gradually channeling the energy concealed within the Mind Stone, blending it with her chakra and allowing it to flow outward through her hands. Although the Mind Stone harbored a colossal amount of energy, concerned about the potential for the stone's power to spiral out of control and considering everyone's physical endurance, Sakura only dared to draw upon a modicum of its energy before halting. Surprisingly, the energy from the Mind Stone integrated effortlessly with her chakra. Thus, the energy from the Mind Stone was continuously transmitted through Sakura's chakra to the others' bodies. The initial chakra refinement didn't last long. Ceasing after just a few hours, as the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays illuminated the group, resembling a solemn and grand ceremony. "Uncle Kakashi, what's wrong?" Upon ceasing the chakra refinement, Sakura opened her eyes to find Kakashi sitting there with a somewhat dazed expression, almost as if he were in a stupor. My Sharingan. The chakra consumption has decreased. Kakashi felt an intense shock. His left eye had been incessantly draining his chakra, and in considerable amounts, which had forced him into a style of swift, decisive battles. Yet just moments ago, he sensed the chakra consumption of his Sharingan had lessened. Although the decrease was minuscule, Kakashi, accustomed to the heavy drain, was keenly aware of the change. "It seems my idea is feasible." Sakura contemplated in the film Avengers, Age of Ultron, the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver derived their powers from the Mind Stone. She had merely intended to experiment, but it appeared that her method was indeed viable. For now, she decided to observe the changes without haste. Suppressing her excitement, Sakura realized that if successful, Naruto and the others could evolve extraordinary abilities, making future crises far more manageable. "All right," Kakashi nodded, feeling grateful that he hadn't dismissed the third Hokage's proposal out of disdain for the hassle. Although the Sharingan was a token of affection left to him by Obito, its draining nature had become a significant burden, often leaving him fatigued after brief usage, with the risk of fainting looming. Yet here was a glimmer of hope. A solution to the chakra drain issue without having to relinquish this token of affection seemed a perfect resolution. Little Sakura, I refined my chakra," Naruto exclaimed excitedly as he dashed toward her. He had not forgotten Sakura's words at the Uchiha residence, promising that once he grew strong enough, she would reveal the identities of his parents, truly a testament to the Uzumaki lineage. Combined with Ashura's heritage, the amount of chakra you possess is astounding. Sakura observed, slightly exasperated, as she noted Naruto's exuberance. She could feel the immense chakra within him. Astonishingly, despite it being his first attempt at refining chakra, his reserves nearly rivaled Kakashi's, while Kakashi's chakra was not particularly vast. Naruto's was indeed remarkable. However, upon further reflection, this was hardly surprising. With the Uzumaki bloodline granting him robust vitality and the lineage's innate abundance of chakra, compounded by him being the reincarnation of Ashura and the Nine-Tailed Chakra, intentionally influencing him. It was no wonder he possessed such a colossal chakra reserve. Yet, despite the abundance of chakra, the Nine-Tails' interference rendered Naruto incapable of effectively controlling it. Sakura sighed softly. If this immense chakra were in Kakashi's possession, he would be thrilled, but for Naruto, the Proud Fox's constant disruptions would make mastering this chakra a long and arduous journey. As twilight approached, the group exchanged farewells and departed. Lee, Guy, and Kakashi returned to their respective abodes, while TenTen headed back to the Hyuga clan's residence. The leading weapon merchant of the Land of Fire, the Ten family was not lacking in wealth, ensuring that TenTen, as the young mistress, enjoyed a life of comfort. Niji vigilantly escorted Hinata home, as if anticipating an ambush against her. Kiba, Shino, and Ino returned to their own clans as well. "Sasuke, don't forget the important matter," Sakura called out, signaling Sasuke, who was about to turn away, to remember the plans they had discussed earlier. "Yeah," Sasuke replied, feeling a twinge of bittersweetness. From now on, he would have additional sisters-in-law, and his brother would no longer belong solely to him. However, the thought of deterring others from vying for his brother's affection brought him solace. Sharing his brother's love with one person was preferable to a multitude competing for it. "Does Sasuke have something important to attend to?" Itachi inquired curiously. "Not really," Sasuke replied, feeling a bit guilty, quickly shifting the topic to by the way, "Brother, how about inviting Izumi to come home with us? I misjudged her the other day. Let today serve as an apology." Sasuke didn't need to utter any formal apologies. Itachi understood that Sasuke was merely concerned about the possibility of others stealing his attention. Izumi smiled nonchalantly, not holding on to any grievances regarding Sasuke's earlier outburst. She could empathize with his profound attachment to his brother. In no way. If Izumi doesn't accompany us home, I will feel uneasy. Focused on orchestrating a union between his brother and Izumi, Sasuke resorted to his trump card, grasping Itachi's hand and shaking it. Brother, could you please invite Izumi to our home for a visit? As a fervent admirer of his elder brother, Itachi, who was in the throes of a terminal obsession, naturally could not refuse Sasuke's request. Although uncertain of what Sasuke had in mind, Itachi graciously extended an invitation. This time, Uchiha Izumi did not decline. She had long awaited such an invitation from Itachi, and now it had finally come to fruition. Shisui, displaying remarkable discretion, chose not to intrude upon the gathering and returned home alone. Only Sakura and Naruto remained, and upon seeing Naruto still in an exuberant state, Sakura seized his hand and dashed toward the vegetable market in Konoha. With her parents preoccupied with work and unable to return home for meals, and eating alone feeling rather lonesome, Sakura decided to accompany Naruto, who was also alone, to purchase ingredients for a meal at his house, to the Uchiha compound. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, as parents, could hardly believe their eyes. Their typically stoic eldest son had returned with a young lady, and the two appeared to be quite familiar with each other. Could it be that their son was finally awakening to the concept of romance? The couple, being quite open-minded, thought, what of it? He merely brought a girl home. This is a good sign. They had long harbored concerns about Itachi's future and his potential for remaining single. Now, they could temporarily set those worries aside. As for Itachi's age, there was no immediate rush to marry and have children. Romance, after all, requires time. In a few years, once Itachi came of age, he could proudly bring a partner home. Little did Uchiha Itachi know that his parents, after just a fleeting glance, had already begun envisioning the future and even discussing potential names for the next generation. Mom, Dad, this is Izumi-chan, my childhood friend. Sasuke established a relationship between Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Itachi, as Sakura had suggested. We're very close. Oh, I see. Come in and sit down. Uchiha Mikoto, feeling a surge of warmth, observed Uchiha Izumi. She appeared lovely and gentle, and more importantly, she had known Itachi since childhood, making it easier for them to develop feelings for one another. I'll call you Izumi. Mikoto took Izumi's hand and began a chat. This child Itachi isn't very adept at taking care of himself. He's rather awkward and doesn't know how to make a girl happy, so I hope you'll look after him. Itachi was left bewildered, wondering why he felt as though he were being scolded by his mother. Meanwhile, Izumi was equally perplexed by the unexpected turn of events. What was meant to be a simple visit had suddenly transformed into a meeting with parents. Indeed, I see my influence at play. Uchiha Fugaku chuckled heartily as he patted Itachi on the shoulder. Itachi was left speechless. My mother and I were childhood betrothed, growing up together as childhood friends. Fugaku felt a sense of satisfaction. His son had finally grasped the concept of seeking a girlfriend. My son certainly takes after me, even in matters of romance. Throughout dinner, as Itachi was sent off to escort Izumi home, he remained in a daze, unable to comprehend the events that had just transpired. The two bewildered individuals walked side by side along the path, and under the moonlight, their quiet companionship felt surprisingly harmonious. Chapter 49. The beginning of the school season in Konoha. As the seasons changed, a year had swiftly passed. Reflecting on the past year, Sakura felt as though she had been living in a dream. Initially, her only desire was to survive and follow the original storyline, hoping to reach a satisfactory conclusion. However, the unexpected arrival of a fortuitous opportunity had set her on an entirely different path. Yet, considering the transformations that had occurred over the past year due to her actions, Sakura felt a sense of accomplishment. Hinata Hizashi had not perished. He and Hinata Hayashi were diligently working to reform the Hyuga clan's rules, aiming to abolish the caged bird decree. Niji was no longer consumed by the notion of fate, nor did he harbor resentment towards the main branch because of his father's circumstances. Instead, he had morphed into a devoted brother, frequently trailing after Hinata and addressing her affectionately, his devotion rivaling Sasuke's admiration for Itachi. Lee had become an early disciple of Guy and trained rigorously in the Eight Gates and Taijutsu. Although still labeled as the underachiever in school due to his lack of ninjutsu and jinjutsu skills, with the support of friends like Neji and TenTen, as well as a mentor resembling his father, Lee remained unfazed by the mockery of others. TenTen, following Sakura's advice, had also embarked on a path of utilizing ninja tools, and after Sakura recounted the tale of Lee's flying kunai, with the assistance of Itachi and Shisui, she invented her own technique, TenTen's flying kunai. The throwing skills inherited from the Uchiha clan allowed her to shine in ninja school, while she might not excel in practical combat compared to Niji. She undoubtedly ranked first in the art of throwing ninja tools among her peers. With Niji's protective nature, Hinata's character blossomed, becoming much more cheerful than in the original narrative. She no longer exhibited the shyness that had once plagued her, though she remained reluctant to engage in offensive tactics during training, preferring to adopt a defensive stance, much to Hayashi's exasperation. Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Shino had also begun to delve into their clan's secret techniques early on, yielding promising results. Perhaps the most significant change was seen in Naruto. Unlike the original story, where he was shunned and alone, the current Naruto enjoyed the companionship of Sakura and others, along with the support of Kakashi and Irika. His life had significantly improved, and as he refrained from resorting to pranks for attention, instead dedicating himself to training under Guy, the villagers of Konoha were gradually forgetting the so-called Nine Tails. Initially, Naruto had wished to train in ninjutsu under Kakashi, but due to the Nine Tails' resistance, he faced significant challenges in chakra control, ultimately leading him to train in taijutsu alongside Leas for Sasuke. Despite not yet awakening his Sharingan, he was naturally gifted and, spurred on by his peers, began to train diligently. This made Uchiha Fugaku feel both delighted and somewhat regretful. He had hoped for his younger son to be more ordinary, allowing them to experience parental pride. Yet Sasuke proved to be nearly as talented as Itachi. While Sasuke showed rapid progress in his abilities, his resentment, particularly toward Sakura, remained unchanged. The root of Sasuke's resentment was, of course, his elder brother, Uchiha Itachi. Thanks to the combined efforts of Sakura, Sasuke, and their parents, Itachi and Izumi had finally become a couple. Although Itachi had not uttered any romantic proclamations, it was evident to all that they were now an item. Their unintentional displays of affection left many single individuals, particularly Kakashi, whom Sakura playfully labeled a lonely dog, feeling heartbroken. However, Sasuke's resentment did not stem merely from Itachi's newfound relationship. It was compounded by the fact that Itachi, upon finding a girlfriend, seemed to have even less time to spend with him, becoming busier than ever. Reflecting on this, Sakura felt a headache coming on. Just half a year ago, Itachi had joined the Umbu. Uchiha Fugaku had confided in her about the reasons behind this decision. Although the Uchiha clan had undergone changes and improved relations with Konoha, they could not escape the machinations of certain elder members who sought to create trouble. These elders, witnessing their subordinates gravitating towards Fugaku's influence, aimed to undermine him by coercing Itachi into the Umbu to gather intelligence in preparation for a potential revolt. Despite the diminished power of these elders, their unity still posed a significant threat. Left with no alternative, Fugaku had to allow Itachi to join the Umbu, though he instructed him not to engage in espionage, but rather to follow the third Hokage's orders and not concern himself with Uchiha clan matters. Nonetheless, the 6 months in the Umbu had rendered Itachi more taciturn. He was uncertain what kind of agreement Danzo had reached with the Uchiha elders, but the two sides had quietly engaged in various collaborations, a fact known only to those directly involved. Itachi remained silent, and Sakura could not compel him to divulge what was transpiring. For the time being, they could only watch and keep a mental note of Danzo's actions. Shisui had recently become elusive, often absent, and appeared to be in a state of melancholy, causing Sakura some concern that he might fall prey to Danzo's manipulations as he had in the original narrative, ultimately leading to his tragic fate. Kakashi, how is your Sharingan coming along? As Sakura gazed upon Kakashi, who sat perched on a tree branch, engrossed in a small yellow book, she felt an overwhelming headache. Ever since discovering that the chakra consumption of her Sharingan had diminished, Kakashi had resigned from his duties in the Umbu, immersing himself entirely in training. with years of savings combined with the inheritance from the Hokage family. Kakashi was unperturbed by concerns of financial strain. Each day, upon concluding his training, he would retreat to indulge in his beloved paradise of affection, gradually morphing into the image of the disheveled uncle depicted in the original narrative. Well, thanks to Sakura, not only had the chakra consumption of the Sharingan significantly decreased, but its usage had also become markedly more adept. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, and after a fleeting rotation of the three tomo, they astonishingly vanished, leaving his left eye indistinguishable from an ordinary one. However, this transformation was short-lived, as the familiar three tomo re-emerged that I can now temporarily deactivate my Sharingan. He mused, sensing a latent power within it. Though he currently lacked the means to harness that force, I at the power of the Meiji Sharingan. Sakura nodded in response to Kakashi's words that Kakashi's Sharingan had awakened its Meiji during Rin's demise. However, due to his non-Uchiha lineage, he struggled to master its control, which hindered him from fully developing its potential. Meiji Sharingan? Kakashi initially appeared taken aback, then chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. What a jest! I'm not of the Uchiha clan. How could I possibly awaken the Meiji Sharingan? Kakashi was somewhat knowledgeable about the Meiji Sharingan, famously possessed by the legendary Uchiha Madara, granting the ability to subjugate the Nine Tails. As an outsider, he deemed it implausible, the fabled Meiji Sharingan. Shisui was momentarily stunned, then fell into contemplative silence. Having awakened his own Meiji Sharingan, he was well aware of the terrifying nature of that power. However, due to the extensive cooldown period of his ocular technique, he had never utilized it against anyone. As far as I know, there have not been many in Uchiha history who could awaken the Meiji Sharingan. Right? Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi exchanged glances, a hint of concern etching their brows upon hearing Sakura mention the Meiji Sharingan. I have perused the ancestral tablet of the Uchiha clan, which states that to awaken the Meiji Sharingan, one must lose their dearest loved one. Only through profound sorrow and despair can such power be birthed. Yahiko Rin. Sakura uttered a name, causing Kakashi to freeze, ensnared by a memory he wished to forever evade. He had vowed to Obito to protect Rin with all his might, yet ultimately he was the one who had taken her life. Reaching up to touch his left eye, Kakashi momentarily envisioned the silhouette that had pushed him away. He had implored himself to use that eye to safeguard Rin, yet in the end he had accomplished nothing. Kakashi-sensei, you need not bear such guilt. You did not kill Rin. Sakura understood the intricacies of the situation. Manipulated by Black Zetsu, Uchiha Obito had placed a curse mark on Rin's heart, controlling the hidden mist to seal the three tails within her. Ultimately, under Obito's orchestration, to relieve the curse on her heart and prevent the hidden mist plan to unleash the three tails upon Konoha. Rin had no choice but to collide with Kakashi's Chidori, a scene witnessed by Obito. The one he cherished most had perished at the hands of his closest friend, a pain that had driven Obito's Sharingan to evolve into the Meiji. Meanwhile, Kakashi's Sharingan, not yet attuned to him, had also awakened in tandem, though he had remained oblivious to it. No, I killed Rin with my own Chidori. Kakashi leaned against the tree trunk, staring skyward, tears cascading from the corners of his eyes. He had promised to protect his comrades, yet he had failed to safeguard Obito and had not protected Rin either, let alone his teacher. I've already told you, Rin was not killed by you. She chose to sacrifice herself to protect Konoha by throwing herself into your Chidori. Sakura's words left Kakashi in a stupor. What truly transpired? He wondered aloud. That time, Rin had been sealed with the three tails, and the hidden mist had plotted to have Kakashi bring her back to Konoha, intending to unravel the seal there, which would unleash the rampaging three tails upon the village to thwart their plans. Rin had no choice but to seek her own demise. Sakura explained the surface-level reasons but withheld the deeper truths. So, Kakashi-sensei, you need not remain ensnared in guilt. Your desire to protect her has always been enough. She threw herself into my Chidori. Kakashi gazed at his right hand as silent tears streamed down his face. That scene had long since become a nightmare for him, in the immediate aftermath of Rin's death. He had been unable to use Chidori. Each time he beheld his right hand, he was reminded of the moment he had taken Rin's life. Now, with the knowledge that he was not responsible for her death. Kakashi felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Unbeknownst to him, as he wept, the three black tomo in his left eye whirled furiously, ultimately transforming into a pattern resembling three interlocking scythes. Had the intense emotional turbulence finally awakened the power of the Mizuki? Sakura observed the transformation in Kakashi's eyes and understood. The trauma of having inadvertently slain Rin had been a lingering torment for Kakashi, and now that he had unearthed the truth, a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. Amidst the tumult of joy and sorrow, the hidden Mizuki had finally unfurled. Shisui and Itachi also sensed the surge of ocular power, their expressions shifting to one of alarm, coupled with a hint of melancholy as they recalled recent events. "Thank you, Sakura." Kakashi, having wept for a brief moment, regained his composure. Feeling the immense power within his left eye, a smile crept across his face. "Obito, the gift you left me will aid in guarding Konoha, as well as Rin. I shall wield this power wisely. If you truly wish to thank me, Kakashi-sensei, perhaps you should find a girlfriend soon," Sakura remarked with an air of disdain. "How is it that a grown man spends his days poring over such books? Even Guy-sensei has taken Lee as his surrogate son, and Itachi has found companionship with Izumi, yet you remain a solitary figure. Do you not feel any shame?" Well, I just remembered I have an urgent mission to attend to. I must take my leave. I may not be able to accompany you for tomorrow's ninja school enrollment." Kakashi chuckled awkwardly, utilizing the body flicker technique to make a swift exit. The prospect of being urged to marry was truly terrifying. "Humph, the single dog runs quite swiftly," Sakura thought to herself, resolving to mention this matter repeatedly in the future. The Hitaki family could not allow Kakashi to remain single indefinitely. As she pondered, Shisui, another solitary figure, recognized the situation and quietly slipped away. Seeing this, Sakura felt a pang in her heart. Why did these two solitary souls fail to comprehend her good intentions? Just look at how cooperative Itachi was, finding a girlfriend to prevent a fate akin to the original narrative, wherein he remained single until death. Speaking of which, the original Itachi had no girlfriend. Given his disposition, it was improbable that he would emulate Jiraiya. Could it be that Itachi remained a virgin until his end? "I have an Umbu mission. I must take my leave. Sasuke will be in your care." Under the scrutiny of Sakura's gaze, Itachi felt a chill run down his spine and promptly seized Izumi's hand, making a hasty retreat, leaving Sakura behind, exasperated. Surely, one could concoct a more plausible excuse than dragging one's girlfriend into an Umbu mission. Outside the gates of the ninja school, a throng of parents awaited their children, as today marked the commencement of the ninja school in Konoha. For many families of humble means, gaining admission to the ninja school was a matter of great pride. Where are Sakura and Naruto? Ino and her companions formed a small circle with their parents clustered nearby, discussing recent happenings in Konoha that I don't know, but there's still some time before enrollment begins, so we need not worry about them being late. Shikamaru stifled a yawn, reflecting that such days were best spent lounging in the yard, indulging in restful slumber, rather than enduring the tediousness of the ninja academy. He did not keep Ino and the others waiting long. Soon enough, the figures of Sakura and Naruto emerged within the crowd's gaze. Naruto's entrance silenced the surrounding parents, who hastily retreated with their children, creating a considerable space around him in mere seconds. Their actions were devoid of subtlety, their disdain clearly etched upon their faces. The joy that once illuminated Naruto's countenance evaporated, leaving him to trudge forward with his head bowed and lips sealed. Why is that child here? That demon fox. Why did the third Hokage allow him to attend school? It feels perilous for our children to be in his presence. What if he loses control and harms them? We must ensure our children stay far away from that demon fox. The hushed whispers, laced with contempt, reached Naruto's ears, and with each jab of disdainful gazes, his heart sank further. Hey, don't be disheartened, Naruto. You are not a demon fox. Let them gossip. No matter how much they loathe you, you still have us, your friends. Sakura grasped Naruto's hand, her voice tinged with empathy. Little did the villagers, who hurled venomous words from the shadows, realize that it was this very demon fox, scorned by them, who would one day save the entire ninja world. Ironically, The one who seemed destined to succumb to darkness would ultimately become its savior. Thank you for not resenting me for being a demon fox. Naruto wiped his eyes with his other hand. A smile returning to his face, Sakura was right. He was surrounded by friends who genuinely cared for him. I've told you countless times, you are not a demon fox. You are the hero who saved Konoha. Sakura asserted earnestly, in every ninja village, those who bore the burden of the tailed beast were often labeled as monsters, despised and reviled by the villagers. Yet in truth, these hosts had sealed the beast within their own bodies, acting as vessels of sacrifice. In a sense, they were all heroes who saved their villages. The duo made their way unhindered to where Ino and the others stood, the villagers parting like the sea to grant them passage, leaving Sakura with an odd sense of being a sovereign amidst commoners. Why didn't Uncle and Aunt Haruno accompany you? Ino inquired. Puzzled, such a significant occasion as the start of ninja school usually sees parents present, except for orphans, right? They're swamped with business back in the land of Fire's capital. They simply can't spare the time to return. Sakura covered her face. Her initial intention for her parents to partner with Uncle Irika was merely to improve their living conditions. However, after her newfound fortune materialized, her parents' business began to flourish. Over the past year, they had expanded their endeavors throughout the entire land of fire. Initially focused on the food industry, bolstered by a cadre of chefs trained by Uncle Irika and Sakura's innovative dishes. Their restaurant, named Huaxia Cuisine, became a resounding success. Uncle Irika now dedicated most of his time to teaching apprentices, only cooking when Sakura and her friends visited, reveling in the opportunity to spread culinary excellence across the land of fire. Having conquered the food market, the Haruno couple, under Sakura's guidance, ventured into other industries that in just a year, the Haruno family had transformed into prominent merchants in the land of fire, even contemplating expansion into foreign markets. With their burgeoning business, they had little time to return to Konoha, but thankfully, Sakura had demonstrated remarkable maturity, and with the third Hokage's assurance, her parents felt no significant concern for her safety. Initially, they had considered relocating Sakura to the capital, where money was abundant, and she wouldn't have to face the dangers of being a ninja, but Sakura adamantly refused and insisted on the third Hokage vouching for her. The third's willingness to support Sakura stemmed not only from her remarkable abilities, but also from the fact that the more prosperous the Haruno business became, the greater the tax contributions to Konoha, thus necessitating Sakura's unwavering bond to the village. Returning to the present, upon hearing Sakura's explanation, Ino understood, yet upon glancing at the intertwined hands of Naruto and Sakura, a knowing smile spread across her face. Sakura, so you and Naruto have successfully held hands. No wonder you came to school together. Must you be so precocious? Sakura retorted, somewhat exasperated. You know that Naruto and I live together now. It's perfectly normal for children to hold hands. With Sakura's parents preoccupied, she found herself the sole resident of the Haruno household that on one occasion, while visiting Naruto's home, she discovered he was utterly inept at caring for himself or managing household chores. After informing the third Hokage, she invited Naruto to move in with her, ensuring neither would feel lonely. A sudden shiver ran down Sakura's spine, prompting her to turn around, only to find Sasuke, the overprotective brother, glaring at her with an air of melancholy. Could you cease your relentless staring? It's not my fault your brother is too busy to spend time with you. Sakura's lips twitched. Ever since Itachi joined the Umbu, he had become exceedingly occupied, often spending any spare moments with Izumi at the dumpling shop, leaving Sasuke to gaze at Sakura with an expression that made it impossible for her to ignore him. If you hadn't deceived me, my brother wouldn't be with Izumi. The time he spends with her should be mine. Sasuke's resentment reached a boiling point. He regretted trusting Sakura. Once duped into wearing a dress, he now felt betrayed for losing his brother's time to her. Chapter 52. Leadership is always tedious. Fourth update on the playground of the Ninja Academy. The third Hokage stood at the podium, addressing a sea of tiny new students, among whom Sakura, with her umbrella floating above her, drew the most attention. Watching the third passionately delivering his speech, Sakura sighed in exasperation. Despite having traversed realms, she found herself unable to escape the tiresome rhetoric of higher-ups. Recalling her past life, whenever school events required speeches from faculty, it seemed every leader could speak for hours. She had hoped for some change in the ninja world, but alas, she had not evaded the third's brainwashing. The sun is rather intense today, Ino murmured beside Sakura, standing motionless under the glaring rays. Although the heat was bearable, especially after enduring grueling training sessions with Guy, the third's incessant chatter was becoming intolerable. I'll enlarge the umbrella to shield everyone, Sakura said, her fingers gently gesturing, prompting the floating umbrella to expand until it enveloped the 9 of them in its shade. Now, let me impart a few more words regarding the will of fire. The third paused momentarily before continuing, his words flowing forth with fervor, while Sakura watched with keen clarity. I can't bear this any longer, Ino exclaimed, her frustration palpable as the third's voice resonated like a maddening echo in her mind, pushing her to the brink of irritation. Look at Shikamaru. Sakura nudged Ino to the left. Shikamaru? Ino turned her head, instantly struck by disbelief as she beheld Shikamaru, who had somehow fallen asleep while standing, his eyes barely open. How is he managing to sleep through this? Sakura stifled a laugh, envisioning the third's reaction if he discovered someone had dozed off during his lecture on the will of fire. Glancing around, Sakura noticed that apart from their group, most of the students appeared enthralled, their eyes brimming with admiration, and if only these little ones knew that the revered third Hokage was, in truth, a lecherous old man who indulged in peeping at women's baths with a crystal ball. One could only imagine their astonishment. Sakura, with a mischievous thought in her mind, reflected on the various Hokage of Konoha. It appeared that among them, those who were odd-numbered were seldom serious. The first Hokage had a rather playful and carefree demeanor, not to mention his penchant for gambling, which he invariably lost. The third Hokage had a notorious habit of peering into women's baths with a crystal ball, and his 3 disciples, embodying the trifecta of vice, gambling, drugs, and debauchery, were hardly paragons of virtue. As for the 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju, she perfectly inherited the gambling tendencies of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, also suffering the same fate of perpetual loss while indulging in alcohol. Then there was the original 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, who at the tender age of 12 had already developed a jutsu for seduction. Hardly the hallmark of a serious individual. In stark contrast, the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was characterized by his exceptionally high intelligence and steadfast, iron-willed nature. Even Hashirama would often refrain from contradicting him. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, known as the Yellow Flash, was gentle in temperament, his smile radiating warmth akin to the sun. Aside from his peculiar taste in names, he was almost flawless, with a battle intellect that bordered on the extraordinary. Able to deduce Obito's abilities from mere skirmishes, even the Nine-Tails conceded to his prowess. The 6th Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, appeared aloof and carefree, often found indulging in light literature, embodying a seemingly despondent demeanor. Yet beneath this facade lay a remarkably dependable individual. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that the personalities of Konoha's odd-numbered Hokages were rather perplexing. As the 3rd Hokage waxed lyrical on stage, expounding on tales from ages past, Sakura rolled her eyes, then promptly closed them. Focusing her energy, activating her reality gem, she conjured a vast expanse of dark clouds to obscure the sun, creating an illusion of impending rain. Let us conclude for today, she declared. We can continue another time. The 3rd Hokage, somewhat disappointed, glanced upwards. He had not yet exhausted his anecdotes and yearned to regale this cohort of students with stories of his illustrious past. Yet the whims of nature were unkind. Phew, finally free. Ino and her companions sighed in relief. They were grateful the 3rd Hokage had ceased, lest they succumb to madness. Such precious youth nearly squandered. Shikamaru yawned, appearing as though he had just risen from slumber. Hinata, why do you seem so energetic? He suddenly noticed Hinata's unchanging expression, prompting Ino to feel a surge of curiosity. Well, the 3rd Hokage's lecture wasn't too bad. I suppose that at home, my father is always quite serious too, and he often lectures me extensively. I've grown accustomed to it, Hinata replied, offering a shy smile. The Hyuga clan was known for its strictness. and in comparison to the rigorous teaching she received on etiquette, the third's discourse seemed trivial. The Hyuga clan? How intimidating. Ino involuntarily shuddered. If she could barely tolerate the third Hokage, she could only imagine the pressure of Hinata's family environment. She would undoubtedly lose her mind. Perhaps it was deliberate on the third Hokage's part. The 9 of them remained in the same class, grouped in threes. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji forming the classic trio known as Ino Shikicho, while Hinata, Shino, and Kiba, all reconnaissance specialists, constituted another group. The remaining trio consisted of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, with Naruto appearing particularly elated, while Sasuke maintained a brooding, resentful glare directed at Sakura. "Greetings, students. I am your homeroom teacher, Irika Yumino. You may call me Irika-sensei," he announced. With a prominent scar across his nose, Irika exuded kindness as he stood. "If you have any concerns, feel free to approach me. I will do my utmost to assist you now. Let us begin with self-introductions. I'll go first." No hands were raised, save for the exuberant Naruto. Irika, undeterred, gently beckoned Naruto forward to commence his introduction to, "I am Naruto Uzumaki. I love being with Sakura and my friends, and my dream is to become Hokage." Naruto beamed with the radiance of the sun, yet the students beneath him were far less amiable. If he could ever become Hokage. One voice sneered. "Why did the third Hokage have to let this demon fox be in our class?" The atmosphere in the classroom shifted dramatically as the students began to denounce Naruto. "Have you all finished?" Sakura suddenly slammed her hands on the desk and stood up. "If you're done, then be quiet. If you lack the courage to voice your dreams, do not murmur beneath my hearing. Moreover, should I hear anyone call Naruto a demon fox again, do not blame me for being unkind." "Exactly. Who dares to bully Naruto will face our wrath." Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, Hinata, Shino, Kiba, and even Sasuke rose in unison, rendering the classroom silent. This collective of privileged heirs from prominent families was not to be trifled with. Chapter 53. The 9-person class skips ever since Sakura and her companions had rallied to support Naruto. No one in their class dared to speak ill of him. Irika, pleased with this turn of events, had been informed by the third Hokage before the school year commenced about Naruto's situation. Initially harboring resentment similar to that of other villagers, Irika found his animosity significantly diminished after conversing with the third Hokage. Life at the Ninja Academy was exceedingly monotonous, comprising primarily history and mathematics classes. For Sakura and her friends, who were fervently dedicated to training, such academic subjects were intolerable. Thus, they sought alternative avenues for engagement. "Where are they?" Irika pondered, gazing at the 9 empty seats in the classroom, his face darkening with frustration. How many times had this occurred? 1 or 2 absentees could be excused, but for 9 to skip class together was an affront to his authority. I don't know. The students below envied the audacity of Sakura and her group. They would never dare to follow suit. After all, having finally entered the Ninja Academy, the thought of expulsion due to truancy was too terrifying to contemplate. "Let us commence the lesson." Taking a deep breath, Irika suppressed his irritation. Knowing he had a responsibility towards these students, he would seek out the absentees after class. Meanwhile, the individuals he was concerned about were diligently practicing at the training grounds. "Sakura, what are you doing?" Kakashi inquired curiously upon observing Sakura, who had just finished channeling chakra and was now scribbling notes in a corner of the training field. "I'm writing a book," Sakura replied without looking up. "I plan to publish a work on the history of Konoha, striving to spread the tales of its heroes throughout the ninja world." "A history book?" Kakashi raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Wasn't she skipping class due to the tedium of history lessons? Why was she now intent on writing one? "Well, it's not quite a history book. I primarily aim to document significant events in Konoha's history, chronicling the deeds of its heroes to ensure they are never forgotten. That's my goal." Sakura lifted her gaze, an aura of determination radiating from her, her expression resolute as if undertaking something profoundly sacred. But was that truly the case? In the esteemed Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy, there exists a teacher named Yamada, who is tasked with instructing the freshmen in the annals of history. This Yamada is of amiable disposition and exhibits a commendable level of professionalism in his teaching, making him quite an admirable educator. However, there is one aspect that stands out. Yamada is an ardent fan of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, to the point of being an unwavering, almost fanatic admirer. In his daily lectures, 8 out of 10 sentences are devoted to extolling the virtues of their illustrious first Hokage. In Yamada's narrative, Senju Hashirama has nearly ascended to the status of an omnipotent deity. Now, how should one articulate this? All the other students are filled with a sense of longing as they listen to Yamada recount the exploits of the first Hokage. Save for Sakura, who finds it increasingly intolerable. The reason for her discontent lies in her understanding of Senju Hashirama's rather foolish personality. She simply cannot accept Yamada's glorification of him, while she concedes that Hashirama's strength is indeed formidable. The whimsical nature of his character starkly contrasts with the image of the sagacious and heroic Hokage that Yamada paints. Eventually, driven to the brink of exasperation, Sakura resolves to exact a form of retribution against Hashirama, which leads her to the idea of writing a book. After all, her past life experiences have taught her that a well-crafted literary work can endure through the ages, and certain narratives are bound to be perpetually discussed. Consequently, even if the events are fabricated, they may ultimately be accepted as truth. The case of Wu Dalong serves as a testament to this, for while he indeed existed in history, his true identity was Wu Ji, a county magistrate during the Ming Dynasty, who shared a loving relationship with Pan Jinlian. Yet, due to the novel water margin, the two have been misinterpreted for countless years. This illustrates the immense power of literature. Of course, the book Sakura intends to write is not entirely fictitious. The events within are fundamentally true, merely embellished to evoke certain emotions among readers. Speaking of which, Kakashi, I have a favor to ask of you. Sakura suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she gazed at Kakashi. My novel requires illustrations, while the others are manageable. I need you to provide photographs of Uchiha Obito. What does Obito have to do with this? Kakashi felt an unsettling premonition rising within him. After all, Uchiha Obito is also a hero, especially for having sacrificed himself to protect his comrades. He famously declared, "Those who break the rules of the ninja world are deemed worthless." However, those who fail to value their comrades are even less than worthless. Sakura lowered her voice, reciting Obito's profound words, then turned to Kakashi and said, "Don't you want more people to know about Obito's legacy? Wouldn't you like others to acknowledge his ninja way? What kind of images do you need? I only have a single graduation class photo." Kakashi instantly capitulated, wishing for more people to learn about Obito's past and his heartfelt intentions. If Obito were still alive, surely he would be pleased to be recognized. Kakashi mused, oblivious to the fact that his provision of a photograph today would nearly lead to him being throttled to death by Obito's deadly scissor kicks. "I need you to correct Naruto's transformation technique." Sakura pointed to Naruto, who was busily striking a wooden post, and said, "All you need to do is inform Naruto of Obito's appearance and rectify the details. When the time comes, I can simply have Naruto use his transformation technique for the illustrations." "Very well." Kakashi nodded in agreement, as he had no other photographs of Obito to offer. Meanwhile, far away in the Hidden Rain village, Uchiha Obito remained unaware that he was about to become the protagonist of a novel that would move countless hearts within the ninja world. Sakura diligently penned her narrative, having perused numerous materials in the Konoha library. Combined with the knowledge gained from her past life, the story featuring Senju Hashirama as the central figure swiftly took shape. As for the illustrations needed for the book, she entrusted that task to Naruto, who possessed an enigmatic talent for transformation techniques. Chapter 54. Irika on the brink of explosion in the office of the ninja school. Irika glowered at the 9 students lined up before him, their expressions innocent yet infuriatingly defiant, nearly causing him to sputter blood in rage. "Pray tell, how many times have you skipped class now?" Irika gasped, attempting to regain his composure. The thought that these 9 rascals had the audacity to vandalize the Hokage rock with paint filled him with a profound sense of indignation. "How bold you are to dare to face the Hokage rock. You've truly outdone yourselves, evolving from mere truancy into a partnership in mischief." Naruto and Kiba's lively, mischievous natures could be forgiven, but Hinata, how could you of all people join them in their antics? And Shikamaru, aren't you the one who most cherishes sleep? Why have you taken pranks? As for Choji, I can overlook your snacking in class. But you two have joined in on their folly, and you, Sakura and Ino, were the instigators, were you not? Not me. I'm innocent. Sakura waved her hands in denial. Irika-sensei, you cannot unjustly accuse me. I am but a sweet little fairy. How could I possibly be the ringleader of such mischief, still trying to wriggle out of it? Do you truly believe I haven't seen through this charade? Naruto and Kiba are the primary culprits, while Shikamaru and Choji served as accomplices. Ino was the messenger, and you are the mastermind pulling the strings from behind. Irika seethed, realizing that his initial assumption had been misguided, that IT was the usually quiet girl. Fond of doodling, who is the true orchestrator of this chaos, to Irika-sensei, we did this for the good of the village, not out of mere mischief. Sakura protested indignantly. Look at those Hokage faces. They're all chiseled from stone and painted in that dull earth color. How ugly! This tarnishes the image of our Hokage. Thus, in an effort to enhance the Hokage's image, we decided to add some color to the Hokage rock. So you thought it wise to paint the fourth Hokage's hair gold and his eyes blue? Irika questioned, his expression darkening. I asked their problem with that. Sakura replied defiantly. The fourth Hokage naturally has golden hair and blue eyes. I merely rendered his likeness perfectly. And what of the third Hokage? His hair is a riot of colors, and you adorned his eyes with hearts, while below his nose you painted 2 streaks of red, making him appear as if he were bleeding. And the second Hokage, why is his hair blue? His hair is white. Most egregious is the first Hokage, whose hair you painted green. Irika felt his blood pressure rising dangerously. Now the entire Hidden Leaf knew that his students had desecrated the Hokage rock, leaving him utterly humiliated. You realized that Yamada-sensei was brought to tears by your actions. Upon seeing the first Hokage's hair painted green, he nearly suffered a heart attack, and, once he regained his composure, burst into tears. That I can explain everything, Sakura said nonchalantly. The third Hokage is proficient in 5 elemental techniques. Hence his hair is a vibrant mix of colors, symbolizing his mastery, as for the eyes and nose. He is notorious for peering into the women's bathhouse with his crystal ball. Is that not an accurate representation? While the second Hokage is hailed as the fastest ninja in history, he is still a man. And that cannot be overlooked. IT would be unbecoming to boast about speed. So instead, I painted his hair the color of the ocean, representing his affinity for water techniques. And after the first Hokage, he wielded would release ninjutsu with unparalleled prowess, dominating the ninja world and rendering other villages powerless. IT aligns perfectly with the notion that one cannot resist the forces of nature. Hence I painted the first Hokage's hair green, as trees are universally green. Moreover, Uchiha Madara, in his later years, found companionship with the youthful Uchiha Obito. In some respects, didn't Senju Hashirama end up green as well? This last thought lingered silently in Sakura's mind. Irika clutched his chest, his heart aching. Why must the third Hokage assign these little troublemakers to him? He wished he could return them. Was that an option? Irika-sensei, do not be so upset. Consider it from a positive perspective. When guests visit our village, would they prefer to gaze upon the old, hideous, earth-toned faces or these colorful renditions? Perhaps we could even charge admission to view the Hokage rock in the future, Sakura, with a cheerful smile, remarked. If we come to the world of Naruto, it would be a shame not to paint the Hokage rock. All of you, exit this place immediately. Right now, go back to the classroom for your lessons. After school, bring buckets, mops, and cloths to clean the Hokage rock thoroughly. Irika slumped over his desk, his expression one of utter despair. Why had fate bestowed upon him such troublesome students? Why had he foolishly agreed to the third Hokage's request to look after them? At this rate, he feared his heart might one day burst from frustration, and that day did not seem far off. Sakura and the others tiptoed out of the office, and after closing the door, the 9 of them dashed away to IT was history class, and their teacher, Yamada, had just been reduced to tears. Watching a teary-eyed adult lecture was hardly appealing, especially since Yamada sported a Mediterranean hairstyle, making the situation all the more dismal. In the third Hokage's office, he gazed out the window at the colorful depiction of himself on the Hokage rock, a look of sorrow etched on his face. Why was he depicted in such a pitiable manner? Just look at the fourth Hokage. blonde hair, blue eyes, perfectly rendered. And then there was himself, with hair resembling a Renaissance painting, pink heart-shaped eyes, and two streams of nosebleed beneath his nostrils, resembling nothing more than a delinquent with questionable tastes. Such unfair treatment. He sighed inwardly, lamenting the superficiality of this world. Yet, despite his frustrations, the third Hokage bore no anger. After all, the statue was merely stone. As long as Naruto could enjoy himself, he felt he had not betrayed Minato's trust. Chapter 55. Hinata's concerns. I truly believe my artwork is quite splendid. Why must Iruka insist that we erase it? Naruto huffed, feeling quite proud of his creation, especially the portrait of the fourth Hokage, which he cherished above all. Yet now, he was forced to erase his labor of love, and he was most reluctant to do so. Perhaps it's the third Hokage's influence. Sakura unhesitatingly placed the blame on him. Naruto, you must understand. The third Hokage wields supreme authority in the village. Even Iruka cannot refuse his orders. What a pity! Naruto lamented as he painstakingly scrubbed away his father's likeness. For some reason, he could easily deface the other three portraits. But when it came to the fourth Hokage's image, he felt an inexplicable reluctance. Why am I following you all into this madness? Sasuke's face was cold. If his father learned that he spent his days doing this at school, he would surely scold him. That weren't you the most enthusiastic when you were defacing the portraits? Sakura rolled her eyes, unable to contain her irritation. Sasuke was being hypocritical. He had been more excited than anyone else during the initial defacing. Yet now he feigned regret. Humph, Sasuke grunted. The third Hokage's hair was his masterpiece. After all, it was the Umbu under the third's command that had caused his older brother to be so preoccupied that he had no time for him. The third Hokage. After much effort, they finally finished cleaning all four portraits of the Hokage rock. Utterly drained, they slumped onto the top of the rock, the sun nearing its descent. I need to head back first. Otherwise, I might run out of time. After a brief rest, Hinata stood up, her expression growing anxious. Then let us all head home, Sakura signaled to the others. Once Hinata walked far enough away, the group reconvened. Have you noticed? Hinata seems quite unhappy lately. Sakura pondered, stroking her chin. For several days now, Hinata's mood had appeared rather low, especially whenever it was time to go home. It felt more akin to heading into battle. Could something be troubling her? Ino expressed her concern. They all held a fondness for the kind-hearted Hinata, and her current state was indeed worrisome. Why not just follow her and see what's going on? Sasuke suggested, hands in his pockets. Although the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had a mutual disdain for each other, he had never felt any animosity towards Hinata. Her gentle nature made it impossible to dislike her. Having made up their minds, the group discreetly followed Hinata on her way home. They were very familiar with the Hyuga clan's residence, and since Hinata's route home had remained unchanged, they had no fear of getting lost. As Hinata walked home, her heart felt heavy. Now that she was in the ninja academy, her training in the family's secret techniques had begun in earnest. However, she despised the idea of attacking others. Even during training, she preferred to hold back her strength. This reluctance to unleash her full power disappointed Hizashi, and his growing frustration weighed heavily on her heart. Each evening on her way home, she felt as though she were marching towards the gallows. Ouch! As she walked with her head down, Hinata inadvertently collided with a chubby boy coming from the opposite direction. Though he was a year or two older, Hinata had been training her chakra for a year, making her physically stronger than the boy. The impact knocked him down. Are you okay? Hinata asked nervously, rushing to help him up. Hey, you brat, you knocked me down. Apologize. The chubby boy stood with the assistance of his two friends, and upon realizing Hinata was just a girl, his demeanor grew arrogant. I am sorry. Hinata stammered, genuinely remorseful. If she hadn't been distracted, she would not have knocked him down. Hey, look, she's a Byakugan user. One of the boy's companions suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Hinata's eyes. No wonder she's strutting around like that. She's from the Byakugan clan. The trio's attitude turned hostile. Envy towards the wealthy Hyuga clan was not uncommon. And this chubby boy was no exception. He loathed those from affluent families, questioning why his own family was not as prosperous. Previously, he could only grumble inwardly, but today he had stumbled upon a solitary child from the Hyuga clan, and he couldn't help but teach her a lesson. Humph, You people are the worst, flaunting your wealth and power while bullying others. I didn't mean to. Tears welled in Hinata's eyes. She truly had not intended any harm. She had never acted out of malice. Tisich, you're just a Byakugan freak. The chubby boy continued, emboldened by her gentle nature, revealing his own cowardice. I'm not. Hinata protested, feeling unjustly accused. She had done nothing wrong. Why was she being treated this way? Don't you have Byakugan? Why don't you show us? The chubby boy taunted. Yeah, we're terrified of your Byakugan. You arrogant Byakugan freak. Kneel and apologize. The boy and his companions grew bolder, demanding Hinata kneel and beg for forgiveness. Absolutely not. Though gentle, Hinata refused to bow to anyone. She firmly rejected their demands. You think you can resist, Byakugan freak? I'll take you down. The chubby boy raised his fist, surprised that Hinata dared to defy him. With no one around, he felt emboldened to threaten her, confident that even if he harmed her, no one would know it was he who had done it, leaving him free from fear of the Hyuga clan's retribution. Chapter 56. The Konoha thugs make their entrance. Sakura and the others watch the chubby boy's antics, their anger boiling over. Naruto and Kiba, known for their short tempers, were ready to rush in and teach the boy a lesson. Wait a moment, take this first. Sakura conjured 8 large swords, handing one to each of them. What do we need these for? Sasuke frowned, questioning the need for weapons against just 3 kids. T.O. make a statement. If we approach them directly, it lacks impact. It wouldn't sound good to say we bullied 3 kids. It's better to scare them off. Sakura extended her hand and retrieved a small portable cassette player. Pressing the play button, let's go, she declared, as the 8 of them lined up in a row, with Sakura positioned in the center. Her right hand gripped a blade, the blunt edge resting on her shoulder, exuding an air reminiscent of a formidable gang leader. The music began to play at just the right moment. With the wind at my back, I charged forth as the masses gaze in awe. Naruto, Sasuke, and the others adopted a similar demeanor, and even Ino, the heiress of the mountain clan, emulated Sakura's stance, the sword perched on her shoulder, complemented by her bangs cascading down her forehead, embodying the quintessential delinquent style. Little Sakura. Upon hearing the music, Hinata turned back in confusion, only to be rendered speechless by the audacious swagger in Sakura's stride, the background music wafting through the air, and the disdainful glint in her eyes. It all seemed rather cool. Sakura had never anticipated that this spontaneous whim would instill a lasting fear in the members of the Hyuga clan at the hands of their own heiress. Hey, you over there, chubby one. You've got quite the nerve to bully my friends. Sakura tilted her head, a cold smirk adorning her face as she approached Hinata, her left arm draping over Hinata's shoulder while her right hand brandished the blade, its tip aimed at the plump boy across from them. I am sorry. The chubby boy quivered, nearly wetting himself. Such creatures, when they bully those weaker than themselves or when their parents are nearby, exhibit an attitude that soars beyond arrogance. Yet, once they sense they are at a disadvantage, they quickly cower, revealing their true cowardice. In essence, they're beings that thrive on the weak and fear the strong. With Sakura's blade pointed at him, the boy was on the verge of panic. Typically, even when squabbling with other children, they merely exchanged punches. However, now they faced not only a larger group, but also adversaries armed with blades, especially the cold-faced individual among them, whose expression screamed danger. If they provoked her, today could very well spell trouble for him. Realize your mistake and leave quickly. From this day forth, this street is under the protection of me. Haruno Sakura, should I catch you bullying anyone here again, don't expect me to be courteous. Sakura thrust her blade into the ground, speaking with brazen confidence. Her tone and demeanor not only caused Sasuke and the others to twitch at the corners of their mouths, but nearly exposed the hidden umbu protecting them. Why yes, I'm leaving. The chubby boy cried out, bolting away, likely to be haunted by this place for a long time. His 2 sidekicks, sensing the impending doom, hastily followed suit. See? Problem solved without a single blow struck. It was that simple. Sakura turned to Naruto and the others behind her, her expression relaxed, only to find them wearing peculiar expressions. What is that look on your faces? Sakura inquired. Though I have no prejudice against relationships between individuals of the same gender. You might find it difficult to face Uncle Hizashi, Shikamaru replied, his expression conflicted. If all else fails, perhaps they could return home and ask their fathers to intervene. What? Sakura was utterly bewildered. What do you even mean? It suddenly dawned on Naruto, his heart sinking as he realized that Sakura had likely already found someone she liked, leaving him heartbroken. Huh. When did you confess to me? And when did I ever say I liked anyone? Sakura exclaimed, a myriad of question marks flashing in her mind. Just a moment ago, you said Hinata was your person. How is that not a confession? Truly scummy. Sasuke retorted with a sardonic smile. Damn it. Sakura, infuriated, brandished her blade and began to chase after Sasuke. When I said Hinata was my person, I meant she is my dear friend and ally. You perverse-minded jerk? Wait, Sakura doesn't actually like Hinata. Looks like I still have a chance. Naruto chuckled foolishly, realizing he might still have hope. Why are you only chasing me? Sasuke lamented, feeling quite aggrieved. He could never match Sakura in a fight. Running was his only option. You dare to mock me and call me scum. Today you're as good as finished, Uchiha Sasuke. Sakura's eyes glinted with determination, her aura radiating menace. This group, with their twisted thoughts, had completely misunderstood her, especially Sasuke, who had the audacity to look down on her. It seemed she needed to teach him a lesson to remind him of the fear he once felt. If you dare run again, just wait until your cross-dressing photos are sent across the entire ninja world. Everyone will get to witness the illustrious Uchiha clan's heir in a dress. Sakura halted, no longer pursuing, and immediately struck at Sasuke's weak point. Sasuke stopped, an expression of rage and humiliation washing over him. That incident was a humiliation he could never forget, and the thought of Sakura exposing his cross-dressing photos to the ninja world was unbearable. If that happened, the Uchiha clan's reputation would be tarnished forever, and he would be branded a disgrace. Good, it's best that you listen, Sakura said, her fists clenched as she approached him. Soon, the streets echoed with Sasuke's cries. By the time Sakura ceased her actions, Sasuke bore the appearance of a raccoon-eyed jester, which was quite comical. Let us walk together. I'll escort you home. After teaching Sasuke a lesson, Sakura and the others decided to escort Hinata back. Not only to prevent her from encountering another bully, but also to uncover the source of her distress. Chapter 57. The birth of the sister complex through Sakura and her friends' relentless inquiries. They finally discerned the reason behind Hinata's melancholy. Leaving them all somewhat helpless, Hinata's inherently kind nature made it difficult for her to harm others, even during sparring sessions, as she habitually held back her strength. However, this became problematic because if Hinata were merely an ordinary ninja from a common family, her gentle disposition would be inconsequential at worst. She could serve as a low-ranking or mid-ranking ninja, tasked only with non-lethal missions. But as the heiress of the Hyuga clan, the eldest daughter of the clan leader, she would eventually need to manage the family affairs, effectively govern a large clan. Excessive kindness could not be her sole approach. Hinata's father, Hizashi Hyuga, had been fretting over this issue, his hair graying from worry. He had spoken to Hinata about it numerous times, yet each attempt yielded no results. Furthermore, there was another matter. Hinata's expression suddenly turned bashful. I've been experiencing some changes lately. As she spoke, Hinata extended her right hand, revealing the tips of her index and middle fingers gradually transforming into a crystalline form that a few days ago I discovered that I could make a small part of my body take on this appearance. Hinata bit her lower lip. It was well known that the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit was the Byakugan, yet she inexplicably manifested a unique ability. The initial development had startled her, but she hesitated to confide in Hizashi. As bloodline limits were inherited through lineage, since Hizashi lacked this ability, how could she possess it? Did this mean she was his biological daughter? The young Hinata's mind spiraled into a whirlwind of familial love and betrayal, fearing she might not be Hayashi's true daughter, causing her to lose focus even during training. Overwhelmed by the mounting pressure that left her gasping for breath, is this a bloodline limit? Sasuke furrowed his brow. Isn't the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit the Byakugan? I've never heard of any other abilities within the clan over the years, and no, this isn't a bloodline limit. Sakura's gaze fixated on the crystallized part of Hinata's hand, her expression lighting up with excitement that Hinata's ability reminded her of a character from the Marvel Universe. Emma Frost. Also known as the White Queen Point, one of her powers was the ability to turn her body into diamond, rendering her nearly invulnerable to physical damage, fatigue, and even immune to mental attacks. Especially the latter trait would be considered a game-changer in the world of Naruto. This isn't a bloodline limit? Hinata's heart leaped in an instant. If this were not a bloodline limit, it meant that this ability was not inherited through blood, and thus her lineage was indeed that of the pure Hyuga clan. Her father would still be her biological father, that moment. Hinata's father, Hyuga Hizashi, who was unaware that he had already been overshadowed by his daughter's thoughts, suddenly shivered. Oh, you remember why I asked everyone to practice chakra together? Sakura inquired. Seems my plan has succeeded. Are you saying this is what you meant by something that can rapidly enhance one's strength? Shikamaru and the others gazed at Hinata's diamond-like fingers. Their curiosity piqued. I possess 6 infinity stones, among which the Mind Stone harbors immense energy capable of bestowing others with extraordinary abilities, though I cannot control what specific powers may manifest, Sakura admitted, uncertain of what abilities Naruto and the others might evolve into. However, it appeared that Hinata's newfound power was quite fitting for her. Hinata, you need not fret. This ability is indeed formidable and aligns perfectly with your disposition. Sakura briefly explained the power of diamond transformation, causing the others to gasp in awe. Fortunately, she had already released a trace of energy surrounding them, confining their voices to a small area, rendering the pursuing Umbu completely unaware. Look, Hinata, your kindness is your greatest virtue, yet it also makes you vulnerable. This diamond transformation ability is precisely what you need to shield yourself from harm. It suits you splendidly. Can it really protect me? Hinata's eyes brightened gradually. She had never relished the idea of being the aggressor. She preferred to guard silently. This ability to transform her body into diamonds was indeed tailor-made for her. However, Hinata, even with the diamond transformation ability, you must not become complacent. While it can safeguard you, it cannot protect others, Sakura noted, observing Hinata's expression as she mentioned the concept of protection. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She seemed to know how to persuade Hinata to reconsider her aversion to aggression. By the way, Hanabi is truly adorable. Indeed, she's exceptionally cute. Though Sakura's abrupt change of topic left Hinata momentarily perplexed, the mere mention of her newborn sister softened her heart. That cherubic little bundle was her sister. If someone were to harm Hanabi, what would you do? Sakura inquired, gradually influencing Hinata's thoughts. No one can harm Hanabi. Hinata tightened her fists. The thought of her sweet sister, who always smiled at her like a little bun, being hurt was unbearable. So, Hinata, you wish to protect Hanabi, correct? Sakura noted, sensing that her strategy was beginning to take effect. However, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan was highly coveted. Hanabi could very well be targeted by nefarious individuals, who might cruelly gouge out her eyes. Hinata, do you wish to witness such a calamity? No, I will protect Hanabi. No one can harm her. Hinata felt a tightening in her chest as she recalled the incident a year ago when she was kidnapped by the Cloud Village. She had been fortunate to be rescued, but if Hanabi were to be abducted without timely intervention, would she suffer the same fate as Sakura had described? The mere thought of Hanabi being kidnapped and having her eyes cruelly taken from her filled Hinata with dread. She could not bear the thought of anyone harming her sister. Therefore, Hinata, you must strive diligently to grow stronger in order to safeguard Hanabi. Sakura felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had finally found a way to persuade Hinata, though she hadn't expected Hinata to be such a devoted sister. As long as you become powerful enough, you will be able to shield Hanabi from harm. Sakura discreetly dissipated the energy from the Mind Stone. Had she not influenced Hinata's emotions, making her envision the distress of her sister being harmed, it would have been far more challenging to convince her. If I grow strong enough, I can protect Hanabi. Hinata clenched her fists resolutely. Her sister, she would protect her at all costs. No one would ever harm Hanabi. Chapter 58. The Sudden Emergence of Abilities. Part 2. The following day, the habitual truants of the 9-man group gained 3 new companions in their escapades. Niji and his companions, a year their senior, joined them in skipping class. Upon learning of this development, Irika nearly collapsed, clutching his heart. These troublesome nine were bad enough, but now they had enticed Niji and his friends to join them as well. The glances of their homeroom teacher, who was responsible for Niji's class, were filled with a silent reproach that nearly pierced Irika through. "Hey, you called us over specifically to skip class. What is the matter?" Kakashi, clad in his Konoha Jounin vest, had one hand in his pocket while the other was engrossed in reading Ica Paradise. "I would like to inquire if any of you have developed any extraordinary abilities," Sakura asked, as Hinata's powers had already begun to manifest, leading her to wonder if others were experiencing similar changes. Extraordinary abilities? Kakashi pondered for a moment before extending his right hand, which had been resting in his pocket. That's what you mean?" As Kakashi spoke, a surge of blue lightning erupted from his right hand, enveloping it from fingertips to wrist, transforming it into a manifestation of pure lightning. "Since I discovered this ability recently, my chakra consumption when using lightning release has significantly decreased, and the power of my lightning release has increased." Kakashi had not shared this revelation with anyone. Although he was unsure of its origin, he instinctively felt that this change was linked to Sakura. The ability to control lightning. Sakura carefully assessed the situation, realizing that Kakashi's hand had transformed into a pure energy form, a type of lightning energy that was more refined than chakra, akin to the natural lightning found in nature. "Kakashi, you should endeavor to develop this power. If mastered, you could transform your entire body into pure lightning energy, rendering you immune to physical attacks. Furthermore, the enhanced potency of your lightning release is also connected to this energy. It is not chakra, but rather resembles natural lightning. If I were to use a term that Kakashi could comprehend, it would be akin to sage chakra. However, this power extends far beyond that. Perhaps one day, Kakashi could even wield lightning directly." Kakashi's newfound abilities reminded Sakura of the Goro Goro no Mi from the anime One Piece, which granted its user the power to elementalize their body and control lightning, with the source of this power being the natural lightning itself, thus requiring no additional chakra expenditure. Sage chakra? Kakashi, somewhat familiar with sage mode, understood the term. Stealing his resolve, he returned his right hand to its original state. "Is Kakashi the only one who has undergone a transformation?" Sakura asked, curious if only Hinata and Kakashi had developed extraordinary abilities among their number. "Well, I've recently discovered something rather peculiar. I'm not sure if it counts," Guy suddenly interjected thoughtfully. "While training, I can feel a strange power within me. If I release it, my attacks seem to cause greater destruction." "Uncle Guy, please demonstrate." Sakura and the others stepped back to clear a space for Guy's display. "Yeah," Guy shouted, unleashing a powerful punch upon the training post. An invisible force radiated from his fist, creating a web of cracks across the wooden structure. To cause such damage without utilizing any chakra, merely with a standard punch? Sakura mused, observing the fissures on the post. An epiphany flashed through her mind, only to vanish swiftly. She would have to ask Guy to strike again. This time, the stout post shattered into a multitude of splintered fragments. "I understand now. It's vibration," Sakura exclaimed suddenly. The force emanating from Guy's fist was indeed vibrational energy, which had transferred to the post, enabling him to obliterate it with just 2 ordinary punches. Unlike the conventional way a fist would break an object, the post seemed to have been shattered from all angles, leading to its complete destruction. Vibration! Akai gazed at his own fist in bewilderment. "It is indeed vibration. Uncle Akai, your ability should be the power to induce tremors." Sakura's eyes sparkled with excitement, for this was reminiscent of Whitebeard's power from One Piece, the ability to generate tremors, which, if taken to its zenith, could even shatter the entire world. One must commend Kakashi and Akai for their remarkable camaraderie, as their powers seemed to originate from the same realm. After briefly sharing the information he possessed, Akai was so overwhelmed with emotion that he burst into tears. The ability to create vibrations was perfectly suited for him, a master of pure taijutsu. Ignoring Akai, who was sobbing uncontrollably while clutching Lee, Sakura turned her attention to Shisui. With Shisui's exceptional talent, he must have awakened something as well. "You all can see for yourselves." Shisui smiled shyly, and then everyone witnessed another Shisui materializing unexpectedly beside him. This ability, akin to a clone, was quite impressive. Regrettably, It was merely an illusionary doppelganger, lacking any physical substance, a power reminiscent of Loki. Shisui's illusion bore a striking resemblance to Loki's abilities from Marvel. Apart from Sakura, who could perceive souls, the others could not discern which was the real Shisui and which was the illusion. If Shisui employed this technique in battle, his adversaries would undoubtedly be left bewildered. Mine is rather similar to Kakashi-sensei's. Izumi Uchiha, seated beside Itachi, extended her right hand, where faint arcs of electricity could be seen dancing around her arm. However, I have yet to ascertain how to utilize this. This is electromagnetic force. Sakura sensed the energy and quickly discerned its true nature. It was not the lightning manipulation akin to Kakashi's, but rather electromagnetic power. If one were to draw a comparison, it would be akin to Misaka Mikoto from the anime, through Majitsu no Index. By the way, now that Izumi has evolved this ability, should she consider renaming herself to Misaka Izumi? Nonetheless, the potential of electromagnetic force is indeed formidable. And since it does not deplete chakra, Izumi could effortlessly learn to become a mobile artillery platform like Misaka. Chapter 59. The Chaos of Powers. Third update. Kakashi and the others had showcased their abilities, leaving only Itachi Uchiha. I am not entirely certain how to articulate it, but I discovered this during my last mission. While in battle, I can foresee the enemy's actions in the next moment. Itachi furrowed his brow, recalling the moment he first realized this power during a recent mission. Initially astonished by his newfound ability to predict the opponent's next move, he had nearly sustained serious injury. However, once accustomed to it, he found this power to be remarkably advantageous, allowing him to preemptively devise countermeasures, be it evading an imminent attack or launching an assault along the enemy's dodging path. Foreseeing the future, Sakura was genuinely astonished. Such a power was a complete game changer in combat. If one could anticipate the next move of their opponent, whether an attack or defense, the opponent would always hold the upper hand, effectively dictating the rhythm of battle. I suppose so. Itachi nodded, then turned to Sakura and said, "As long as I wish, I can see what everyone intends to do in the next moment, except for you. I cannot glimpse your future. You should refrain from overthinking it. I belong to the special category." Sakura understood the situation. The ability to foresee the future was indeed time-related, and given that she possessed the Time Stone, which granted her mastery over time, it rendered Itachi's power, even if he could glimpse 1,000 years ahead, inconsequential. Is that so? Itachi contemplated and soon grasped that their abilities were intrinsically linked to Sakura. It was only natural that they would not affect her. Aside from Kakashi and his slightly older companions, among Sakura and her friends, only Hinata had manifested her ability so far. The others had shown no changes. Yet according to Niji, his Byakugan's ocular prowess had significantly strengthened, enhancing his observational skills compared to before. Hinata also noticed changes in her Byakugan, but assumed them to be normal. Thus she had not mentioned it to anyone. Could this be the precursor to the Byakugan's evolution? Sakura mused silently. She was aware that the Byakugan could evolve into the Rinnegan, but based on the descriptions from her previous life's movie adaptations, the Rinnegan required a pure Byakugan along with the blood of the Akatsuki clan or a significant number of Byakugan to merge. By the way, regarding this extraordinary ability, everyone must keep it a secret. If others were to learn of it, it could lead to dire consequences. Sakura felt compelled to remind everyone. Their current discussion posed no risk, as she had isolated the surrounding space, ensuring their voices could not escape. The few Umbu monitoring them remained oblivious to their conversation, yet she could not keep everyone here indefinitely. Should word of their extraordinary powers leak out, it would undoubtedly attract a wave of covetous individuals. Not to mention, the deranged Danzo would surely target them. Kakashi and the others nodded solemnly, fully aware that their abilities, which required no chakra to wield such formidable power, represented something the entire world would covet. If their secret were to be revealed, they could expect endless pursuits in the future. Meanwhile, Itachi found himself engulfed in complex thoughts. He recalled Danzo's recent discussions with him and the enigmatic man clad in a single-eyed mask. If what they said held any truth, the ninja world would soon be plunged back into chaos. Itachi, what troubles you? Noticing Itachi's apparent distraction and the concern etched on his face, Sakura felt a pang of curiosity. What could possibly weigh on Itachi's mind to provoke such worry? "Oh, it's nothing. Just reflecting on recent missions," Itachi replied, his smile strained. "Withholding his deeper thoughts from everyone that I see," Sakura pondered, "I end the original narrative. The massacre of the Uchiha clan occurred when Sasuke was 7. This year, Sasuke was already 5. Thus, in just over a year, it would coincide with the original timeline of the Uchiha's downfall. At this point, Itachi was likely already in contact with Danzo, and the individual masquerading as Uchiha Madara, Obito Uchiha, must have also approached Itachi by now. Otherwise, Danzo alone would not have elicited such a reaction from him. Yet, Sakura's concerns deepened. The current Uchiha clan differed from the one in the original timeline. The Uchiha of the original narrative made no significant changes, but under the pressure and oppression from Konoha. Most clan members harbored thoughts of rebellion, providing Danzo with an excuse to annihilate them. However, the present Uchiha clan had proactively initiated changes, significantly improving their relations with Konoha. The perceptions of both the commoners and various clans toward the Uchiha had notably transformed, particularly among the villagers of Konoha, who welcomed the Uchiha's strikingly handsome members, such as Shisui and Itachi, garnering a substantial following. The Uchiha clan members reveled in this newfound admiration. Even those who previously contemplated rebellion had many abandoned those thoughts. Currently, only the aging, obstinate elders remained steadfast in their outdated beliefs, viewing the Uchiha clan leaders' reforms as a betrayal of their legacy. Contemplating the old elders of the Uchiha clan, Sakura's internal alarm bells rang. If her suspicions were correct, Danzo might find an excuse to strike through these very elders. Sakura chose not to share these thoughts with anyone else, as voicing them now would serve little purpose. It would be more prudent to wait until Danzo made his move, at which point she could decisively counter his schemes. However, she did not neglect necessary precautions, particularly concerning Shisui. "Shisui, come here for a moment." After summoning Uchiha Shisui, Sakura discreetly etched 2 runes onto the wrists of his hands. The runes flickered and vanished, unnoticed by anyone, including Shisui himself. Chapter 60. The crisis of Shisui as the days slipped by. Sakura and her companions had progressed to their 2nd year. However, within the confines of the Ninja Academy, their reputation as the truant group was renowned, especially among the class teacher of Niji and his peers. Even when encountering Sakura and her friends on the road, he never bestowed upon them a friendly smile. Dai was no wonder. He was utterly exasperated. Neji and TenTen possessed remarkable talents, consistently securing the top 2 ranks in their grade. While Lee, despite his lack of ninjutsu and genjutsu skills, had been taken under the wing of the Leaf's Jonin, Might Guy, and would undoubtedly learn ninjutsu from him. As he watched these 3 outstanding students, who had fallen into the habit of skipping classes, he felt as if they merely bore the title of students without actually attending lessons. As their homeroom teacher, he had once approached Hinata Hizashi regarding Niji's truancy. Yet, Hizashi merely responded with a smile and a dismissive attitude, only for Niji to continue his habitual absences the very next day. As for TenTen, her father was a prominent businessman, perpetually busy, leaving little time for parental involvement. When he met Tenten's mother, he discovered that she was not particularly supportive of her daughter becoming a ninja, deeming it too perilous. Upon hearing that TenTen frequently skipped classes, her mother felt a sense of relief. Believing her daughter had finally reconsidered her aspirations of becoming a ninja, this revelation nearly drove him to despair. When he finally managed to meet Tenten's father, he was met with a similar attitude to that of Hizashi, leaving him in a state of hopelessness as he regarded Sakura and her cohorts with contempt. Initially, Tenten's father vehemently opposed her skipping classes, arguing that once enrolled in the Ninja Academy, one should strive to become a proper ninja and not abandon their pursuit midway. This perspective persisted until the day after their conversation, when Sakura arrived with the 3rd Hokage and a host of clan leaders. The sight of such esteemed figures left Tenten's father nearly paralyzed with fear. Although he was the largest weapons dealer in the Land of Fire, the standing of merchants paled in comparison to that of ninjas. Their family business was substantial, but it was bolstered by the support of the Leaf Village. For instance, when dispatching merchant convoys, the costs incurred were significantly reduced due to Leaf's involvement. Should they provoke the village to the point where no ninjas were sent to assist them, the highway robbers and bandits would show no mercy. Without the protective might of the leaf, sustaining their business would become exceedingly challenging. Moreover, the clan leaders accompanying the third Hokage were not to be trifled with. Each clan was wealthy and influential in its own right. While no single family could rival his wealth, their combined strength surpassed his. Furthermore, if he was not mistaken, the pink-haired girl among them was none other than the daughter of the recently risen merchant, Haruno Sakura. Though their businesses differed, they were not far apart in financial standing. Recalling the third Hokage's veiled support for TenTen's truancy, TenTen's father felt a pang of anguish. His daughter was indeed ruthless. After he had just advised her against skipping classes, she had brought forth such formidable backing the very next day. Had she been forthright about her intentions, he would not have hindered her. In fact, fostering connections with the heirs of these clans was something he would have welcomed. Thus, from that day forward, he ceased to concern himself with TenTen's absences, fearing that she might summon the third Hokage again. A thought his ordinary heart could scarcely endure. Recently, Sakura noticed a disconcerting change in Shisui's demeanor. He appeared troubled and wore a frown far more often than before, his eyes betraying a deep-seated worry. This shift heightened Sakura's sense of vigilance. According to the original plot, Shisui intended to utilize his Mizuki Sharingan technique, Kodo Amatsukami, to control the leader of the Uchiha clan who sought to instigate a coup. However, he was unaware that Danzo's true aim was never to foster peace between Konoha and the Uchiha, but rather to obliterate the clan entirely and seize their Sharingan. Even more shocking to Shisui was the revelation that upon learning of his Mizuki Sharingan, Danzo's murderous intent intensified, seeking to claim Shisui's eye for himself. Ultimately, caught off guard and defenseless, Shisui had his right eye forcibly extracted by Danzo. Relying on his left eye, he activated Susanoo to escape, ultimately entrusting his left eye to Itachi by the banks of the Southie River before taking his own life. This event also led Itachi to awaken his own Mizuki Sharingan. Given Shisui's recent emotional turmoil, it was highly plausible that Danzo had approached him and conveyed something that led to his current state. Despite being aware of Danzo's machinations, Sakura refrained from alerting Shisui immediately. His greatest flaw lay in his unwavering commitment to peace, rendering him susceptible to Danzo's manipulation. It was essential for him to endure trials to fully comprehend that Danzo was not a benevolent figure. At that moment, Uchiha Shisui's thoughts were tumultuous. Initially, he felt elated at the prospect of change within the Uchiha clan, as they began to integrate into Konoha, which brought him solace. However, not long ago, Danzo had abruptly informed him that the Uchiha's actions were a prelude to a coup. Intending to incite war between the Uchiha and Konoha, masking their rebellious intentions, first, Shisui dismissed Danzo's claims, believing the Uchiha had no need for rebellion. Yet he later stumbled upon a clandestine meeting among the clan's elders. Discussing strategies to eradicate the Hokage lineage and transform Konoha into a Uchiha stronghold. Conflicted and overwhelmed, Shisui was at a loss. His instincts told him that the Uchiha would not rebel, yet he had heard firsthand of their intentions to provoke war. The stark reality, coupled with Danzo's deceit, led him to entertain the notion that the Uchiha were indeed plotting betrayal. Contemplating the hard-won peace of Konoha, Shisui steeled himself, resolved to use Kodo Amatsukami to sway the Uchiha elders to abandon their perilous ambitions. Chapter 61. The Crisis of Shisui. Part 1. As dusk settled, the root base lay shrouded in an eerie silence, enveloped in an atmosphere of deathly stillness. Shisui stood outside the base, his expression one of deep confusion. Uchiha Shisui, I trust there is no need for me to elaborate on the Uchiha clan's intent to instigate a coup. Danzo stood before Shisui, his gaze steeped in shadows. The bowed head of Shisui failed to catch the fleeting glimmer of greed that flickered across Danzo's face. Lord Danzo, please grant me some time. I will find a way to thwart their plans. Shisui's heart was heavy with bitterness, torn between his family, who had nurtured him, and the entirety of Konoha. This feeling of being caught in the middle was unbearable. Do you truly believe you can dissuade them, Uchiha Shisui? Danzo scoffed derisively. The Uchiha's desire for rebellion has long been festering. Even the death of the fourth Hokage is inextricably linked to the Uchiha. Do you really think a few words of yours can dissuade them from their intentions? I will use my Manjiki Sharingan to control the elders, compelling them to abandon their rebellious thoughts. Shisui lifted his head, the three tomo in his eyes swirling and transforming into the shape of a pinwheeled. Oh, you possess great confidence in your Manjiki abilities. Danzo inquired meaningfully, his expression shifting like the tides. My Manjiki Sharingan wields a technique known as Kodo Emitsukami, capable of forcibly rewriting an individual's will that if I can alter the elder's intentions, the Uchiha will not initiate a coup. Shisui's reasoning was straightforward. By controlling the instigator elder, the rest of the Uchiha would inevitably be unable to act against Konoha. Unbeknownst to Shisui, however, Danzo's true objective was never to facilitate peace between Konoha and the Uchiha. Is that so? Tuanzang's lips curled into a chilling smirk. Yet how could I possibly trust that you would truly control them rather than collude with them? Lord Tuanzang, I was just about to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by Tuanzang. I believe the best course of action is for me to execute this plan myself, as it would ensure absolute success. However, only my Kodo Emitsukami possesses the power to control the will of others, which means this method can only be employed by me. A frown creased my brow as an ominous premonition arose within me. Then why not simply hand over your Sharingan? Tuanzang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Manjiki Sharingan, the power he had long coveted, capable of rivaling the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was finally within his grasp. What? Shisui was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Tuanzang would covet his Manjiki Sharingan. As a member of the Uchiha clan, even though he cherished peace, he could never willingly relinquish his Sharingan, especially since his Manjiki Sharingan harbored the terrifying Kodo Emitsukami. If it fell into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos. You should obediently hand over your Sharingan, Tuanzang declared, his face brimming with avarice. The mere thought of acquiring the power of Kodo Emitsukami sent waves of excitement coursing through him. Once he possessed Jisui's Manjiki Sharingan, he could control the third Hokage, compelling him to willingly cede the Hokage position to him, thereby realizing his ambitions. Lord Tuanzang, please show some restraint. The Manjiki Sharingan shall not be given to others. Shisui retorted, a hint of anger in his voice. Even if some from the Uchiha clan sought to betray their kin, he would never allow the Sharingan, a unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha, to fall into external hands. Is that so? Tuanzang suddenly erupted into a cold laugh. Then, like lightning, his left hand darted towards Jisui's right. I do not trust your Uchiha clan. Leave the task of quelling the Uchiha to me. Slap! Lord Tuanzang, my apologies. Jisui seized Tuanzang's left hand, unleashing the power of his Sharingan, plunging Tuanzang into a Jinjutsu. Tonight, I shall resolve this issue with Kodo Emitsukami. Lord Tuanzang only needs to await the news. With that, Jisui released his grip, allowing the entranced Tuanzang to collapse to the ground, turning to leave. However, just as he turned, he sensed a gust of wind behind him, prompting him to swiftly evade to the side. Just as he dodged the attack from behind, Jisui felt an unbearable pain in his right eye, blood streaming down uncontrollably. How is it possible for him to escape the Jinjutsu so quickly? Jisui clutched his right eye, shock filling his remaining left eye. The Jinjutsu he cast on Tuanzang would typically require some time to break free, even with assistance. How could it fail so rapidly? Speaking of which, I must thank my old classmate, Uchiha Kagami. Tuanzang tore away the bandages covering his right eye, revealing a Sharingan that was gradually losing its luster. Grandfather? Could it be? Jisui was initially perplexed, but upon seeing Tuanzang's right eye, only rage remained in his heart. Tuanzang's words, coupled with the sight of that Sharingan, made everything painfully clear. Tuanzang had removed his grandfather's eye and transplanted it onto himself. As for why he could instantly break free from the Jinjutsu, looking at the fading Sharingan, Jisui understood in an instant. Izanagi, one of the Uchiha clan's forbidden techniques, allows the user to record their own state with the Sharingan at the moment the technique is activated. And within the technique's effective duration, they can physically restore any damage inflicted upon them, even death, to the state recorded by the Sharingan.it is a terrifying forbidden technique, nearly invincible in certain aspects. Yet the cost is immense. Using Izanagi requires the sacrifice of one Sharingan. Tuanzong was able to instantly escape Jishui's Jinjutsu by utilizing the Izanagi released from the transplanted Sharingan of Jishui's grandfather, Uchiha Kagami. Though Kagami is no longer here, his power can still be wielded to protect Konoha, as Kagami's grandson. You should obediently hand over your Sharingan. Tuanzong methodically placed the Sharingan into a glass vial he carried, filled with a special solution to ensure its preservation, awaiting future transplantation. Chapter 62. Jishui's Crisis, Second Update. You actually dug out my grandfather's Sharingan. Jishui's face was consumed by unending fury. He could hardly fathom Tuanzang's audacity. His grandfather, Uchiha Kagami, had been Tuanzang's classmate, both disciples of the second Hokage. Yet after his grandfather's death, they couldn't even preserve his body. His eyes had been extracted to use his power to protect Konoha. Even Kagami would surely feel gratified. Tuanzong felt no remorse. Even if Uchiha Kagami was his peer. So what? Ultimately, Uchiha Kagami was still a member of the Uchiha clan, a person who inherited the second Hokage's ambitions. Tuanzong harbored no feelings for the Uchiha clan. Return my grandfather's eyes. Jishui roared, unsheathing the short blade from his back and charging at Tuanzong. Having lost his parents on the battlefield at a young age, Jishui was raised solely by his grandfather, Uchiha Kagami. How could he not be enraged at Tuanzong for desecrating his grandfather's remains? Kill him, and seize his left eye too, Tuanzong commanded. And in an instant, a horde of root members surged from the base. He had long prepared for this day, to seize Jishui's Sharingan, naturally laying many traps. Get away from me. Fire style. Phoenix Fire, Jutsu. Flames enveloped the heated kunai, shooting forth and instantly eliminating two root ninjas charging towards him. Jishui's left eye spun gently, casting a Jinjutsu, causing the root ninja, who had just unsheathed his blade, to freeze in place. Enraged by Tuanzong, Jishui showed no mercy, swinging his short blade and ending the root ninja's life. Do not hold back. Just ensure his Sharingan remains intact, Tuanzong coldly stated from behind the root ninjas, showing no concern for Jishui's life. As long as the Manjiki Sharingan he desired was unharmed, that was all that mattered. You want my Sharingan? Then come and try. Jishui took a deep breath, a relentless killing intent radiating from his left eye. The pain in his right eye sharpened his awareness like never before, and upon seeing Tuanzang's lifeless right eye, his emotions grew increasingly complex. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu, the signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan unleashed. A fireball several meters in diameter radiated intense heat, charring the ground along its path. Water style, Water Barrier. Several root ninjas simultaneously cast the water barrier. And as fire clashed with water, billows of steam erupted. The flames ultimately could not breach the water barrier and soon dissipated. Meanwhile, Jishui had used body flicker technique to position himself among the root ninjas. Uchiha style, Gale Sword. Wind attribute chakra coalesced on the blade, its formidable cutting power rendering the root ninja's armor and masks alarmingly fragile. Within moments, several root ninjas lay defeated on the ground. Bind him and exhaust his chakra. Once his chakra is depleted, we shall deliver the fatal blow. Tuanzong felt no disturbance at the deaths of the root ninjas. They were merely tools to achieve his objectives. Their deaths were inconsequential. Once his goals were accomplished, he could simply recruit and train new ones. Following Tuanzang's orders, the root ninjas surrounding Jishui immediately changed their tactics, no longer intent on killing him, but rather on entangling him to delay the fight. You wish to exhaust my chakra? With a cold smirk on his face, Shisui contemplated the situation. If these root ninjas were as reckless as before, he would have found himself in quite a predicament. However, now that they had voluntarily eased their assault, he felt no fear. Surrounded by adversaries, his Shunshin technique could not unleash its full potential for exhausting his chakra completely, after training with Sakura for an extended period. Shisui had significantly increased his chakra reserves. Moreover, members of the Uchiha clan experienced a considerable boost in chakra volume upon awakening their Manjiki Sharingan. Depleting his chakra in a short span would prove quite challenging. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. A dragon-shaped flame erupted from Shisui's mouth. Simultaneously, using the flames as cover, he vanished from his original position, charging directly towards Danzo. Shisui had no intention of killing Danzo. After all, he was an elder of Konoha and a classmate of the third Hokage. If Danzo were to perish at his hands, the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan would plummet to an all-time low. And Shisui wished to avert a conflict between the two that his sole aim was to reclaim his right eye and the eye of his grandfather, hoping that Danzo would spare his life. Wind style, vacuum sphere. Like bullets, wind-based chakra spewed from Danzo's mouth. A classmate of the third Hokage, Danzo's strength was formidable. However, he believed that the true might lay in wood release and the Sharingan, which is why he later opted to implant a wood-based arm adorned with Sharingan. Shisui swiftly swung his blade, clashing it with the wind chakra projected by Danzo, producing a series of metallic clangs. What is this? The Oil Woman clan's insects. Just as Shisui was about to close the distance to Danzo, he suddenly halted, swiftly darting aside. In the next moment, a massive cloud of purple mist enveloped the spot where he had stood. Through his Meijiki Sharingan, Shisui discerned that this was no mere mist, but rather a swarm of minuscule insects. The only clan in Konoha known for utilizing insects was the Aburame clan. Yet these were distinctly different. The purple insects were laden with toxins, corroding the grass beneath them as if it were doused in acid. With the Aburame clan's members fully enveloped, the root ninjas who had been left behind closed in again. And one by one, more root ninjas emerged from their base. It appeared they had long been prepared. Shisui's heart sank. It seemed Danzo had been eyeing his Meijiki Sharingan for quite some time. Hand over your Sharingan obediently, and I can grant you a swift death. Otherwise, Danzo spoke in a low voice, a hint of concern creeping in as he worried whether Shisui might resort to mutual destruction. Obliterating his own Meijiki Sharingan. I require your strength to protect Konoha. Shisui, as the inheritor of Kageme's will, you must understand. While signaling to his subordinates, Danzo feigned nostalgia as he implored Shisui. Chapter 63. Itachi's Meijiki. Third update now that you mention my grandfather. Do you feel no remorse? Shisui's anger surged further at the mention of Uchiha Kagami. Think that as a companion, Danzo would dig out his eyes after his death. The notion that Kagami could continue to guard Konoha posthumously was nothing short of a farce. How could one be so audacious as to rationalize such sacrilege? Had it not been for the respect he held for Danzo as an elder of Konoha, Shisui would have long since used his Kodo Emetsukami to compel him to commit suicide. You misunderstand. Everything I do is for Konoha's sake. Rather than allowing Kageme's Sharingan to rot in the grave, it is far better to place it in my body, allowing me to continue protecting Konoha. Danzo's eyes revealed no flicker of emotion in his mind. All his actions were justified, and he believed himself the only one worthy of being Hokage, dismissing both Sarutobi and the deceased fourth Hokage as unworthy. Then I must regretfully admit that I cannot comprehend Lord Danzo's logic. Shisui recognized the futility of their discourse to Danzo. His actions were right, yet to Shisui, desecrating the corpse of a comrade in the name of protecting Konoha was utterly unbelievable. It seems you are determined to seek your own demise. Initially, I had intended to replace your eyes with a new pair of Sharingan after seizing your Meijiki. But now, it appears that would be unnecessary. Danzo scoffed. His original plan had been to capture Shisui, and if he survived, reimplant his eyes, subsequently using Kodo Emetsukami to bend him to his will. However, Shisui's current attitude was proving rather irksome. Everyone, attack together. Just kill him and seize the Sharingan. With a single command, the surrounding root ninjas launched their assault, unleashing a barrage of jutsu toward Shisui. The explosive clashes of ninjutsu sent plumes of smoke and flames soaring, and even Danzo felt a twinge of concern that Shisui's Sharingan might be damaged in the fray. Susanoo, a low shout, emerged from the smoke, followed by a vibrant green light piercing through that a tempest swept through, clearing the smoke to reveal a colossal skeletal figure, enveloping Shisui in its protective embrace and instilling a profound psychological pressure upon the root ninjas and Danzo alike. Panting heavily, Shisui struggled. Normally, Susanoo required both Manjiki Sharingan to manifest, and using it with just one, I was a desperate gamble. Draining his vitality for a fleeting surge of power, this truly the might of the strongest Manjiki Sharingan. Susanoo, but it's still not enough. It's lacking something. Shisui murmured to himself, realizing the folly in confronting Danzo amidst the root base, surrounded by elite ninjas. Escaping would be immensely challenging, yet he resolved to attempt it. Even if it cost him his life, he could not allow both of his Manjiki to fall in a Danzo-esque grasp. Shisui's left eye widened, the pinwheel pattern within it spinning at an astonishing speed. Blood vessels appearing as if they might burst at any moment. That I must endure. I cannot abandon hope before this task is complete. With a fierce cry, his chakra surged forth and blood trickled from his left eye, dripping onto the ground. His eyes throbbed painfully, akin to a knife twisting within, compounded by the excessive strain on his chakra, leaving him with the sensation of his meridians tearing apart. Yet Shisui managed to smile. Susanoo, second form, completed. The once green skeletal frame erupted with chakra, forming muscle and skin to be why the time Shisui halted. The skeletal Susanoo had transformed into a warrior clad in armor, though it only possessed a torso. Lacking legs this the same power as Uchiha. Manjiki Sharingan, you belong to me. Danzo gazed greedily at the massive Susanoo wielding a spiral sword. As a child, he had often heard tales of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. From a young age, he had yearned for such formidable power. Not long after Madara's battle with Hashirama at the Valley of the End, Hashirama had succumbed to his injuries. During his time under the tutelage of Tobirama Senju, he had learned more about Madara, coveting the power that stood equal to Hashirama's for countless years. Now, he was finally on the verge of obtaining it. Uchiha style, flame leap blade. The technique originally executed with a katana was now channeled through Susanoo. The colossal spiral blade became entwined with countless flames, spinning wildly under Shisui's command, resembling a fiery tornado as it hurtled toward the surrounding root ninjas. Engage in long-range attacks and stall him. At his current state, he cannot endure for long. A group of root ninjas, having discerned the dire situation surrounding Shisui, promptly distanced themselves from him. Those who could not evade in time were instantaneously torn to shreds by the fiery tempest. Susanoo. With a mere thought, Shisui activated Susanoo, causing the chest plate to open, from which countless green chakra arrows erupted forth in the blink of an eye. Danzo's subordinates suffered grievous casualties. The immense pressure exerted on Shisui's body by Susanoo began to take its toll. And witnessing the root ninjas retreating to a safe distance, a faint smile graced his face that he gestured to form a hand seal for the shadow clone technique, and a clone identical to Shisui materialized behind him. The clone swiftly darted towards the Uchiha encampment, while Shisui's true form remained, bracing against Susanoo to shield the root ninjas. Quickly eliminate him. We cannot allow him to send word to the Uchiha with his clone. Danzo urged anxiously, simultaneously forming hand seals to summon a summoning beast for a coordinated attack. If Shisui's shadow clone were to inform the Uchiha clan, they would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely to prevent this catastrophe. Shisui must be slain. Thus, the shadow clone would naturally dissipate. Chapter 64. Itachi's Manjiki, 4th update, summoning technique. Dream Taper, a colossal summoning beast, appeared beside Danzo, its elongated snout drawing in air and unleashing a tempest. No, Danzo's brow furrowed in realization. The airflow generated by the Dream Taper did not affect Shisui or his Susanoo to his astonishment. The storm created by the taper's inhalation seemed to pass through Susanoo effortlessly. Is this an illusion? No, that can't be. There are no anomalies in the chakra. Initially believing it to be Shisui's Jinjutsu, Danzo quickly dismissed the notion as his own chakra exhibited no irregularities, and no matter how formidable Shisui's illusions were, he could not possibly ensnare so many individuals simultaneously while in a weakened state after activating Susanoo. Dream Taper, attack! Danzo bellowed, and the Dream Taper responded with a resonant roar, directing its long snout towards Shisui and inhaling forcefully. This ability of the Dream Taper to inhale was remarkably potent. In the original tale, Danzo utilized the taper's inhalation in conjunction with his wind release to shatter Sasuke's Susanoo. Yet at this moment, as the dream taper unleashed its power, Danzo felt as though his lungs might burst from frustration. As the dream taper inhaled, the ground around Shisui erupted in a cloud of dust, grass and trees swept up by the whirlwind. However, contrary to Danzo's expectations, these plants did not converge upon Shisui's Susanoo. Instead, they penetrated through it, soaring toward the dream taper. What on earth is this ninjutsu? Danzo felt a wave of nausea as he realized he had misjudged the situation. He and his subordinates had naively assumed that Shisui was the real body, aiming to eliminate him to thwart the departing clone. Who could have foreseen that the one fleeing was the true form, while the one remaining was merely an illusory facade? As countless trees passed through his form, Shisui's body, half kneeling on the ground, and the Susanoo outside him rippled like the surface of water before vanishing from Danzo's astonished gaze. Uchiha Shisui Danzo roared in fury, abruptly canceling the summoning technique and sending the dream taper back. His dismay. The entirety of Root had nearly emerged, yet they had failed to capture Uchiha Shisui. Although the peculiar clone lacked offensive capabilities, the multitude of ninjas present, including several sensory types, had detected nothing amiss. Fortunately, this endeavor was not entirely fruitless. Shisui's right eye had been acquired, and the plan against the Uchiha clan must be expedited. He could hardly wait. Coughing violently, Shisui, who was racing through the forest, sensed the message relayed by the illusory clone. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, a relaxed smile emerged on his face. Thank goodness for that clone. Without it, escaping would have been impossible. However, my body is on the verge of collapse. Assessing the sensations coursing through his body, Shisui could not suppress a bitter smile when confronted with such a barrage of ninjutsu, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat. Had he not forced the use of Susanoo by exhausting the power of his Mizuki Sharingan and his own chakra, he likely would have perished long ago. Yet, in this current state, he could not hold on much longer. The excessive consumption of his Mizuki Sharingan's power had induced a cool-down period for the Kotoeme Tsukumi, which he had not even utilized. And the sudden outpouring of chakra had left his eyes in excruciating pain, akin to a dull blade slowly cutting into him. His physical condition had deteriorated to an extreme, as he had forcibly refined a substantial amount of chakra to manifest the second form of Susanoo. The consequences of overexerting his chakra had led him to the brink of death. Nonetheless, he could endure for a while longer. He had sufficient time to convey his final instructions, reflecting on the tasks that lay ahead. Shisui sighed, hoping that Itachi could bear this heavy burden by the banks of the Nange River. Uchiha Itachi stood silently, gazing at the flowing waters below. Recently, Danzo had approached him, revealing the Uchiha clan's alleged intentions to revolt, leaving Itachi in a state of disarray. Although he was loath to believe it, the evidence presented by Danzo was undeniably compelling. Moreover, the sudden emergence of the one-eyed masked man made Itachi clench his fists. If what he said were true, the world might soon descend into chaos. Earlier that day, Shisui had instructed him to wait by the Nange River in the evening, mentioning he had matters to discuss. Feeling troubled, Itachi decided to come early to gather his thoughts. Suddenly, the rustling of the bushes caught Itachi's attention, causing him to turn in curiosity. The Nange River was usually devoid of visitors, and given Shisui's mastery of the body flicker technique, it was unlikely he would create such a commotion. However, in the next moment, a figure leaped from the thickets, leaving Itachi utterly stunned. Apologies, Itachi. I suppose you've been waiting for quite some time, despite the agony coursing through his body. Shisui's smile remained exceptionally gentle. Shisui, what has happened to you? Itachi could hardly believe his eyes. The disheveled figure before him, smeared with blood, was truly Uchiha Shisui. In your eye, Shisui, where's your right eye? Shisui's right eye was sunken, devoid of its eyeballed. Danzo took my right eye. Shisui chuckled nonchalantly. But it's fine. I managed to preserve my left eye. Danzo, I will confront him. Itachi's face was ablaze with fury as he lifted his foot to charge forward. Do not go, Itachi. Your strength is insufficient to face him. Shisui blocked Itachi's path, gasping for breath before continuing. Itachi, You have a more important task to undertake. Listen, Itachi, many members of the Uchiha clan have begun to harbor thoughts of rebellion, seeking to instigate a coup to place the Uchiha clan in control of Konoha. I intend to use Kotoeme Tsukumi to subdue the elders who wish to incite this coup, thereby preventing war between Konoha and the Uchiha. Unfortunately, Danzo does not trust me, Ayesi spoke. A bitter smile crossed Shisui's face. Despite being treated so poorly by Danzo, he had never harbored resentment toward Konoha. Instead, he was perpetually concerned for its peace. Chapter 65. Itachi's Manjiki. First update, a coup. Itachi fell silent, realizing that the evidence Danzo presented unequivocally indicated that the Uchiha clan was plotting rebellion, making denial impossible. Now, Itachi, I have little time left, even if I wish to prevent this. It is beyond my capacity. Thus, I wish to entrust this matter to you. Suddenly, Shisui smiled, and before Itachi could react, thrust his left hand to his face and gouged out his left eye. Why Manjiki possesses Kotoeme Tsukumi, which should be of assistance to you. Safeguard this eye and ensure that no one learns of its presence. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly find yourself in grave danger. Shisui handed the eye to Itachi, cognizant that news of the terrifying Kotoeme Tsukumi would incite many to covet it. Shisui, let me take you to Sakura. She should be able to heal your wounds. It was not Uchiha Itachi who received Shisui's eyes, but rather he intended to step forward to support Shisui in seeking Sakura's ID. And no need. Shisui shook his head in refusal. He was acutely aware that Sakura could indeed save him. However, even if he survived, what would it matter? Danzo would undoubtedly seek to seize his left eye. The Sharingan could only unleash its full potential when both eyes were united. To safeguard the left eye entrusted to Itachi. He knew he must die, and it had to be in a manner that left no trace. Itachi, I leave Uchiha and Konoha in your hands. Shisui resolutely placed his left eye into Itachi's palm, then forcefully pushed him away, his body weakly collapsing backward. Shisui. Itachi hastily reached out to grasp Shisui, but it was too late. His hand merely brushed against Shisui's fingers before they parted, leaving him helplessly watching as Shisui fell into the raging waters of the Nanha River, which swiftly engulfed him. Itachi gazed at the river below, tears silently streaming from the corners of his eyes. Within his gaze, the three tomo of the Sharingan emerged, swirling rapidly until they formed the shape of a triangular shuriken. Is this the Manjiki Sharingan? Itachi reached up to touch his eyes, suddenly comprehending why Kakashi had been so sorrowful when speaking of the Manjiki Sharingan. Shisui, rest assured, I will wield your power to protect Konoha. Rising to his feet, Itachi's eyes brimmed with determination. He would not allow Shisui's sacrifice to be in vain. Unbeknownst to Itachi, Shisui's body was not swept away by the river at all. The moment he made contact with the water, blue and green runes quietly materialized on his wrist, a flicker of the blue rune, and Shisui's form vanished from sight. In Sakura's bedroom, Shisui lay on the bed, his eyes sunken, breath shallow, as if he were on the brink of death. Phew, I'm glad I prepared in advance. Sakura suddenly appeared, and upon seeing Shisui still breathing, she let out a long sigh of relief. Earlier, she had inscribed 2 distinct runes on Shisui, one harnessing the power of space stones to teleport him to her side in moments of peril, and the other a time stone to halt his bodily time should he perish, granting Sakura the opportunity to save him. Thankfully, he is still alive, the time rune 1T being necessary. Observing Shisui's condition, Sakura couldn't help but sigh. He was a person willing to sacrifice himself for the peace of Konoha, a tremendous asset, especially when the village's strength was waning. Yet he had been cruelly harmed by Danzo. That scoundrel truly deserves his fate. A green radiance emanated from Sakura's fingers, enveloping Shisui as if time were rewinding. His previously sunken eyelids gradually filled out, the blood in his cheeks slowly returning, and his faint breaths grew stronger. By the time Sakura withdrew her hands, Shisui appeared no different from his usual self. Snap! Wake up! Sakura snapped her fingers. Shisui, lying on the bed, stirred slightly before sitting up abruptly. Where am I? No, I shouldn't have survived that plunge into the Nanha River. Shisui opened his eyes, confusion etched on his face. He touched his body, feeling no pain, his chakra brimming, and his eyes intact. But of course, it's because of me. Sakura looked at Shisui and asked, after this ordeal, do you have any reflections? Shisui, reflections? Shisui was even more bewildered. He still couldn't grasp what had transpired. I secretly inscribed 2 life-saving runes on you. The space rune would teleport you to me in times of danger. And if you were to perish, the time rune would freeze your time, preserving your life until I could rescue you. Sakura provided a brief explanation, then added, from the look in your eyes, it seems Danzo was behind this. Lord Danzo has never trusted me. Shisui recounted the events briefly, only to elicit a resigned sigh from Sakura. Shisui, you can't still believe that Danzo intended to act for the peace of Konoha. Can you? Upon seeing Shisui's expression, Sakura realized he still harbored a belief in Danzo's good intentions. Isn't it true? Shisui scratched his head. The Uchiha clan desires to disrupt the hard-won peace. I thought to use Kotoeme Tsukumi to change their minds. Although Lord Danzo distrusts me and seeks my Sharingan, ultimately, it's for the peace of Konoha. Silly Shisui, can you be any more naive? Sakura retorted. Who is Danzo? The darkness of the ninja world. A schemer full of malice. How much credence do you think you can place in his words? He covets your Sharingan for the benefit of Konoha. Nonsense. It's purely for himself. And do you truly believe you would use your Sharingan to alter the will of those Uchiha elders and prevent their rebellion? Sakura's incredulity was palpable. It was absurd to think Danzo could possess such altruism. Well, perhaps he might. Shisui hesitated, still clinging to a glimmer of hope for Danzo. That you're overthinking it. What Danzo desires is not a peaceful coexistence between Konoha and the Uchiha, but their utter annihilation. Sakura chuckled, declaring, what he wants are the corpses of the Uchiha after their extermination. What he seeks are those Sharingan. Sharingan. Shisui tightened his fists, his grandfather's eyes, and his right eye. Those eyes had regenerated due to the reversal of time. The sensation of having them gouged out lingered, and his right eye still lay in Danzo's possession. That be by the way. How were you deceived by Danzo? Sakura inquired, curious. According to the original timeline, the Uchiha clan was in a state of rebellion, and it would not be surprising if Shisui were misled by Danzo. Yet, the current Uchiha clan showed no signs of insurrection. Most members were living harmoniously with the villagers of Konoha, with only a handful harboring rebellious thoughts. In such circumstances, how had Shisui still fallen for Danzo's schemes? Danzo presented a plethora of evidence suggesting the Uchiha were plotting rebellion. After my investigation, I discovered that the elders were indeed scheming. Shisui divulged, his voice hesitant. He now felt something was amiss. When Danzo had shown him the evidence of the Uchiha's alleged rebellion, he had not believed it at first and had taken it upon himself to investigate. To his astonishment, the evidence Danzo presented turned out to be true. In that moment of confusion, Shisui had not perceived anything unusual, but now, reflecting back, he felt a heavy doubt. It seemed that the evidence had conveniently appeared before him, as if scripted. Moreover, Danzo claimed that the 4th Hokage's death was also orchestrated by the Uchiha. Shisui added, recalling how Danzo had argued that apart from the Sharingan, no other means could control the Nine Tails. And since the Nine Tails had gone berserk for no reason, it must have been the Uchiha's doing. And so you believed him? Sakura regarded Shisui with the exasperation one might reserve for a fool. Don't you find it all rather convenient? Danzo just told you the Uchiha were planning a coup, and when you investigated, everything was laid out for you. You managed to uncover all this information on your own. And you think they were secretly plotting rebellion. They were practically announcing it to your face. Do you really think the 3rd Hokage would be so foolish as to allow the Uchiha to prepare for a coup so openly? As for the Nine Tails incident, it is true that the Sharingan can control it, but it has little to do with the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Furthermore, the reason the Uchiha clan did not assist on the front lines was that Danzo and the Elder Council forbade them from approaching the battlefield. Rather than saying the Uchiha harmed the 4th Hokage, it would be more accurate to say that Danzo did. If Danzo had not intervened, given the relationship between Fugaku and the 4th Hokage, do you really think he would not have gone to help? Uncle Fugaku also possesses the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, If he were to intervene, do you truly believe that the fourth Hokage and his wife would still meet their demise? When one becomes aware that a malevolent act has occurred without anyone bearing the blame, it is evident that this misdeed must surely be attributed to Danzo. Moreover, during the Nine Tails rampage, it was indeed Danzo and the Elder Council who restricted the Uchiha clan's access to the battlefield. Thus, in a certain sense, it can be argued that Danzo was responsible for the tragic fate of the fourth Hokage and his spouse. Uncle Fugaku possesses a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Shisui exclaimed in astonishment. Everyone was aware that Uchiha Fugaku had the three-tomo Sharingan, but not a whisper of the kaleidoscope had ever surfaced. Uncle Fugaku was dubbed the Dreadful-Eyed Fugaku during the Third Shinobi World War. Do you think such a title could have been earned solely through the power of the three-tomo Sharingan? Sakura countered. The disparity in power between the three-tomo and the kaleidoscope is indeed staggering. Even when maintaining the three-tomo state, the power of the kaleidoscope surpasses that of an ordinary three-tomo by a considerable margin. Indeed, Shisui, who himself possessed a kaleidoscope, understood all too well the profound difference between the two forms of eyes, if I am not mistaken. Danzo must have colluded with several elders of the Uchiha clan, forging some nefarious pact, all for the sake of orchestrating this charade. Intuition led Sakura to believe that this matter was unequivocally intertwined with those elders of the Uchiha clan. You could employ Jinjutsu to interrogate those elders. It should yield results. I shall go at once. Shisui rose to depart, but was halted by Sakura's hand. It is not yet time for you to reveal yourself. She insisted. I have long conspired with Uncle Fugaku to find the opportune moment to deal with the menace that is Danzo. And we have awaited this opportunity for far too long. What do you mean? Shisui paused, perplexed. Danzo has already targeted you that if my deductions are correct, it will not be long before he turns his attention to the Uchiha clan. Only by provoking him into action can we mount a counteroffensive. At that point, no one will be able to cast blame upon the Uchiha clan. Sakura's eyes sparkled with determination. Only by eliminating Danzo can peace be restored between Konoha and the Uchiha. However, resolving this issue will not be swift. We must await another opportunity. In the meantime, the Uchiha clan must bide their time and allow themselves to fade from the ninja world, only to re-emerge later as saviors in the eyes of the villagers of Konoha. When that moment arrives, we can strike down Danzo and reveal all the misdeeds he has committed, thereby transforming the Uchiha into victims of his persecution. This way, no one will dare to question our motives. You all can decide on this matter. Just let me know what I can do to assist. Shisui was not adept at such intricate schemes, yet if sacrificing Danzo would lead to harmony between Konoha and the Uchiha, he harbored no objections. Let us first visit Uncle Fugaku's residence, and then you can carry out a task for me outside the village. In the dead of night, two figures swept through the streets, entering the Uchiha clan's compound for a brief spell before emerging once more. The smaller figure returned home, while the larger one made their way towards the outskirts of Konoha. Chapter 67, Strategizing in Council, Part 3. Half a month after Shisui's passing, Uchiha Itachi found himself in a state of melancholy. The weight of Shisui's last request, the identity of the masked man, and the recent pressure from Danzo to make a choice, compounded by the third Hokage's orders, created a heavy burden upon his heart. Returning from the Umbu, Itachi gazed at the vibrant nightscape of Konoha and sighed. If war were to break out, such beauty would surely be shattered in an instant. Upon entering his home, Itachi was astonished to hear Sakura's voice resonating from the living room. Itachi and I, come in quickly. Upon sensing his approach, Sakura called out, while Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, seated opposite her, exchanged glances at Itachi's furrowed brow, their faces betraying a flicker of concern. Itachi, you must be enduring quite the hardship during this time. Fugaku sighed after inviting Itachi to sit down. You carry an immense weight upon your shoulders. It is nothing I cannot bear. Umbu missions are always the same, Itachi replied, pressing his lips together in a feeble semblance of a smile. I do not refer merely to the Umbu missions. Fugaku remarked, casting a knowing glance at his overly mature son. Danzo is pressuring you, isn't he? Startled, Itachi raised his gaze to meet his father's. Did Fugaku truly know of Danzo's dealings with him? Do not be astonished. Sakura has relayed everything to me. Fugaku scoffed, a glint of fury flashing in his eyes. That scoundrel Danzo dares to lay a hand on Shisui and covet his kaleidoscope Sharingan. The mere thought of Danzo nearly eliminating Shisui, the pinnacle of the Uchiha's younger generation, ignited a fierce desire within Fugaku to storm the root headquarters and obliterate Danzo where he stood, Shisui's hands clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms. Oblivious to the pain. There is no need for Uncle Fugaku to be so enraged. Let Danzo enjoy his freedom for a few more years, Sakura remarked nonchalantly. Presently, the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, Itachi, and Shisui, each wielding a kaleidoscope Sharingan, would render Danzo's forces ineffectual, regardless of their numbers. Indeed, Fugaku chuckled, his spirits lifting. The Uchiha clan would thrive in the future, while Danzo could simply await his demise. Yet Itachi's brow furrowed in confusion. What did this imply? Was the Uchiha clan truly contemplating a coup? Furthermore, it appeared that Sakura was involved in the scheme as well. With Sakura's strength, could they truly emerge victorious against Konoha? Itachi and I do not overthink. Allow me to explain everything gradually. Sakura said, recognizing the worry etched upon Itachi's face. With a sweet smile, she waved her hand to open a spatial portal. But first, you should meet someone you have been longing to see. Someone I have been longing to see? Itachi questioned, bewildered. As the figure emerged from the portal, his eyes widened in astonishment. Shisui, are you not supposed to be? Ah, I nearly lost my life back there, but thankfully Sakura had left a safeguard on me, allowing me to survive. Shisui beamed at Itachi, and a sudden swirl of pink bubbles enveloped them, prompting Sakura to recall a lyric from her past life. A deep glance, a love everlasting. All right, while I can understand the joy of your reunion, this is not the time for such sentiments. We must address pressing matters first, Sakura interjected, interrupting their tender exchange, for she feared she would soon reach her limit. What do you mean by a brief separation enhances new love? That description is utterly incorrect. Both Itachi and Shisui flushed with embarrassment at Sakura's comment, feeling as if it suggested some illicit relationship between them. Regrettably, Shisui is a boy. Otherwise, he would make a splendid daughter-in-law. Mikoto chuckled behind her hand, her jest unexpectedly prompting a contemplative expression from Fugaku. Well, if they truly wish to be together, it would not be impossible. After all, we have Sasuke to carry on the family line. Sakura, mid-sip of tea, nearly choked, exclaiming, is Fugaku truly contemplating such things? Itachi already has a girlfriend. What nonsense are you spouting? Mikoto replied, exasperated. Isn't Izumi a wonderful girl? Indeed, Izumi is quite lovely, but I merely wanted to hear Itachi's thoughts on the matter. As long as he is happy, that's what matters. Fugaku scratched his nose, considering Izumi's strong abilities and good nature, and how well she complimented Itachi. However, he feared that should Itachi suddenly decide to pursue a relationship with Shisui, he would need to address it beforehand. Father, mother, could you kindly cease your wild speculations? Izumi and I are already together, and my relationship with Shisui is purely that of teacher and friend, Itachi explained. Feeling exasperated, if Izumi were to hear this, she might misconstrue his intentions entirely. Enough of this chatter. Shisui, please share the information you have gathered. Sakura cast her gaze upon Uchiha Shisui. Just moments ago, when Shisui had returned, he had already visited the elders of the Uchiha clan to inquire with Jinjutsu, and there should be results by now. We have all been deceived. Itachi's face bore an uncontrollable fury. Danzo had informed us that the Uchiha clan was plotting a coup, which was utterly false. I just utilized my Sharingan to control the Grand Elder and discovered that he and a few others had struck a deal with Danzo. As long as they assisted him in obtaining the position of Hokage, he would grant them the same power as the elders of Konoha and the Umbu. The so-called evidence of rebellion and the matters we had uncovered were all staged for our benefit. At that time, the elders of the Uchiha clan would initiate the coup, with Danzo's roots providing support, annihilating the third Hokage's faction, and Konoha would become the realm of the two factions. What? Uchiha Itachi was nearly rendered speechless. After all this time, it turned out there were traitors within the Uchiha clan collaborating with Danzo. And no wonder every time we investigated the evidence of Uchiha's rebellion, it was so coincidentally uncovered quickly. I said, Uncle Fugaku, are the elders of the Uchiha clan truly so foolish? Sakura could not help but applaud the stupidity of these elders. How could they be so gullible as to believe Danzo's words? Chapter 68, Discussing Countermeasures, 4th Update. Who is that scoundrel Danzo? He is notorious for being cunning, known as the shadow of the ninja world, and most critically, within Konoha, anyone with even a modicum of intelligence knows how desperately he craves the Hokage position. His desire for control over power has reached a pathological level. Even the third Hokage sometimes cannot manage the route. That the Uchiha clan's imbeciles would believe Danzo could share power with them? Moreover, the agreement Danzo struck with them was clearly a trap, compelling the Uchiha to act first. With Root assisting from the sidelines, it is likely that as soon as the Uchiha show any signs of action, Danzo would eliminate them. Sakura spoke bluntly, illustrating Danzo's obsession with the Hokage position. Anyone with a semblance of status knows that a person like him promising to relinquish power upon becoming Hokage is only something the foolish elders of the Uchiha clan would believe. The crux is that the agreement with Danzo clearly involves the Uchiha clan acting first, which plainly indicates they're being used as cannon fodder. Furthermore, once the Uchiha reveal any inclination to act, not to mention Danzo, even the third Hokage could intervene to annihilate them. Even if they succeeded, Danzo would likely use the excuse of the Uchiha's rebellion to eliminate them. The expressions of Uchiha Fugaku and the others darkened. Anyone could see that this was a trap set deliberately by Danzo, that if the Uchiha lost, they would be wiped out. If they won, Danzo would use the coup as justification to eradicate them, and no one would speak against it. Thus, once the Uchiha initiated the coup, regardless of the outcome, they would ultimately face demise. These fools, these idiots. Uchiha Fugaku was nearly driven to the brink of fury. He had been striving to improve relations between the Uchiha and Konoha, only to discover such a group of hindrances within his own clan. What should we do next? Uchiha Itachi asked solemnly, realizing the complexity of the situation. However, since the Uchiha were not genuinely inclined to rebel, Itachi felt considerably relieved. I have already made arrangements. Since Danzo wishes for the Uchiha clan to be exterminated, we shall fulfill his wish and allow the Uchiha clan to be exterminated. Sakura declared, I have already set everything in motion. Shisui, Sakura called out, and Shisui understood, quickly retrieving a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch. This scroll contained the corpses of some bandits I had instructed Shisui to eliminate, the number precisely matching that of Uncle Fugaku's clansmen. On the day the extermination plan commences, I will envelop the entire Uchiha clan's residence in a mental barrier, at which point I will transform the appearances of these corpses to resemble Uchiha clansmen. The real Uchiha will leave with Uncle Fugaku, while these corpses will serve as substitutes for those who have perished. Before Uchiha Itachi and the others could inquire further, Sakura took the initiative to explain. This was her gift prepared for Danzo. These corpses, altered using the reality gem, would even manifest identical Sharingan, but this Sharingan would rely on her power for maintenance. Once Sakura dissipated the power of the reality gem, the altered Sharingan would instantly revert to their original state, leaving Danzo to stare blankly at ordinary eyes. All the clansmen will leave together? Uchiha Itachi thought of the elders who wished to instigate a coup, filled with disdain. Of course not. Those we take with us will be the Uchiha who desire to coexist peacefully with Konoha. As for those intent on self-destruction, let them meet their demise. Sakura harbored no sympathy for those fools. However, this plan will require some sacrifice from you. Itachi, Sakura said apologetically, tea that time. Danzo will surely find someone to take the blame. And you, Itachi, will bear the infamy of the clan's extermination. It's fine. It's merely a reputation. Uchiha, Itachi replied nonchalantly, seizing the opportunity to fulfill the mission entrusted to him by the third Hokage. It pertains to the Akatsuki organization, right? Sakura naturally understood the task assigned to Uchiha Itachi by the third Hokage. It was a pity that the third Hokage was unaware that the mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization, Obito, had always been aware of Itachi's intentions in joining the Akatsuki. After all, he had invited him himself. Moreover, In the original narrative, the one who truly executed the extermination of the Uchiha was Obito. Very few truly perished at Itachi's hands. Indeed, Uchiha, Itachi nodded solemnly, uncertain of how to address the masked man. Not long ago, a masked man claiming to be Uchiha Madara approached me and invited me to join the Akatsuki. According to the third Hokage, the Akatsuki organization is likely connected to the Kyuubi incident of yore. I was originally pondering how to become a rogue ninja, and subsequently join the Akatsuki. Now it appears to be a seamless transition. Uchiha Madara, both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, as well as Uchiha Mikoto, were taken aback. This name represented the glory of the Uchiha clan, yet was also regarded as a source of shame by many Uchiha clansmen, as the Uchiha had long been ostracized by the Hokage faction due to Uchiha Madara's actions. He is not Uchiha Madara, Sakura reassured them, instilling a sense of calm. He shares some connection to Uchiha Madara, but he is not Madara himself. The AS of specifics is still too early to disclose. As long as he is not Uchiha Madara, that is sufficient. Uchiha Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to someone who did not even dare to reveal his face, he preferred to trust Sakura. Shisui's eyes had already fallen into Danzo's hands. It was likely that the time until Danzo's extermination plan would not be long. When Danzo proposed the extermination plan, he would likely present you with two choices: either annihilate the entire Uchiha or leave only Sasuke. At that point, you would simply need to choose the latter. Sakura appeared to be in full control of the situation, as if she were fanning herself with a folding fan. She was acutely aware of Danzo's intentions. For a time traveler, the plot often serves as the greatest trump card to keep Sasuke in Konoha. Uchiha Itachi felt conflicted. The mere thought of leaving Sasuke alone in Konoha caused him heartache. You can rest easy, Itachi. Sasuke will be cared for by us. Sakura secretly rolled her eyes at the brotherly obsession of this madman. In the original narrative, you had directly subjected your younger brother to Tsukuyami. Why were you not worried he could not endure it then? Chapter 69. On how to artificially activate the Manjiki Sharingan, 5th update. In any case, you need not worry about Sasuke's safety, with me watching over him. And as a spy infiltrating the Akatsuki, the third Hokage will surely take measures to ensure Sasuke's safety. Sakura was not concerned about how the third Hokage would treat Sasuke, even if Danzo intended to target Sasuke. It would depend on the third Hokage's approval. The third Hokage was not as foolish as Danzo. Whether out of guilt or a desire to use Sasuke as a hostage, the third Hokage would not allow any harm to come to him. Very well. Uchiha Itachi felt reassured. With Sakura and the others looking after him, Sasuke would undoubtedly be safe. However, he hesitated to ask, should we inform Sasuke of this plan? For now, let us not tell him. Sasuke is too young and immature. If he learns of this secret now, I fear he might inadvertently expose it. Sakura shook her head. Although Sasuke often appeared aloof, in reality, he was unable to conceal his inner thoughts. Moreover, being so young and inexperienced in the ways of the world, he was easily perceptible when something was amiss. That I shall wait until he graduates from the Ninja Academy to speak with him. Thus, the matter was settled. Uchiha Fugaku made the final decision. Beginning tomorrow, I shall discreetly reach out to our clan members to prepare, and when Danzo is ready to make his move, we can depart at once. Where will father settle after leaving Konoha? Itachi Uchiha inquired. I have already chosen a place for you, Sakura declared, tracing a circle on the table with her finger. A swirling blue energy erupted, opening a spatial portal. On the other side of the portal lay a world resembling a frozen wasteland. This is the land of snow. Due to its perpetual icy climate, the nation is rather impoverished and is considered inconsequential in the ninja world. When the Uchiha clan relocates here, they can develop their strength without fear. Furthermore, within the Land of Snow, there exists a snow ninja village led by the feudal lord of the Land of Snow. Fubuki Nuda. His own strength is not remarkable, yet the frigid environment allows their water techniques to manifest as ice techniques. Additionally, the Snow Ninja Village possesses a type of chakra armor that enhances the power of ninjutsu while providing formidable defense. Once you conquer the Snow Ninja Village and the Land of Snow, you might explore the chakra armor, though it shouldn't be a primary concern, as it ultimately offers little enhancement to one's own strength. Leave the conquest of the land of snow and the snow ninja village to me. Shisui immediately accepted the task. I can use Kodowa Mitsukami to control the feudal lord of the land of snow, ensuring that our arrival goes unnoticed, thus guaranteeing our safety. That method is acceptable. Once you employ Kodowa Mitsukami, just let me know, and I shall assist you in recovery, Sakura nodded. Indeed, Kodowa Mitsukami, akin to a bug-like ocular technique, was exceptionally effective at this juncture, silently altering one's consciousness. Apart from its lengthy cooldown, it was nearly flawless. Can ocular power be restored as well? Shisui asked, somewhat surprised. The cooldown for Kodowa Mitsukami extended to over a decade, rendering its consumption of ocular power terrifying. Under normal circumstances, he might use it only a few times in a lifetime, but if restoration of ocular power were indeed possible, that would be remarkable. With sufficient ocular power, no matter how formidable one's strength, they could not withstand the might of Kodowa Mitsukami. It should be possible. Sakura prepared to conduct a small experiment to observe the nature of the Manjiki Sharingan's ocular power. As long as I can discern how the ocular power of the Manjiki Sharingan is formed, I can then convert my own energy into ocular power and infuse it into your eyes. The Power Stone would enable Sakura to manipulate any energy she desired, while the Mind Stone contained vast reserves of energy. Utilizing both stones simultaneously would effortlessly create the effect of a replenishing station for the ocular power of the Manjiki Sharingan. I still possess Shisui's left eye, Itachi interjected. That if you require it, you may take it for your research. He produced a sealing scroll, opening it to reveal a small glass vial containing Shisui's eye, enveloped in a transparent solution. Just as it had been freshly extracted, I have no use for this. I'm uncertain how to study it, Sakura declined, shaking her head. She was not Orochimaru. Scientific research was not her forte. I intend to collaborate with Aunt Mikoto for an experiment to see if we can awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. This way, I can feel the changes in the ocular power and conduct further experimentation. You know how to awaken the Manjiki? Fugaku's hand trembled. That wasn't this knowledge inscribed on the Uchiha clan's ancestral tablet. How did Sakura come to know of it? I am well aware, Sakura nodded. Not only did she know the method of awakening, but she also understood the circumstances surrounding the sage of the six-path Sharingan. The Sharingan evolves when one loses their dearest loved one, requiring the bearer to endure indescribable pain to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. It must be said that behind every pair of Manjiki Sharingan lies a tragic tale. Witnessing Shisui perish before his very eyes, Itachi awakened his Manjiki Sharingan. Sasuke, having realized too late that he had wronged his brother, awakened his Manjiki in a state of profound regret. Uchiha Bito, upon witnessing the death of his beloved at the hands of his closest friend, transitioned directly from the two Tomo to the Manjiki. Each pair of Manjiki Sharingan symbolizes a shattered soul. A.S. the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, explained, the love of the Uchiha clan is both profound and fervent. Once they lose that cherished love, overwhelming negative emotions give rise to a unique chakra, facilitating the evolution of the Sharingan. It is no wonder that the Uchiha clan Sharingan is often referred to as the cursed eye or the eye of the mind's reflection. Wait, can I also awaken the Manjiki Sharingan? Mikoto Uchiha inquired, disbelief evident in her voice. For the Uchiha clan, the Manjiki Sharingan was a legendary power or realm of myth. Why not give it a try? Though Aunt Mikoto may have to endure some hardship, in order to facilitate the evolution of the Manjiki Sharingan, an abundance of negative emotions was necessary. Thus, the upcoming experiment would undoubtedly inflict considerable emotional pain upon Mikoto. Sakura felt it necessary to issue this warning. Fear not. Though I have not wielded a kunai in some time, I remain a ninja, capable of enduring a modicum of suffering. Mikoto maintained her composure. The essence of a ninja lay in their ability to withstand pain, and the prospect of enduring a bit of discomfort in exchange for immense power was, indeed, a worthwhile trade. Chapter 70. On the artificial awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan now. Please lend me a portion of your chakra. The chakra of Shisui and the others was drawn into Sakura's mindscape, and soon they found themselves standing on a verdant meadow, their surroundings transformed in an instant. What is this place? Shisui and the others were momentarily taken aback, having been in their homes just a moment ago and now finding themselves in an unfamiliar location under the light of day. This is the mindscape I have created. Through our chakra connection, we can meet here, speak freely, and not worry about being overheard. Sakura explained the purpose of the mindscape. From now on, if Uncle Fugaku wished to communicate with the clan while residing in the land of snow, or if Brother Itachi needed to contact the Akatsuki, they could do so directly through this mindscape. This place is truly remarkable, Itachi observed, examining the soil, grass, and the sun above, all indistinguishable from reality. Moreover, one could train here. The mindscape exists as an extension of the inner world. Within this realm, all of one's powers can be utilized without concern for bodily injuries or energy depletion. Henceforth, Brother Itachi, you can train the power of the Manjiki Sharingan here, without worrying about ocular power consumption. Just as in the original storyline, when Naruto battled the Nine Tails for a chakra, he activated Sage Mode with merely a thought. The mindscape relies on one's inner self. As long as one possesses and understands their powers, they can be fully expressed here. There's truly no limit to ocular power. Itachi thought, his eyes transforming instantly into the Manjiki form. The crimson chakra enveloped his body, and a look of delight crossed his face as he sensed an inexhaustible flow of ocular power. Moreover, he felt no discomfort while utilizing Susanoo. Brother Itachi is indeed a genius of the Uchiha clan. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Sakura's eyes. It had been but a brief time since Itachi awakened his Manjiki. Yet he was already able to summon Susanoo, albeit in a form that only enveloped his ribcage and one arm. This was indeed an impressive feat now. I shall attempt to help Aunt Mikoto awaken her Manjiki. Sakura waved her hand, conjuring a large screen in the air. That I will use an illusion to penetrate Aunt Mikoto's mind, allowing us to witness everything she experiences, facilitating our adjustments as needed. The power of the Mind Stone silently infiltrated the heart of Uchiha Mikoto. A fleeting flash of light illuminated the screen in the sky, revealing her figure. I could see this moment. It was the day of Sasuke's birth. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi simultaneously recognized the scene displayed on the screen, which was none other than the interior of Konoha Hospital. Within the confines of the screen, Uchiha Mikoto lay in her hospital room, gritting her teeth against the pain. Under the influence of the Mind Stone, all her subsequent memories had been sealed, and in her mind, she was on the verge of giving birth. The excruciating pain surged through her nerves like relentless waves, yet the thought of her second son's imminent arrival filled Uchiha Mikoto with joy, momentarily alleviating her suffering. Was my mother in such anguish when she bore me? Uchiha Itachi gazed at the scene of Uchiha Mikoto enduring her pain, his heart deeply stirred. Is this the birth of new life? Indeed, childbirth is inherently a painful ordeal. Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists, reflecting on Uchiha Mikoto's two experiences of childbirth, feeling a profound sense of sorrow. As a ninja, he could endure being pierced by swords without a cry. Yet the agony of childbirth rendered one to scream in torment, underscoring the intensity of such pain. Amidst the joy of her second child's impending birth, Uchiha Mikoto suddenly overheard the hushed conversation of two nurses nearby. The Uchiha clan leader is truly a scoundrel. While his wife is here giving birth, he is out shopping and laughing with other women, utterly oblivious to the pain his wife endures. Indeed, I heard that long ago. The Uchiha clan leader had entangled relationships with several women. Yes, he feigns concern for his wife, appearing devoted and caring, yet the moment he leaves the hospital, he is all smiles with other women. The whispers reached Uchiha Mikoto's ears, leaving her momentarily stunned. Fugaku has been unfaithful. Here I am, laboring to give birth, and he is gallivanting with other women. In an instant, the nurse's murmurs chilled her heart, and she admonished herself not to overthink it. Fugaku loves her. Yet, for reasons unknown, their words echoed incessantly in her mind, driving her to the brink of madness. The physical pain had lessened, but the anguish deep within her soul tormented her like a venomous poison. Surely, I am overreacting. Perhaps the pain has induced delusions. After all, doctors say pregnant women are prone to rapid mood swings and unreasonable thoughts. Yes, that must be it. I am only imagining things due to my pregnancy. Don't look at me like that. I have not. In the outside world, Uchiha Fugaku faced the piercing gaze of his eldest son and the furtive, disdainful glance from Uchiha Shisui, his face darkening. When did he ever have an affair? He had remained steadfastly outside the delivery room, not even shifting his feet. Cough. This is an illusion, a fabricated scenario I created for Aunt Mikoto, intended to stimulate her emotions. Do not take it seriously. Sakura chimed in, and as Fugaku's expression softened, she added quietly, however, art often springs from life. Uchiha Fugaku transformed into a figure of indignation, his face dark as a pot's bottom. How could he explain to his son that he had never engaged in such despicable actions? Chapter 71. A heart-wrenching love story. The scene on the screen continued to unfold. Uchiha Mikoto, having successfully given birth, felt her vision fade to black as she succumbed to unconsciousness. When she regained her senses, she sensed two individuals moving about nearby. It seems the previous events were indeed mere hallucinations. Fugaku and Itachi should welcome this child arrival, she thought, as she opened her eyes. However, instead of the expected figures of Fugaku and Itachi, she was met by two nurses, their backs turned to her as they tidied up. Oh, the wife of the Uchiha clan leader truly has a hard lot, encountering such a scoundrel, remarked the nurse on the left, her voice barely above a whisper. She has been unconscious for 2 days, and not once has the clan leader shown concern for her, lying here all alone. Indeed, not only does he neglect his wife, but he also seems indifferent to their newborn son, as though the child is not his. The nurse on the right murmured in agreement. For 2 days, only her eldest son had visited her. While the newborn was cared for by him, the once prominent wife of the Uchiha clan had fallen to such depths. How unpredictable life can be. In the realm of aristocracy, such matters are commonplace. When compared to a heavily pregnant woman, the clan leader would naturally prefer the company of young and beautiful maidens. The left nurse scoffed. Exactly. I once witnessed the clan leader emerging from the delivery room, having just spoken with his wife, only to embrace a young girl outside. The intimacy of that moment was something to behold. I hear many nurses in this hospital have had affairs with the Uchiha clan leader. Several times, they would enter the delivery room under the pretense of checking on the clan leader's wife, all the while seeking thrills, distracting her while others engaged with the clan leader. What a fool. Her husband shamelessly flirts with other women, and she remains blissfully unaware. The two nurses finished tidying the room and exited, completely oblivious to Uchiha Mikoto's awakening. Uchiha Mikoto lay rigidly in her bed, her spirit seemingly extinguished. What had she just heard? Her husband, who professed his love for her, had indeed been unfaithful, and had even flirted with nurses in her presence. Tears streamed down her cheeks as the three-tomo Sharingan quietly manifested, though she remained unaware of the change. This is slander, a vile accusation. Uchiha Fugaku's teeth nearly ground to dust, especially under the furtive gaze of Uchiha Shisui, which ignited a desire to strike. I know. Uchiha Itachi's expression was stoic. He understood that the events depicted were fabrications. His father had been by their mother's side during her labor, never straying from the entrance of the delivery room, and had remained close even after Sasuke's birth. Yet, despite knowing the truth, a disquiet lingered within him. The vividness of the scene was overwhelming. Uncle Fugaku, do not fret. This is unavoidable. For the sake of Aunt Mikoto's Mangeki Sharingan, you must endure. After all, her memories are sealed by me. Once the illusion is dispelled, all will be well. Sakura consoled Uchiha Fugaku, assuring him that it was merely a fabricated illusion. Though Uchiha Fugaku felt a swell of discontent, he had no choice but to endure the unfolding scene. I must confront Fugaku directly. In the vision, Uchiha Mikoto's eyes gleamed with determination as she suppressed her sorrow. She could not believe that Uchiha Fugaku would act in such a manner. She had to uncover the truth. See? Mikoto continues to believe in me, Uchiha Fugaku thought, his heart swelling with joy as he noticed Uchiha Mikoto's murmured words. The door to the hospital room swung open, revealing a 5-year-old Uchiha Itachi cradling a small infant in his arms. Itachi has arrived. Uchiha Mikoto managed a strained smile upon seeing Uchiha Itachi. Bring the baby over. Let me see him. Mother, Why does my little brother look like this? Uchiha Itachi pressed his lips together as he handed over Sasuke, whose dark skin contrasted sharply with the Uchiha lineage. Why has Sasuke turned out this way? The scene remained still, yet outside, Uchiha Itachi could no longer contain himself. The visage before him unmistakably resembled a newborn Sasuke. But what was with that skin tone? Ah, artistic creation, such as the plight of artistry. Sakura chuckled sheepishly. She had meticulously orchestrated this plot to evoke despair and suffering in Uchiha Mikoto, aiming to awaken her Manjiki Sharingan. Sigh, I must endure this for Mikoto's sake. Uchiha Fugaku longed to confront Sakura, but recalling that all of this was but a fabrication and that his ultimate goal was to assist Uchiha Mikoto in enhancing her abilities, he could only suppress his frustration. He is not your brother. In the unfolding scene, Uchiha Mikoto, still in a state of shock and disbelief, had yet to utter a word when the door to the hospital room was forcefully flung open, revealing a furious Uchiha Fugaku. Husband, what did you say? Sasuke is our son. Uchiha Mikoto's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Uchiha Fugaku. No, had they not yet settled on a name for their child? Why call him Sasuke? Yet, she decided it was inconsequential. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that she had managed to gloss over the earlier blunder with the soul gem. How could I, Uchiha Fugaku, possibly have a son from the village hidden in the clouds? In the scene, Uchiha Fugaku's expression was icy, his gaze toward Uchiha Mikoto filled with distance and disdain. Husband, I cannot fathom why, but Sasuke is truly your child. Uchiha Mikoto's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. She was utterly bewildered by the situation. Why had her child turned out this way? Why could even Fugaku not believe her? Chapter 72. A Grand Tale of Tragic Love. He is not my son. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku reached out and snatched the unlucky version of Sasuke, forcefully hurling him to the ground. Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, watching the spectacle unfold, gasped, a sharp pain piercing his chest, nearly causing him to collapse. I say, enough is enough. Your obsession with your brother is beyond reason, Sakura lamented, her head filled with dark thoughts. Itachi's fixation on his brother seemed irredeemable. Could it be that every pair of brothers from the Uchiha clan harbored such a flaw? I know this is an illusion, a fabrication, yet I cannot help myself. Uchiha Itachi chuckled awkwardly. Such genuine emotions were beyond his control. Can someone explain this to me? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the screen, his teeth nearly grinding sparks. Why must I always play the villain in these illusions? Fugaku seethed. While he was cold toward enemies, he was gentle with family. Why did he have to become a scoundrel in this illusion? Alas, it is because Aunt Mikoto desires this to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. One must endure the agony of losing a loved one, and instilling despair in Mikoto is merely the first step. Fear not. Your character will experience a reversal later on, Sakura assured him. If it were only this, it would never suffice to make Uchiha Mikoto feel the pain of losing a loved one. However, the potency of a plot is amplified only after a twist. In the scene, Uchiha Mikoto wept uncontrollably, helplessly watching as her husband cast their second son to the floor. She yearned to intervene, but her body, weakened from childbirth, failed her, causing her to fall from the bed. The pain was intense, yet the physical hurt could never rival the anguish in her heart. Humph! The Fugaku of the illusion snorted derisively, departing the hospital room, while Uchiha Itachi left with an expressionless demeanor, leaving Uchiha Mikoto alone on the cold floor, silently weeping. The screen displayed a series of rapid changes, showing Uchiha Fugaku reveling with other women in Konoha, even engaging in excessive behavior before Uchiha Mikoto. Uchiha Itachi's smile vanished as he witnessed his mother being scrutinized and pointed at by both Uchiha clan members and others from Konoha. Overnight, she seemed to transform into a target of universal scorn. Days passed, and Uchiha Mikoto watched as Uchiha Fugaku frolicked with other women, her heart sinking into a hollow state. When would the plot finally twist? Uchiha Fugaku, observing the scene, grew restless. If this continued, would Mikoto be unable to distinguish between illusion and reality upon awakening, and then confront him in fury? It has begun. Sakura's lips curled into a smile. Only with a reversal could the impact of the story be truly profound. In the scene, Uchiha Mikoto confined herself to a small, dim room, her gaze vacant. Yet the three tomo spinning slowly in her eyes went unnoticed, as if everyone had overlooked this detail. One deep night, the Uchiha clan's encampment erupted in a cacophony of battle cries. Flames and explosions reverberated within the compound, the wails of the wounded reaching Uchiha Mikoto's ears, stirring a flicker of emotion within her. Mikoto, clad in ninja attire, Uchiha Fugaku entered with a composed demeanor. Clutching two sealing scrolls, "Mikoto, listen to me. You must leave this place immediately, flee Konoha, and do not return." "What?" Uchiha Mikoto's expression became dazed. Was he casting her out? "I am sorry, Mikoto. I have put you through so much." Uchiha Fugaku suddenly embraced Uchiha Mikoto tightly, whispering in her ear, "Konoha has turned against the Uchiha clan to safeguard our legacy. I have secretly sent Sasuke away. That child was a ruse that I acted selfishly, hoping to create an opportunity for you to escape and care for Sasuke. I must feign a performance to draw your attention away from everyone else that I will hold them back. You must run and find a secluded place to live well with Sasuke." Fugaku's words struck Uchiha Mikoto with shock. Was everything an illusion? Tell Sasuke that his father loves him dearly, and if there is a next life, I wish to be your husband again. Uchiha Fugaku placed a kiss on Mikoto's forehead, resolutely turning to leave. "Fugaku!" Uchiha Mikoto stumbled to her feet and rushed to the door, only to witness Uchiha Fugaku pierced by multiple blades. That moment, Fugaku turned his head slightly, a bloodied smile gracing his lips as he whispered, "I love you." Time seemed to freeze as everything halted, yet the three tomo in Uchiha Mikoto's eyes began to spin furiously, ultimately transforming into the emblem of a four-pointed shuriken. The blows she had endured, the grievances, the suffering, and the despair culminated in this final moment of reversal. The truth was that all prior tribulations had been for her protection. Just as hope flickered to life, she witnessed her devoted husband perish before her eyes, gently uttering his love as his last words. The tumult of emotions within her heart finally compelled Uchiha Mikoto to awaken her Manjiki Sharingan. Why must I meet such a tragic end? Uchiha Fugaku lamented, frustrated that he had only just redeemed himself before meeting such a ghastly fate, pierced through by several assailants. If you had not perished, Aunt Mikoto's emotions would not have surged so violently. After enduring so much despair, a glimmer of hope surged when you redeemed yourself, only for it to be crushed when you sacrificed yourself. The agony of witnessing your last confession deepened her pain, layering it until it ultimately drove her to awaken her Manjiki Sharingan, Sakura explained, then smirked mischievously. "However, Uncle Fugaku, your current concern should not be this, but rather Aunt Mikoto. The recent emotional upheaval could lead to a drastic change in her character. You must quickly reach out to her, allowing her to feel your love to help stabilize her spirit." "What?" Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow that if he harmed Uchiha Mikoto, then awakening her Manjiki Sharingan would be futile. "Go now." Sakura shot him a knowing glance. "Quickly take Aunt Mikoto back to the room and comfort her. Perhaps you might even welcome a brother or sister for Sasuke." Chapter 73. The sweeter the present, the more painful the future. Uchiha Fugaku scooped up Uchiha Mikoto, who was weeping against his chest, and carried her to the bedroom. Sakura, with a sly glint in her eye, stealthily followed in the direction Fugaku had departed. "What are you planning to do?" Uchiha Itachi abruptly seized Sakura, an instinctual urge warning him that she might be up to no good. "That aren't you curious?" Sakura inquired with a mischievous grin. "Doesn't Big Brother Itachi wish to know how Uncle Fugaku comforted Aunt Mikoto?" "Not in the slightest." Uchiha Itachi remained unmoved. Although merely 13, he was far from naive. He had no interest in eavesdropping, especially not on the private matters of his own father. "Very well, then. I am quite eager to hear what tender words could possibly escape the lips of the ever-serious Uncle Fugaku," Sakura remarked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Uchiha Fugaku had always maintained a particularly stern demeanor. It seemed unlikely that such a person could offer comforting, romantic sentiments. "However, Big Brother Itachi, could you kindly summon Sister Izumi? I wish to see if we can awaken her Manjiki Sharingan," Sakura added, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Sister Izumi currently possesses only a 3-tomo Sharingan alongside her unique ability of the railgun. The future is bound to be tumultuous, and we must hasten her strength. Well, Izumi is still young. There's no need to rush. Uchiha Itachi's gaze flickered nervously. The recent events in his mindscape involving his father were rather difficult for him to fathom. If such a scenario were to repeat itself, with him as the protagonist, it would surely drive him to madness. Rest assured, big brother Itachi, I won't employ that same storyline again. Repeating the same plot twice is quite dull. Sakura assured him, fully aware of Itachi's concerns. This time, she planned to take a different approach. Having watched countless heart-wrenching dramas and novels in her past life, crafting such narratives was a simple endeavor. With a little help from the Mind Gem to amplify Uchiha Izumi's emotions, she was confident it would trigger her Manjiki Sharingan. After a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Itachi finally relented and turned to seek out Uchiha Izumi. In the mindscape, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, and Sakura stood together, while Uchiha Izumi sat cross-legged on the ground. Her eyes closed as a flurry of snowflakes danced across the screen above, and a figure materialized. Is this the Ninja Academy? Uchiha Itachi and Shisui recognized instantly. The scene depicted was indeed a classroom within the academy. In the footage, Uchiha Izumi subtly cast glances at the seated Uchiha Itachi, only to quickly avert her gaze as he turned to look at her, embodying the demeanor of an enamored girl, which secretly pleased Itachi as the narrative unfolded. Uchiha Izumi, who harbored feelings for Uchiha Itachi, found herself assigned to the same class upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, causing their relationship to evolve gradually. The age of my graduation is incorrect. Uchiha Itachi frowned, having not attended the academy for long. He had awakened his Sharingan early and graduated ahead of schedule. Come on, big brother Itachi. This is an illusion. It can't possibly mirror reality, Sakura exclaimed, covering her face. If we played by reality, there would be no room for deep, poignant love. Uchiha Shisui stood to the side, his smile appearing somewhat strained. Why did he feel so uncomfortable watching the unfolding scene? In the footage, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi exhibited remarkable synergy, often understanding each other with just a glance during missions. In their leisure time, they frequently visited the dumpling shop together, strolled by the river, and even trained side by side, with pink bubbles nearly overflowing the screen. Shisui rubbed his somewhat stiff face, realizing he had unwittingly come to observe this couple's romantic escapades. As a single man, he felt the sting of loneliness. While he remained unattached, Uchiha Itachi had already found a girlfriend and solidified their relationship, leaving him with a profound sense of sorrow. Is there any anguish to be found in this storyline? Uchiha Itachi questioned. Perplexed, he found the scenario overwhelmingly sweet. How could it possibly evoke pain? Big brother Itachi, have you ever heard the saying? Sakura grinned mischievously. Will not be deceived by the surface. The sweeter the current plot, the more torturous the future will be. If it isn't sweet now, the later suffering will lack any impact. Moreover, I believe big brother Itachi could learn a thing or two from the illusionary version of himself on how to woo a girl. While sister Izumi adores you, if you remain unaware of romance, she might leave you one day. Remember, disappointment in a relationship accumulates gradually. Even the strongest love can be dulled by the weight of unmet expectations. Cherish your loved ones, create little surprises for her, and nurture the details of your relationship. Only then can love endure. Sakura spoke with the authority of a romance expert, while Uchiha Shisui discreetly perked up his ears, eager to glean wisdom for his future endeavors. Show her more concern. Uchiha Itachi pondered thoughtfully, resolving to take Uchiha Izumi on a shopping trip the following day to strengthen their bond. In the footage, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi finally solidified their relationship, embracing tightly beneath the moonlight. The scene was both beautiful and harmonious, time ticking away as they reached the age for discussing marriage. Everything was so idyllic. It felt like a dream. However, such bliss was destined to be fleeting. Dreams inevitably come to an end. During a mission, they encountered a man clad in a one-eyed mask who proved to be immensely powerful. All their comrades were slain in an instant, leaving only Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi. The masked man presented them with a harrowing choice. Should one kill the other? the survivor would live. Uchiha Izumi resolved to sacrifice herself, but just then, Uchiha Itachi charged at her, weapon in hand, leaving her momentarily stunned. The sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed as Uchiha Izumi stared in shock at the one who had embraced her. Izumi, live on. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, as Uchiha Itachi impaled himself on Izumi's blade, eye in her eyes. The three tomos spun rapidly. The anguish of having slain her beloved awakened her Manjiki Sharingan. The three ebony circles on the periphery connected by a dark line through the pupil. Chapter 74. The Uchiha Clan's Annihilation. First update: Uchiha Itachi returned, cradling Uchiha Izumi, who remained somewhat immersed in the illusion. Shisui gazed at the round moon above, a wave of desolation flooding his heart. Brother Shisui, what expression is that? Sakura asked, unable to suppress a chuckle at the sight of Shisui's sorrowful demeanor. Was he contemplating becoming a brooding artist? I am pondering whether to take the time to find a girlfriend. Shisui replied earnestly, stroking his chin. The events of the evening, involving both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, as well as Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi, had profoundly impacted him. You can do it. I believe in you, Sakura encouraged, stifling her laughter. Unexpectedly, there were unforeseen gains this evening. Originally, Uchiha Shisui had perished early on, never even holding a girl's hand, let alone having a girlfriend. This lifetime, however, his fate had shifted, and it was indeed time for him to seek companionship, and perhaps even a little Shisui of his own. Possibly influenced by the illusion, Uchiha Itachi spent the following days not in the Umbu, but accompanying Uchiha Izumi on leisurely outings around the village. The sugary atmosphere soured Sasuke's mood considerably. What on earth is going on with my brother lately? Sasuke mused, his teeth clenched in irritation. He suddenly seems so close to Sister Izumi, and now my parents are all lovey-dovey too. The thought of his current home life made Sasuke cringe. If this continued, he felt he might eventually be driven to madness. That you'll get used to it. Cherish this time while you conduct in the coming years. You won't have a chance to see them anymore. Sakura sighed quietly, pondering how Sasuke would feel when he eventually learned the truth about the clan's annihilation. Sakura, shall we go on a date too? Naruto suddenly approached Sakura, his face brimming with anticipation. I noticed big brother Itachi and sister Izumi seemed so happy on their date. Of course, couples enjoy their outings. Sakura rolled her eyes. As for us, what business do two children have with dating? Because I like Sakura. Naruto stammered, his cheeks flushed. He could never forget that day under the sun when Sakura earnestly assured him he wasn't a fox demon. Children shouldn't overthink things. You're only 7 years old. What do you understand about love? What you call love at a young age is merely impulsive. True love is that which can withstand the test of time. Regarding the precociousness of children in the world of ninjas, Sakura has gained considerable insight. However, upon witnessing Naruto's expression of disappointment, she ultimately found herself softening. Well, if you wish to go shopping, I shall accompany you. After all, you are growing every day, and it is only fitting that I prepare a few new outfits for you. Turning to Sasuke, who was resting with his eyes closed, she inquired, Are you coming along? I can assist you with outfit coordination. I'm not going. Sasuke responded, irritation evident as veins throbbed on his forehead. His elder brother was perpetually out and about with Izumi, while their parents were at home, indulging in their own affections, leaving him, a solitary dog, to confront the relentless storm of loneliness. The thought of enduring more of his companion's affectionate displays was truly unbearable. And by the way, my name is Uchiha Sasuke, not Heir Juzi. Could you refrain from calling me by such ridiculous nicknames? What? Afraid that this nickname will tarnish your image at school? Worried that those little fangirls might abandon you? Sakura rolled her eyes. Although she had altered some aspects of their lives, others remained unchanged. For instance, Sasuke's popularity. Ever since he stepped foot in the school, he had become the idol of every girl that, of course, this did not include her. Ino, or Hinata, as they were well aware of his brother complex. They knew that whenever Itachi was mentioned, Sasuke would transform into a doting elder brother, chattering for ages, completely disregarding his usual cold demeanor. I certainly do not relish being pursued by them. Sasuke scoffed. His perpetual coolness was meant to deter unwanted attention. Yet ironically, it had the opposite effect, only enhancing his allure. Such a contradiction. Sakura muttered under her breath. Well aware of his true feelings, despite his claims of disdain, being admired by so many did indeed bring him joy. After all, he was merely a 7-year-old child, untouched by the tribulations of the world. After spending an entire day shopping with Naruto, Sakura learned in the evening that Sasuke had been detained by Irika-sensei. Realization dawned upon her. Tonight was likely the night of the Uchiha massacre. Outside the Uchiha clan's residence, Itachi stood expressionless, clad in his umbu attire, his crimson eyes radiating a murderous intent. Itachi is truly ruthless. He intends to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan. Suddenly, a distortion in space occurred. An Uchiha Bito, masked and speaking in a lowered tone, appeared beside Itachi. He was fully aware of Itachi's role as a spy for the third Hokage, yet he chose to remain silent. While they plot a coup, their fates are already sealed. Itachi's expression remained unchanged. Under Danzo's machinations, even the third Hokage had been led to believe that the Uchiha clan was conspiring to rebel, a misconception fueled by genuine evidence from the clan's elders. Itachi-kun truly embodies the will of fire, Obito thought, a profound melancholy flickering behind his mask. Once, he too had aspired to be a Hokage, a passionate youth with dreams, but the capriciousness of fate had twisted him into his current self, drenched in blood and unable to turn back. Yet once the Moon Eye plan was realized, perhaps he would finally reunite with Rin. The will of fire, you say? Itachi's lips curled slightly, a hint of derision glimmering in his deep-set eyes. Konoha was indeed a worthy objective to protect, but the faction led by Danzo was not among those he wished to safeguard. As they conversed, the two made their way toward the Uchiha clan's residence, followed by a group of root ninjas in silence. Chapter 75. The Uchiha clan's annihilation. Upon entering the Uchiha clan's territory, Obito suddenly halted, standing dumbfounded as those loyal to Danzo ceased their movements as well. Itachi, however, appeared oblivious, continuing his path home. Are you all planning to move? Sakura remarked, observing the Uchiha clansmen struggling under heavy loads. If you intend to leave in secrecy, carrying so much luggage makes it glaringly obvious that something is amiss. Just take the essentials. Everything else can be purchased anew in the land of snow. Uchiha Fugaku commanded, prompting the group to reluctantly return their belongings and instead gather only necessary items, such as money and ninja tools. Outside the courtyard, another group stood lifelessly, their eyes devoid of spirit. As each Uchiha clansman passed by, they cast disdainful glances at these individuals. Had it not been for their treacherous actions and attempts at rebellion, they would not have been forced to flee, and soon they would be unable to relish the adoration of their fangirls in the land of snow. This ruse had been concocted by Sakura and Uchiha Fugaku. Moving without reason would leave the clansmen unhappy, necessitating scapegoats for their frustrations, and naturally, the elders bore the brunt of this blame. Sakura's genjutsu is truly remarkable. Shisui marveled as he sensed the stagnant chakra at the edge of the residence. Not too shabby, Sakura replied, her eyes closed. The powers of the Mind Stone and the Soul Stone permeated the Uchiha clan's territory, ensnaring both Obito and the root ninjas in her fabricated illusion. Fugaku have the bodies placed where they belong. I will disguise them, Sakura declared, and Fugaku promptly directed the clansmen to claim the bodies, each taking one to replace themselves, while the elders were dispatched without pity to their rightful places. Once everything was prepared, Sakura abruptly opened her eyes, a vivid red light swirling within them, the distinction between sclera and pupil fading into a sea of crimson, as if the very light would burst forth from her eye sockets. Reality, rewritten. The Reality Stone possessed the power to transform fantasy into existence, and under Sakura's control, the Uchiha clan's residence rapidly morphed. Blood stained the walls and streets, reminiscent of a fierce battle, while the corpses scattered about bore striking resemblances to the departing Uchiha clansmen. Their expressions eerily lifelike. Blood flowed beneath their feet, kunai and shuriken littered the ground, and the houses displayed varying degrees of destruction, all signs of a recent conflict. With a sigh, Sakura's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Shisui rushed to support her. Are you all right? He asked, concern etched across his face. That I'm fine, Sakura responded weakly. The immense power of the Infinity Stones could erode the human body, Even a mere touch could shred an ordinary person to bits. While the stones would not actively harm her, overuse could still inflict damage. Having forcibly reshaped the entire Uchiha clan's residence to her vision, alongside the burden of maintaining the Jinjutsu barrier, had left Sakura utterly drained. "If you're not well, we could break through ourselves. You don't seem to be in good condition." Itachi and the others expressed their worries, as Sakura had always projected boundless energy. "Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. I merely overexerted myself temporarily," she reassured them with a strained smile. With Shisui's assistance, she stood and gestured to the void before her, tracing a circle with her right hand. A large spatial portal opened, enveloped in a soft blue energy that stabilized the entrance. "All right, the spatial portal is ready. Fugakuwajisan, you may lead the clansmen through. Thank you for your efforts." After expressing his gratitude, Fugaku guided the clansmen into the portal one by one. "Had it not been for you, the Uchiha clan would likely have faced annihilation tonight," inhaling the metallic scent of blood that lingered at the tip of his nose. Shisui felt a profound sense of reflection. Were it not for Sakura, he mused, their fates would have mirrored that of the elders. True death. The Uchiha clan ought not to be annihilated, and neither should Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha be subjected to the grim destiny depicted in the original narrative. A glance at Itachi, who was exchanging tender farewells with Izumi Uchiha, brought a wave of relief to Sakura's heart. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly altered the destinies of so many. Hinata Niji had survived. Shisui had lived. Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha were unharmed. Izumi was safe, and Itachi had found a genuine romantic partner. The Uchiha clan had not faced extinction, and the Sasuke of the future would not be condemned to a life of vengeance and regret. Sasuke would soon return, prompting me to dispel the barrier. From here on, the remaining matters would rest upon Itachi's shoulders. Shisui and Izumi turned to step into the space portal, leaving only Sakura and Itachi in the courtyard. "I understand." Itachi nodded, closing his eyes to recalibrate his mindset. In an instant, he transformed from the amiable, neighborly youth into a merciless, cold-blooded harbinger of doom. Itachi's resolve was indeed formidable. Once the barrier was lifted, Obito awakened, yet with false memories implanted in his mind. He exhibited no signs of discontent. In his recollections, every member of the Uchiha clan had been slaughtered. He could even harden his heart against his own parents. Itachi offered no response, merely casting a glance at Obito through his Manjiki Sharingan. The sorrow in his eyes evident, yet swiftly concealed that, "Dear brother is about to return. Itachi, do you intend to kill him outright? Or will you spare him for the sake of your future eternal Manjiki?" Obito's gaze was icy. He felt little turmoil regarding the Uchiha clan's demise, as there was no one he cared for among them. Disregarding Obito, Itachi walked away, prompting a derisive smirk from Obito as his form twisted and vanished using Kimi. Sasuke walked the path home, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Today, Irika-sensei had unusually retained him after school, a rarity for someone who consistently excelled despite his frequent absences from Sakura and the others. This peculiarity only heightened Sasuke's anxiety. "What is this odor? So repugnant." The scent in the air compelled Sasuke to cover his nose with his hand, intensifying his unease upon entering the Uchiha compound. He was struck dumb. Blood, an abundance of crimson splattered across the walls, and familiar lifeless bodies lay strewn upon the ground. These were faces he recognized, the clan members who had greeted him, the young master of the Uchiha household. A chilling breeze swept through, and the stench of blood jolted him back to reality. Overcome with dread, he hastened toward home, his heart racing. "Father, mother!" Bursting through the door, he was met with the sight of two motionless corpses. His father lay on the ground, while his mother rested in his embrace, both bearing grievous wounds in their abdomens, blood staining the floor a deep red. "Brother!" In a frenzy, Sasuke turned to flee, his eyes betraying the glimmer of the Sharingan. He had to find his brother. Surely Itachi would be safe. His parents were gone, and the clan had suffered. Just as he reached the threshold, he spotted Itachi perched atop a telephone pole, his expression inscrutable. Halting Sasuke in his tracks, "It was me. I did this to father, mother, and everyone." Before Sasuke could finish, Itachi interrupted, his Manjiki spinning as it invaded Sasuke's mind. Tsukuyami, Sasuke collapsed, clutching his head as a torrent of images assaulted him, Itachi mercilessly slaughtering their entire clan. Including their parents, he knelt, howling in despair, a voice within him insisting that this was false. Yet the visions were painfully real, causing a violent clash within his psyche. DOUC. This is the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan Sharingan. A flicker of compassion crossed Itachi's eyes before vanishing into nothingness. Why? Why must you kill father, mother, and everyone? The image of their deaths replayed endlessly in Sasuke's mind, familiar faces extinguished, for the sake of testing your resolve. Itachi's expression remained impassive. He longed to depart, fearing he might reveal the truth to Sasuke. Then why not kill me? Sasuke screamed, his face contorted in anguish as the tormenting images drove him to the brink. You are not worth killing, foolish brother. If you wish to end my life, then harbor your hatred, despise me, and live on in your wretched existence, evading reality. When you possess eyes like mine, come before me. Itachi paused momentarily, uttering this swiftly before departing. Behind him, Sasuke knelt, cradling his head, oblivious to the sorrowful concern in Itachi's gaze. After Sasuke collapsed, a cloaked Umbu ninja swiftly appeared, lifting him and rushing toward the Konoha hospital. Itachi, your act was rather crude, merely uttering a harsh line before fleeing. Sakura emerged from the shadows, her mental barrier causing passing Umbu and Root members to overlook her presence. I do not perform theatrics. Itachi remained silent for a time before responding, the image of Sasuke under Tsukuyami haunting him with pain. Come now, you cannot bear to see Sasuke weep. Sakura teased through their mental connection that I never anticipated that the malevolent Uchiha clan harbored such aberrant beings. Wairi scoffed within the mental realm. For tailed beasts, their greatest loathing likely lay with Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, whose Sharingan rendered them powerless. Most detestable was Madara's attitude towards them as for Hashirama. The tailed beasts preferred to avoid him, feeling humiliated to be treated as mere trinkets. Had they possessed the strength to confront Hashirama, they would have obliterated him long ago. I had no idea tailed beasts possessed feelings. In response to Wairi's ridicule, Itachi felt no offense, having learned over their time together that tailed beasts were not as savage as legend portrayed. Humph, you ninjas always attempt to control our power. And when we rise in anger, you spread tales of the tailed beast's malevolence. Cunning little cowards. As night deepened, Wairi concluded, let us wash up and retire. Debating right and wrong serves no purpose. Sakura stifled a yawn, glancing at the Umbu and Root members rushing past her, before she decided to return home for a much-needed rest. As for Sasuke, they could all visit him together during the daylight hours tomorrow. Within the realm of her mind, the tale of the ninja's treachery and the suffering inflicted upon the tailed beasts continued to unfold. The Eight Tails, Gyuki, who had been drawn into the group chat early on, was incessantly adding his thoughts to the narrative. However, everyone chose to disregard it, as the blame for those events indeed lay with the ninjas, leaving no room for rebuttal. The following day, the news of the Uchiha clan's annihilation had spread like wildfire, becoming common knowledge among the villagers. The name Itachi Uchiha echoed through every corner of Konoha, leaving countless young women in a state of profound disillusionment, grappling with the shocking revelation that their idol, Itachi, had turned traitor and committed the heinous act of slaughtering his own in the hospital room of Konoha. Sasuke sat on his bed, his gaze vacant and devoid of life. The weight of recent events had struck him with overwhelming force, and he found it impossible to accept that his brother was the architect of the Uchiha clan's demise. Yet, whether it was the third Hokage's words or the haunting images that had invaded his mind the previous night, he felt utterly lost. The poor child, bereft of parents and family at such a tender age. Who could have foreseen the illustrious Uchiha clan's sudden vanishing? The unpredictability of life is truly astonishing. But why would Itachi Uchiha take the drastic step of murdering his own family? Who could say? Over the past 2 years, the Uchiha clan had become remarkably amiable, making the current calamity all the more unfathomable. As he traversed the streets of Konoha, be it the bustling avenues or the quiet corners of the hospital, whispers of Itachi's betrayal filled the air. The reactions varied. Some expressed sorrow, while others reveled in schadenfreude. "I wonder how that guy Sasuke is holding up," Naruto murmured softly. Although their usual banter often devolved into incessant bickering, Naruto felt a deep concern for Sasuke during this moment of crisis. "I asked father, and he said that Sasuke didn't suffer any physical injuries, but it seems his spirit has taken a significant blow from the genjutsu, that it will take time for him to recover." Hinata sighed, adding, "According to my father, in the Uchiha compound, everyone, except for Sasuke, perished. Not even a dog was spared. How could Itachi do such a thing?" Ino and the others felt it was absurd. They had seen the true nature of Itachi through their interactions, making it hard to believe he could suddenly transform into a monster capable of eradicating his entire clan. In any case, the situation is complex. Just know that Itachi has not changed, Sakura whispered softly. The truth behind this matter isn't something you should be burdened with just yet. That a group of them entered Sasuke's hospital room, flowers in hand. Upon hearing the door creak, Sasuke merely shifted his eyes slightly, still lost in his desolation. "Hey, Sasuke, we came to see you," Naruto exclaimed, jumping in front of him. "Can you at least give us some sign of life? We skipped class just to visit you." "Sasuke, the Uchiha clan has been wiped out. I have no family left. Father, mother, and Izumi, they are all gone. And the one responsible for this is none other than Itachi Uchiha." Sasuke's lips trembled as sorrow and rage washed over him. It was all due to that so-called vision, that he had lost his parents, sister, and his entire clan. He was now utterly alone. "You are not alone. You still have us," Sakura sighed inwardly, unsure whether this growth was a blessing or a curse. Luckily, the Uchiha clan had not been entirely obliterated, and Sasuke would not have to tread the dark path of despair ahead. "Yes, Sasuke, we are all here for you. Please pull yourself together," Naruto insisted earnestly. "We are your family." "Naruto, do you even understand what it feels like to lose everything?" Sasuke's grip tightened on the blanket, the veins on his hands standing out. "You have grown accustomed to being alone. How could you possibly comprehend the pain of loss?" "I do understand." Naruto suddenly lifted his head, staring unblinkingly at Sasuke, Izumi, Uncle Fugaku, Aunt Mikoto, and Brother Shisui. "They're all gone. How could I not know what it feels like to lose?" As he uttered this last sentence, his voice quivered, revealing the profound ache he concealed within. Fugaku and Mikoto had cared for him as if he were their own child, and he had come to see them as his true parents. Now, they were all gone, though he appeared stoic. Sakura could sense the tempest of grief raging within him. "Perhaps our understanding of loss is not as deep as yours, but I can assure you of one thing. If you remain in this state of despair, we will soon come to know what it feels like to lose a comrade." Sakura gazed at Sasuke, her tone calm yet firm. "Comrade?" Sasuke suddenly broke into tears. He had lost his entire clan, his parents, and even his brother. Yet in this moment of despair, he realized he was not entirely alone. His friends were still by his side. "If you're feeling down, then find yourself a goal," Sakura suggested. "Just like Naruto, who aspires to become Hokage and change how the village perceives him. You can set a goal for yourself too, and strive to achieve it." "Set a goal." Sasuke chuckled bitterly. "The only reason Itachi spared me was that I was too weak, unworthy even to be killed." The memory of Itachi's Sharingan and the overwhelming pressure it exuded made him feel lost, his future shrouded in darkness. "Sasuke Uchiha, do not present me with such a defeated visage. What are you planning? To wallow in despair and keep company with Kakashi, that perennial reader of inappropriate literature?" Sakura's frustration grew at Sasuke's despondence. "That if you dare show me such a face again, be prepared for your cross-dressing photos to circulate throughout the ninja world." Sasuke gasped, nearly choking on her words, and after a few deep breaths, he managed a forced smile that appeared somewhat grotesque. "Change my expression? Very well. I shall comply. Calm yourself, calm yourself. You are the last vestige of the Uchiha clan. You must uphold its honor and ensure that those embarrassing photos do not come to light." "Yes, exactly. This is for the glory of the Uchiha," he repeatedly reassured himself, recognizing that he could not anger this relentless spirit. Chapter 78. A New Beginning. "Ah, splendid. That's more like it. You see, your previous demeanor resembled that of Kakashi's relatives." Sakura nodded in satisfaction. fully aware that Sasuke was likely cursing her internally, though it was of little concern since she could not hear it. Why am I being mentioned? Kakashi suddenly leaped into the room from the windowsill. Having overheard Sakura's words, his curiosity piqued. Oh, it's nothing. We are merely attempting to uplift Sasuke's spirits. Sakura waved her hand dismissively. He is currently at a pivotal crossroad in his life, and we are discussing how to help him dispel the clouds of uncertainty and rediscover his life's purpose. Ha! Sasuke's lips twitched in irritation. Uplifting spirits is threatening someone until they comply your definition of encouragement. On a serious note, Sasuke, I have one question for you. Sakura fixed her gaze on him. What is it that you most desire to do right now? What do I most desire? Sasuke lowered his head, pondering for a considerable time before finally stating, I want to restore the Uchiha clan, and I want to kill that man. That I need to confront him and demand to know why he committed such atrocities. With both hands tightly gripping the bed sheets, Sasuke let out a scream, his eyes a crimson hue. The haunting images of his parents, his older sister Izumi, and the members of the Uchiha clan being slaughtered echoed relentlessly in his mind. Their anguished cries resonating like vengeful spirits, denying him any semblance of peace. So, your current dream is to revive the Uchiha clan and exact revenge, is it not? Sakura mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. I must kill that man. The intense hatred emanating from Sasuke caused Sakura to furrow her brow involuntarily. Then, with a contemplative look, she addressed him, saying, You mentioned wanting to restore the Uchiha clan, correct? Indeed, the Uchiha clan has been obliterated, leaving me as the sole survivor. And no matter the cost, I will restore the Uchiha name. Sasuke gritted his teeth, the whispers of the nurses around him refusing to fade. Even if I'm the last of the Uchiha. So what? As long as I strive to become stronger, one day, the Uchiha name will once again resound throughout the ninja world. But do you know what is most crucial for revitalizing clan? Sakura inquired. Power. Sasuke pondered for a moment before replying. As long as I possess sufficient strength, the Uchiha name will echo across the ninja realm until that moment. Sasuke's words were abruptly interrupted by Sakura. To revive a clan, strength is merely one aspect. The most important factor is having a population. Population. Sasuke's train of thought was instantly derailed. The lingering mental scars from Tsukuyomi still troubled him, and Sakura's words left his mind reeling, forcing him to follow her line of thinking. Precisely. Just look at Uncle Kakashi. In an effort to divert Sasuke from his murderous thoughts regarding Itachi, Sakura unabashedly threw Kakashi under the proverbial bus. Hey, what does this have to do with me? Kakashi, caught off guard, was left bewildered. I was merely hiding in the corner, indulging in a little light reading. Who did I provoke? Sakura retorted with conviction. Look at your family. The Hokage clan. Your lineage is sparse, and with you being the sole heir, even if you possess immense strength, the Hokage name remains virtually unknown. The ninja world only recognizes Kakashi, the copy ninja, but how many will recall the Hokage clan? But that doesn't quite connect to the previous issue. Kakashi scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly I was simply providing an example for Sasuke, Sakura asserted earnestly. Observe Uncle Kakashi, though he is immensely powerful and renowned in the ninja world. Why does the Hokage clan remain in obscurity? I don't know. Sasuke, still grappling with confusion, instinctively shook his head. The answer is rather simple. It all boils down to the issue of population. Sakura began to elaborate. Counting on her fingers, and no matter how formidable Uncle Kakashi is, he ultimately stands alone. In such circumstances, people will remember his name, but forget the Hokage clan. What does that signify? Sasuke frowned, his mind a tangled web of thoughts. This underscores the importance of population, Sakura insisted. Think carefully. If Uncle Kakashi were not alone, but part of a large family, then with his esteemed reputation, anyone mentioning him would undoubtedly say, that's Kakashi from the Hokage clan. Perhaps you have a point. Sasuke found himself swayed by Sakura's reasoning, his heart gradually leaning toward her perspective. Therefore, to genuinely revive a clan, beyond personal strength, the presence of clan members is paramount. Sakura continued to analyze for Sasuke. Hence, we must safeguard our limited resources, striving to expand and cultivate more Uchiha talents. What are you implying? Sasuke inquired. The Uchiha clan now consists solely of you and brother Itachi, just 7 years old. It is evidently unrealistic for you to single-handedly generate a new generation for the Uchiha clan. Just like Uncle Kakashi, who has yet to expand the Hitaki clan after all these years. Sakura unflinchingly criticized Kakashi once more before finally revealing her true intentions to in the current situation. Aside from you, the only one capable of producing more Uchiha members is brother Itachi. Rather than directly killing him, it would be wiser to bring him back and find him several wives, encouraging him to father children, thus striving to restore the glory of the Uchiha clan. If Itachi has already caused the demise of a few Uchihas, then he must give life to a few more. Once he successfully revives a new Uchiha clan, he can atone for the sins he committed against the Uchiha. Bring him back to have children? Sasuke was momentarily stunned, and even Kakashi nearly dropped his reading material in shock. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, observing through the crystal ball, nearly shattered it in disbelief. Indeed, to revive the Uchiha clan, a sufficient population is essential. With only the two of you remaining, and given your tender age and responsibilities to enhance your strength and reputation, the only one capable of procreation is brother Itachi. Sakura silently apologized to Itachi, recognizing that this was all for the purpose of alleviating Sasuke's hatred. Chapter 79. The overbearing version of Hinata. Second update. Besides, wasn't revenge your desire? However, sometimes, killing a person is not the ultimate form of vengeance. Sakura's expression grew serious. Consider this. Itachi has taken the lives of so many Uchihas. If you were to kill him just like that, wouldn't that be too merciful? Those unjustly fallen Uchihas would never find peace. Even in death, Sasuke's thoughts grew increasingly chaotic, as he felt Sakura's reasoning was surprisingly sound. Point 1 life cannot compensate for the countless lives of the Uchiha, but capturing him to have children could work. You could tally the number of Uchiha households and set a target for brother Itachi based on that number, assigning these children to other families to ensure the Uchiha legacy does not die out. Sakura continued to persuade Sasuke passionately. Meanwhile, the third Hokage in the Hokage office wore a troubled expression, taking a puff from his pipe. Itachi had been dispatched to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization. If he were to discover that Sakura was secretly instructing Sasuke to capture him for the purpose of procreation, and aiming to establish a new Uchiha clan, would he not simply abandon his mission? Itachi, I am truly sorry, the third Hokage lamented as he watched Sasuke, visibly swayed by Sakura's arguments, through the crystal ball. By the time Sasuke was granted permission to leave the hospital, a month had passed since the Uchiha massacre. Almost everyone in the ninja world was aware that the Uchiha clan had been wiped out by Itachi alone. While the common folk accepted this narrative, the leaders of various villages were not so easily convinced. Just how old is Itachi this year? 13. Did a 13-year-old annihilated the Uchiha clan? Anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize the absurdity of such a claim. Nevertheless, the other ninja villages welcomed this development, for the Uchiha clan had been a formidable pillar of Konoha. With their loss, Konoha's strength had diminished by at least 30%, as Sakura and her companions accompanied the recently discharged Sasuke towards the Uchiha compound. Each carried an abundance of ingredients to celebrate Sasuke's release from the hospital. They planned to host a feast at his home, hoping to alleviate some of his sorrow. Big sister, a group of children approached, standing respectfully aside, bowing and greeting upon seeing Sakura and her friends. Big sister? Sakura and the others followed the children's gaze, nearly having their eyes pop out in astonishment. Yes, be careful on the road. And remember, do not bully others, Hinata replied calmly, her expression betraying no emotion. Yes, big sister. The children answered respectfully before turning to leave. What on earth is happening? Sakura's face was filled with disbelief. Hinata has become the big sister. Moreover, the children's demeanor clearly indicated a profound respect. This is not the Hinata I recall. Wasn't she supposed to be a shy and adorable girl in the original story? What is with this overbearing demeanor? The last time I witnessed them bullying someone, I intervened and taught them a lesson. Later, I realized that in 2 or 3 years, Hanabi would be approaching school age, so I decided to gather a group of little followers to protect her, ensuring no one bullies her. When the topic of fireworks arose, Hinata's face was illuminated by a radiant smile, a look of indulgence that made Sakura involuntarily shiver. It was a clear manifestation of a late-stage sister complex. Speaking of which, this idea was inspired by Sakura herself. Hinata suddenly exclaimed with a grin at "Oh, you all remember the incident when I was almost bullied on my way home?" "Yes, I remember," Sakura nodded instinctively, recalling how she had dragged Naruto and the others into a cosplay of the infamous Black Society. Wait, could it be that Hinata's transformation into her current self stemmed from that very incident? It was the sheer momentum of Sakura's spirit back then that inspired me. Hinata's lips curled slightly, and the aura of dominance she exuded made me feel quite envious. I then attempted to mimic Sakura's style at that moment. And since then, everyone in the family has treated me with utmost respect. Niji, standing by, lowered his head, his expression a mixture of bitterness. Ever since Hinata underwent this change, the entire Hyuga clan dared not show any negligence towards her. Among her peers, he could barely hold his own against her, while none of the others could even last a single exchange with her. Even a Chunin would find themselves at a disadvantage. After that, Uncle Hizashi began to instruct Hinata in various aspects of managing the clan, leading to her complete transformation into this domineering and assertive character. It was only when she was with us that she displayed a softer demeanor. But in the presence of other members of the Hyuga clan, her serious and commanding presence rendered everyone mute with trepidation. Oh, the mischief, Sakura pondered carefully and suddenly realized that the current Hinata bore an uncanny resemblance to the Hinata from the limited Tsukumi world in the original movie. In response, Sakura could only gaze skyward in disbelief, never anticipating that her whimsical decision to impersonate the Black Society would have such a profound effect on Hinata. The Uchiha clan's residence stood desolate, with all the bodies having been cleared away, officially declared to have been buried. However, Sakura knew the grim truth. Those corpses with Sharingan were likely now on the experimentation tables. The bloodstains had been meticulously cleaned, and the broken doors and windows had been repaired. Apart from the absence of life, everything else remained unchanged from its original state. Sasuke wore a blank expression, yet his eyes were filled with desolation. These streets, which used to greet him with friendly smiles, were now void of all warmth. "Sasuke, are you really going to leave such a vast space idle?" Sakura suddenly inquired. The Uchiha residence was indeed immense, and leaving it untouched seemed a tremendous waste. If left unattended, what would happen if the higher-ups in the village decided to seize it? Where would the Uchiha clan members return to? But what can we do? The Uchiha clan is no more. Sasuke sighed, an endless loneliness etched upon his brow. "Leave it to me. After all, the entire family estate is currently under your name. I'll find someone to help you manage it. And we can rent out a portion. This way, you can earn some rent to avoid starving, and it would also bring some good reputation to the Uchiha clan." Sakura proposed, "I don't need the money." Sasuke frowned, slightly resistant. Although he was the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan, the family's wealth was still being held in trust by the third Hokage, who sent him a living allowance each month. The rest would be transferred to him upon reaching adulthood. For Sasuke, who had access to the entire Uchiha estate, money was truly not an issue. "Money isn't the key. I want you to rent out part of the house, primarily for the sake of reputation." Sakura elucidated to Sasuke that if you aim to revitalize the Uchiha clan, you must ensure that people do not forget its existence. With the Uchiha residence being so vast and empty, it serves no purpose. It would be better to rent out a portion, perhaps at a slightly reduced price. The tenants would surely feel grateful towards the Uchiha. And this way, you won't have to fear the clan's legacy fading away. "But I have no experience in managing a business." Sasuke felt somewhat troubled. Sakura's suggestion was indeed tempting, as he yearned for the Uchiha to be remembered, but he had never learned about running a business. "No worries, I'll have my dad send a few people to discuss matters with the third Hokage, and we can make some minor renovations to the Uchiha residence. Who knows, we might transform this place into another bustling district of Konoha." Sakura said nonchalantly, as her parents were thriving in their business, and they both enjoyed the busy lifestyle. It would be easy for them to send a few employees to manage the Uchiha residence. "Thank you," Sasuke said awkwardly. He had never expressed gratitude before. However, he quickly added, "Let us do this. Since I don't need the money, and I will never exhaust the family fortune, you can help manage the Uchiha residence." and any profits generated will be yours. You're quite the affluent one. Sakura raised an eyebrow and said, but I would feel uneasy taking all the profits myself. How about this? I'll have my dad help establish a small company specifically to manage the Uchiha residence. And then we can evenly split the profits among the 12 of us. It will serve as our personal little treasure chest. That won't be necessary. We can't really contribute anything. Ino quickly waved her hands, saying, by doing that, you're essentially just giving us money for nothing. Who says you can't help? Sakura smiled nonchalantly, saying the Uchiha residence is such a large area that many in Konoha are eyeing it. If we rely solely on our family, we might struggle to protect this territory. This time, we'll need your families to back us up. If the Uchiha residence were to be developed, the potential profits would be substantial. If that old man Danzo were to stir up trouble, it would be problematic, and thus, Ino's father's support would be essential. This matter is no issue. Hinata agreed without hesitation that I will have my father keep an eye on things. If anyone plans to encroach upon this place, he will intervene. Then, from today onward, we shall officially establish a group. The 12 of us will be the founding team. And our goal will be to reach for the stars and the sea point one day. We will become the largest consortium in the entire ninja world. Sakura raised her hand towards the sky, speaking with great enthusiasm. Little did everyone know that this jest would eventually come to fruition, that in the future they would not only be the strongest in the ninja world, but also the ones who controlled the economic lifeblood of the entire world. In the courtyard of the Uchiha household, the sounds of joyous laughter filled the air, as the gloom that had long shrouded the Uchiha residence seemed to dissipate significantly. The next day, the habitual truants made an unprecedented appearance at the Ninja Academy. Irika's first thought was that these little rascals had pulled some pranks and come to school to hide, but upon looking up, he saw that Hokage Rock showed no signs of any unusual occurrences, which somewhat eased his mind. In class, the seemingly obedient demeanor of the group moved Irika to tears of gratitude. His efforts had not been in vain, as these mischievous kids had finally learned to listen attentively in class, which wasn't easy. Let me ask everyone a question. If one day the apocalypse were to arrive, who would you most want to be with? Irika concluded his lesson and, noticing there were still a few minutes left, posed a light-hearted question. There will be no apocalypse because Naruto Uzumaki, will save the world. Naruto crossed his arms, his head held high with unwavering confidence. Naruto, don't cause me any trouble. Irika's forehead twitched with a few visible veins, as he gently tapped Naruto's forehead and said, you all can write down your aspirations on paper. Irika-sensei, could you elaborate on what kind of apocalypse it would be? Naruto complained, rubbing his forehead. Also, Irika-sensei, could you please refrain from tapping my forehead next time? It'll make me dumber. You're already not that bright. You can't even use the shadow clone technique properly. Although Irika mocked him, he was genuinely worried. If you keep skipping classes like this, graduating in the future will be quite the challenge. Irika-sensei, Naruto, want to loudly proclaim that I am not foolish. It's not that I can't use the shadow clone technique, but remembering Sakura's advice. He reluctantly sealed his lips. Well, with more effort in the future, there will come a day when you master it. Irika comforted Naruto, then added, as for the kind of apocalypse you asked about, perhaps something like the moon suddenly falling down. How could the moon possibly fall? Irika-sensei, you are truly a master of deception. Naruto burst into hearty laughter, clutching his belly in truth, Irika-sensei, your true vocation must be that of a fortune teller. Sakura gazed at Irika in disbelief, pondering how to articulate her thoughts that Irika's words were simply toxic. If her memory served her right, following the Fourth Great Ninja War, there was indeed a perilous moment when the moon nearly plummeted to the earth. Had it not been for Naruto's desperate efforts, the entire planet would have faced calamity. Oblivious to being deemed a charlatan by Sakura, Irika continued to ramble on to Naruto. After a moment's reflection, Sakura picked up her pen and inscribed a lengthy list of names on the paper, realizing, almost unwittingly, that her bonds were growing ever more numerous. Chapter 81. A surprise awaits at the door. Time flows like a swift current, never to return. Following the harrowing events of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, Sasuke's demeanor had grown significantly more taciturn, except for moments shared with Sakura and the others. when a smile would occasionally grace his face. He generally maintained a stoic expression. His pursuit of strength had intensified. He diligently trained each day until he could scarcely move. The organization, dubbed the World Association, named by Sakura, had been formally established. After consultations with the third Hokage, modifications were made to the Uchiha's residence, delineating distinct commercial and residential areas. These two zones were carefully segregated. The commercial area had been leased out to various eager merchants, while the residential zone remained encircled, inaccessible to outsiders. Sakura explained that the commercial area was designated for business ventures, allowing merchants to sell their wares, while the residential area was transformed into a tourist attraction, preserving the authentic style of the Uchiha clan, enabling visitors to witness where the Uchiha once resided. This mutual enhancement propelled their businesses to new heights, as many were curious about the former dwelling of the Uchiha clan, a place that had previously been off-limits to outsiders. Now, with the opportunity to explore, many wished to pay a visit, especially the numerous fans of the Uchiha clan. The partnership for the commercial street took Sakura and her companions by surprise. Initially, they had merely hoped to earn a bit of pocket money. Yet unexpectedly, the business flourished, particularly the few stores they retained, which began raking in profits. Over the past 2 years, Sasuke not only refrained from depleting the Uchiha clan's inheritance, but had also accumulated considerable wealth, leaving even the third Hokage somewhat speechless. When the proposal for the Uchiha residence's transformation was first introduced, a faction led by Danzo vehemently opposed it, coveting the Uchiha's territory. However, as soon as these elders voiced their dissent, they were swiftly countered by the Hyuga clan and others, whose own children had stakes in the venture. They were unwilling to let their children's interests be jeopardized by outsiders. The Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Inuzuka, and Aburame clans, along with Jonin Kakashi and Might Guy, collectively rendered the Elder Council's objections moot that, in truth, the so-called residential area of the Uchiha residence was not merely for tourism, as Sakura suggested, but rather a meticulously restructured area prepared for the future return of the Uchiha clan, featuring ample and well-placed housing to accommodate their eventual homecoming. 3 years slipped by in an instant, and the group had matured into young adults, especially Niji, TenTen, and Lee, who were on the brink of graduation. Lee, much like in the original narrative, exemplified the irrevocability of fate, having been led astray by Guy, donning the iconic green jumpsuit. The striking resemblance between the two as they walked down the street often led passersby to mistake them for father and son. The unique abilities of the group had fully awakened, each one exhibiting combat prowess firmly within the ranks of Chunin. As their bodies continued to develop over the next 2 years, their strength would surely escalate further. Itachi, ever the protective older brother, remained unwavering in his affection for Sasuke, having joined the Akatsuki organization, where he dispatched a raven to observe Sasuke in Konoha. Each time he witnessed Sasuke collapse from exhaustion during training, he would lament in his mental space, a routine that left Sakura feeling rather drained. Even the tailed beasts, Gyuki and Kurama, had learned to automatically filter out discussions regarding Sasuke from Itachi. At this juncture, the Uchiha clan had become the unseen rulers of the Land of Snow, with sure sway deftly controlling the tumultuous winds, while the remaining adversaries were subdued. On the surface, the Land of Snow appeared unchanged, yet unbeknownst to all, its very essence had been transformed. One day, Sakura sat beneath the shade of a tree, observing Naruto and the others train while delving into the knowledge left behind in the sealing book by the second Hokage. Suddenly, she heard Itachi's voice calling out to her. "Sakura, is something the matter? Did you summon me for a specific reason?" She lifted her gaze from the scroll in her hand, as she always recorded pertinent knowledge while studying a technique or other subjects. Upon completing her research, she would incinerate the scrolls containing her notes and subsequently share her findings with the third Hokage, contributing to Konoha's knowledge base. "Sakura, I recall that your space-time transfer technique can redirect attacks, correct?" Itachi inquired within the confines of their mental link. "Indeed, that is accurate." "Itachi, are you in some sort of peril?" Sakura's brow furrowed slightly as she asked. "Do you need me to come assist you right away?" "Yes, I'm currently in the Land of Water's Mist Village and have encountered some troubling circumstances. Furthermore, There is someone who may require your healing expertise. Itachi bit his lip, glancing at his injured comrade who had shielded him from an attack. Ultimately making his decision that I at your teammate, Kisame. Sakura pondered briefly before suspecting it was indeed Kisame, as he was likely the only one capable of drawing Itachi's call for aid in the Mist Village. Having sustained injuries while defending Itachi in the original storyline, Itachi had used Amaterasu to severely injure Kisame, who had succumbed to his wounds. Yes, Itachi confirmed, observing the enemy, who was gathering chakra without displaying any signs of panic. Itachi, you should hasten your departure while that creature is still in the process of gathering its tailed beast bomb. Kisame, pinned against a tree by the blade of a large sword, felt his strength waning. Yet he held no regrets regarding his decision to protect Itachi. Rest assured, we need not flee. Assistance is on its way, Itachi replied nonchalantly. With Sakura's formidable support, he felt completely at ease. Even if Sakura were unable to redirect the tailed beast bomb, he could always rely on Susanoo for protection and later request Sakura to help replenish his chakra. Chapter 82. A surprise awaits at the door, facing the tailed beast bomb support. Do you truly believe those individuals from the organization will arrive in time? Kisame questioned skeptically, aware that the members of Akatsuki harbored no camaraderie, often embroiled in conflict with one another. They are not from the organization, Itachi clarified. They are my allies from Konoha. Konoha? Weren't you labeled a rogue ninja by them? Kisame's heart raced as he felt he had stumbled upon a significant secret. Ultimately, the situation is quite complex, and I cannot elucidate it all in mere moments, Itachi hastened, aware that time was of the essence. The tailed beast transformation enveloped the enemy, who was shrouded in a tempest of chaotic chakra, as a pitch-black tailed beast bomb began to coalesce in his mouth. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Sakura informed Naruto that she had urgent matters to attend to. Before opening a spatial portal and departing, Itachi, where is the enemy? Stepping through the swirling portal resembling a storm cloud, Sakura emerged, only to be met with a fierce gust of wind. Turning her head, she saw a massive tailed beast bomb hurtling towards her at breakneck speed. What on earth is this? Sakura nearly tossed her umbrella aside, bewildered by the turn of events, upon emerging from the spatial portal. I immediately summoned a tailed beast ball for myself. Was I intending to treat it as a firework to celebrate my arrival? Power, decomposing. There was no time for further contemplation. Purple energy surged from Sakura's hands, enveloping the tailed beast ball. The speed of the ball's flight drastically diminished, and as the violet energy continued to erode it, the ball shrank incessantly. However, Sakura was exerting tremendous effort. The force of the tailed beast ball was exceedingly volatile, and a moment's carelessness could result in a catastrophic explosion. She had to meticulously utilize the energy of the power gem to decompose it. Yet, just as she managed to decompose roughly half of it, the previously compressed ball of yin-yang chakra erupted in chaos, releasing an immense surge of energy that triggered a violent explosion. Observing this, Uchiha promptly activated his Susanoo, surrounding both Sakura and Uchiha Shirde with crimson chakra armor. The explosive shockwave from the tailed beast ball's detonation flattened the ground nearby, creating a massive crater at the epicenter of the blast. As the dust began to settle, the first form of Susanoo bore several cracks from absorbing the impact of half a tailed beast ball. Yet it ultimately held firm. Coughing, Itachi covered his mouth, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his lips, his eyes laced with blood vessels. Brother Itachi, how could you be so reckless? Sakura exclaimed, brushing dust off her clothes, exasperation evident on her face. You could have at least given me a warning, leaving me to endure the brunt of the tailed beast ball. I apologize. I thought you would be able to divert the tailed beast ball. Itachi replied sheepishly, surprised by her direct approach. Come on, opening a spatial portal requires spatial coordinates, you know? Currently, only the land of snow and Konoha have such coordinates. If we disregard the spatial coordinates, who knows where the portal might lead? To execute precise spatial transfers, coordinates are essential. Without them, she herself will be oblivious to where the other end of the portal would open. This could potentially result in randomly sending a tailed beast ball to an unsuspecting ninja village. I should have considered this more thoroughly. Itachi gasped for breath, pointing at Shirde, who was sheltered behind him. Also, Could you assist him with treatment? Not a problem, Sakura glanced at Shisui. Although he did not appear to be a good person, he possessed a commendable heart. Time rewound. Green runes began to swirl around Shisui's body, gradually extracting the blade lodged in his waist. Moments later, Shisui had returned to his uninjured state. Why injuries have healed? Shisui exclaimed in astonishment, touching his abdomen, finding no trace of a wound, and even his clothing restored. If it weren't for the memories lingering in his mind, he would have thought the previous events were merely an illusion. Brother Itachi, this fellow is aware of our circumstances. Should we summon Shisui to cast a Jinjutsu on him? Sakura asked quietly. No need. I trust him. Itachi declined the suggestion, but a sudden, furious roar reminded them of the tailed beast transformation of Yagura nearby. Brother Itachi, use Amaterasu. Sakura, recalling the near-death experience from the tailed beast ball, felt a surge of anger. Burn him until he can no longer resist, and I'll help him break free from the Jinjutsu. Understood. Itachi's eyes widened, and black flames enveloped the tailed beast transformation of Yagura. Oh, you need assistance. Continuously using the Sharingan must be taxing on your body. Shisui approached, holding the severed blade, concern evident in his tone. No worries. It's merely a slight drain on my ocular power. Itachi dismissed the concern, directing another Amaterasu at the struggling Yagura. The relentless flames forced Yagura to his knees, the tailed beast cloak quickly dissipating. Revealing a battered, childlike form of Yagura collapsed on the ground. All right, next, we must help him break free from the Jinjutsu. Sakura stepped forward, placing one hand on Yagura's forehead, activating the mind gem. Break the Jinjutsu? What do you mean? Itachi and Shisui exchanged puzzled glances, as they hadn't placed a Jinjutsu on Yagura. Yagura's body was ensnared in a Jinjutsu, meaning all his actions were not of his own volition. A wave of compassion surged within Sakura. From one perspective, the Hidden Mist Village had been an innocent victim, first manipulated by Uchiha Obito, leading to Rin's demise, and then controlled by Obito himself, nearly dooming the entire village. The most critical issue was that if she used conventional methods to dispel the Jinjutsu, Yagura would perish in no time. In the original storyline, Yagura succumbed shortly after the Jinjutsu was lifted. But with Sakura directly employing the mind gem to release him, she need not worry about that outcome. Soon, Yagura, lying on the ground, regained consciousness. Initially dazed, memories of his years under control surged back, causing him to clench his fists in anger. Chapter 83. Preparing to shift blame to the Akatsuki organization. Thank you for freeing me from the Jinjutsu, Yagura expressed, recalling the actions he had been compelled to take under the Jinjutsu, a desire to confront the orchestrator of his suffering burning within him. There's no need to thank me. If gratitude is owed, it should be directed toward Brother Itachi. If he and called me here, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to save you. Sakura replied nonchalantly. Besides, my assistance wasn't free. I require your help with something. Whatever you need, I will assist, Yagura assured her. Though his face twitched with pain from the burns inflicted by Amaterasu, I want you to relinquish your position as Mizuki. As Sakura observed the change in Yagura's expression, she couldn't help but smile. Let me finish. I don't mean for you to simply step down. I want you to stage a performance. What kind of performance? Yagura inquired, furrowing his brow. You must be aware of how you were manipulated, correct? Sakura countered. That masked man. Yagura's body shook with rage, realizing that his actions had led to the destruction of the Hidden Mist Village. So it truly was him. Itachi's brow furrowed at Yagura's words, immediately recalling the masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Oh, you know him. Yagura eyed Itachi warily. I am unaware of his true identity, but he identifies himself as Uchiha Madara. Itachi responded, unfazed by Yagura's demeanor. If it was indeed him, it would not be surprising. Possessing the Sharingan, it was highly probable that he was the one who had cast the Jinjutsu on you. Uchiha Madara. Shisui's hand trembled. For many ninjas, that name resonated like a nightmare. The legendary figure rumored to possess strength rivaling that of the first Hokage, known for his ruthless nature. He's still alive. The Akatsuki member known as Tobi is the masked man who claims to be Uchiha Madara. Itachi revealed a piece of information that nearly drove Shisui to madness. Impossible. Shisui instantly dismissed the possibility of Toby being Uchiha Madara. The legendary figure as persona seemed entirely at odds with Toby's foolish demeanor. He is not Uchiha Madara, but he did learn a great deal from him. Sakura, aware of Obito's identity, chose not to elaborate further. As long as he's not Uchiha Madara, that's a relief. Shisui sighed in relief. Had Toby truly been Uchiha Madara, he would have suffered a mental breakdown, given the stark contrast between Toby's behavior and the legendary reputation. How do you want me to stage this performance? Yagura asked. It's quite simple. You will return with the severed blade, publicly declare that you exchange your life for Shisui's, claiming to have killed him. Before long, someone will attempt to assassinate you. At that point, you can feign death, and I will come to retrieve you. You can hide in the land of snow for a while, Sakura recalled Zabuza, the assassin tasked with eliminating the Mizuki. Should Zabuza be eliminated, the whereabouts of Mizujetsu would become uncertain. To ensure a smooth operation, she had to sacrifice Yagura's reputation for the charade. What about the hidden mist village? When did I ever kill him? Yagura and Bijou Shizu simultaneously inquired. You can leave the mist village to Terumi Mei. She will prove to be an excellent Mizuki. Moreover, you might consider subtly hinting to her that your feigned death is merely a ruse to evade capture by the Akatsuki's three-tailed beast. After all, once the Akatsuki is dismantled, you can emerge from your hiding and continue to traverse the world with a carefree spirit. This period of concealment will also afford you the opportunity to rehabilitate your tarnished reputation. For should you persist in your role as Mizuki, the masked man might continue to trouble you. The tailed beasts have little defense against the Sharingan. Sakura felt a deep sympathy for the tailed beasts. Despite their formidable strength, they inevitably succumbed to the Sharingan. Of course, you have the option of not cooperating with me. But let me caution you. In this world, it is not solely the masked man who wields Genjutsu. I possess the same capabilities. Very well. I shall acquiesce. Yagura's expression was one of profound indignation, as if he had been grievously insulted. That I will return, feigning to remain under control, and when the individual you mentioned comes to assassinate me. Will that suffice? Do not be so furious. Consider the brighter side, that if you do not feign death, the masked man will undoubtedly attempt to control you again, and you would be left in a state worse than death. Sakura consoled him, while also taking some chakra to cast into the mental space. And what of me? I have been pummeled to death. How can I return to the Akatsuki? Bijou Shizu lamented, realizing that he had no choice but to comply with the plans laid out before him. I shall send you to the land of snow. It would be best to avoid the Akatsuki, for there is not a single normal individual within it. Would be wise for someone of your age to retire early. Sakura rolled her eyes. While Bijou Shizu was indeed formidable, within the Akatsuki, he would merely be cannon fodder. Hey, why do you consider me old? That Kakuza is even older than I am, Bijou Shizu retorted, feeling quite indignant, as he was significantly younger than that immortal zombie. What does your youth matter? Can you defeat him? Sakura replied bluntly, reminding him of the time he nearly faced annihilation at the hands of a mere chunin. Bijou Shizu fell silent. He indeed could not best Kakuza, and Sakura's words brought to mind the man clad in a tight green suit who had nearly wiped out the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. I will announce this attack to the ninja world. The Akatsuki can fend for themselves. Yagura cast a scornful glance at Uchiha Itachi and Bijou Shizu, and as for the Akatsuki, he resolved to gather evidence, so that when he returned, he could lay all the blame for his past misdeeds at their feet, claiming he had been under control all along. You had best communicate with the 5th Mizuki, ensuring that they can testify on your behalf. Otherwise, shifting the blame will not be easy. Sakura offered a reminder, and upon your return, be cautious. When Zabuza attempts to assassinate you, show some restraint, lest you inadvertently kill him. Without the constraints of Genjutsu, Yagura was far stronger than Zabuza. Should he accidentally kill Zabuza in a moment of carelessness, it would be catastrophic. Zabuza Momochi, you say? I understand. Yagura's expression fluctuated. He could not fathom why Sakura specifically brought up Zabuza. Did he possess some unique trait? Chapter 84. The dumplings deeply embedded in the soul. After deliberating, the group parted ways. Sakura led Bijou Shizu to the land of snow, while Yagura returned to the mist village with half of the decapitation blade. deliberately appearing disheveled to suggest he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Uchiha Itachi, meanwhile, returned alone to the Akatsuki, needing to report Hizashi death. Before long, news spread throughout the ninja world that the fourth Mizuki, Hyuga, had been assassinated and gravely injured, with Zabuza Momochi having stolen the decapitation blade and officially designated as a rogue ninja. The Mist Village was engulfed in turmoil over the struggle for the fifth Mizuki. Meanwhile, the already gravely injured fourth Mizuki, Hyuga, was transported to the Land of Snow. Upon his first glance at the throng of individuals with rabbit-like eyes, he felt a tremor of apprehension. A Jinchuriki cast among a multitude of rabbit-eyed individuals left him vulnerable, should any misfortune befall him. Furthermore, was it not rumored that the Uchiha clan had been exterminated? What then was the meaning of this gathering of rabbit-eyed individuals? As for Hyuga's psychological turmoil, Sakura remained unaware. She was engrossed in studying the experimental data left by the second Hokage, striving to create the desired outcome. Far away in the land of rain, Obito, upon hearing the news of the fourth Mizuki's demise, expressed only mild surprise before feeling a sense of relief. He had recently sensed that the Jinjutsu he cast had been dispelled, indicating that the people of the Mist Village had discovered the fourth Mizuki's state of control. However, the aftermath of that Jinjutsu was Hyuga's life. With the Jinjutsu lifted and Hyuga deceased, there was no longer any fear of his actions being revealed. As for the Mist Village, he would allow them a temporary reprieve. That little girl, Terumi Mei, dares to slander me. Within the mental space, Hyuga seethed with fury. Despite being in the Land of Snow, he kept abreast of events in the ninja world. Recently, Terumi Mei had attributed all the misfortunes that befell the Mist Village to him. Nearly driving Hyuga to the brink of madness, I have explained to her that I was under Jinjutsu. Those actions were not of my volition, yet she has surreptitiously sullied my name, while those deeds were not of your own choosing. The fact remains that you were the one who ultimately committed them. Thus, it cannot be deemed slander, Sakura shrugged, remarking, moreover, her actions are quite reasonable. A new leader must assert their distinctiveness from their predecessor. To alter the prior bloody reputation of the Mist Village, she must enable others to recognize her divergence from the former Mizuki. Achieve her aims, it is only natural that she would smear you in the process. As a former Mizuki, you cannot possibly lack this level of comprehension. Having awareness is one matter. Being slandered is an entirely different one. Hyuga gritted his teeth. Well, during your tenure as Mizuki, you were not shy about casting aspersions upon others. It is merely poetic justice. The Three-Tails Isabu began to mock mercilessly. Hey, who is your Jinchuriki anyway? Is it necessary for you to be so gleeful of my defamation? Hyuga's anger flared at the head of the Three-Tails. As my Jinchuriki, you are actually controlled by the Sharingan. Do you still have the audacity to speak? The Three-Tails was equally incensed, feeling humiliated at having been under the control of the Sharingan for so long. Especially since this incident was known to both Jiraiya and Gyuki. Naturally, I would not wish to be controlled, but what could I do? That individual appeared out of nowhere and ensnared me before I had a chance to resist. And you were also under control, were you not? Hyuga expressed his fury, recalling how Obito had suddenly appeared and ensnared him in Jinjutsu without giving him any opportunity to prepare. What could I do? The Sharingan inherently counters tailed beasts. The Three-Tails and Hyuga began to bicker vehemently, for the Sharingan was the bane of tailed beasts, leaving them with little capacity for resistance. These two have begun again. Sakura sighed in exasperation. The pair had quarreled numerous times, and everyone else in the mental space was already weary of it. Meanwhile, outside, Naruto came running over excitedly, his face alight with enthusiasm. Sakura, I did it. What did you accomplish? Sakura looked up in confusion. The jutsu you taught me, Naruto exclaimed, raising his right hand while moving his left in a circular motion above it. Look, I can do it now. As Naruto performed the motion, blue chakra gradually coalesced, and after a moment, it transformed into a small blue sphere, though it was only the size of an egg. See, I have mastered it. Naruto beamed, holding up the egg-sized Rasengan. You re-injured, Sakura frowned, noticing a small wound on Naruto's hand that healed rapidly after he dissipated the chakra. It's nothing. My wounds heal quickly. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly, a flush creeping onto his cheeks. He had endured considerable hardship to perfect the Rasengan, and his hand's internal veins had been in excruciating pain every day. Had it not been for his remarkable healing ability, his hand would have been rendered useless. "Why are you pushing yourself so hard?" Sakura's right hand glowed with a soft green light as she employed her recently acquired medical ninjutsu to alleviate Naruto's internal injuries. "Thank goodness your special ability pertains to vitality. Otherwise, it would indeed be troublesome." In Sakura's perspective, Naruto's awakened abilities seem quite fitting for him. Point 1 is a terrifying vitality akin to that of Wolverine, while the other is a danger-sensing ability reminiscent of Spider-Man. This second ability endows Naruto with a heightened awareness of peril, enabling him to rely entirely on his instincts for both offense and evasion during combat, which aligns perfectly with his propensity for confrontational tactics. The first ability, related to life recovery, is, in certain respects, quite formidable. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, coupled with the half of the Nine Tails within him, Naruto already possesses an exceptionally robust life force, and his recovery capabilities surpass most. However, this regenerative ability is heavily reliant on chakra, and should his chakra reserves dwindle, the healing process becomes significantly sluggish, potentially halting altogether. In contrast, the newly awakened powers differ markedly. His life recovery capability has now reached a level comparable to Wolverine's, and this healing force does not depend on chakra. Even when his chakra is depleted during battle, he will continue to recover automatically from injuries. Yet, as of now, this life recovery ability does not extend to the regeneration of severed limbs. At best, it allows for the swift healing of minor wounds without consuming chakra that I lack the formidable strength that Sasuke and the others possess. I can only recover more quickly, so I must diligently practice my ninjutsu to better protect Sakura, Naruto declared with a smile, though a trace of barely perceptible envy flickered in his gaze when he mentioned Sasuke and the others. "Naruto, you mustn't belittle yourself like that." Sakura swiftly discerned Naruto's thoughts. The abilities of Sasuke and the others are all overtly powerful or easily recognizable, while Naruto's powers are passive and less apparent, which likely leaves him feeling somewhat inferior. Your life recovery and danger sensing are indeed impressive. Just think, your danger sense allows you to evade all threats, and your life recovery ensures that you can keep fighting. Although they may seem inconspicuous, their strength is beyond dispute. But my ability is only useful for healing. It doesn't significantly enhance my power," Naruto lamented, settling into a cross-legged position, his expression tinged with disappointment. "There are no useless abilities in this world, only those that do not know how to utilize them," Sakura replied earnestly, meeting Naruto's gaze. "Even if this ability is solely for healing your own wounds, it is still incredibly valuable that haven't you always said you wanted to protect me. Then let the fearless Naruto take the front line while I support you from behind as a ranged mage." Sakura jested lightly, yet Naruto's eyes brightened at her words. "All right, then I shall shield you, Sakura. You need only focus on what you wish to do while I stand guard in front of you. With me around, I will absorb all the damage." "Fool, what are you saying? We are comrades, and even in battle we fight together. How could I allow you to bear the brunt of the damage alone?" Sakura gently released Naruto's hand, stroking his hair. "You should rest for now. Those dark circles under your eyes are evident of your exhaustion. If you continue like this, you'll end up with panda eyes. And that wouldn't be a good look." Despite Naruto's formidable recovery ability, he cannot endure relentless training without respite present. It is clear that fatigue has taken its toll, as evidenced by the unmistakable shadow beneath his eyes. "Ah, I shall rest now." Naruto sheepishly scratched his head, casting a covert glance at Sakura. He softly leaned his head against her shoulder, and upon seeing that she did not reject him, he closed his eyes, a hint of a smile gracing his face. "What a silly fool." Sakura sighed helplessly, gently shifting Naruto's body so that he could rest his head on her lap while she leaned against the sturdy tree behind her. Resuming her reading of the scroll, "That I have good news for you. Sasuke has nearly mastered the Chidori. However, he can currently only concentrate the lightning chakra in his hand while remaining completely focused. Otherwise, the Chidori will dissipate immediately. But if he continues to put in the effort, he will be able to use it. As Kakashi arrived, he was met with this serene scene, prompting him to lower his voice. Since the Uchiha clan's annihilation, Sasuke had entered a relentless training phase. Had it not been for Sakura's intervention to force him to rest, he would have likely collapsed from exhaustion by now. Indeed, they are destined rivals. Sakura nodded in acknowledgement, but couldn't help but internally critique the depth of Indra and Ashura's obsessions. Just as Naruto had recently learned the Rasengan, Sasuke had simultaneously mastered the Chidori. However, Naruto and Sasuke's corresponding attributes mirrored those of Indra and Ashura. Sasuke possesses exceptional talent in lightning techniques, akin to Indra's mastery of the same, and their Susanoo forms share identical hues. Conversely, Naruto excels in the Rasengan, an ability that in certain respects signifies a spiritual inheritance. Ashura had gained the capability of spinning orbs through his efforts, and although it was not called the Rasengan at that time, the principles remained strikingly similar. Sakura, thank you. Kakashi suddenly uttered an unexpected statement. Kakashi-sensei, you wouldn't be saying this because you've been single for too long and are losing your mind, would you? Why are you bringing this up now? Sakura gazed at Kakashi as if he were a patient, perplexed by his sudden comment. Did I unwittingly do something that moved you? Thank you for taking care of Naruto. Kakashi's gaze fell upon the slumbering Naruto, resting comfortably on Sakura's lap. A flicker of guilt crossing his features. Naruto is the child of my mentor, yet I have remained lost in my own sorrow, offering him no care whatsoever. I am merely a friend, and looking after him is the least I can do. You needn't thank me, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura waved her hand dismissively before teasingly adding, if you really want to express your gratitude, you should hurry and find a girlfriend. That would certainly make me feel more at ease. Sakura, why do you always seem so concerned about others' romantic affairs? Kakashi inquired, somewhat exasperated. I can't help it. I genuinely worry that you all might remain single for eternity. Sakura sighed before suddenly suggesting, in my opinion, SHBU would be a great match for you. She has a gentle disposition, is family-oriented, and excels at caring for others. Perfect for someone like you, who has been single for so long, if I recall correctly. She is like you since childhood, hasn't she? No, not really, huh? Kakashi chuckled awkwardly. Whenever Sakura broached such topics, he felt as if he were being pressured by his own parents to marry. Come on, stop pretending. You clearly enjoy being the center of attention. Yet you maintain that nonchalant facade. Sakura secretly rolled her eyes and remarked, now I finally understand why you wear a mask, Kakashi-sensei. It's to conceal your bashful expression. How deep is your resentment regarding my single status? Kakashi sighed in exasperation, finding himself rendered speechless by Sakura. Despite her youth, seemed wise beyond her years. That Kakashi-sensei, I am looking out for your best interests. The Hitaki family follows a single lineage, if you do not diligently strive to have children. The Hitaki line may well end with you to that point. SH might just rise from his grave to scold you. Sakura said with genuine concern, worried that if Kakashi continued to be complacent like in the original story, spending his days idly alongside Guy, the Hitaki family would indeed face extinction. Chapter 86. Kakashi's ominous premonition. Haha. No way, no way. Kakashi laughed awkwardly, feeling a peculiar discomfort at Sakura's words. Never mind, Kakashi, you've grown up. These matters are for you to decide. I shouldn't say too much since you probably won't listen. Sakura waved her hands dismissively, her expression tinged with melancholy. Children grow up and no longer heed their parents. And marriage is a matter we cannot interfere with, right? Hey, you're just a kid? Why are you acting like an old person? Kakashi playfully flicked Sakura's forehead in frustration, bemused by her mature tone. Ow. Sakura cradled her head. Huffing, Kakashi-sensei, if you dare lay a finger on me again, don't blame me for spreading your secret photos across the ninja world. Where on earth did you get my secret photos? Kakashi was utterly bewildered, fearing he had been secretly filmed while bathing. While I don't possess any legitimate photos, Kakashi-sensei, have you forgotten the mental pollution technique I used back at the border? Sakura's smile bloomed like a flower. Yet in Kakashi's eyes, she appeared as if possessed by a demon. You can't do that, Kakashi exclaimed in a panic. If Sakura were to unleash that technique, he would never be able to hold his head high again, and his infamy would surely echo throughout the entire ninja world. Rest assured, Kakashi Ajisen, as long as you obediently listen and find yourself a girlfriend soon, I won't resort to that technique. Sakura's face bore an implicit threat. Otherwise, prepare to have your embarrassing photos spread across the ninja realm. Who knows, you might even attract more little fangirls and fanboys. Finding a girlfriend is easier said than done. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly, genuinely at a loss for how to escape his single status. Kakashi Ajisen, you aren't still pining for Rin, are you? Sakura squinted, recalling that, in the original storyline, Rin had feelings for Obito, viewing Kakashi merely as an idol. Let me warn you, one must not covet a friend's wife. Planting grass on the grave of a deceased comrade is simply unacceptable. Hey, where are you going with this? Kakashi's eye twitched. How did Sakura manage to twist his words so? Rin and I were merely comrades. All right, I just feel guilty for not fulfilling Obito's dying wish. Stop wallowing in self-pity. I promise to surprise you regarding that matter later. And Kakashi Ajisen, with all the adult material you read, how come you haven't learned to flirt? Sakura said mysteriously, then cast a disapproving glance at the Riska book in Kakashi's hands. This isn't some lewd book. It's an exceptionally captivating novel. Kakashi hurriedly stowed the book away, feeling genuinely embarrassed being chastised by a young girl. Fine, you can read whatever you want. I won't interfere. Sakura feigned a sigh and remarked, but Kakashi Ajisen, while reading is fine, do try not to act too impulsively. It can be detrimental to your health. Where did you learn such phrases? Kakashi was left exasperated. Were children nowadays so precocious? At 10, he seemed to be solely focused on enhancing his strength amid the battlefield. Humph, what do you expect? Only someone as naive as you. Kakashi Ajisen would feel embarrassed. Sakura shot him a disdainful glance. How should she put it? In her past life, she had seen numerous questionable works about Kakashi, so his innocence was utterly non-existent now. Kakashi clutched his chest. Feeling wounded, her words struck too deep. Kakashi Ajisen, I'm not trying to criticize you, but instead of indulging in that book every day, why not take a stroll outside, engage with girls, and speak to them? Your attributes are quite appealing. If you wish, there are certainly plenty of girls eager to date you. Sakura looked at Kakashi with dissatisfaction. He lacked any self-awareness. Just look at yourself. You have wealth, fame, and are a highly regarded jonin in Konoha. Even esteemed by the third Hokage. You own a spacious property in the Hatake clan. You are the very definition of a successful bachelor. They say a man with a car and a house is quite desirable. And Kakashi Ajisen, you check all those boxes. With your tragic backstory, if you merely feign a bit of melancholy while conversing with girls, they would undoubtedly be drawn to your nurturing side. Such advantageous conditions. And you fail to leverage them? Truly a waste. No wonder you remain single for life. As for finding a partner, I'll think about it after I retire. Kakashi resorted to procrastination, pushing the notion of romance to a distant future. Oh, please, which ninja ever retires? Sakura cast a scornful glance at Kakashi. The life of a ninja does not entertain the concept of retirement. Once one becomes a ninja, it is a lifelong commitment in any case. Kakashi Ajisen, you ought to strive harder to find a girlfriend before we graduate. Otherwise, don't blame me if you end up alone. What are you plotting? Kakashi asked, his face laden with suspicion. What scheme was she concocting this time? I'm not planning anything sinister. I merely intend to publish a book. The Tianxia Association is now well established, and our publishing houses are widespread throughout the ninja world. You can find our Tianxia Association's presence in towns of all sizes. And it's time to release the books I've written. Sakura spoke with a calm demeanor. Over the years, the Tianxia Association had primarily invested in various industries, watching their assets grow like a snowball, while also establishing the largest bookstore in the ninja realm. Even Jiraiya had become a contracted writer for the Tianxia Association. In other words, the book Kakashi had been reading was also published by them. What do you mean by that? A sense of foreboding surged within Kakashi, his heart racing with anxiety. Nothing much. Once my book is published, Kakashi Ajisen, you can buy a copy and see for yourself. Sakura's eyes narrowed with mirth. Reminiscent of a crescent moon. By the way, I must thank you for your cooperation. Without the photos you provided, my book would have lacked authenticity and emotional depth. My cooperation, Kakashi's unease intensified, sensing something significant was about to unfold. Indeed, if it weren't for the photos you provided, I would have been at a loss for illustrations. Sakura beamed with delight. Those illustrations were specifically captured by Naruto using shadow clone technique combined with transformation technique, resulting in an impressively lifelike portrayal. What have you done? Kakashi gulped nervously. He regretted supplying Obito's photos. Nothing much. After the book is published, you can purchase a copy and see for yourself. I guarantee it will meet your expectations. Sakura said mysteriously, leaving Kakashi's reactions for another time. In the springtime of Konoha, as cherry blossoms danced in the air, the annual graduation season had arrived. The Ninja Academy was set to welcome new students while bidding farewell to those who had passed their assessments. Neji, Lee, and the others graduated a year earlier than Sakura and her friends, assigned to Guy's tutelage, completing D-rank and C-rank missions with ease. Even without Guy's guidance, they executed tasks flawlessly, making quite a name for themselves among the genin. Today's assessment focused on the clone technique. Those who succeeded would earn their headbands and become ninjas, while those who failed would have to face the consequences. Irika held a notebook to record scores, discreetly glancing at Naruto with deep concern. Although Naruto rarely caused trouble, he frequently skipped classes, and his grades were consistently the lowest during evaluations. Oh no, this is the technique I'm least skilled at. Naruto rested his chin on his desk, hands clasped over his head, cold sweat beading on his brow. Naruto, if you fail this time, we can only apologize. Sakura turned her head to him. You'll have to repeat the year alone. I don't want to repeat a year, Naruto exclaimed in a frenzy. Behind Irika, a man clad in a Konoha Chunin vest observed the scene, a sinister smile creeping across his lips as he stepped into the adjacent classroom. Upon seeing Mizuki leave the classroom, Naruto's expression shifted instantly. The panic had vanished. Hey, Sakura, can you tell me why I'm pretending not to know the clone technique? Naruto asked, bewildered. From the beginning, Sakura had instructed him not to draw attention at school, leading him to underperform in all subjects and ultimately rank last in class. Because there's a schemer who wants to exploit you for some ulterior motive that if you don't play along, they won't be so easily deceived. With Mizuki gone, Sakura's expression returned to its usual calm that if he wished to manipulate them, they would provide him with the opportunity to reveal himself, and then they would deal with him accordingly. Are you saying that Mizuki-sensei wants to use me to achieve something nefarious? Naruto squinted his eyes slightly. He was no longer the naive and easily deceived character from the original narrative. Thanks to Sakura's relentless efforts, the current Naruto's personality closely resembles that of his later self in the original story, exhibiting a significantly enhanced analytical ability. Soon, Naruto, you will follow the plan we discussed earlier and feign failure in the assessment. Just wait for him to approach you. As for Mizuki, who seemed intent on self-destruction, Sakura felt no sympathy whatsoever. If he was determined to seek his own demise, she could hardly intervene. I have already conferred with Lord Third. And when the time comes, you will act as Mizuki instructs, and then we will ensnare him like a turtle in a jar, capturing both the man and the evidence. In truth, even without Sakura's involvement, Mizuki's fate was sealed as the host of the Nine Tails. Naruto was surrounded by numerous Umbu operatives, and any actions or words from those who drew near would be meticulously recorded, given Mizuki's recent statements. The third Hokage would be aware of them almost instantaneously. Moreover, the location of the sealing book was likely a deliberate leak by the third. After all, how could a mere Chunin like Mizuki, a teacher at the Ninja Academy without a clan or secret techniques, possibly know where it was hidden? This implies that we will be engaging in combat with ninjas tonight. Hinata's eyes lit up. Until now, they had only sparred amongst themselves, each familiar with the other's techniques, and had grown somewhat impatient. Although Mizuki was relatively weak, he was still a genuine ninja, and the fight would surely differ from their usual practice sessions. Hinata, can you please temper your excitement? He is merely a weak Chunin, lacking in combat prowess, and cannot compare to our typical sparring. Sakura's lips twitched. Hinata's current demeanor was a complete reversal from her original character. Her carefree attitude had nearly driven Hyuga Hayashi to despair on several occasions. Furthermore, unlike in the original tale, the present Hinata was a legitimate heir within the Hyuga clan, gaining the approval of both Hayashi and the other family members. Particularly, Hanabi, that little girl, was especially fond of her older sister, mimicking Hinata's attire and mannerisms, which had nearly caused Hayashi a heart attack. While it was acceptable for the elder daughter to be spirited, The younger one adopting the same temperament was unexpected. They had envisioned a gentle little girl, yet instead, they found themselves with a fiery little dynamo. Regardless of her limited strength, she remained a ninja. Hinata exclaimed with enthusiasm, "By the way, could you lend me your music player for a moment? I absolutely adore that song titled Chaos Star." Sakura, feeling a headache coming on, handed over the player. With Hinata's personality and interests, would she soon be known as Hyuga Chunhounan? What a hassle! Nearby, Shikamu, who was slumped over the desk, silently lamented for Mizuki, thinking it unfortunate that he had caught Hinata's attention. It was known that Hinata only displayed her softer side around their group. With others, she was often unforgiving. Meanwhile, Mizuki in the adjacent classroom remained blissfully unaware that he was already being targeted by a group of fierce ninja students. Chapter 88. Mizuki's Conspiracy Next. Uzumaki Naruto. Irika's voice rang out. Naruto rubbed his cheeks, adopting a glum expression as he stepped forward. He truly wished to showcase his abilities with Shadow Clone Jutsu, but considering the plan ahead, he ultimately decided against it. "Naruto, there's no need to be anxious. Just do your best," Irika quickly reassured him, noticing Naruto's nervous demeanor. "Yes, I understand. Irika-sensei," Naruto replied with a smile, forming the hand signs for the technique, chakra surging throughout his body. Clone Jutsu. With a puff of smoke, two bizarre clones materialized beside Naruto. As the smoke cleared, one clone lay flaccid on the ground like overcooked noodles, while the other was comically disproportionate, resembling a disabled individual. Uzumaki Naruto disqualified. Irika sighed, marking Naruto as unfit. Irika-sensei. Perhaps we could let Naruto pass after all. Mizuki feigned sympathy, pointing out Naruto's earnest efforts. Look at how hard he worked, despite the odd appearance of his clones. He still managed to create them. Let him pass this time. No, once he becomes a ninja, he will be assigned missions that I cannot allow a moment of leniency to jeopardize Naruto's safety. Irika remained steadfast. Although he felt sorrow for Naruto's disappointment, he prioritized the boy's future well-being, resolutely declaring him unqualified. Very well. Mizuki pretended to sigh, yet inwardly he reveled in his success, knowing Irika would not alter his decision. His previous statement was merely to curry favor with Naruto, ensuring the plan would proceed smoothly. With his head hung low, Naruto walked out, visibly disheartened. Observing this, Irika let out a helpless sigh. He too wished for Naruto to succeed. But the rules were clear, and for Naruto's safety, he had to harden his heart against the boy's dejected expression. However, as soon as Naruto stepped out of the classroom, the look of disappointment vanished. A remnant of the mockery he had endured from villagers in the past. Without that experience, it would have been challenging to feign such an expression. "Naruto, your acting skills are impressive." Sakura and the others have been waiting outside, and they couldn't help but give him a thumbs up for his sudden transformation. "Haha, I knew I was amazing." Naruto beamed with pride. Even Irika-sensei had.